I had a very long dream, in which I was no longer the betrayed and abandoned Wu Bai, but the emperor who ruled the world. However, when I opened my eyes again, the reality stung me. That babyish cry brought me back to the world. "Dad, wake up, don't leave Tang Tang behind." The voice kept echoing in my ears. I looked up and saw a timid little girl with tears all over her delicate little face. I was stunned and stiff. "This is my daughter, Tang Tang." I really returned to Earth. Once upon a time, I thought I was a winner in my life. I started a business with my good friend Li Jingming. In just a few years, I had a company with a market value of billions and a beautiful fiancée. My future was bright. But all of this was destroyed at the edge of that damn cliff. "Wu Bai, why are you better than me? The company and the woman should be mine." Li Jingming's laughter seemed to echo in my ears again, and I could clearly recall the moment when he pushed me off the cliff. That betrayal pushed me into despair, but in that abyss of despair, I was redeemed and my soul traveled to another world. Thousands of years later, I became the emperor of Wuji continent, shattering the stars with my hands, and living as long as the heaven and earth. However, even though I was invincible, I was extremely lonely. No one could accompany me, and I had no family affection. That loneliness made me extremely painful. Until I decided to let go of everything, return to Earth, return to Tang Tang, and make up for all the debts I owed. Seeing the bruises on Tang Tang's tiny arms, I felt a pain in my heart. All of these were traces of my past alcoholism and decadence. There was fear in her eyes, and her small body wrapped in tattered summer clothes looked so weak. "Tang Tang, come here." I held out my hand, my voice trembling. Seeing her approaching timidly, I could no longer control my emotions. I hugged her tightly in my arms, tears silently falling. "I'm sorry, Tang Tang, Dad will never hit you again." Tang Tang's little hands gently wiped my tears and said softly, "Daddy, don't cry. Tang Tang, it doesn't hurt." At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and a nurse came in hurriedly, looking anxious. "Excuse me, does anyone have Rh-negative blood? The blood bank is in urgent need, and human lives are at stake. There will be a large reward later." I didn't intend to pay attention to it, but when I heard the reward of 100,000 yuan, my brows frowned slightly. After all, my life is now extremely poor, and this money may be able to solve the urgent need. "Is the huge reward you mentioned true?" I asked coldly. The nurse's eyes lit up. "You have Rh-negative blood. Great, come with me." Holding Tang Tang in my arms, I followed her to the ward. I used to be a martial emperor, and I was used to seeing life and death, but now for Tang Tang, I had to live, I had to have money, even if it was by selling blood. The doctor was drawing blood from me while giving a blood transfusion to the girl on the bed. I thought a few bags of blood would be enough, but Dr. Li wanted to draw more. I couldn't stand it anymore and refused coldly. "That's enough. Do you want to drain all my blood?" Dr. Li smiled contemptuously. "You are just a poor man who is after money. If you smoke more, the Lin family might give you more benefits." I sneered. Facing this cold-blooded attitude, anger surged in my heart. The life of a rich girl is worth a lot, but the life of a poor person is worthless. I stood up, feeling a little dizzy, but I ignored it all, picked up Tang Tang, and walked out of the ward. At the elevator door, I turned around and said coldly, "You can't cure her disease. Blood transfusion alone is only a temporary solution. If you don't find a solution, her life will be in danger sooner or later." After Wu Bai finished speaking, he sneered and walked into the elevator. "Oh, he really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He dares to talk nonsense. In my opinion, Mr. Lin, since he cursed Miss Lin like this, you should send someone to break his legs and teach him a lesson." Dr. Li laughed grimly, but when he finished speaking, he found that no one paid attention to him. Turning his head, he saw that the faces of the Lin family were all shocked. Lin Xiangrong suddenly became excited and shouted, "Quick, go and invite that miracle doctor back, go quickly." Lin Xiangrong's eldest son Lin Qing rushed towards the elevator, but the elevator was already going down. "Stairs, take the stairs, we must invite the miracle doctor back. If you can't invite him back, don't come back," Lin Xiangrong yelled. Lin Qing didn't dare to delay and turned around and rushed towards the stairs. Dr. Li was completely confused. Director Lin, what are you doing? Lin Xiangrong glanced at him, his tone a little excited, and said, what he said is absolutely right. Dan Zhuang has always had a problem with sudden fainting. When she was a child, she would faint once every few years. Gradually, it became more and more frequent. Now she faints once a month. Lin Dan Zhuang is Miss Lin's name. Dr. Li was dumbfounded, looking like he was in a daze. After a long while, he came back to his senses and muttered, that guy must have been bluffing, right? We did a full body check on Miss Lin and found nothing. Lin Xiangrong snorted coldly and frowned, don't talk about you. I have visited famous doctors both at home and abroad, but they couldn't find anything. The men just walked into the ward and took a look at her makeup, and he described all her symptoms without any mistakes. How could he have guessed it? He must be a genius doctor with great abilities. Dr. Li was completely dumbfounded, but he still didn't give up and said, Mr. Lin, there are a lot of scammers nowadays, you have to be more careful. That guy might have learned about Miss Lin's condition from some channel. Shut up. Lin Xiangrong looked at Dr. Li with cold eyes, what do you mean? Don't you want my daughter's illness to get better? Only our family knows about Dan Zhuang's illness, how could he know it? Dr. Li shuddered with fear. Lin Xiangrong was not someone he could afford to offend. He said hurriedly, Mr. Lin, don't be angry. I'm just worried that you'll be fooled. Lin Xiangrong snorted coldly. Dr. Li didn't dare to say anything, but his eyes were sinister and full of resentment. The woman suddenly turned around and yelled at Lin Xiangrong, it's all your fault. You put on so much airs and drove the miracle doctor away. If I can't find him, I'll never forgive you. Lin Xiangrong suddenly wilted and muttered, how would I know he was an expert? Qing'er has already gone to ask him, don't worry, no matter what the price, I will ask him to cure Dan Zhuang's illness. Lin Qing ran up 7 flights of stairs in one breath, his legs trembling and his face covered in sweat. For a spoiled rich boy like him, this was seriously over the limit. But he was still a step too late no matter how fast he ran. He had to watch Wu Bai and Tang Tang get into a taxi and drive away. Lin Qing still had some brains. He wrote down the taxi license plate number, took out his cell phone, and ran towards his car while talking on the phone. Wu Bai took Tang Tang to Hongyuan shopping mall. The weather is getting cold, so he has to buy some thick clothes for Tang Tang. The clothes here are not cheap, and Wu Baidu is cleaner than his face, but he doesn't worry at all that he can't afford them, because someone will pay for them for him. The 3rd floor of the mall is the children's clothing area. Wu Bai carried Tang Tang to the 3rd floor. The father and daughter were poorly dressed, which was out of place with the environment. Dad, what are we doing here? Tang Tang looked around awkwardly. She had never been to such a beautiful place before. Wu Bai smiled and said, of course, I'm going to buy beautiful clothes for Tang Tang. Unexpectedly, Tang Tang suddenly looked frightened, hugged Wu Bai's neck tightly with both hands and started crying, Dad, Tang Tang doesn't want new clothes. Tang Tang, please listen to Daddy in the future. Daddy, please don't sell Tang Tang, okay? In the past, she saw other children wearing beautiful clothes, and she wanted her father to buy her one, but she was severely beaten and threatened to sell her. This left a shadow in Tang Tang's heart. When she saw Wu Bai was going to buy her beautiful clothes, she thought Wu Bai was going to sell her. Wu Bai felt a pang in his heart, thinking what a bastard he was in his previous life. Tang Tang, be good, don't cry. You are Daddy's baby, how could Daddy bear to sell you? Daddy promises that in the future, we will be like other children, with lots of delicious food, beautiful clothes to wear, and can go to school with small school bags on our backs. When she heard that she could go to school with a small school bag on her back, hope appeared in Tang Tang's big, jewel-like eyes while she was crying. Children of her age all go to kindergarten with nice little school bags, but she can only envy them. Tang Tang doesn't want anything, no pretty clothes, no school bag. Daddy, please don't sell Tang Tang, okay? Tang Tang hugged Wu Bai's neck in fear, her little body trembling, she was terrified. Wu Bai felt a pang of pain in his heart, and whispered to Tang Tang, don't be afraid, Tang Tang, Daddy won't sell you out. Really? Wu Bai smiled and stretched out his hand, Dad promises that he won't sell the candy. If you don't believe me, we'll stamp it. The fear on Tang Tang's face faded a lot. She carefully stretched out her little hand and hooked her pinky finger with Wu Bai's, with their thumbs pressed together. Pin it up, for 100 years, no change. Do you believe Dad now? Tang Tang finally smiled and nodded. Wu Bai walked into a high-end children's clothing store holding Tang Tang. A salesperson with a beautiful figure, heavy makeup, and a pointed chin came over and asked casually, "Do you want to buy some clothes?" In this society, people always respect Luo Shang first and then respect others. There is no shortage of people who look down on others. Wu Bai and Tang Tang were dressed rather shabbily, and Wu Bai was a cripple. The salesgirl looked at them with contempt. Wu Bai frowned slightly and nodded. "Help my daughter choose some suitable clothes." The salesgirl said nonchalantly, "The clothes here start at 500 yuan each." Wu Bai's face darkened. "Did I ask you the price?" The female shopping guide rolled her eyes. Her exaggerated eyelashes were so long that they could lift her hat off, and she rolled her eyes and said contemptuously, "I'm just kindly reminding you that you may have come to the wrong place. This is not the small market with low prices in Xioximan." Wu Bai was completely furious. "Where is your manager? Call him out. I want to ask, is your service tenet to look down on others? Who are you scolding?" The female shopping guide looked like a mad bitch, her features slightly distorted. "Don't you see how poor you are? Can you afford the things here? I was very polite just now, don't take it too seriously." Wu Bai sneered, "Can you kick your fake nose? I'm afraid it will be flattened and I won't be able to get up." "Who are you talking about? You look so poor, how dare you say that to me? Don't you have any idea of your own character? This is not a place for people like you to come in. Get out of here and don't dirty the place. Don't bully my dad, bad guy. I hate you." Tang Tang cried and shouted at the female shopping guide like an angry little lion. The female shopping guide squinted her eyes and said, "Little beggar, you should let this cripple take you to beg and pick up trash. Your father is a cripple, and you are also a waste." Bang. After a loud slap, the female shopping guide covered her face and staggered a few steps before falling to the ground. This scene made several female shopping guides who were whispering in the distance stunned. Only Wu Bai shook his wrist and said to himself, "I never hit women, but I never said I wouldn't hit shrews. It turns out that I am better at taking action than talking. Unfortunately, I drew too much blood just now, and my body is a little weak, so the power of this palm is a little weak." The female shopping guide covered her face and sat on the ground, looking at Wu Bai in disbelief, unable to believe that this poor-looking man dared to hit her. This was not the first time she had done such a thing. In the past, those who were humiliated by her could only pinch their noses and accept it, and left in disgrace. Wu Bai sneered, "Isn't it just that your chest is filled with 2 ounces of silicone more than others? Where do you get the courage to think that you are nobler than others?" The female shopping guide finally came to her senses and suddenly howled at the top of her lungs, screaming like a pig being slaughtered, "You dare to hit me? I'll ask my boyfriend to chop you to death. Security guard, security guard." Soon, 7 or 8 security guards in gray uniforms and carrying rubber batons rushed in. The leading man should be a squad leader or something like that. He was in his 40s, with a face full of flesh. When he saw the woman lying on the ground, he hurried over to help her up. "Baby, what happened to you?" The word "baby" almost made Wu Bai vomit. It was too disgusting. The woman pointed at Wu Bai and yelled, "He hit me. Look at my face, it's swollen. Honey, you must vent your anger for me, otherwise don't get on my bed tonight." The security captain looked at Wu Bai fiercely. Seeing that he was dressed shabbily, he immediately had a clue in his heart and said disdainfully, "If you dare to touch my woman, I think you are looking for death. Beat him up, beat him so hard that his mother can't recognize him." Several security guards, holding rubber batons, surrounded them with ferocious looks. "Uncle, don't hit my dad, don't hit my dad." Tang Tang was so scared that she started crying. Wu Bai's eyes were cold. He was just an ordinary man with a lame leg. He was no match for these people. He said coldly, "Come at me if you have anything to do. Don't hurt the child. Hit me, don't listen to his nagging." The security captain roared. Several security guards rushed up wielding rubber batons. Wu Bai leaned over and held Tang Tang in his arms, as long as she was not hurt. "Stop, stop it. Just as the security guard's rubber baton was about to hit Wu Bai, a figure rushed over. It was Lin Qing. Bang. Everyone else stopped, but one security guard couldn't stop and hit Wu Bai on the back with his rubber stick. Wu Bai groaned in pain. Lin Qing rushed over and kicked the security guard, sending him flying. Assholes, you are all deaf, didn't you hear what I said? Lin Qing was furious and roared. Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and thought to himself, the wallet is here. This kid came a little late, causing him to get hit with a stick. How should he compensate him? The reason why Wu Bai dared to come here to spend money even though he had no money was because he calculated that Lin Qing would show up. The security captain squinted his eyes with disdain. Hey, here comes someone who's meddling in other people's business. Beat them up together. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Lin Qing was furious. Wu Bai was the only hope to save his sister. Not only did these people beat Wu Bai, they also wanted to beat him. What did you say? You want to hit me? The security captain sneered disdainfully. Who do you think you are? What's wrong with hitting you? Lin Qing's face turned blue with anger, and he roared, you bastards, you eat my food, drink my drinks, and I pay you wages, and you actually want to hit me. Lin Qing walked up to the security captain and said, come on, hit me. If you touch a hair on my head, I'll kill you. The security captain was stunned. Even if he was stupid, he understood that Lin Qing's identity was not simple. Lin Qing didn't care about that and slapped the security captain so hard that he staggered a few steps. Hit me, hit me. Bang. He waved his hand and slapped her again. The security captain covered his face, shocked by Lin Qing's momentum, and asked weakly, you, who are you? Remember, my name is Lin Qing. The entire Hongyuan shopping mall belongs to my Lin family. Who do you think I am? The security captain was shocked. It turned out that this person was their financial sponsor, the eldest son of the Lin family. Lin Qing roared, aren't you going to hit me? Why don't you do it? The security captain tried hard to force a smile, but it was uglier than crying. Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Then he pointed at Wu Bai and said, he was the one who started the trouble. He was the one who started the fight first. Bang. Lin Qing waved his hand and slapped him again. Bullshit, how could Divine Dr. Wu hit someone for no reason? With your character, I can tell who is right and who is wrong with my toes. Lin Qing cursed angrily, took out his cell phone and dialed a number, Zhang Qingfeng, I'm in the children's clothing section, come over to see me immediately. The security captain was in deep sorrow, covering his face and not daring to say a word. The poor should not fight with the rich, and the rich should not fight with the officials. This is an eternal truth. Lin Qing beat his face until it was swollen, but he didn't dare to feel resentful at all. He even prayed in his heart that Lin Qing would not bother with him. It is too easy for the eldest son of the Lin family to kill a small figure like him. Lin Qing hung up the phone, ran to Wu Bai, immediately put on a smile, and asked in a flattering manner, Dr. Wu, I'm so sorry that I'm late. Are you okay? Wu Bai glanced at him indifferently and said, anyone who has anything to do with your Lin family is so powerful. Lin Qing's heart skipped a beat and the smile on his face froze. Whether his sister's illness can be cured depends entirely on Wu Bai's mood. Lin Qing smiled and said, Dr. Wu, we were wrong about the hospital. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. After saying that, he looked at the security guards and shouted angrily, what are you still standing there for? Come here and apologize to Dr. Wu. Several security guards and a female clerk came over and bowed to Wu Bai. Sorry. The security captain licked his face and smiled, Dr. Wu, I'm really sorry, this is all a misunderstanding, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. As he spoke, he kept winking at the female clerk. The female clerk said sorry reluctantly. You should say sorry to my daughter. The female clerk gritted her teeth and said sorry to Tang Tang stiffly. Wu Bai saw her performance and couldn't help but sneer. He said to Lin Qing, do you want to cure your sister's illness? Lin Qing nodded hurriedly, Dr. Wu, everything that happened before was our fault. Please save my sister. If you want me to save your sister, it's easy. Just fire all these people. Several security guards and female shop assistants suddenly panicked. Not only was the salary high, but the benefits were also good. They didn't want to lose this job. The female clerk said with some resentment, "We have already apologized, please don't go too far. Not all sorries can be exchanged for a, it's okay. Do I have to forgive you if you say sorry? I'm a vindictive person. You should be thankful that my daughter was there. If you weren't afraid of scaring her, you wouldn't have lost your job, you'd have lost your life." Wu Bai's eyes were dull and he spoke without a trace of emotion. Everyone present felt a chill all over their body. They had a feeling that Wu Bai was not joking and he was serious. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a suit and with thinning hair, ran in breathlessly. "Mr. Lin, why didn't you call me when you got here and let me pick you up?" Lin Qing sneered, "How dare I bother Manager Zhang? Zhang Qingfeng is the manager here, and he is in charge of this mall." He is also an old hand, and he broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. "Mr. Lin, what happened?" Lin Qing pointed at a few security guards and said, "You hired these people, didn't you? If your eyes are useless, just donate them. You hired all kinds of people, almost hurt my guest, and even threatened to beat me up. Is this how you manage people?" Zhang Qingfeng's forehead was covered with cold sweat and he glanced at the security guards viciously. "Mr. Lin, don't worry. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation." Lin Qing sneered, "What the hell are you still investigating? Get those idiots out of here. And you, if something like this happens again, get out of here too." Yes, Mr. Lin, please calm down. I'll do it right away." Zhang Qingfeng nodded and bowed with a smile. "Also, get a special VIP card for Dr. Wu. Remember, it has to be a one-of-a-kind one. From now on, when Dr. Wu comes here to spend money, all of it will be charged to my account. Do you understand?" Zhang Qingfeng took a look at the dejected Wu Bai and wondered in his heart, who is this great god? "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I'll do it now." Lin Qing waved his hand and said in annoyance, "Get lost, stop getting in the way here." Zhang Qingfeng said sternly, "All of you follow me." Several security guards stared at the security captain and the female clerk with resentment. If it weren't for these two idiots, they wouldn't have lost their jobs. After everyone had left, Lin Qing smiled and said, "Dr. Wu, do you think my approach is okay?" Wu Bai nodded expressionlessly. "What about my sister's illness?" Wu Bai said indifferently, "Bring me some paper and pen." Lin Qing shouted to a clerk, "What are you still standing there for? Bring me some paper and a pen." The female clerk hurriedly brought paper and pen. Wu Bai took it and quickly wrote down more than a dozen medicinal herbs. Then he handed it to Lin Qing and said, "Remember, prepare all the herbs listed above. The age of each one cannot be less than 50 years. Of course, it would be even better if we could find chalcedony." Lin Qing asked in confusion, "Dr. Wu, what is this chalcedony?" "Some ancient jades will have chalcedony growing inside them, which is also called the jade embryo, and some people call it the jade heart." Lin Qing nodded hurriedly, "Don't worry, Dr. Wu, I will try my best to find the chalcedony." Wu Bai nodded slightly. Then he looked at the female clerk next to him and pointed at the clothes on the shelf. This one, and these, pack them all for me." The female clerk hurriedly did as she was told. Lin Qing said respectfully, "Dr. Wu, do you have anything else to tell me?" Wu Bai hesitated for a moment, looked at the clothes packed by the female clerk, and said to Lin Qing, "Carry the things." Lin Qing was slightly stunned. He was the eldest son of the Lin family, but they treated him like a younger brother. However, I felt a little uncomfortable, but I still took the clothes that the female clerk had packed. Wu Bai said, "Tang Tang, which one do you like?" "Dad, there are so many clothes that Tang Tang can't wear them all." Tang Tang said happily. Wu Bai said, "Okay then. Dad will bring you here when the new models are released later." Wu Bai said this, holding Tang Tang in his arms, and went out to the men's clothing area on the 5th floor, where he picked out a few sets of clothes, shoes, and the like for himself. Lin Qing was like a little brother, carrying a lot of things behind. After leaving the mall, Lin Qing put his things in the car and asked respectfully, "Dr. Wu, where do you live? I'll take you home." Wu Bai thought about his small, shabby home with its bare walls, and felt really disgusted. Help me find a place to live so it will be convenient for you to find me. Lin Qing nodded hurriedly. He was also worried that he wouldn't be able to find Wu Bai at the critical moment. Dr. Wu, I have a villa in Linqi County. Why don't you go take a look? If you are not satisfied, I can change the place for you. Wu Bai nodded slightly. Linqi County is a famous wealthy area, where every inch of land is valuable and the environment is beautiful. People who live here are either rich or noble. He lived in Linqi County before the accident. Lin Qing drove Wu Bai to a 3-story villa in Linqi County, with a small courtyard in front and a swimming pool on the roof. Lin Qing opened the door and invited Wu Bai in. Tang Tang hugged Wu Bai's neck nervously. She had never seen such a beautiful house before. The decoration is extremely exquisite, with thick carpets on the floor that fall silently to the ground. The overall color is mainly black and white, which is simple and low-key yet luxurious. Dr. Wu, do you think this place is okay? Wu Bai nodded slightly and said casually, not bad. I didn't realize you have good taste. Lin Qing scratched his head in embarrassment. Okay, you can go back now. Find all the things I wrote to you and come back to see me. Dr. Wu, I'll take my leave now. Lin Qing smiled bitterly. He was the eldest son of the Lin family, but he had been a younger brother for a whole day and was kicked out in the end without even a sip of water. If he knew that what Wu Bai wanted him to find was not for saving her sister, he would probably go crazy. Wu Bai wanted those herbs and chalcedony himself, as he needed them to restore his cultivation. Only when his cultivation is restored can he cure Sister Lin Qing's illness. Wu Bai put Tang Tang down, touched her little head, and asked gently, Tang Tang, do you like it here? Tang Tang hugged Wu Bai's legs nervously, as if she was afraid of dirtying the carpet, but she really liked it here and nodded her head. Wu Bai smiled and said, then this will be our home from now on. Wu Bai said this with a clear conscience, without feeling the slightest bit of embarrassment. Lin Qing's sister's illness is incurable. Apart from him, few people in the world can cure it. One life in exchange for a villa, the Lin family made a fortune. Dad, can we really live here in the future? Of course. This will be Tang Tang's home from now on. Tang Tang, Daddy has let you down in the past, and I will definitely make it up to you double in the future. He owed Tang Tang too much, and in the future he would definitely give Tang Tang the best things in the world. Tang Tang's eyes were so happy that they turned into crescents. This was the happiest day since she was born. She had new clothes to wear, a big house to live in, and most importantly, her father had changed. Come on, Dad will take you to take a bath first, and then we will change into nice clothes. Wu Bai took Tang Tang to take a bath and then changed her into new clothes. Tang Tang has fair skin, big eyes, and a delicate and pretty face, like a big doll. She has perfectly inherited Wu Bai's good looks. Dad, is Tang Tang pretty? Beautiful, Tang Tang is the most beautiful in the world. Tang Tang jumped happily in front of the mirror, smiling from ear to ear. She put on new clothes. Tang Tang, play by yourself. Daddy is going to take a bath. Yeah. Tang Tang nodded obediently. Wu Bai took a shower and changed into a casual suit. Wu Bai is actually very handsome, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, three-dimensional facial features and a resolute face. He easily makes people feel trustworthy. Even if he dresses up casually, it is no exaggeration to say that he is as handsome as a jade tree. But as he limped, his eyes turned cold. Li Jingming, wait for me to find you. Wu Bai gathered his thoughts and went downstairs, where he saw Tang Tang sitting on the sofa in a reserved and obedient manner, staring at the fruit plate on the coffee table with her big eyes. The look on her face of wanting to take it but not daring to do so made Wu Bai sad. Are you hungry, Tang Tang? Tang Tang nodded her head embarrassedly. Wu Bai picked up an apple, peeled it and handed it to Tang Tang. Tang Tang, this is our home from now on, you can eat whatever you want, no need to be restrained, understand? Tang Tang nodded and held up the apple. Daddy, eat it. Wu Bai took a bite and patted her little head. Eat it. Dad will go to the kitchen and see if there are any ingredients. I will make you a delicious meal. I went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and found that it had everything I needed. The date above is also very recent. It seems that this villa has someone to take care of it. When he was in Wuji continent, Wu Bai dabbled in various fields. Not only did he have a profound cultivation level and superb medical skills, he was also a good cook. There are many ferocious birds and beasts, ancient species in the Wuji continent. Their flesh and blood can improve one's cultivation level. Wu Bai specially learned cooking for this purpose. In fact, he could be considered a senior foodie, and a very picky one at that. In the end, most ferocious beasts and birds were not acceptable to him, and he would not eat anything except those from ancient times. Wu Bai took out the ingredients and skillfully cooked 4 dishes and a soup, which were delicious and fragrant. Tang Tang, it's time to eat. Wu Bai brought the dishes to the table. Tang Tang ran over, sniffed it, and drooled. It smells so good. Is this all made by Daddy? Of course. Wu Bai picked up Tang Tang and put her on the chair, handed her the chopsticks, and picked up another pair of chopsticks to pick up some food for her. Tang Tang took a bite and her gem-like eyes lit up. It's delicious. Dad is so great. Tang Tang is so happy. If you like it, eat more. Dad will make it for you every day in the future. Tang Tang usually eats leftovers, and sometimes the food is moldy. She has never eaten such delicious food. Dad, you eat too. Wu Bai nodded. After a while, Tang Tang's belly became round from eating so much. Wu Bai didn't dare let her eat any more, for fear that she would get sick from overeating. Tang Tang's eyes turned into crescents with joy. She was really so happy today. After dinner, Tang Tang started to clean up the dishes. Wu Bai felt sad when he saw her skilled performance. Children of this age are the apple of their parents' eyes, but Tang Tang is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Tang Tang, Daddy will take care of these. You can go to the living room and watch cartoons. Tang Tang's eyes were sparkling and full of hope. There is no child of this age who doesn't like watching cartoons, but Wu Bai sold the TV at home and used the money to gamble. Dad, can Tang Tang really watch cartoons? Tang Tang asked cautiously. Wu Bai leaned over and picked up Tang Tang, pecked her pink face and said, Of course you can, but you can't look at it for too long, it's bad for your eyes. Yeah. Tang Tang nodded her head obediently and happily, then kissed Wu Bai on the face. Thank you, Dad. Having a daughter brings everything. At this moment, Wu Bai's heart was filled with warmth. The next day, early morning. Wu Bai got up, prepared breakfast, and then called Tang Tang to get up. Wow, it's beautiful. Daddy is the best. Wu Bai made an ordinary fried egg into the shape of a heart, and Tang Tang couldn't bear to eat it. The father and daughter were enjoying a loving breakfast when the doorbell rang. Wu Bai stood up and walked over to open the door. Lin Qing was standing outside with several wooden boxes in his hands. Wu Bai smelled a strong medicinal aroma. Lin Qing said respectfully, Dr. Wu, I have found everything you want. Come in and talk. Wu Bai stepped aside to let Lin Qing in. Lin Qing put the things on the coffee table. Dr. Wu, take a look, is this what you want? Wu Bai opened the box and checked it. He was surprised. The Lin family was really powerful. They found all these herbs overnight. Especially the chalcedony, which was the size of a fingernail, but its texture was clear and pure like glass. His heart was burning with enthusiasm. With these things, he would be able to make a breakthrough smoothly. Wu Bai nodded, well done. Lin Qing was delighted and asked, Dr. Wu, when will you treat my sister? She hasn't woken up yet, right? Wu Bai took over his words. Lin Qing was surprised and said hurriedly, Dr. Wu is indeed a miracle doctor. Wu Bai said calmly, this is normal. As your sister gets older, not only will the frequency of fainting increase, but the duration of each coma will also increase. Mr. Lin, go back and guard your sister now. Don't let anyone get close to her, especially that quack doctor. Your sister should wake up this afternoon. Call me when she wakes up, and I'll rush over to treat her. Thank you, Dr. Wu. Wu Bai waved his hand, go quickly. Lin Qing said goodbye and turned to leave. After Wu Bai and Tang Tang finished their breakfast, they began to prepare to restore their cultivation. If he had the ability to cultivate, he would only need to refine and absorb these herbs and chalcedony. But now, he could only use the dumbest method, which was a medicinal bath. Wu Bai found a big pot, threw all the herbs in, and started to boil them. This is a long process, which took more than 5 hours. It was not finished until the herbs in the pot were melted and the water became viscous. Tang Tang, you just watch TV down there. Daddy's going to go upstairs to rest for a while. If you're hungry, eat some fruit first. Daddy's going to make you something delicious when he wakes up, okay? Tang Tang nodded obediently and said, Wu Bai brought the pot of black medicinal soup to a room on the second floor, then poured it all into the bathtub and added water. Then, he put the chalcedony in his mouth, took off his clothes, jumped in and sat cross-legged in the bathtub, with his 5 hearts facing the sky and his fingers pinching the strange mark. Life and death decision is a martial art created by Wu Bai himself. It is extremely powerful and shocking. Wu Bai began to practice the life and death technique. It was indeed a technique he created himself. His practice went exceptionally smoothly after that. The medicine in the bathtub suddenly started to stir, slowly moving around Wu Bai's body, and the medicine began to penetrate into his body through his pores. Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Going back to the old route was much smoother than he had imagined. The medicinal liquid entered his body and turned into naughty little snakes. Wu Bai began to guide them to wander through the 8 extraordinary meridians and limbs, warming the tendons and bones. Wu Bai's breathing was steady, his chest rose and fell in a very regular rhythm, and his skin exuded a warm, jade-like luster. In his dantian area, there was actually a white and black life and death diagram slowly rotating, which looked very much like the Tai Chi diagram, but it was not. This was the life and death decision created by Wu Bai himself. White is life, black is death. Normally, black and white check and balance each other. But when Wu Bai gets angry, black will devour white, and the fighting power will double. This is the terrifying part of the life and death duel, which can fight against opponents of higher levels. More than 3 hours passed, and Wu Bai was still motionless. Only the medicinal soup in the bathtub began to become clear. At this moment, Wu Bai's right leg bones made a sharp cracking sound, as if the bones were being broken and then reshaped. Wu Bai's handsome features became distorted, his whole body was shaking violently, and his brows were filled with pain. He is repairing a leg injury. The sound of bones rubbing against each other continued for more than half an hour. At this moment, the chalcedony in Wu Bai's mouth was refined and turned into a stream of abundant spiritual energy, which traveled throughout his body and finally returned to his right leg. At the same time, black stains began to be discharged from Wu Bai's pores, accompanied by a fishy smell. These were the impurities in his body. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Wu Bai, the bathtub exploded instantly, the toilet and sink next to it were also shattered by this horrible aura, and the entire villa began to tremble violently. Wu Bai jumped up, his whole body emitting a warm glow. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body, and couldn't help laughing out loud. He succeeded. Martial arts are divided into 3 levels and 9 grades. 3 levels: human level, heavenly level, and divine level. Each level is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Don't underestimate these 3 levels and 9 grades. Each grade is a mountain in height, and the gap between each level is like an insurmountable chasm. Wu Bai is now at the lower level of human rank. This realm is also known as internal and external response. He can communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice. With Wu Bai's current combat power, he can easily kill dozens of elite warriors armed with cold weapons, cut off limbs with his bare hands, and crush the enemy's heads with ease. At the beginning, he was the Martial Emperor, which was the highest level of the god rank, and was also known as the one with the Tao. At this level, my body is the universe, and the universe is my body. I am free and at ease, and the truth is one and eternal. Wu Bai slowly raised his hand, the true energy in his palm surged, forming a vortex in his palm, and the air within 10 meters around him instantly distorted. Those who seek immortality through magic are actually considered to be in the cultivation system, and martial arts practice is also a kind of cultivation. There are also many immortal cultivators in the Wuji continent who have mastered powerful immortal arts, but Wu Bai looks down on them. Although immortal cultivators are powerful, their bodies are too fragile. He likes the feeling of blowing everything up with his bare hands. Just as Wu Bai was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough, there was a knock on the door, and Tongtong's anxious voice rang out from outside, "Dad, Dad, are you okay, Dad?" It must be because the noise of his breakthrough just now was too loud and scared Tang Tang. Wu Bai hurriedly put on his clothes, walked over to open the door, and saw Tongtong's little face full of fear. Wu Bai leaned over and picked her up. "Dad, there was such a loud noise just now. So scary." Tang Tang said fearfully. "Don't be afraid. Dad was taking a bath just now, and the bathtub suddenly cracked. Dad is fine, don't worry." Wu Bai comforted her gently. Just then, the cell phone rang. It was Lin Qing calling, saying that his sister had woken up. Wu Bai brought Tang Tang to the hospital. Lin Xiangrong, Lin Qing, and the entire family were waiting outside the ward. Director Li was also there, looking at Wu Bai with an unfriendly look. Wu Bai sneered and ignored him. "Dr. Wu, you're here." Lin Xiangrong walked up to Wu Bai and greeted him, and his attitude was more than twice as good as last time. Wu Bai just nodded lightly. "Dr. Wu, it's just as you said. My sister woke up this afternoon." Lin Qing stepped forward and looked at Wu Bai with eyes full of admiration. Wu Bai put Tang Tang on the chair next to him and said, "Tang Tang, wait for Daddy here obediently." Tang Tang nodded obediently. Wu Bai looked at Lin Qing, "Prepare some food for my daughter. I was in such a hurry that I didn't have time to eat." "Don't worry, Dr. Wu. I'll take care of it." Lin Qing patted his chest and promised. "Then I'll go in and take a look first." Wu Bai walked into the ward. Although Lin Danzhuang woke up, her pretty face was pale and she was very weak, with an 4 drip hanging on her neck. Seeing Lin Xiangrong coming in with a strange man, Lin Danzhuang's eyes were full of confusion. Lin Xiangrong said, "Danzhuang, this is Divine Dr. Wu. The reason you were able to wake up this time was all thanks to Divine Dr. Wu's blood transfusion." Lin Danzhuang looked at Wu Bai, smiled faintly, and said weakly, "Dr. Wu, thank you." "You're welcome," Wu Bai said as he walked forward and directly pulled out the needle from Lin Danzhuang's hand. "What are you doing? Who told you to move? This is a nutrient injection, and Miss Lin is very weak now. Do you want to kill her?" Director Li shouted. Wu Bai turned around, looked at him expressionlessly, and said indifferently, "Go get me a pair of silver needles." "Who do you think you are? Why do you order me around?" Director Li said disdainfully. Lin Xiangrong's face turned red with anger. "Just go if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you have delayed Divine Dr. Wu's treatment, I will hold you responsible." Director Li was shocked. If he angered Lin Xiangrong, not only would his position as director be over, he would probably have no place to stand in the entire Linjiang city. He glared at Wu Bai angrily, then turned and left. Wu Bai held Lin Danzhuang's fair, tender and boneless hand. This sudden action caused a light blush to appear on Lin Danzhuang's pretty face. But the next second, she felt a gentle force flowing into her body through her hand, sweeping away her weakness. She felt full of strength and couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Lin Xiangrong and his wife widened their eyes in shock, because Lin Danzhuang's originally pale face turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wu Bai slowly withdrew his hand. "Ms. Lin, how do you feel?" Lin Danzhuang actually struggled to sit up. This action shows that she is in good condition now. You know, before, she even felt tired when leaning on the head of the bed. The woman stepped forward and supported Lin Danzhuang with a look of surprise on her face. "Danzhuang, what do you think?" Lin Danzhuang said in surprise, "I feel like I'm not sick." "Amazing, you are worthy of being called a miracle doctor." Lin Xiangrong's face was full of excitement. "Miss Wu, I apologize for my disrespect to you before. Please forgive me." Wu Bai said indifferently, "It's the past, no need to mention it again." Dr. Wu is indeed a master. His broad mind is incomparable to that of ordinary people. Lin Xiangrong flattered him. People who eat grains and cereals will inevitably get sick. Especially rich people like them, who have endless wealth, are more afraid of death than ordinary people. Befriending a miracle doctor is like taking out an insurance policy for your life. Just then, Director Li took out the silver needle. Wu Bai took it and said indifferently, "You can go out now." Director Li's face turned black, and he gritted his teeth and said, I am Miss Lin's attending physician. I know her condition best. If you want to treat Miss Lin, I must be by her side. Get out. Wu Bai said bluntly. Director Li's face was furious, but before he could get angry, Lin Xiangrong got angry first. Dr. Wu told you to get out, didn't you hear me? Director Li was so angry that he almost bit his back teeth off. He turned around and walked out with a dark face. Wu Bai looked at Lin Xiangrong, you guys get out too. Lin Xiangrong was stunned for a long while, then came to his senses and said, okay, let's go out first. If Dr. Wu needs anything, we'll be at the door, just call us. Wu Bai nodded slightly. Only Wu Bai and Lin Danzhuang were left in the ward. Wu Bai looked at her, let's get started. Lin Danzhuang nodded slightly. Take off your shirt. Lin Danzhuang's eyes suddenly widened like a frightened little rabbit. She was wearing a hospital gown, which was empty underneath, with nothing on. She couldn't take off her clothes in front of a grown man. Wu Bai was also a little embarrassed, but he had to do so if he wanted to cure Lin Danzhuang's illness. Ms. Lin, you don't need to be afraid of seeing a doctor when you are sick. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. Don't think too much. Lin Danzhuang's pretty face flushed. How could she not think too much? She bit her lips gently and did not move. Wu Bai sighed helplessly, lowered his head and grabbed the bed sheet, and with a sizzling sound, he tore off a strip of cloth and covered his eyes with it. Is this all right? Lin Danzhuang stretched out her hand and waved it quietly in front of Wu Bai's eyes. Don't worry. I can't see it. Lin Danzhuang was like a frightened little rabbit. She quickly retracted her hand, her big eyes full of disbelief. She thought, how do you know I waved my hand in front of your eyes if you can't see me? Wu Bai seemed to know what she was thinking and said, although I can't see it, I can feel it when your hand passes in front of my eyes. Ms. Lin, please believe me. Lin Danzhuang looked at Wu Bai, who had handsome features and a sincere expression, and nodded quietly. She took off her clothes with trembling fingers. Because of her shyness, a layer of pink bumps appeared on her skin. Her voice was slightly trembling. I'm ready. Ms. Lin, it will be a little painful for a while. If you can't bear it, hold my hand. Lin Danzhuang nodded softly. Then I'll start. Wu Bai picked up a silver needle and waved his fingers lightly, and the silver needle accurately pierced into Lin Danzhuang's acupuncture point through the air. Lin Danzhuang's eyes widened, stunned by Wu Bai's miraculous acupuncture technique, and she even forgot to be shy. Wu Bai held the silver needle bag in one hand and gave acupuncture in the air with the other. In an instant, 17 needles had been administered. Ms. Lin, this is the last shot. Hold on. As Wu Bai spoke, the last injection had already been given. Lin Danzhuang groaned, her body trembled slightly, and her brows were filled with pain. She felt as if hundreds of ants were crawling and biting under her skin, and her blood was boiling as if it was about to seep out of her pores. Moreover, the pain became more and more intense. Lin Danzhuang's face was filled with pain, the blue veins on her forehead were bulging, and tiny beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead and nose tip. She really couldn't hold on any longer, and without caring about being shy, she reached out her trembling hand and held Wu Bai's hand. She knew that Wu Bai had a magical ability that swept away her weakness before. Wu Bai's hand was caught. He knew that Lin Danzhuang could not hold on any longer, so he immediately used his internal energy. The gentle breath flowed into her body through his jade hand, warming her tendons, veins and bones, and helping her relieve the pain. Lin Danzhuang clearly felt a gentle and comfortable breath entering her body, and her pain was greatly reduced. Thanks. Lin Danzhuang spoke in a low voice that only she could hear. She took the initiative to put her hand into the hands of a man, which made her very shy. Wu Bai had amazing hearing ability and just nodded slightly. Look at your left arm. Is there a line of blood? Lin Danzhuang looked down and saw that there was indeed a faint blood line about 5 or 6 centimeters long on her left wrist. Yes. Wu Bai pulled out a silver needle with his left hand and accurately pierced one end of the blood line. Lin Danzhuang opened her mouth wide, her pretty face full of shock. I saw a strange power flashing at Wu Bai's fingertips, blood was climbing along the silver needle, and the bloodline on her arm was slowly disappearing. Finally, the silver needle turned into a blood needle, and the bloodline on her arm completely disappeared. Wu Bai quickly pulled out the silver needle. Lin Danzhuang found that the pain in her body had disappeared, and she felt an indescribable sense of relief, as if all her energy and spirit had returned. Wu Bai moved as fast as lightning, took out all the silver needles from her body, inserted them into the silver needle bag, turned around and said to Lin Danzhuang, "Ms. Lin, you can put on your clothes now." There was a rustling sound of someone getting dressed. After a while, Lin Danzhuang whispered, "Dr. Wu, I'm fine now." Wu Bai then took off the cloth from his eyes and looked at Lin Danzhuang. Seeing that her complexion had improved, he nodded slightly and said, "Congratulations, you are cured." Lin Danzhuang said in surprise, "So, I won't faint for no reason again in the future." Wu Bai nodded slightly. "Thank you, Dr. Wu." Lin Danzhuang's pretty face was full of joy. "You're welcome. You can be discharged now." After Wu Bai finished speaking, he turned and walked outside. If you look closely, you can see a thin layer of cold sweat on Wu Bai's forehead. He had a lot of skills and his hearing and eyesight were sharp. The white cloth could not block his sight completely. He almost broke through the needles on such a perfect body. Seeing Wu Bai coming out, Lin Xiangrong and others hurried over. "Dr. Wu, how is my daughter's illness?" Wu Bai nodded slightly. "I'm well now, I can be discharged from the hospital." "Thank you, Dr. Wu." "Thank you, Dr. Wu." Lin Xiangrong and his wife were grateful and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. There's no point in thanking them verbally, it's better to do something practical, these people really don't know how to deal with things. Wu Bai complained in his heart. After all, he is really poor now. Tang Tang put down the bread and milk in her hand, climbed down from the chair, and ran over with the bread and milk in her arms. "Dad, Uncle bought me some delicious food, and these are what Tang Tang left for Dad." Wu Bai leaned over and picked her up, kissing her on the cheek. "Thank you Tang Tang, are you full?" Lin Qing smiled bitterly. "Dr. Wu, she didn't eat a single bite. No matter how I persuaded her, it was useless. She said she wanted to leave it for you. Dr. Wu's daughter is really too sensible." Wu Bai kissed her little face lovingly. He knew that for Tang Tang, these things were something she had never dared to think about before. It was good enough to have leftovers to eat and not go hungry. "Eat candy, Daddy is not hungry." Wu Bai tore open the bread and handed it to her, but Tang Tang shook her head. "Daddy eats first." Wu Bai had no choice but to take a bite first and then pass it to her. Tang Tang then started to eat it in small bites. "Dr. Wu, please wait a moment. I'll go in and see my sister." Wu Bai nodded slightly. After a while, Lin Xiangrong came out, followed by Director Li. "Director Lin, I suggest that Miss Lin be hospitalized for observation. Such quack doctors are not reliable. They must have used some folk remedies to temporarily restore Miss Lin. What if Miss Lin has any sequelae?" Bang. Before Director Li could finish his words, Lin Xiangrong turned around and slapped him in the face. Director Li staggered a few steps after being hit, covering his face and staring blankly at Lin Xiangrong. Lin Xiangrong pointed at the tip of his nose and said angrily, "You quack doctor, you have poor medical skills and you slander Dr. Wu. You even dare to curse my daughter. Are you tired of living? I advise you to resign and get out, don't force me to deal with you." Director Li's face changed drastically, and he begged, "Director Lin, I was wrong. Please calm down, I have a foul mouth, please give me another chance." "Get lost." Lin Xiangrong roared, "You decide whether you want to resign or I will do it for you." Director Li's face was pale, as if he had lost his parents. He knew that his career as a director had come to an end. It was better for him to resign, but if Lin Xiangrong took action, he would no longer have a place to stand when the coming came. Wu Bai's mouth curled up slightly. He knew that Lin Xiangrong was doing this for him. If he wanted to be friends with him, forcing Director Li to leave was his gift to him. Lin Xiangrong snorted coldly, came to Wu Bai, and immediately put on a smiling face, saying, "Dr. Wu is indeed an excellent doctor, the god of medicine in the world, thank you so much for saving my daughter." As he spoke, he took out a check that he had prepared long ago from the pocket of his suit and handed it to him with both hands. Dr. Wu, this is just a small gift. It's not a token of respect. I hope you don't mind it. Wu Bai smiled slightly, took it and took a look. Wu Bai won more than he thought. Lin Xiangrong is very generous. Dr. Wu, if there is anything else you need me to do, please feel free to ask. Don't hesitate. Wu Bai said calmly, it's nothing, actually. My daughter really likes the villa in Linqi County, and I wonder if Director Lin can let us stay there for a little longer. Tang Tang, don't blame Daddy for using you as an excuse. Daddy really has to save face and it's embarrassing to just occupy someone else's house. Wu Bai said silently in his heart. Lin Xiangrong said without any hesitation, Dr. Wu, you are too polite. You cured my daughter's illness. What's the big deal about this request? I will have someone transfer the villa to Dr. Wu tomorrow. Wu Bai smiled slightly. How can this be so embarrassing? Dr. Wu, please don't say that. You cured my daughter's illness, so not only one house, but even 10 houses would not be too much. You must accept them, otherwise I won't be able to sleep well. Okay, thank you, Director Lin. Wu Bai was silent for a moment and agreed reluctantly. Dr. Wu, please don't be polite to me. Dr. Wu, I wonder if you have time tomorrow night. I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you for curing Dan Zhuang's illness. Wu Bai thought about it, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, Director Lin, see you tomorrow night. I'll take my leave first. I'll have someone send Dr. Wu back. No. Wu Bai held Tang Tang and walked towards the elevator. At this moment, Director Li on the side suddenly burst into a strong hatred in his eyes, and a sharp scalpel appeared in his hand. He rushed towards Wu Bai like crazy. Lin Xiangrong's face turned pale with fear and he shouted, Dr. Wu, be careful. Wu Bai raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, turned around suddenly while holding Tang Tang, and kicked out. Bang! Director Li screamed and flew backwards, falling heavily in front of Lin Xiangrong. His body trembled and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Lin Xiangrong was stunned. The distance between him and Wu Bai was about 10 meters, which means that Wu Bai kicked a man weighing more than 150 kilograms more than 10 meters away. This power completely exceeds the normal scope of human beings. Lin Xiangrong came back to his senses from the shock, and was horrified. It seemed that he had underestimated Wu Bai. This man was not only a superb doctor, but also had skills beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He looked down at Director Li, only to see blood foam coming out of his mouth and his chest collapsed, and he was even more shocked. Wu Bai blocked Tang Tang's eyes, fearing that he would scare her. He looked at Lin Xiangrong and said, Director Lin, I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. Lin Xiangrong nodded, don't worry, Dr. Wu, he was deliberately killing someone, and you were just defending yourself. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Thank you. I owe you one. After Wu Bai finished speaking, he glanced at Director Li coldly and snorted disdainfully. Then he turned around and walked towards the elevator with Tang Tang. If this wasn't a hospital, killing someone would be very troublesome. Otherwise, Director Li would have gone to hell long ago because of that kick. Wu Bai left the hospital and took a taxi back to the community with Tang Tang. This is an upscale residential area with strict management, and taxis are not allowed to enter. Wu Bai had no choice but to get off the car at the entrance of the community and prepare to walk in. But he was stopped by the community security guard. Sir, who are you looking for? A tall and thin security guard saluted and asked Wu Bai. Wu Bai raised the key in his hand and said with a smile, I live here. The security guard looked at Wu Bai suspiciously, because he had worked here for a long time and Wu Bai looked unfamiliar. Look, I just moved in yesterday. It's normal that you don't know me. The security guard nodded and said, for the safety of the residents in the community, please register. If possible, I would like to go with you to take a look. Wu Bai nodded slightly. The security guard was just doing his job and there was no need for him to make things difficult for others. Wu Bai held Tang Tang in his arms and followed the security guard to the security room to register. Just then, a car horn sounded outside. Sir, please register first. I'll go out and take a look. Wu Bai nodded. As soon as Wu Bai finished registering, he heard the angry voice of the security guard outside. "Why did you hit someone?" Wu Bai walked out holding Tang Tang. Outside, there was a silver-gray supercar parked. Next to the supercar stood a woman with heavy makeup and a hot body. There was also a man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. The security guard covered his face and looked at the men in the suit angrily. When Wu Bai's eyes fell on the men in the suit, they suddenly turned cold. The man in the suit seemed to notice something and turned around. When he saw Wu Bai, his eyes narrowed and a hint of undisguised panic flashed across his face, and more of it was fear, as if he had seen a ghost. After a long time, the man in the suit's expression returned to normal. He stared at Wu Bai and asked, "Why are you here?" Wu Bai's eyes were as sharp as knives and as fierce as a hawk. He stared at the men in the suit. "Do you know I'm still alive?" This person was Li Zhengming, who pushed him off the cliff. From Li Zhengming's words, we can draw a conclusion that he knew he didn't die after falling off the cliff. Otherwise, he should have said, "You are still alive," instead of asking him why he was here. A hint of panic flashed across Li Zhengming's eyes. But he soon calmed down and looked at Wu Bai with disdain. When Wu Bai was pushed off the cliff, no body was found afterwards. After investigation, he knew that Wu Bai was lucky enough to survive, but he became disabled. He originally wanted to send someone to kill Wu Bai, but then gave up the plan. It's not that he still has a trace of conscience, but he wants to see Wu Bai, a cripple, living as miserably as a dog. Li Zhengming's eyes were sinister, and he grinned. "Of course I know you are still alive, and you have a broken leg and are disabled. Wu Bai, why are you here? Shouldn't you be living in that small, shabby village, with your lame leg, taking care of your country girl?" "No, I remember now. The country girl seemed to have been hit by a car and died. You are a cripple, and you have a burden. Your life must be very hard, right?" There was a flash of murderous intent in Wu Bai's eyes. "Li Zhengming, her death was also caused by you, right?" Li Zhengming grinned. "Don't accuse me. If you think I did it, show me the evidence." "But, you are such a loser now, what can you do to me even if you have evidence?" "Ha ha ha." Wu Bai was filled with anger. Li Zhengming's shrill laughter was the same as when he pushed him off the cliff. He really wanted to punch Li Zhengming's head off, but that would be too easy for him. "Li Zhengming, I will take back everything you took from me one by one. I will make you pay back 100-fold for the pain you caused me." Li Zhengming grinned disdainfully and said, "Just relying on a piece of trash like you. I am now a business upstart, the chairman of Lingtian Group, and I am worth billions. Who do you think you are? A cripple, a piece of trash with a lame leg. What can you use to fight me?" Wu Bai's eyes became dull as water, and he looked at him without a trace of emotion. "You will pay the price, I promise." As he spoke, he walked towards Li Zhengming step by step. Li Zhengming's eyes narrowed fiercely, and he screamed in disbelief, "Your legs? This is impossible. How can your legs recover? Nothing is impossible in this world. Li Zhengming, you will never know what I have been through for this day." Wu Bai stepped forward step by step. Li Zhengming was intimidated by Wu Bai's aura and stepped back involuntarily. "Mr. Li, who is this person? So arrogant." Next to him, the heavily made-up woman stared at Wu Bai with disdain and said. Li Zhengming's steps back froze and his eyes became more ferocious. How could he be afraid in front of Wu Bai? He sneered disdainfully. "He is just a piece of trash, an ant that I can crush to death at any time, a piece of trash who doesn't know how to live or die and thinks he can arm wrestle with me. Wu Bai, even if your leg is healed, I can break it again. I advise you to go back to that little broken village and live on, and never show up in front of me again. If you don't know how to live or die and do something to make me unhappy, then I won't be able to say whether this little burden in your arms can grow up smoothly, let alone you." The anger that Wu Bai had suppressed with great difficulty surged up again. He slowly put Tang Tang on the ground. "Tang Tang, turn around and cover your ears. Don't open them until Dad tells you to, okay?" Tang Tang has always been well-behaved and sensible. Although she didn't know why her father asked her to do this, she still nodded her head obediently, turned around and stretched out her hands to cover her ears. Wu Bai slowly turned around and looked at Li Zhengming, with murderous intent surging in his eyes. Li Zhengming felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and the hairs on his back stood on end. But he never wanted to admit defeat in front of Wu Bai, so he said in a cowardly tone, "Why, do you still want to fight me? Don't forget that I'm a black belt in Taekwondo." Wu Bai said with cold eyes, "You must remember this forever, Tang Tang is not a burden, she is an angel sent to me by God." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Bai kicked his feet hard and rushed towards Li Zhengming as fast as a flash of light. Li Zhengming, a Taekwondo black belt, didn't even have a chance to react before Wu Bai punched him in the stomach. He was thrown backwards like a cannonball and hit the sports car behind him with a bang. The sports car was dented and Li Zhengming fell to the ground, holding his stomach with both hands, like a cooked shrimp. He was twitching in pain and didn't even have the strength to scream. He felt like his intestines were tied up. The heavily made-up woman screamed in fear. The security guard was stunned and shocked. Wu Bai walked over step by step, grabbed Li Zhengming's hair, forced him to look at him, and said coldly, "We will slowly settle our scores. I won't let you die too easily. You know my character. I will never let you die without revenge." As Wu Bai spoke, he flicked his fingers and a stream of energy silently penetrated into Li Zhengming's abdomen. A sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After saying that, he let go of her hand, stood up, and said indifferently, "Li Zhengming, there is a long time to come, let's play slowly." Then he walked over, picked up Tang Tang, and walked into the community. Killing Li Zhengming was too easy. He wanted to let Li Zhengming feel what despair and what it meant to linger on like he did in the past. The security guard looked at Wu Bai who was walking away and said thank you softly. Looking at Li Zhengming, who was like a dead dog, a deep disgust flashed in his eyes. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated in return. This is retribution. The heavily made-up woman ran over and tried to help Li Zhengming up, but the high heels on her feet made her unstable and they both fell down. Li Zhengming took a long time to calm down before he stood up with the help of the woman. He looked in the direction Wu Bai left, his eyes as cold as a venomous snake. But even he himself didn't realize that there was a hint of fear in his eyes that he couldn't hide. "Mr. Li, are you okay? Get out of here." Li Zhengming pushed the woman away with a ferocious look on his face, got into the car, turned the car around and sped away, leaving the woman standing there in a daze. "Bah, what a thing. If it weren't for your wealth, you wouldn't even be worthy of licking my toes. You're so ugly, you're not even as pretty as a dog." The woman spat and cursed in a very ungraceful manner. The security guard was stunned. He didn't expect that the woman's fashionable appearance hid such a vulgar and shrewish side. "What are you looking at? A poor security guard?" The woman was like a shrew and took out her anger on the security guard. The security guard muttered, "Bah, you really think you are upper class, but you are so vulgar." After saying that, he turned around and went into the security room. "Dad, is Tang Tang a burden?" On the way back, Tang Tang asked cautiously. Because Wu Bai had called her a burden before. Wu Bai kissed her little face and said with a smile, "Tang Tang is definitely not a burden, you are Daddy's angel." Wu Bai didn't want Tang Tang to worry about this, so he changed the subject and said, "Are you hungry? Dad will make you something delicious when he gets home." "Yes, yes," Tang Tang said happily. Although Tang Tang had suffered a lot and was very sensitive, she was just a child after all. When she heard about food, she immediately forgot the unpleasantness she had just experienced. After returning home, Wu Bai asked Tang Tang to watch TV while he was busy cooking in the kitchen. After dinner, I watched cartoons with Tang Tang for a while. It was getting late, so I coaxed her to sleep. "Can you sleep with Daddy, Tang Tang?" Tang Tang looked at Wu Bai hopefully. "Of course." Wu Bai got on the bed and lay next to Tang Tang. "Go to sleep. Dad will tell you a story." Tang Tang fell asleep halfway through the story. Wu Bai looked at her cute little face and felt warm in his heart. Early the next morning, Wu Bai got up quietly, went to the rooftop, and practiced for a while as usual. Then I came down to make breakfast for Tang Tang. While eating, Wu Bai thought about buying a car so that it would be convenient for Tang Tang to go to school. After dinner, Wu Bai cleaned up and took Tang Tang out. I met yesterday's security guard at the door. "Mr. Wu, are you going out?" Wu Bai smiled and said, "After I left last night, that person didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" The security guard said gratefully, "Thank you Mr. Wu for helping me out." He was slapped last night because he just opened the door a little late. Wu Bai smiled. He was not helping the security guard. This was a personal grudge between him and Li Zhengming. Mr. Wu smokes. The security guard took out his cheap cigarette somewhat embarrassedly, feeling a little reserved, fearing that Wu Bai would despise him. Wu Bai took it and tucked it behind his ear. Thank you. The child is here, I'll suck it for a while. The security guard had a smile on his face. Wu Bai lived in such an upscale neighborhood and was obviously a wealthy man. The fact that he accepted his cigarette showed great respect to him. Mr. Wu, let me call a taxi for you. Wu Bai nodded, thank you. The security guard called a taxi for Wu Bai and watched him leave. Wu Bai first went to the bank to cash the check and deposited it into the card, and then went to Chicheng. After a walk around the car city, Wu Bai carried Tang Tang into a 4S store called Jinxiang. At the door, there were several salespeople with good figures and pretty faces sitting there. Sister Wenwen, there are guests coming. It's your turn. A saleswoman who was touching up her makeup with a makeup mirror in her hand looked up and curled her lips in disdain. Then she looked at a quiet girl next to her who was wearing light makeup and said, Xiao Nua, you go ahead. Everyone's face was filled with surprise. Li Wenwen is an old employee in the store. She usually relies on her seniority to act bossy and bully the new employees. He usually steals other people's customers, but today he has changed his character, or the sun has risen in the west and he actually gave up his own customers. They received guests in order. It was Wu Bai's turn to receive Li Wenwen, but she gave it to the new employee Xiao Nua, which surprised everyone. Sister Wenwen, this is your client. How can I steal your client? Xiao Nua said in a panic. Li Wenwen glared at him, just go when I told you to. Can't you see I'm busy? I'll be the one to receive your guests later. Xiao Nua could only nod and agree, thank you, Sister Wenwen. As she spoke, she trotted towards Wu Bai, secretly encouraging herself in her heart, hoping that this deal would be successful. She had been here for almost half a month, and had not sold a single car. If this continued, she would not even be able to pass the internship period. Sister Wenwen, why do you want to give your clients to Xiao Nua? A female salesperson asked in confusion. Li Wenwen smiled proudly, do you know why I am the sales champion every month, and you are not? It's because you're doing whatever it takes to gain sales, several girls complained in their hearts. But I had to pretend to be asking for advice and asked, why? Li Wenwen looked around proudly. She liked the feeling of being the center of attention. Okay. Sister Wenwen will give you a free lesson today. Look at that guy. He's well dressed and handsome, but the clothes he's wearing are all popular brands. They're not that expensive. Maybe he only wears this one set when he goes out to meet people. Also, today is not Sunday, but he has time to take care of the kids. This shows that he is just a house husband with no job. He may be a gigolo who lives off his wife and has no real skills. The most important thing is that people who bring their children to see cars usually do so for the convenience of picking up and dropping off their children. Even if they buy a car, they won't buy a very expensive one. Most of them are practical for families and usually don't cost more than 100,000 yuan. We can't get much commission at all. Finally, the closing rate for this order is no more than 10%. It is very likely that he first came to see the car model, and the final decision still has to be made by his wife. Therefore, it is a waste of time to receive such a customer. Do you understand? Several girls looked at Li Wenwen with admiration, because Li Wenwen's analysis was indeed logical and well-founded. Sister Wenwen, you are really amazing. No wonder Sister Wenwen is able to close deals every time. We will never learn the skill of judging people and serving them accordingly in our lifetime. Li Wenwen smiled proudly and said, learn a little bit, you still have a lot to learn. At this time, everyone fell silent and turned their eyes to Wu Bai, wanting to see if Li Wenwen was right. Xiao Nua came to Wu Bai with a peaceful smile on her face. Hello, sir. I'm the shopping guide here. My name is Lesinuo. You can just call me Xiao Nua. I'm happy to serve you. Xiao Nua was very nervous. Although Wu Bai had a child with him, his handsome features and tall figure could easily make girls blush. Wu Bai nodded slightly. Hello. Xiao Nua smiled and said, Sir, do you have a favorite brand and model? Wu Bai shook his head and said with a smile, I just came here to take a look on a whim. Then I'll take you to have a look. If there's anything you like, I'll explain it to you. What do you want to buy a car for? Wu Bai smiled and said, it's just to make it easier to pick up and drop off the kids at school. Li Wenwen and the others pricked up their ears to listen. When she heard Wu Bai's words, Li Wenwen's face was full of pride. The other girls looked at her in admiration, because Li Wenwen was right. Wu Bai smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether I like it or not. The key is that my daughter likes it. Xiao Nua smiled and said, Sir, you are such a good father. Please come with me. We have several good models to buy. They are economical and suitable for picking up children. There are all kinds of cars here, divided into supercar area, luxury car area and economic area. Xiao Nua took Wu Bai for a tour and introduced him to several affordable cars, but Wu Bai was not satisfied with any of them, and Tang Tang didn't like them either. Tang Tang, which one do you like? Tell Daddy. Tang Tang stretched out her little hand and pointed behind Wu Bai, whispering, Dad, Tang Tang likes this. Wu Bai turned around and was stunned, because Tang Tang was pointing at a Wuling Hongguang Miniv. Wu Bai smiled bitterly. He seemed to have forgotten what children like. They didn't care whether the car was a luxury car or not, as long as it looked good. This car is too small, like a matchbox, and it's electric. Xiao Nua didn't show any disdain on his face. Instead, he introduced it seriously, Sir, this car is actually a very good one. Although it's a little small, it looks good, and it can run 150 kilometers on a single charge. Charging is also very convenient and economical. Wu Bai was embarrassed. To be honest, he knew that the car could not run fast even before he drove it. It was just a big toy. Moreover, the car body was light green, which he could not appreciate. Tang Tang likes this one. Tang Tang nodded her head hopefully. Wu Bai sighed helplessly. As long as Tang Tang likes it, that's good. He said to Xiao Nua, then let's take this one. But can I ask if there are other colors? Xiao Nua was a little embarrassed and apologized, Sir, because this car is so popular, there is only this color now, and it is the last one. But if you don't like this color, you can change the color of the car body. Wu Bai said without thinking, then let's change the color of the car body. Xiao Nua was very happy because she was finally going to sell her first car. Sir, please take a rest in the lounge area. I'll get you a color card and you can choose a color. Xiao Nua brought Wu Bai to the rest area. Xiao Nua poured a glass of water for them and went to get the color cards. Not long after, Xiao Nua brought a stack of color-changing cards. Sir, can you see if there is a color you like? As he spoke, he took out another booklet, flipped it open, and said, Sir, these are all photos of the finished product after the car's color was changed. Please take a look. Wu Bai nodded, flipped through the coloring card, and subconsciously asked Tang Tang, what color do you like? Sugar likes this. Wu Bai turned his head to take a look, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Tang Tang was referring to a picture of a car with its color changed, but it was pink, and there were many patterns on the body of the car. It looked like a big Pikachu. To describe it in 3 words, kawaii. This. Wu Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did he say so much? Xiao Nua said, Sir, this color is called macho pink, and it's very popular right now. Macho fan. Wu Bai rolled his eyes. Even if he added the word macho, it couldn't change the fact that his color was so feminine. Okay, let's do this. Seeing the hope in Tang Tang's eyes, Wu Bai decided to give it a try. As long as my daughter is happy, Daddy can forget about his reputation, woo-woo. Xiao Nua said happily, then I will calculate the price of the car for you first and try to give you a discount. Wu Bai nodded slightly. Xiao Nua calculated very carefully, writing down every detail, and finally including insurance, the final price was about 48,000. Of course, the color change was not included. Sir, do you have any questions? Wu Bai shook his head. Then wait a moment, sir. I will go and prepare the contract. Xiao Nua was just about to go out when she saw Li Wenwen walk in with a young man. Xiao Nua, please take this gentleman outside to handle it. I need to use this lounge. Li Wenwen said in a commanding tone. Sister Wenwen, can you wait for me to finish first? Xiao Nua was in an awkward situation. This was her first deal here. If Wu Bai got angry and the order failed, she would not be able to pass the probation period and would lose her job. Li Wenwen was startled and asked in surprise, he bought it. Xiao Nua nodded slightly and begged, a Wuling Hongguang Miniv. Sister Wenwen, this is my first order. I will definitely treat you to a meal later. Please help me. Li Wenwen rolled her eyes and said with disdain, it's just a Wuling Hongguang Miniv. I thought I bought a luxury car. Xiao Nua, my client wants to buy a supercar. Are these two comparable? Xiao Nua still wants to fight for it, she really needs this business to keep her job. But Li Wenwen was already impatient and urged rudely, what? What I said is no longer effective. Take him out quickly. It's just a broken car, you don't have to do this business. If you delay this big business of mine, you will have to leave tomorrow. Xiao Nua was anxious and aggrieved, and didn't know what to do for a moment. Wu Bai frowned slightly. He remembered this woman. Since he entered the store, this woman has looked down on him in various ways. He has amazing hearing, so he heard Li Wenwen's previous words clearly, but he didn't care. Wu Bai looked at the young man behind Li Wenwen who was playing with his phone and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, do you need me to make room for you? The young man who was playing with his phone subconsciously looked up and was startled at first, then he quickly stepped forward and said with surprise on his face, Dr. Wu, I didn't expect to meet you here, it's really a coincidence. This Mr. Lin, who else could it be but Lin Qing? Tang Tang, do you still remember your uncle? Lin Qing asked Tang Tang in a gentle voice. He knew that Wu Bai loved his daughter very much. Tang Tang nodded her head and said happily, you are the uncle who bought delicious food for Tang Tang. Lin Qing's face was full of joy. Tang Tang has a really good memory. If you like it, uncle will buy it for you next time. Thank you, uncle. You're welcome. Lin Qing said with a smile. Although he was a rich second generation, he was not a playboy. He knew that Wu Bai doted on his daughter, so it was definitely right to please Tang Tang. Li Wenwen's face was full of surprise. She knew Lin Qing. He had bought several sports cars from her alone. He was a young and wealthy young man. But she didn't expect that Lin Qing would be so polite to this person whom she looked down upon, and even tried to please him when he spoke. Li Wenwen looked at Wu Bai and began to wonder, this guy must be a rich man. He is just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Oh, so you two know each other. Li Wenwen thought it was profitable, and immediately smiled. She walked to Wu Bai with an exaggerated twist of her hips and stretched out her hand, saying, hello, my name is Li Wenwen, what is this gentleman's name? Xiao Nua's face darkened, knowing that his deal was going to fail. In this store, if Li Wenwen likes a customer, no one else will have a chance. Wu Bai looked at Li Wenwen, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a warm smile, you can go out now. What? Li Wenwen was stunned, suspecting that she had heard it wrong. Wu Bai's face darkened in vain, get lost. Li Wenwen was startled and took 2 steps back in embarrassment, her face turning blue and white. Xiao Nua was surprised. She didn't expect that Li Wenwen would be defeated one day. Li Wenwen was tall, curvy, and coquettish. Almost no man could resist her charm. But she never thought that Wu Bai would not fall for it. Wu Bai looked at Li Wenwen and sneered, I don't have any other advantages, but I have good hearing. I heard everything you said clearly. And let me tell you, I'm not a generous person. On the contrary, I will take revenge for any slight. Although Lin Qing didn't know what happened, he could guess that Li Wenwen must have offended Wu Bai. Although he had had a friendly match with this woman, he knew very well that this woman was only doing it to sell cars. He had also bought several sports cars from Li Wenwen. Everyone got what they needed and owed no one anything. No matter how stupid he was, he would never offend Wu Bai for Li Wenwen. His face immediately darkened, didn't you hear what Dr. Wu said? Get out now. Li Wenwen knew that she couldn't afford to offend Lin Qing. To a rich man, she was nothing. Lin Qing was so respectful to Wu Bai, so she couldn't afford to offend Wu Bai. In the end, she could only escape in embarrassment. Lin Qing said, Dr. Wu, how did this woman offend you? Do you want me to find someone to teach her a lesson? Forget it. Wu Bai waved his hands. This woman was just a little snobbish. There was no need to hold on to her, otherwise it would be too unclassy. Are you going to buy a car? Lin Qing nodded. I have to thank Dr. Wu for curing my sister. I plan to reward myself with a car. Look, is this human language? Shouldn't the correct thing to do be to buy him a car as a thank you gift for saving his life? Have you chosen a car? Lin Qing nodded and said, a Lamborghini Huracan. I have all the other Lamborghini models in my garage, except this one. Lin Qing thought for a moment and added. The corners of Wu Bai's mouth twitched slightly. This guy must be showing off his wealth. How much? Wu Bai asked casually. He didn't know much about cars. When he was at his peak, he only bought himself a BMW M8, which cost more than 2 million yuan. Lin Qing said lightly, this car is considered to be a relatively cheap model among Lamborghinis. Even with the optional equipment and the landing fee, it is less than 5 million. Wu Bai almost couldn't help but jump up and blow his head off. 5 million isn't expensive. Lin Qing didn't notice Wu Bai's expression and asked curiously, what car did Dr. Wu buy? Wu Bai pointed at the album. Lin Qing took a closer look out of curiosity, and then his eyes bulged like a toad. He really didn't expect Wu Bai to choose a Wuling Hongguang miniv. Tang Tang must like it, right? Wu Bai nodded slightly. He suddenly felt that this boy was much more pleasing to the eye. At least he could chat and didn't embarrass himself. Young Master Lin, go find her when you buy a car. Wu Bai suddenly pointed at Xiao Nuo next to him. Lin Qing nodded without even thinking, okay, I'll listen to Dr. Wu. Xiao Nuo was flattered and completely stunned. She never dared to dream that such a good thing would happen to her. Lin Qing said to Xiao Nuo, I've already picked out the car, you just need to prepare the contract. Your manager knows what to pay attention to. Lin Qing is a VIP customer here and is familiar with all the managers here. Please wait a moment. Xiao Nuo looked at Wu Bai gratefully, bowed deeply, then turned around and trotted away. Not long after, Xiao Nuo came back with 2 contracts. Gentlemen, please take a look. If everything is okay, you can sign it. Wu Bai took a quick glance and signed his name. The car was only worth tens of thousands of dollars, so he guessed that no one would bother to do anything with the contract. Lin Qing signed his name without even looking at it. If anyone dared to tamper with his contract, he would bankrupt this store. Lin Qing casually took out a black card and handed it to Xiao Nuo. Use it to swipe the card. There is no password. Pay for both cars together. Wu Bai's mouth curled up slightly. It is said that in the eyes of women, the action of a man taking out a card is the most handsome. But as a man, he felt that Lin Qing was particularly handsome at this moment. Forget it, I'll just pay for it myself. Wu Bai spoke, and he still had to be polite. Lin Qing said, Dr. Wu, please don't be polite to me. It's only tens of thousands of dollars, not even as expensive as the cushion I chose. He felt offended. Suddenly, he felt that Lin Qing was not handsome anymore, but extremely ugly. Xiao Nuo, can my car be modified? Sure, Mr. Wu, the car you chose originally has a single motor, but it can be changed to a dual motor. This will increase the power, but the battery life will be reduced. Xiao Nuo said. Wu Bai was a little disappointed. The power was stronger, but the range was reduced. What was the point of changing it? This car couldn't run very far anyway. He originally planned to trick Lin Qing, but after thinking it over he decided to give up. Wu Bai glanced at Lin Qing and decided to forget about it this time. He could go to his garage and pick one out when he had the chance. Lin Qing noticed Wu Bai's gaze, and for some reason, he felt uneasy, as if something was going to happen. How long will it take for my car to be fixed? Xiao Nuo said, it's just a change of color. It will probably be done in the afternoon. I'll keep an eye on it for Mr. Wu. Wu Bai nodded, looked at the time, and said, this morning has passed so quickly. It's already time for dinner. Let's go out and have something to eat. Xiao Nuo smiled and said, Mr. Wu, our store provides lunch. Moreover, Mr. Lin is a VIP customer of our store, so he has a special meal supply, and the taste is very good. If you don't mind, you can try it. Lin Qing nodded. I've eaten here twice. It tastes really good, not worse than the star restaurants outside. Dr. Wu, let's eat here. What do you think? Wu Bai had no objection and nodded. Xiao Nua took them to the VIP restaurant, where the environment was very nice. After the meal, Lin Qing asked, Dr. Wu, are you satisfied? Tang Tang, is it delicious? Tang Tang nodded happily. She had just eaten steak and it was really delicious. Wu Bai smiled and said, I think it's good too, especially the beef Wellington. As long as Dr. Wu is satisfied. The two of them were not in a hurry to leave, and they had some afternoon tea until Xiao Nua came to tell Wu Bai that his car was ready. When we came downstairs, a grand handover ceremony was held. But when Wu Bai lifted the red cloth, Lin Qing's eyes bulged out. The car was pink with a yellow Pikachu pattern on it, the headlights were made into cute big eyes, and there were 2 rabbit ears on the roof. This. Lin Qing looked at Wu Bai, then at this extremely cute car. He couldn't help but turned his back and covered his mouth with his hands to laugh. Although Wu Bai's expression changed slightly, his face turned a little red. Only Tang Tang was so happy that she circled around the car, muttering, so beautiful, so beautiful. Wu Bai smiled bitterly. As long as Tang Tang was happy, it didn't matter to him as a father. Xiao Nua came over and handed a stack of documents to Wu Bai, saying, Mr. Wu, the documents and other formalities are all here. You can choose the license plate on your phone, and it will be sent directly to your home. I have applied for a temporary license plate for you, but it can only be used for 10 days. Thank you. Wu Bai took it, put it in the car, turned around and asked Xiao Nua, can I drive away now? Xiao Nua smiled and nodded, saying gratefully, Mr. Wu, I don't know how to thank you for what you did today. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. After Wu Bai finished speaking, he carried Tang Tang into the car and fastened her seat belt. Tang Tang, let's go home. Go home, go home. Tang Tang waved her hands happily. Lin Qing hurried over, Dr. Wu, what about dinner tonight? Just send the address to my phone. After Wu Bai finished speaking, he started the car and rushed out. Dad, everyone is looking at us. Our car is the most beautiful. In the traffic, Tang Tang looked at the cars outside and compared them with her own car. No matter how she compared them, her car was the best looking, she said happily. Wu Bai wanted to cry but had no tears, so he silently rolled up the car window. This car attracts more attention than even luxury cars. The car drove to the gate of the community. The security guard who had met Wu Bai twice came over and looked at this extremely cute car with curiosity. Wu Bai lowered the car window. Mr. Wu. The security guard was surprised. Is this your car? Wu Bai nodded. The security guard suppressed his laughter and said, Mr. Wu, your car is really cute. Are you the only security guard in this community? The security guard said, that's not the case. There are several. I wasn't supposed to be on duty today. The colleague on duty today was sick, so I took his place for a day. The security guard said, opening the door. See you later. Wu Bai said hello and drove into the community. Tang Tang got out of the car reluctantly and walked around it in circles. It was obvious that she really liked this big pink toy. Tang Tang, the uncle is inviting us to dinner tonight, and we'll drive over then. Yes, yes. Tang Tang was so happy that her big eyes curved into crescents from smiling. Wu Bai picked up Tang Tang and was about to go in when he heard a delicate voice, wow, this car is so cute. I like it so much. The voice was so coquettish that Wu Bai got goosebumps all over his body. Without a 10-year history of diabetes, it would be impossible to make such a sound. Wu Bai turned around while holding Tang Tang, and saw a black Mercedes-Benz sedan stopped. A hot young girl with heavy makeup got out and walked straight towards Wu Bai's car. The girl walked around the car and said to the Mercedes-Benz in a sweet voice, honey, look, this car is so cute. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and started taking pictures. The driver of the Mercedes-Benz was a man in his 30s, with an arrogant and sinister look, wearing a black shirt, exposing his chest, and a large gold chain. He said disdainfully, no matter how cute it is, it's still a worthless junker. If you like it, I'll buy you one. But I like this one. The girl said teasingly. That's easy. The men got out of the car and walked straight to Wu Bai. Is this car yours? Wu Bai nodded slightly. The men said arrogantly, name a price, I'll buy this car. Wu Bai said indifferently, I'm not selling this car. Also, keep your woman away from my car. What did you say? The men frowned and looked at Wu Bai angrily, as if he had heard something incredible. He stared at Wu Bai and asked, are you rejecting me? Wu Bai wanted to laugh a little, and said jokingly, what, is it against the law to refuse you? The man's eyes were sinister, and he grinned, it's not against the law to reject me, but you will lose your life. Do you know who I am? In Jinjiang City, no one dares to reject me. Oh. Wu Bai looked playful and found it very interesting. He said jokingly, I really don't know who you are. My name is Liang Yuan, and my father is Liang Bogang. Boy, do you know who I am now? Wu Bai nodded slightly. He really knew Liang Baigang. Before the accident, Liang Baigang was already very famous and many people would call him Master Liang when they saw him. Because Liang Baigang not only has a big business, but also controls half of the underground world in Jinjiang City. He is connected to both the black and white worlds and has great influence. If it were back then, he would never dare to offend Liang Yuan. But now, let alone Liang Yuan, even if Liang Baigang stood in front of him, he would give him face by just looking at him. Liang Yuan laughed proudly, boy, now that you know who I am, then name a price. Wu Bai smiled slightly and said two words lightly, not for sale. Are you kidding me? Liang Yuan's face suddenly darkened and he stared at Wu Bai with sinister eyes and a fierce look on his face. Wu Bai raised his lips slightly, playing with you. I really don't have the time for that. You're looking for death. Do you believe that I can make sure you don't even know how you died? Wu Bai looked at him and said with a smile, if you really want to buy this car, it's fine. 1 million. Liang Yuan's face was full of ferocity. Boy, you are brave. You are the first one who dares to play with me. Do you know what will happen to you? Don't flatter yourself. Who's playing with you? I'm not interested in men. If you want to buy it, give me 1 million. If not, go do what you need to do. Wu Bai's eyes darkened in vain, staring at Liang Yuan and said, also, smile, you will scare my daughter like this. Liang Yuan stared at Wu Bai with sinister eyes. Honey, look at these bunny ears. They are so cute. Come over and take a photo with me. The heavily made-up girl grabbed the bunny ears on the roof and spoke in a delicate voice. Sister, be gentle, don't damage the bunny's ears. Tang Tang kept her eyes fixed on the heavily made-up girl, worried that she had damaged her beloved car. In the end, I don't know whether the girl did it on purpose or just used too much force, but she directly broke the rabbit's ears off. Tang Tang was stunned for a moment, her little mouth pursed, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. While crying, he said pitifully, Daddy, the bunny's ears fell off, the bunny's ears fell off. A sharp light flashed in Wu Bai's eyes. He hurriedly comforted Tang Tang, Tang Tang, be good, Tang Tang, don't cry. Daddy will find something to stick it on in a while, Daddy promises to fix it for you. Really? Tang Tang asked pitifully while wiping her tears. How could Dad lie to Tang Tang? Dad will take you to find glue now, and then we can glue the bunny's ears together, okay? Yeah. Tang Tang nodded aggrievedly. Wu Bai glanced at Liang Yuan and suddenly smiled brightly, stay here and don't leave, or you will regret it. Liang Yuan sneered disdainfully and said, don't worry, kid, I won't leave. This matter is not over today. Wu Bai carried Tang Tang back home and said, Tang Tang, there is a bottle of glue in the innermost room on the second floor. Go find it and take it down. Let's glue the rabbit's ears back together, okay? Okay. Tang Tang wiped her tears and walked towards the stairs with her short legs. Watching Tang Tang go upstairs, Wu Bai's eyes suddenly became gloomy and he turned and walked out. Liang Yuan saw Wu Bai coming out and grinned, boy, I thought you were so scared that you hid at home and didn't come out. You actually dared to come out. You are really brave. Wu Bai looked at the heavily made-up girl and asked, you broke off the bunny ears on purpose, right? The girl said delicately, I really didn't mean to do that. It was obviously because the broken ear wasn't glued on properly. How can you blame me? As he said this, he laughed happily and threw the rabbit ears on the side of the road. Boy, so what if my woman did it on purpose? Not to mention breaking off one of your rabbit ears, even if I smashed your car, you. Before Liang Yuan could finish his words, Wu Bai suddenly turned around, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, like two sharp blades stabbing at Liang Yuan, and he was so scared that the rest of his words got stuck in his throat and couldn't utter them. Honey, the look in his eyes is so scary. I'm so scared. The heavily made-up woman did not realize the seriousness of the situation and was still fanning the flames in a pinched voice. Liang Yuan came back to his senses and was furious. How could he be scared by the other person's look? It was so embarrassing. Boy, it seems that you haven't realized what will happen if you offend me. Wu Bai's eyes were indifferent. He grabbed Liang Yuan's neck and lifted him up with one hand. He squeezed his neck bones with 5 fingers and made them crack. He said coldly, "It doesn't matter what happens if I offend you, what matters is that if I offend me, you will end up in a miserable state." Liang Yuan was dangling in the air like a rag bag, trying to pry Wu Bai's hands open, but no matter how hard he struggled it was in vain. The heavily made-up girl screamed in fear and pointed at Wu Bai and shouted, "If you dare to hit him, you're dead." Wu Bai looked at her fiercely and said coldly, "If you don't want me to break your fake nose, shut up. Ugly people are more likely to do weird things. If you don't know how disgusting you are, go and see a toad." You. The girl was shaking with anger. He actually compared her to something as disgusting as a toad. Little did she know that in Wu Bai's eyes, she was more disgusting than a toad. Wu Bai looked at Liang Yuan, whose face was red and purple, and said coldly, "My daughter is coming out soon, and I don't want the blood to scare her. If it were another place, I guarantee that you would feel what it means to have broken bones and tendons, and live a life worse than death." Before he finished speaking, Wu Bai let go of his hand, and Liang Yuan fell to the ground. Fresh air rushed into his mouth, choking him and causing him to cough violently while holding his neck. Tears and snot came out from the air. For the first time, he felt how blessed it was to be able to breathe. Wu Bai looked down at him and said, "1 rabbit ear, 1 million. Any objection?" Liang Yuan's facial features were distorted and his face was full of ferocity. He had never been so angry before. He stood up slowly and stared at Wu Bai intently. "Boy, this matter today is not over yet." Before Liang Yuan could finish his words, Wu Bai raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground. Bang. There was a loud bang. The hard concrete road surface under Wu Bai's feet was blown into a spider web, with cracks spreading all around. Liang Yuan was so frightened that his eyes bulged out, and he staggered backwards with fear on his face and fell on his butt. The heavily made-up girl covered her mouth in horror. She was terrified. "Is this still a human being?" Wu Bai said indifferently, "Which do you think is stronger, your bones or the road surface?" The two of them shivered violently, feeling cold all over. Is there any need to compare? The concrete road surface was cracked and his bones must have been crushed by the foot. Wu Bai looked at him. "Mr. Liang, do you think a rabbit ear is worth more than 1 million? Liang Yuan was trembling all over, shaking like a sieve, and said in a trembling voice, not much at all. Congratulations on making the right decision. In fact, I would rather you reject me, because then I can kill you. How are you going to pay the bill?" Liang Yuan trembled and said, "Can I transfer the money?" "Of course." Wu Bai handed him the card he had just applied for today. "Look carefully at the card number. Remember, my name is Wu Bai. Don't transfer it to the wrong person." Liang Yuan took the card nervously, took out his mobile phone and started transferring money. Bang. While Liang Yuan was transferring the money, Wu Bai came to the front of the car and punched the hood. The terrible force made the rear of the car lift up. The entire hood collapsed completely. The heavily made-up girl screamed in fear and her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Liang Yuan was so frightened that his soul left his body and he trembled continuously. Wu Bai looked at him and smiled slightly. "Go on, leave me alone." As Wu Bai spoke, he walked to the side of the car and kicked the door so hard that it caved in, causing the entire car to move sideways half a meter. Even though Wu Bai is only a lower-grade human now, if he is given a weapon, he can split the car in half. Bang. Wu Bai came to the back and kicked the rear end of the car so hard that it sank into the pit. After one round, this valuable Mercedes-Benz was completely unrecognizable. Okay. Liang Yuan said tremblingly. Wu Bai took out his cell phone and took a look. The money had arrived. He walked over and took the card back, then looked at Liang Yuan and said with a smile, "Remember, my name is Wu Bai. I hope you will come to avenge me, because you are not guilty of the crime now, but next time, I can kill you. Now, you can go away." Liang Yuan and the girl scrambled to get into the car and rushed out in the unrecognizable car. Wu Bai only destroyed the surface of the car and did not damage the machine. The car can start normally. He didn't want a pile of scrap metal at his doorstep. At this moment, Tang Tang struggled to open the door of the villa, squeezed out with her small body, and looked at Wu Bai aggrievedly. "Dad, Tang Tang didn't find glue, so the rabbit ears can't be glued on, woo-woo." Wu Bai suppressed his violent emotions and walked over with a smile. "Don't worry, Tang Tang, Dad will go and look for it. He will definitely be able to glue the bunny ears back." The glue was not in the room on the second floor, so he asked Tang Tang to find it, just to prevent her from seeing his violent side and for fear of scaring her. Wu Bai returned home, found the glue and took it out. He went to the roadside, picked up the rabbit ears that the girl had thrown away, wiped them clean, added some glue, and quickly glued them on. Seeing that the rabbit ears were glued on, Tang Tang laughed happily. "Dad is so awesome, Dad is so great." Seeing Tang Tang smile, Wu Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. "Tang Tang, let's go back and rest for a while. Daddy will take you to eat delicious food in the evening." Tang Tang's little face was full of worry. "Dad, when we are not here, some bad guys will damage our car." "No, Dad promises." After coaxing for a long time, Tang Tang finally followed Wu Bai back to the villa, looking back every few steps. When it was getting dark, a phone call came and told Wu Bai that they would have dinner at Mingjiang Hotel tonight. Wu Bai knew that Mingjiang Hotel was one of the 5-star hotels in Jinjiang City. "Tang Tang, let's go eat." Tang Tang turned off the TV and ran over, saying happily, "Let's go eat." Wu Bai drove out with Tang Tang and arrived at the entrance of Mingjiang Hotel. As one of the few 5-star hotels in Jinjiang City, there are naturally many luxury cars at the entrance. Wu Bai found a parking space and parked the car. After getting out of the car, he went around to the other side and picked Tang Tang up. "Dad, our car is the most beautiful," Tang Tang said excitedly. "That's because our car was chosen by Tang Tang, so it's the most beautiful." Tang Tang was so happy that her big eyes curved into crescents. Just then, a black supercar drove past and then backed up. The car window was rolled down. The driver was a young man with sunken eyes and a pale face, and a beautiful girl was sitting in the passenger seat. Of course, when driving a car like this, there will be no shortage of beautiful women in the passenger seat. The young man looked at Wu Bai. "Is this your car?" Wu Bai nodded slightly. The young man took out a stack of banknotes from the car, counted 4 or 5, and handed them to Wu Bai. He raised his head and squinted his eyes and said, "Here, move your broken car out of the way. I want this parking space." Wu Bai frowned slightly. Isn't his car a car? Why did people look down on him one after another? We just dealt with Liang Yuan in the afternoon, and now here comes another one. Wu Bai is really patient. Please find another parking space. After Wu Bai finished speaking, he was too lazy to talk to him anymore and prepared to go in with Tang Tang in his arms. Unexpectedly, the young man refused to give in. He got out of the car, stopped Wu Bai, and said disdainfully, "You think it's too little, right? I know people like you. You are the most greedy." Wu Bai said indifferently, "What kind of people are we?" The young man laughed and said, "Need I tell you? Of course you are poor. You have the nerve to park your junky car next to these luxury cars. Don't you feel ashamed? I don't want to bother with a commoner like you." As the young man spoke, he counted out a few more bills and shook them in front of Wu Bai. "Is it enough? If not, I have more." Wu Bai frowned in annoyance, too lazy to pay attention to this idiot, and prepared to leave with Tang Tang in his arms. The young man was relentless and stopped Wu Bai again. "I gave you face, didn't I? I despise poor bastards like you who like to pretend even though you have no money. It's better abroad, unlike in China, where everyone has such low quality. It turned out to be a Western admiring dog. He even had the nerve to say that Chinese people have low quality. Wu Bai was so angry that he laughed. Where are your braids? The young man was slightly startled, frowned, and said, Psycho. What braid? Wu Bai sneered, since you don't have a braid on your head, why are you kneeling and refusing to get up? Mr. Chen, he is scolding you for being pro-Western. The girl in the passenger seat leaned her head out and said. The young man stared at Wu Bai with a fierce look in his eyes. How dare you scold me? If I wasn't afraid of getting my hands dirty, I would have slapped you right now. Life abroad is so good, why did you come back? Use your brain when you speak next time, or you'll get spanked. Wu Bai shook his head. What era is this? Some people are still belittling Chinese people and saying that foreign countries are better. They are so hopelessly stupid. Who dares to beat me up in Jinjiang City? The young man said with disdain, I have already immigrated and am no longer a dragon citizen. I just like to earn your money and spend it abroad. What can a poor bastard like you do to me? Wu Bai's eyes darkened. How can you expect to reason with a man who even looks down on his own country? There is a saying that goes, when friends come, we have wine, when beasts come, we have sticks. Therefore, it is a complete waste of words to reason with such a person. Wu Bai looked around and prepared to find a deserted place to teach him a lesson with his fists. Just as Wu Bai was looking for a place, several men in suits and leather shoes came over and asked, Chenli, why does it take Southwest long to park the car? Chenli looked at Wu Bai with disdain and cursed, don't mention it. I met an idiot who tried to snatch my parking space. I haven't been back for a few years. The quality of this country's people is really getting worse and worse. Who is it? Turn around and let me see who dares to grab the parking space with our Master Chen. A young man with a long face and high hair said in a sarcastic tone. Wu Bai turned around slowly. The others didn't react much, but one man and one woman reacted strongly. Wu Bai didn't expect to meet Li Zhengming here. His gaze shifted to the woman next to Li Zhengming, his lips instantly pursed, and his eyes became complicated. The woman was very beautiful, tall, with delicate features and skin as white as snow. She looked at Wu Bai with shock on her face. Wu Bai, long time no see. After a long time, the woman slowly spoke. Wu Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, and then gradually became calm. She said it's been a long time, which means she knows you're still alive. Yi Jingshu, Li Zhengming harmed me, and what role did you play in this matter? He loved this woman to his core. When we meet again now, everything has changed. Back then, he was pushed off a cliff by Li Zhengming and became disabled. He lived a miserable life in that small village and did not have the courage to come back to find her. And she, knowing that he was still alive, did not come to look for him. Wu Bai opened his thin lips slightly, his expression indifferent. Miss Yi, long time no see. Yi Jingshu's expression changed slightly. The word Miss Yi represented distance and estrangement. Li Zhengming looked at Wu Bai with a cold gaze and put his arm around Yi Jingshu's waist. Yi Jingshu struggled slightly and then stopped resisting. Li Zhengming's face was full of pride. Wu Bai, Jingshu, and I are getting married next month. You must come to have a drink at the wedding. With your blessing, I think we will be very happy. Wu Bai looked at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a smile, okay, I will definitely be there when the time comes and give you a big gift. Li Zhengming smiled proudly, his eyes provocative, then I look forward to your visit. Mr. Li, do you know each other? Chen Li pointed at Wu Bai and asked. Li Zhengming smiled and said, of course I know him. Wu Bai was my best friend back then. It's just that there are some misunderstandings between us now. But it doesn't matter. I, Li Zhengming, have never lacked friends. Li Zhengming's meaning was very clear, that is, he and Wu Bai used to be friends, but now they are enemies. Chen Li had a ferocious look on his face. Boss Li is right. It's too cheap to be friends with such a person. Now that he is no longer your friend, Boss Li, this kid has offended me. I will deal with him. Boss Li, do you have any objection? Li Zhengming smiled sinisterly and said, of course I have no objection, please do as you wish, Mr. Chen. Chen Li looked at Wu Bai and grinned. Boy, I'm giving you two choices now. First, you kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize. Second, I'll find someone to break your legs, and then you'll have to kneel down even if you don't want to. Li Jingming laughed and said, I bet he will kneel down and kowtow to apologize. After all, he was a cripple before and his legs finally healed. He definitely doesn't want his legs to be broken again. When Tang Tang heard that these people were going to break Wu Bai's legs, her little body trembled and she hugged Wu Bai's neck tightly. Don't be afraid, Tang Tang, Daddy will be fine. Wu Bai comforted Tang Tang in a low voice. Jingming, there are too many people here. It's not good to make a scene. Let's go upstairs and eat. Yi Jingshu looked at Li Jingming and said. Li Jingming's eyes flashed with viciousness, and he cursed in his heart, stinky bitch, if you didn't hold 10% of Ling Tian Group's shares, and the Yi family didn't help me a little, who do you think you are? Wait until we get married, and see how I torture you. Of course, he could only think about these words in his heart for the time being, but with a gentle smile on his face, Jingshu, this is none of my business. It was young Master Chen who wanted to deal with him, and I couldn't do anything about it. Chen Li looked at Wu Bai and grinned, boy, let me ask you one last question. Will you kneel or not? Who do you want to kneel down for you? Wu Bai was thinking about how to kill Chen Li when suddenly a voice came from a distance. He turned around and saw Lin Qing and Lin Danzhuang walking towards him. Lin Qing was driven down by Lin Xiangrong to greet Wu Bai, and Lin Danzhuang also followed. When they came down, they saw Wu Bai surrounded by a group of people, and they heard someone asking Wu Bai to kneel down from afar. Uncle Lin Qing. Tang Tang saw Lin Qing and waved her hands. Some bad guys are bullying Dad. Last time at the mall, the security guard and the female shopping guide made things difficult for them, and it was Lin Qing who solved the problem. Tang Tang felt that Lin Qing was very capable since then. Moreover, Lin Qing treated her very well and bought her delicious food. It is easy for children to like and trust someone, so she asked for help when she saw Lin Qing. Lin Qing stepped forward and said with a smile, Don't be afraid, Tang Tang, with Uncle Lin Qing here, no one dares to bully you and your father. Lin Qing felt very happy. He didn't expect Tang Tang to trust him so much. Since Tang Tang trusts him so much, he has to show his ability. He turned his head and looked at Chen Li. Did you ask Dr. Wu to kneel down to you? Chen Li looked at Lin Qing and frowned. Who are you? Bang. Lin Qing said nothing and slapped him in the face. Chen Li staggered a few steps after being hit, covered his face and looked at Lin Qing in disbelief, angrily saying, You dare to hit me. Lin Qing sneered disdainfully, What's wrong with hitting you? I'll kick you. As he said that, he took a step forward, kicked Chen Li to the ground, and cursed, Who do you think you are? You dare to make Dr. Wu kneel down to you, I think you are tired of living. Chen Li held his stomach with his hands, his face full of pain. Remember, my name is Lin Qing. I don't care who you are. Apologize to Dr. Wu quickly, or I'll beat you to a pulp. Chen Li's facial features were distorted with pain, and his eyes were filled with resentment. If you dare to hit me, this matter will not be over so easily. I just like your fearlessness of death. Lin Qing grinned and walked towards Chen Li. Chen Li shrank back in fear, shouting in a weak voice, What do you want to do? Lin Qing said arrogantly, What? Of course I want to cripple you. In terms of arrogance, Lin Qing ranks among the top young masters in Jinjiang City. Mr. Lin. Li Jingming hurried forward to stop him. He knew Lin Qing, but he didn't expect Lin Qing to stand up for Wu Bai. Lin Qing paused and looked at Li Jingming. He felt that he looked familiar and frowned. Have we met before? Li Jingming smiled and said hurriedly, I am Li Jingming from Ling Tian Group. We met at the meeting last time. Lin Qing thought about it and nodded. Yeah, I seem to have some impression. Li Jingming smiled in a very flattering manner. Ling Tian Group has a market value of tens of billions, but it is still a younger brother in front of a large group like the Lin family with a market value of hundreds of billions. Li Jingming pointed at Chen Li and said, Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Chen Li from Chuangfeng Group. You also met him at the cocktail party last time. What happened today was a complete misunderstanding. Please calm down. I will apologize to you on his behalf. I'm sorry. Lin Qing frowned. Chuang Feng Group, Chen Li. Li Jingming smiled flatteringly and nodded. Lin Qing suddenly said, I remember now. This guy is the foreign admiring dog. He was full of shit at the cocktail party, saying that the moon is rounder abroad than at home, and the air abroad is sweeter. He looked down on all kinds of idiots in China. Is that him? Li Jingming was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Chen Li was indeed a westernized person and often said inappropriate things. Lin Qing laughed grimly. I heard about this idiot at the last cocktail party. I looked for him at that time, but I didn't find him. I didn't expect to run into him here. Li Jingming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Lin Qing had been wanting to deal with Chen Li for a long time. He glanced at Chen Li and felt angry at this outspoken idiot. However, he has cooperation with Chuang Feng Group, so Chen Li still has to protect him. Mr. Lin, Mr. Chen drank too much at the last party and talked nonsense. You should not hold grudges against others, so don't bother with him. Li Jingfeng's face was full of flattery. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chen Li, gave him a wink, and then said, Mr. Chen, why don't you apologize to Mr. Lin quickly? Chen Li wilted when he heard Lin Qing's name. Young masters are also divided into different levels, and he and Lin Qing are not in the same league at all. He hurriedly got up, nodded and said, Mr. Lin, I drank too much last time, just treat it as me farting, don't bother with me. Lin Qing stepped forward, arrogantly patted Chen Li's face, and said sarcastically, do you know what I hate the most? It's idiots like you who betray their ancestors. You can be a foreign dog, but don't bark randomly. It's wrong to annoy others. Yes, Mr. Lin is right. Chen Li nodded and bowed, his face full of flattery. There was no trace of his previous arrogance. This guy is a typical bully who only fears the strong and bullies the weak. He knew that there was a huge difference between his own Chuang Feng Group and the Lin Group. If he angered Lin Qing, Chuang Feng Group would not be able to withstand the suppression of the Lin Group. Lin Qing sneered, also, go and apologize to Dr. Wu. If he doesn't forgive you, I will have to cripple you today. Chen Li's eyes were sinister. He had no objection to apologizing to Lin Qing because he couldn't afford to offend him. But who was Wu Bai? Why should he apologize to him? Why, you don't want to. Lin Qing sneered, waved his hand and slapped Chen Li in the face, causing him to stagger back several steps, his face swollen like a bun. Muyang dog, did I give you face? Don't be angry, Mr. Lin. I apologize. Chen Li was scared. Lin Qing didn't play by the rules at all. He started fighting as soon as they disagreed. He didn't dare to fight back and felt so frustrated that he almost vomited blood. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. Chen Li glanced at Wu Bai with cold eyes and thought to himself, I'll let you be proud for a few days. When Lin Qing is not around, I will kill you sooner or later. He came to Wu Bai, bent down and said, Mr. Wu, I'm sorry. What happened today is all my fault, please forgive me. Wu Bai looked at him calmly, with a slight smile on his face, kneel down. Chen Li raised his head and looked at Wu Bai with uncertain eyes. How dare he ask him to kneel down? Wu Bai said indifferently, Mu Yang dog, you have to remember this clearly, those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. I, Wu Bai, have never been a generous person, and I will always take revenge if I have a grudge. Chen Li's face turned pale and blue, and his eyes were cold. Seeing this, Li Jingming smiled and said, Wu Bai, Master Chen was just joking just now, there's no need to take it seriously, right? Really? Wu Bai said sarcastically, but I took it seriously. Li Jingming, since you care so much about this foreign-loving dog, why don't you kneel for him? Li Jingming's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Making him kneel in front of Wu Bai would be more painful than killing him. This is absolutely impossible. Wu Bai, please leave some space for us so that we can meet again in the future. Don't be too ruthless in everything. Wu Bai suddenly burst into laughter. Li Jingming, you are not qualified to tell me not to be too extreme in everything. Li Jingming's eyes were sinister. Wu Bai, we haven't seen each other for a long time. There's no need to make such a scene. How about we both take a step back? Yi Jingshu looked at Wu Bai and said softly. Wu Bai was smiling, but his smile was bitter. Miss Yi, it's better not to meet like this. I never thought too badly of you, but now it's hard for me to think too well of you. Yi Jingshu's expression darkened and she slowly lowered her head, her expression unclear. Lin Danzhuang didn't say anything, but at this moment she looked at Wu Bai, then at Yi Jingshu, and a hint of understanding flashed in her eyes. She turned and looked at Lin Qing. Brother, don't waste too much time, Dad is still waiting for Dr. Wu. Lin Qing also realized that the relationship between Wu Bai and Li Zhengming was not simple, and immediately came up with an idea. He grabbed Chen Li's neck and kicked him in the knee. Chen Li lowered his body and knelt on the ground with a thud. His knees hit the ground hard. He groaned in pain and his facial features twisted. At the same time, Wu Bai flicked his fingers, and a stream of energy shot out and hit Li Zhengming's knee. Wu Bai did it very secretly and no one noticed it. Li Zhengming felt a piercing pain in his knees and could not exert any strength. He knelt down towards Wu Bai with a plop. Except for Wu Bai, everyone looked at Li Zhengming in shock. Li Zhengming was also confused. When he came to his senses, he found that he had knelt down in front of Wu Bai. His head was buzzing and he was filled with shame and anger. Wu Bai joked, Li Zhengming, you are really a good friend. I didn't expect you to be willing to kneel down for Mu Yangquan. I admire you a little bit. Li Zhengming's face flushed, and he wanted to stand up, but he found that his right knee was so painful that he trembled and could not exert any strength. Wu Bai sneered and said, since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly forgive you. After saying that, he looked at Lin Qing and Lin Danzhuang. Let's go. Lin Qing grinned and nodded slightly. Lin Danzhuang fell behind by a few steps. When she walked in front of Li Zhengming, her temperament suddenly changed. She was originally gentle and quiet, but now she had a strong aura and was fierce and intimidating. Anyone who really thinks that the eldest daughter of the Lin family is a greenhouse flower who is ignorant of the world is very wrong. Li Zhengming, Wu Bai is my savior. If you dare to embarrass him again, I will make you and your Ling Tian group disappear together. Li Zhengming looked up at her and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Lin Danzhuang turned her head to look at Yi Jingshu, sneered, and said, you too, remember my words. After saying that, he turned around and trotted to catch up with Lin Qing and Wu Bai, with an innocent smile on his face. Lin Danzhuang's expression changed so quickly that even Wu Bai didn't notice. Lin Danzhuang caught up with Wu Bai and watched Tang Tang stretch out her hand, holding a few candies in her palm. She smiled gently and said, Tang Tang, sister will treat you to candy. Tang Tang didn't dare to take it, but looked at Wu Bai. Wu Bai nodded slightly, my sister gave it to you, take it. Tang Tang then took it, her voice still in a baby voice, thank you, sister. You're welcome. Lin Danzhuang touched her little face, Tang Tang is so good. Sister is so beautiful. Tang Tang said seriously with her little face. Lin Danzhuang's eyes curved into crescents, then let your sister hug you, okay. Okay. Tang Tang stretched out her hand. Wu Bai laughed. How could such a silly girl like him be deceived by just a few candies? Ms. Lin, be careful. The sugar is quite heavy. Wu Bai handed Tang Tang to Lin Danzhuang to hold. Tang Tang is so light, it's not heavy at all. Lin Danzhuang smiled and hugged Tang Tang and turned around twice. Tang Tang giggled happily. Behind him, Li Zhengming had ferocious features and looked at Wu Bai and his companions who walked into the hotel with resentment on his face. Yi Jingshu glanced at Li Zhengming, her eyes full of disappointment. Wu Bai, I can't swallow this anger unless I kill you. Chen Li roared like a mad dog, got up from the ground, took out his cell phone and made a call. Mingjiang Hotel, Box 8888. This private room is at least hundreds of square meters and not only has a dining area, but also a leisure area, bar and other supporting facilities. This is one of the best private rooms in Mingjiang Hotel. Wu Bai and his companions walked into the box. Lin Xiangrong and his wife came forward to greet us warmly. Dr. Wu, please take a seat. Director Lin, please. Several people sat down. Lin Danzhuang smiled and said to Tang Tang, Sister has prepared a gift for you. As he spoke, he picked up a half-man-tall pink teddy bear from the side. Tang Tang's eyes lit up. She has never had any toys since she was a child. Do you like it? Tang Tang looked at Wu Bai, her eyes full of hope. Wu Bai blamed himself for forgetting to buy a toy for Tang Tang. Take it, and don't forget to thank your sister. Tang Tang then took it. She was too small and the teddy bear was a little big, so it was a bit difficult for her to hold it. But she smiled happily and said in a baby voice, "Thank you, sister. You're welcome, as long as Tang Tang likes it." Lin Xiangrong asked curiously, "Dr. Wu, why don't you see Madam Ling?" Wu Bai's eyes darkened. He glanced at Tang Tang, who was having fun with Lin Dan Huang, and smiled bitterly. She's been gone for many years. He felt full of guilt towards Tang Tang's mother. He had never loved that woman, but she gave him everything and gave birth to the little angel Tang Tang. Lin Xiangrong hurriedly said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring up Dr. Wu's sad story." Wu Bai shook his head. "It's over." Lin Xiangrong smiled awkwardly, turned around and told the waiter to serve the food. Lin Qing said, "Dr. Wu, forgive me for being so nosy. Do you have a grudge against Li Zhengming? I'm not asking about your privacy on purpose, I just want to ask if you need help." Wu Bai wanted to tell the whole story. He needed the Lin family's help, but he held back when the words came to his lips. Because he found a gray look in Lin Xiangrong's eyes. This is evil spirit and also deathly spirit. This gray aura is invisible to others, but he has a wide range of knowledge, has a deep study of physiognomy, and has some cultivation, so he can see it. There was a strong gray aura in Lin Xiangrong's eyes, proving that his life was in danger. Wu Bai looked at Lin Xiangrong's wife again and found that her eyes were also filled with death. Wu Bai frowned slightly. He could see that the couple's lives were in danger, but he couldn't find the source for the moment. "Dr. Wu, what's wrong?" Seeing Wu Bai staring at the couple, Lin Xiangrong asked curiously. "It's okay." Wu Bai smiled and covered it up. He knew that if he told Lin Xiangrong and his wife now that their lives were in danger, they might not believe it. "Let's wait until we find the source." Wu Bai observed Lin Qing and Lin Dan Huang inconspicuously, and the strange thing was that there was no deadness in the eyes of these two people. This left Wu Bai completely puzzled. Just then, the waiter started serving the food. Soon the table was filled with delicious dishes, including wild animals from the mountains, swallows from the clouds, cattle, sheep from the land, and seafood from the sea. Lin Xiangrong said, "Dr. Wu, this is a common meal, please don't despise it. Director Lin is really too polite." As Wu Bai spoke, he observed the food on the table. He suspected that someone had poisoned Lin Xiangrong and his wife. But he quickly denied this idea, because everyone would eat the food, and if the food was poisonous, Lin Qing and Lin Dan Huang should have death in their eyes. "Dr. Wu, please don't be polite. Just pick up your chopsticks." Wu Bai smiled and nodded, and picked up some food for Tang Tang first. The little guy had been drooling over the table full of delicacies. Lin Dan Huang smiled gently and said, "Dr. Wu, you eat. I'll take care of Tang Tang." "How can this be so embarrassing? I'll do it myself." Lin Dan Huang smiled and said, "Dr. Wu, let me do it. I really like Tang Tang." "Tang Tang likes sister too," Tang Tang said in a baby voice. Wu Bai smiled indulgently. Lin Qing smiled and said, "Does Tang Tang like uncle?" Tang Tang nodded her head seriously and said, "I like it." In Tang Tang's heart, she likes whoever is good to her and her father. Lin Xiangrong asked the waiter to open a bottle of fine wine from his collection, and said with a smile, "Dr. Wu, you are with your child, so we won't drink too much, just a few drinks will be enough." Wu Bai nodded slightly. "Come, let's all toast to divine Dr. Wu. It is a great honor for our Lin family to know divine Dr. Wu." The cups clinked together and everyone drank them all in one gulp. "Dr. Wu, I toast to you." Lin Qing picked up the cup. Wu Bai had just finished drinking with Lin Qing when Lin Dan Huang picked up the cup again, looked at Wu Bai and smiled, "Dr. Wu, I have to toast you too. Thank you for curing my illness." Wu Bai had to drink this glass of wine. "I originally planned to have a few drinks, but in the end I didn't eat much of the food and drank a lot of wine. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The more we talked, the happier we became. The happiest one was Tang Tang. She was like a little hamster, never stopping eating, and her little belly was full of food. The meal lasted for more than 4 hours. After they left the hotel, Lin Dan Huang reluctantly handed the candy to Wu Bai and warned him, "Mr. Wu, if you've been drinking, don't drive." Wu Bai nodded slightly. At this time, Lin Xiangrong's driver drove over. Lin Qing called a designated driver. "Mr. Wu, let's go first and get together another day," Lin Xiangrong said with a smile. Wu Bai nodded slightly and was about to wave goodbye, but he inadvertently saw a hint of death in the eyes of Lin Xiangrong's driver. Car accident. Wu Bai finally understood the source of the danger. Lin Qing and Lin Dan Huang were in the same car, so there was no deadness in his eyes. There was a heavy look of death in the eyes of Lin Xiangrong and his wife, and there was also a look of death in the eyes of his driver. There was no other explanation except that it was a car accident. Seeing Lin Xiangrong and his wife about to get in the car, Wu Bai hurriedly said, "Director Lin, wait a moment." Lin Xiangrong had half of his body in the car. When he heard Wu Bai's words, he got out again and looked at Wu Bai and smiled, "Dr. Wu, what can I do for you?" Wu Bai said, "Director Lin, can you trust me?" Lin Xiangrong was slightly startled, then smiled and said, "Of course. If Mr. Lin believes me, don't take your own car home tonight. Take a taxi home." Not to mention Lin Xiangrong, Lin Qing, and Lin Dan Huang both looked at Wu Bai with confusion. Lin Xiangrong asked in confusion, "Dr. Wu, I don't understand, why?" "Director Lin, I can't explain it to you right now. If you trust me, take a taxi home tonight, and I promise it will do you no harm." Lin Xiangrong was full of confusion, even a little unhappy, and felt that Wu Bai was a little weird. Seeing this, Lin Qing said, "Dad, Dan Huang and I will take your car, and you and my mom will take mine." "No." Wu Bai waved his hand and said, "No one can ride in this car." Lin Xiangrong's driver looked at Wu Bai with unfriendly eyes, always feeling that Wu Bai was targeting him. Lin Xiangrong frowned. He was the chairman of the Lin Group. If he was asked to take a taxi home, what if something happened? He didn't trust other drivers. Finally, it was Lin Xiangrong's wife who spoke up, "Since Dr. Wu said so, we should listen to him and take a taxi home." Although Lin Xiangrong is the chairman of the Lin Group and has great power outside, he is definitely a good husband at home and dotes on his wife very much. Seeing his wife say this, although he was not very happy, he still nodded and agreed, saying, "Okay, let's take a taxi home." Eventually, the couple took a taxi and left. The designated driver Lin Qing called also arrived. Before leaving, Lin Dan Huang said to Wu Bai apologetically, "Dr. Wu, my father is a little conceited, please don't mind." Wu Bai shook his head slightly, "It's okay, goodbye." Lin Xiangrong controls a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions of dollars, so asking him to take a taxi is indeed a bit difficult for him. However, he just wanted Lin Xiangrong to feel uncomfortable. The more awkward you feel now, the more you will trust him later. "Dad, Tang Tang is sleepy." Tang Tang lay on Wu Bai's shoulder, opened her little mouth and yawned. "Okay, let's go home." The air around Wu Bai surged, and he used his internal energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol, and his eyes instantly regained clarity. Wu Bai was driving home, and Tang Tang fell asleep halfway. It was already midnight and there were few vehicles on the road. When they were less than 2 kilometers away from the villa area of Linqi County, 2 dazzling beams of light suddenly appeared in front of them. Wu Bai narrowed his eyes and his first thought was that it was a high-beam dog, but he soon realized that something was wrong because the headlights came on suddenly and were clearly targeted. He slowly stopped the car by the roadside. With his amazing eyesight, he looked towards the glaring headlights and saw a black commercial vehicle blocking the middle of the road with shadowy figures in front of the car. Who could it be? Wu Bai frowned slightly. He gently put Tang Tang's seat down, fearing that the glaring light would wake her up, and then opened the car door and got out. A man of great skill is bold. Wu Bai walked forward towards the light. In front of a black business car, 2 young men stood side by side, surrounded by 5 or 6 burly men holding baseball bats. "Mr. Liang, this is the man. Have someone break his legs. I want him to kneel in front of me," Chen Li said with a face full of resentment as he stared at Wu Bai who was walking over. The other one is also Wu Bai's old acquaintance, Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan drank a lot of wine, his face was red, and his eyes were blurry. Because the distance was too far, he squinted his eyes for a long time but still couldn't recognize Wu Bai. He said confidently, "Don't worry, I promise to satisfy Master Chen. I will break both of his legs later, and the extra one will be a gift." "Thank you, Mr. Liang." Chen Li grinned. "Boy, do you still recognize me?" Chen Li couldn't help but jump out, and shouted with a grim smile at Wu Bai who was walking towards him. Wu Bai had amazing eyesight and had already seen Chen Li and Liang Yuan. He narrowed his eyes to hide the fierce look in his eyes, and said indifferently, "Mu Yang dog, have you been waiting for me for a long time? Boy, you still dare to be so arrogant at this time. Even if you kneel in front of me now, I will not forgive you. I must break your legs today." Wu Bai said softly, "You guys, if I don't hurt you, you will never learn your lesson. Kid, who do you want to hit? Without Lin Qing, you are nothing. I can crush you to death like crushing an ant." Chen Li grinned, "Mr. Liang, let your people do it. I want this kid to kneel in front of me." Liang Yuan drank a lot of wine. He staggered forward and looked over with squinted eyes. When he saw Wu Bai, he was stunned at first, then he rubbed his eyes and looked again, and was so scared that he sobered up halfway on the spot. Why is it him? The hairs on Liang Yuan's back stood up, his hands and feet were cold, and his scalp was numb. This person is not a human at all. He can crack the hard cement floor with one foot. He can punch the front of a car and make it sink, and the rear end of the car lift up. He can kick the whole car and move it sideways half a meter. It is simply beyond human control. Liang Yuan was extremely afraid of Wu Bai. Chen Li's face was full of ferocity, and he sneered, "Boy, if you dare to offend me, you're done. Young Master Liang, quickly have your people break his legs. I can't wait to see him kneeling in front of me and crying bitterly." Bang! Liang Yuan suddenly turned around and slapped Chen Li hard in the face. Chen Li was hit so hard that he staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. His face had been slapped several times by Lin Qing before, and the swelling hadn't gone down yet. Now he was slapped again, and it hurt so much that tears came out. Chen Li sat on the ground with his face covered, looking at Liang Yuan in confusion. "Liang, young Master Liang, you hit the wrong person. You hit him, not me." Chen Li suspected that Liang Yuan had drunk too much and could not distinguish between friend and foe. "Just shut up." Liang Yuan roared, and Chen Li trembled with fear. Liang Yuan turned around and ran to Wu Bai, with a flattering face, nodding and bowing, saying, "Mr. Wu, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here, ha ha." Wu Bai looked at him like a fool and said indifferently, "Aren't you waiting for me here on purpose?" "No, no. Absolutely not." Mr. Wu misunderstood. "I just drank too much and was here to take a walk. I just happened to run into this guy and chat with him. In fact, I am not familiar with him, not at all." Liang Yuan's smile was uglier than crying, and he spoke hurriedly. Wu Bai looked at him with a half-smile, which made Liang Yuan break out in a cold sweat. Chen Li was completely stunned, his eyes were dull. When he saw Liang Yuan fawning in front of Wu Bai, he knew he was doomed. Liang Yuan is the prince of the underworld, and he originally thought that if he asked Liang Yuan to help, everything would be safe. But he didn't expect that the clown would be himself. Wu Bai smiled calmly, "Mr. Liang, can I leave now?" "Mr. Wu, just call me Xiao Liang. Please feel free to do as you please." Liang Yuan nodded and bowed as he spoke, then turned around and shouted at the big men holding sticks behind him, "What are you still standing there for? Get out of the way for Mr. Wu." Wu Bai smiled slightly, patted Liang Yuan on the shoulder, and said, "Follow me." Liang Yuan followed Wu Bai tremblingly to the other side of the car. "Mr. Wu, what can I do for you?" Wu Bai smiled and said, "Let me show you something fun." As he spoke, Wu Bai slowly stretched out his finger, and in front of Liang Yuan's shocked gaze, he poked a hole in the car door with a puff. Liang Yuan was completely frightened, his eyes were dull, and a chill rushed up his tailbone to the back of his head, making his whole body cold. "This is sheet iron," and Wu Bai poked it through easily like poking window paper. "He is definitely not a human being, he is a god, or maybe a devil." Liang Yuan was so frightened that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all trembling. Wu Bai smiled and looked at Liang Yuan and said, "If I poke you between the eyebrows, can you resist?" Liang Yuan was almost frightened to death and was trembling all over. "Keep it a secret for me, or I promise you will die without anyone noticing, and no trace of your body will be left," Wu Bai said calmly. The reason why he did this without others' knowledge was that he didn't want more people to know about it. Especially since Qinli knew Li Zhengming, he didn't want Li Zhengming to know too much about him, and he wanted to slowly kill Li Zhengming. He did this to completely intimidate Liang Yuan, thinking that this person might be useful to him in the future. Liang Yuan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He nodded in horror and said in a trembling voice, I swear, I won't tell anyone." Wu Bai patted Liang Yuan on the shoulder, smiled, and said, "Mr. Liang, you must be careful when making friends. If you are not careful, you will get yourself into trouble or even lose your life. Do you understand?" Liang Yuan trembled all over and nodded quickly. Wu Bai smiled slightly, turned around and walked towards his car. Liang Yuan shouted, "Get out of the way quickly." After Wu Bai got in the car, he found that Tang Tang was sleeping soundly and was not awakened. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, started the car and went home. Liang Yuan bent his body and waited until Wu Bai's car taillights were out of sight before he straightened up. Then, he looked at Qinli with cold eyes and cursed. "You bastard, you almost killed me. I beat him so badly that he couldn't even recognize himself." Several strong men armed with baseball bats rushed up and surrounded Qinli and started beating him. Qinli's screams echoed in the darkness. At the same time, Lin Xiangrong and his wife were also on their way home in a taxi, with the driver following behind. Lin Xiangrong sat in the cramped taxi, unable to stretch his legs, and could not help but complain, "This Dr. Wu is so weird and mysterious." "Don't complain. We'll be home soon. Dr. Wu must have had his reasons for asking us to take a taxi home." Lin Xiangrong's wife comforted him. Lin Xiangrong looked at him with disdain. "What's the logic? We can take any car to go home. He clearly has a special car, but he asked us to take a taxi. I really don't know what he was thinking. If you ask me." Bang! A loud noise came from behind, interrupting Lin Xiangrong's words. The couple subconsciously looked back and were immediately shocked. The car behind them was hit by a sand truck and flew more than 10 meters away. The car body was severely deformed and all four wheels were facing the sky. "Master, stop the car!" Lin Xiangrong shouted. The taxi stopped on the side of the road, and the driver muttered, "It was such a bad crash, I guess the person is dead." The couple got out of the car tremblingly and stumbled towards the car. At the same time, Lin Qing and Lin Danzhuang's car also caught up. Seeing this scene, the brother and sister hurriedly got out of the car and ran over. The driver of the sand truck was a dark-skinned middle-aged man. He got out of the truck with a panicked look on his face and weak legs. He kept muttering, "It's over, it's over." "How do you drive?" Lin Qing roared. The driver of the dirt truck trembled and said, I just bent down and picked up a cell phone." Lin Danzhuang took out her cell phone and called an ambulance and the police. At this moment, Lin Xiangrong's driver climbed out of the car window with blood all over his face. Lin Qing hurried over to help. Lin Danzhuang also rushed over and said, "Brother, help him sit down on the side of the road first. The ambulance will be here soon." Soon, the ambulance and traffic police arrived at the scene. Fortunately, after examination by medical staff, Lin Xiangrong's driver only had some skin abrasions on his face and it was nothing serious. After the traffic police investigated, they told Lin Xiangrong and his companions, the sand truck hit the back half of the car. Fortunately, no one was sitting in the back, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Xiangrong and his wife were still frightened and trembling all over. Lin Danzhuang said, "Fortunately, my parents took a taxi. If they were sitting in the back of this car." Lin Danzhuang didn't finish her words when she suddenly froze and subconsciously looked at Lin Qing. The family looked at each other. They remembered one thing at the same time: the reason why Lin Xiangrong and his wife did not sit in the back was because Wu Bai asked them to take a taxi. If Wu Bai had not insisted on letting them take a taxi, they dared not imagine the consequences. Lin Danzhuang whispered, could it be that Dr. Wu knew something was going to happen, so he asked my parents to take a taxi? Lin Xiangrong and his wife, and Lin Qing, opened their mouths in disbelief. Lin Qing murmured, could it be that Dr. Wu has the ability to predict the future? Is he a god? Lin Xiangrong said in a trembling voice, even if Dr. Wu is not a god, he is definitely not an ordinary person. This time, it's all thanks to Dr. Wu. If it weren't for him, we would have died a long time ago. Lin Xiangrong's wife said with lingering fear. Lin Xiangrong looked at Lin Qing and said, call Dr. Wu and see what he says. The four of them came to the roadside, and Lin Qing called Wu Bai. Wu Bai had already returned home. He had just put the sleeping Tang Tang on the bed when his cell phone suddenly rang. He hurriedly picked up the phone, walked out, and closed the door, for fear of waking Tang Tang up. Seeing that it was Lin Qing's call, Wu Bai's eyes flashed slightly and he immediately answered the call. Dr. Wu, are you home yet? Just arrived. You called me. Did you have a car accident? Lin Xiangrong's family was stunned. Could it be that Wu Bai is really a god, who can know what is happening dozens of miles away while he is at home? Lin Qing's voice trembled a little, Dr. Wu, did you know that my parents' car would have an accident? Wu Bai hummed calmly. Lin Xiangrong's family all trembled, shocked beyond words. At this time, Wu Bai said calmly, the driver should only have some minor injuries, nothing serious, don't worry. It's getting late, go home and rest early. After Wu Bai finished speaking, he hung up the call. But Lin Xiangrong's family looked at each other in astonishment. Wu Bairen is at home, but he knows everything going on here. Who else could he be but a god? After a long while, Lin Xiangrong came back to his senses. Tomorrow, prepare a generous gift. I will go to thank Dr. Wu in person. Hubby, let's go together. Dr. Wu saved both of our lives this time. On the other side, after Wu Bai hung up the call, he took a comfortable bath, then sat down cross-legged and began to practice. I believe that Lin Xiangrong has full confidence in himself now. If he shows up tomorrow, then his plan to deal with Li Zhengming can be carried out. The next day, noon. Dad, why did you make so many delicious foods today? Tang Tang stood on a chair, drooling at the table full of delicious food. Wu Bai couldn't help laughing at her greedy look and said, because your uncle Lin Qing is coming to our house today. Tang Tang, if you're hungry, you can eat something first. Tang Tang shook her little head. Tang Tang wants to wait for Uncle Lin Qing to come and eat together. Just then, the doorbell rang. Dad, is Uncle Lin Qing here? Wu Bai nodded slightly. I'll open the door. Tang Tang climbed down from the chair, ran over with her short legs, and opened the door with great effort. Sure enough, it was Lin Xiangrong's family outside. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Hello, Brother Lin Qing. Hello, sister. Tang Tang greeted everyone seriously. Lin Danzhuang handed the things in her hand to Lin Qing, leaned over to pick up Tang Tang, and said with a smile, Tang Tang, why are you so cute? This little baby voice melts my heart. Lin Xiangrong smiled and asked, Tang Tang, where is your father? Dad is in the kitchen, he has made lots of delicious food, he is waiting for you. Lin Xiangrong and his family looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Danzhuang smiled and asked, does your father know we are coming? Yes. Dad said you would come, so he made a lot of delicious food. Lin Xiangrong's family was shocked again. Wu Bai actually predicted that they would come. He is simply a living god. Lin Xiangrong and his family came in and placed the gifts on the coffee table. Tang Tang, look what good things Uncle bought for you. Lin Qing took out a pile of toys and children's clothes. He was present when Wu Bai bought clothes for Tang Tang last time, so he knew what size clothes Tang Tang wore. Thank you, Uncle Lin Qing. Tang Tang thanked happily. Tang Tang, this is a gift from Grandma. Lin Xiangrong's wife took out a jewelry box, which contained a pair of gold bracelets. They were exquisitely made and had 2 small bells hanging on them. They were very beautiful. While everyone was accompanying Tang Tang, Lin Danzhuang came to the restaurant and was shocked to find a table full of delicious food. These dishes are colorful, fragrant and delicious, and look delicious. She walked into the kitchen with her hands behind her back, and seeing Wu Bai busy at work, she smiled and said, "Dr. Wu, do you need any help?" Wu Bai turned his head and found that it was Lin Danzuang. He smiled and said, "No need. Please sit for a while. This is the last dish. It will be ready soon." Lin Danzuang did not leave, but approached Wu Bai and looked at him curiously. Wu Bai was slightly startled, looked down, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face?" Lin Danzuang smiled and shook her head, then looked at Wu Bai and said, "Dr. Wu, can I ask you something?" "Sure. Are you a deity? Where are the gods in this world?" Lin Danzuang tilted her head and said, "So you are a monster?" Wu Bai laughed and shook his head helplessly. Lin Danzuang raised her pointed chin and said with a smile, "I find you are quite strange." Wu Bai smiled and said, "Why am I weird?" "Very cute." Wu Bai almost choked on his own saliva. He looked at Lin Danzuang speechlessly, as if he was being teased. Lin Danzuang smiled brightly, "Can I call you Wu Bai from now on?" "Of course you can. Isn't the purpose of a name to be called by others?" Lin Danzuang smiled sweetly, turned around and walked out with her hands behind her back. Wu Bai shook his head. This woman was a little strange. After quickly cooking the last dish and putting it on a plate, Wu Bai walked out of the kitchen and called out, "Director Lin, Madam Lin, come and eat." Lin Xiangrong and his wife smiled at each other. Wu Bai called them so casually, which showed that he didn't treat them as outsiders. Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma, Uncle Lin Qing, and Sister gave Tang Tang so many things. Can Tang Tang accept them? Tang Tang ran over, raised her little face and asked Wu Bai. "Do you like it, Tang Tang?" "Yeah, I like it." "Then accept it, and remember to thank your grandparents, uncle, and sister." After Wu Bai finished speaking, he was stunned. Lin Qing and Lin Danzuang were siblings, one was the uncle and the other was the sister. The generations were all messed up. Tang Tang has already thanked Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Sister. "Dad, can Tang Tang thank them again?" Lin Danzuang leaned over and picked her up, smiling, "Okay, don't thank me. Your father prepared this table of delicious food to entertain us, we are the ones who should say thank you." Wu Bai smiled and said, "Everyone, please sit down. It's a home-cooked meal, don't be disgusted." After they sat down, Lin Xiangrong looked at the table full of dishes and said in surprise, "I never thought that Dr. Wu is not only an excellent doctor, but also an excellent cook." Wu Bai smiled and said, "Come, everyone, have a taste of my cooking." Lin Xiangrong picked up the chopsticks and said with a smile, "Then we won't be polite." As he spoke, he first picked up some food for his wife and then started eating himself. Wu Bai's mouth curled up slightly. A man who loves his wife can't be that bad. Lin Xiangrong is a good person. It's delicious. Lin Xiangrong's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. "It tastes better than the food in a 5-star hotel, honey, try it." Lin Xiangrong's wife took a bite and couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. "Dr. Wu is truly almighty. Any woman who marries you will be so happy in the future." Lin Qing and Lin Danzuang couldn't help but take a bite. "Oh my God, my taste buds are exploding, this is so delicious." Wu Bai smiled and said, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. If you like it, eat more. It's really delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious food." Lin Danzuang looked at Wu Bai with her beautiful eyes. "Dad's cooking is the most delicious." Wu Bai smiled and touched her little head, then looked at Lin Xiangrong and said, "Without good ingredients, we can only make some home-cooked meals. I hope everyone doesn't mind." Lin Qing hurriedly said, "Dr. Wu, just tell me what ingredients you want, and then I can have a meal with you." The legs of the ancient 9-headed flaming bird, the head of the golden 9-headed lion, and the meat of the sky-swallowing python are the best for making soup. The expressions of Lin Xiangrong's family are like this, "Oh, oh." Wu Bai said this completely subconsciously. He noticed that Lin Xiangrong's family was confused, so he smiled awkwardly and said, "I was just kidding. Let's eat quickly." Lin Qing came back to his senses and smiled, "I thought Dr. Wu, you didn't want me to come and eat for free. You're welcome to eat anytime you want." Just come. I have to cook for Tang Tang every day anyway, so I have to make extra sets of bowls and chopsticks. Lin Dan Zhuang turned her head to look at Wu Bai and said with a smile, "Can I also come and have a free meal?" "Certainly." Lin Dan Zhuang suddenly moved closer to Wu Bai and whispered, "Why do I feel like you've really eaten the golden nine-headed lion you just mentioned?" Wu Bai was slightly startled. "I'm kidding, these are all things from mythology, where can I eat them? I feel like you came out of a myth. I don't know why I feel this way, but I just believe it. Don't ask me why. Because I don't know either." Wu Bai smiled. "I just happen to know some medical skills and cured Miss Lin. You don't have to deify me like that." Lin Dan Zhuang tilted her head. "What about what happened last night? You predicted the future and saved my parents' lives. How do you explain this?" Lin Xiangrong and his wife, and Lin Qing looked at Wu Bai at the same time. "That's what they came here for today." Wu Bai was not in a hurry and smiled calmly. "In fact, it is very simple and can be explained in one sentence. That's because I happen to know a little about physiognomy and I can see that Mr. Lin and his wife will have a disaster." Lin Dan Zhuang was obviously not satisfied with this explanation and smiled faintly. "Is it that simple?" Wu Bai nodded. "It's that simple. Compared to this explanation, I believe you are a god." Wu Bai smiled bitterly helplessly. Lin Dan Zhuang asked curiously, "Wu Bai, can you help me check if I have any disasters recently?" He looked at Lin Dan Zhuang, his eyes flashing slightly, and he really saw something. There was a streak of pink at the corners of Lin Dan Zhuang's eyes, extending all the way to the tips of her eyebrows, like a slowly blooming peach blossom. Lin Dan Zhuang blinked mischievously. "How is it? Did you see anything?" Wu Bai smiled and said, "Congratulations, Miss Lin." Lin Dan Zhuang was slightly startled. Where does the joy come from? Miss Lin has a face like a peach blossom, and there is a peach blossom blooming between her eyebrows. This is her luck in love. It seems that Miss Lin will find a good man soon. A blush appeared on Lin Danzhuang's pretty face, making her look shy and charming. Lin Xiangrong asked curiously, "Is Dan Zhuang in love?" Lin Xiangrong's wife said, "Please wear light makeup. When you are looking for a boyfriend, family background is not important. What is important is that he has good character. Bring him home one day and let your mother check him out for you." Lin Qing looked at Lin Dan Zhuang in surprise and said, "When did you start dating? How come I didn't know about it?" Lin Danzhuang's pretty face flushed. She looked shy and cute, and said helplessly, "What the hell is going on? When did I start dating?" After saying that, he looked at Wu Bai and said angrily, "You are not right at all. I don't even have a boyfriend. Do you have to compensate me with a boyfriend?" Wu Baiwaner laughed and explained, "I said that Miss Lin will find a good man soon, not that she already has a boyfriend." Lin Xiangrong and his wife were stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "We misunderstood each other. That's what I said. It's impossible for me, her brother, to not know that she has a boyfriend." Lin Qing spoke vaguely while stuffing food into his mouth. Lin Xiangrong rolled his eyes at him. "It's hindsight. Hee hee." Lin Qing smiled foolishly and continued to eat with his head down. The food made by Wu Bai was really delicious. Lin Xiangrong put down his chopsticks, looked at Wu Bai and said seriously, "Dr. Wu, whether you are a man or a god, you saved my life. I will never forget your kindness. If you need me, Lin Xiangrong, in the future, just ask. I promise to do my best." Lin Xiangrong's wife nodded in agreement. Wu Bai sat up straight and looked at Lin Xiangrong. "Director Lin, I really need your help with something. You said, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse." Wu Bai said slowly, "Let me tell Director Lin a story first." Wu Bai told the whole story of his grievances with Li Zhengming from beginning to end. He only concealed his experiences in Wuji continent. It was hard for them to believe such things. When Wu Bai finished speaking, Lin Xiangrong's family was filled with sympathy and anger. They didn't expect Wu Bai to have such a rough experience, and even TV dramas didn't dare to play it like this. "I've known for a long time that this bastard is not a good person. His close relationship with Qinli, that foreign-loving dog, shows that they are birds of a feather. Don't worry, Dr. Wu. I'll find a chance to bring people to break his legs." Lin Qing's face was filled with anger and indignation. Wu Bai waved his hands and said, I want to take back everything I lost. Lin Xiangrong said, Dr. Wu, this is easy. I will find a way to take over Ling Tian Group and then give it back to you. No, I will personally send Li Jingming from heaven to hell, and he will never be able to be reborn. Wu Bai's voice was so cold that it made Lin Xiangrong's family feel a chill down their spines. Lin Xiangrong calmed himself down and said, Dr. Wu, tell me, how can I help you? I know Mr. Lin's position in the business world. I want all the companies in Jinjiang City to stop cooperating with Ling Tian Group. Lin Xiangrong smiled and said, this is easy. I still have some face in the business world. Leave it to me. Thanks. Dr. Wu, please don't be polite to me. Without you, I would not be alive now. Wu Bai smiled and said, let's put it this way. I owe Director Lin a favor this time. Okay, if you need any help later, just tell me. Wu Bai nodded slightly. How can I be absent from such a fun thing? Dr. Wu, how can I help? Lin Qing asked. Wu Bai smiled and said, then please trouble young Master Lin to help me investigate Ling Tian Group's recent investment projects. No problem, leave it to me. Lin Danzhuang turned her head to look at Wu Bai and said, you just said you wanted to take back everything that belongs to you. Does that include Yi Jingshu? Wu Bai was slightly startled, and said indifferently, there is no possibility for me and her anymore. Wu Bai, you are so handsome. Lin Danzhuang suddenly smiled brightly and praised. Could this woman be suffering from some serious illness? After the meal, they chatted for a while, and then Lin Xiangrong and others got up and said goodbye. Before leaving, Wu Bai called Lin Qing aside and asked, do you know Liang Yuan? That gang leader? Wu Bai wanted to laugh. Liang Yuan was the prince of the underworld after all, but in the mouth of young Master Lin Qing, he became a gang leader. He nodded slightly, that's him. I know him, but I'm not familiar with him. Can you contact him then? I forgot to leave Liang Yuan's contact information last night. What does Divine Dr. Wu want him for? Has he offended you? I'll have him come to you and bow 3 times right away. Most families are afraid of the Liang family, but for a behemoth like the Lin family, they don't take this kind of family who started out as gangsters seriously at all. That's not the case. I have something to discuss with him. Please contact him. I want to see him in the evening. It's just a small matter. Leave it to me. In the afternoon, Wu Bai was playing with Tang Tang when Lin Qing called. Dr. Wu, I've contacted Liang Yuan. See you at Sutao Bar at 8 p.m. Okay, thanks. Let's meet at Sutao Bar tonight. Wu Bai hummed and ended the call. But soon, he realized one thing, what should he do with Tang Tang? He couldn't take Tang Tang to a smoky place like a bar, right? Wu Bai had a headache. It seemed that he could only wait until Tang Tang fell asleep before going secretly. At around 6 o'clock, Wu Bai started to cook dinner. The meal was just ready and I was about to enjoy it with Tang Tang when the doorbell rang. Wu Bai wondered, who could it be? He walked over and opened the door. Seeing the person outside, he couldn't help but wonder, Ms. Lin. Wu Bai was very surprised. He didn't expect it to be Lin Danzhuang. Lin Danzhuang put her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and looked at him mischievously. Wu Bai asked in confusion, why is Miss Lin here? I came to see you. Lin Danzhuang chuckled, I'm here to help you. Wu Bai's face was full of confusion. Aren't you going to the bar with my brother to meet Liang Yuan tonight? Leave Tang Tang to me. Lin Qing has a big mouth. However, this is a good relationship. He was worried about this matter. He was very worried about leaving Tang Tang alone at home. Lin Danzhuang was just a timely help. Why, are you worried about leaving Tang Tang to me? Don't worry. I just wonder if this will cause you any trouble. Lin Danzhuang smiled and said, how could that be? I like Tang Tang very much, and Tang Tang likes me too. Then I'll trouble you tonight, Miss Lin. Please come in, I just prepared dinner, let's eat together. Lin Danzhuang walked in and said with a faint smile, it seems that I came at the right time. sister. Tang Tang ran over with her short legs, waving her little hands happily to say hello. Lin Dan Huang leaned over and picked her up. Sister is here to eat for free, do you welcome sister, Tang Tang Huang? Welcome. Tang Tang said in a baby voice. After dinner, Wu Bai finished cleaning up and it was almost time. Tang Tang, play with your sister. Daddy has something to do and will be back soon, okay? Tang Tang was very sensible and nodded obediently, then Daddy must come back early. At the door of Sutao Bar, Liang Yuan lit a cigarette and looked at the intersection from time to time. He was flattered that Lin Qing, the top young man in Jinjiang City, suddenly asked him out. The Liang family started out as gangsters, and they do have some power and connections, but compared to a well-established conglomerate like the Lin family, they are nothing. Liang Yuan didn't need to greet ordinary people in person, but he didn't dare to neglect Lin Qing. While waiting, he wondered why Lin Qing suddenly came to find him. At this time, a Lamborghini supercar came like lightning and stopped in front of Liang Yuan. Lin Qing got out of the car. When Liang Yuan saw Lin Qing, he immediately threw away his cigarette, walked forward, bowed stiffly, and respectfully called him Mr. Lin. Lin Qing glanced at him and nodded slightly. Even though Lin Qing was fawning in front of Wu Bai, he didn't think highly of Liang Yuan, a second-rate young man. If Wu Bai didn't want to meet Liang Yuan, he wouldn't bother dealing with such a person. Mr. Lin, I'm ready. Let's go in and talk. Lin Qing waved his hand. Wait, there is another person. Actually, it's not me who wants to see you, there is someone else who wants to see you. Liang Yuan was shocked. Who could make a top young master like Lin Qing wait at the door? Mr. Lin, who wants to see me? Lin Qing said calmly, you will know in a moment. Liang Yuan didn't dare to ask any more questions. The two waited for a while, and Lin Qing suddenly said, here they come. Liang Yuan turned his head and saw the cute little car slowly approaching. A chill rushed to the back of his head and he wanted to turn around and run away on the spot. He was very familiar with this car. To be precise, it was the owner of the car that frightened him to the extreme. Wu Bai stopped the car when he was about 20 meters away from the two men. It's not that he doesn't want to move forward, it's because the car is out of power. He has never charged the car since he bought it, and he didn't pay attention when he went out just now. He barely ran to the door of the bar and it completely broke down. Wu Bai opened the car window and stuck his head out. Mr. Lin, come and help me, the car is out of battery, please help me push it. Cart. Lin Qing was stunned for a moment, but without thinking too much, he walked over and said, Dr. Wu, why don't you just change a car? Wu Bai smiled and said, forget it, I don't care. The key is that Tang Tang likes this car. In fact, what Wu Bai was thinking was that if you let me go to your garage to pick one out, he would be very happy because he likes to get things for free. Liang Yuan also hurried over and greeted Wu Bai fearfully but respectfully. Wu Bai nodded, help push the car into the parking space. Liang Yuan nodded hurriedly. Mr. Wu, did you bring your charger? What? Wu Bai didn't react for a moment. It's the charger for this car. Yes. Liang Yuan said, then I'll push it over to the door of the bar to charge it. I remember that this car can be charged with 220V household electricity. Then if the relationship is good, just push it to the front. Then, Lin Qing, the top young master in Jinjiang City, and Liang Yuan, the prince of the underground world, desperately helped Wu Bai push the cart. The security guards at the door of the bar were all stunned. They didn't know Lin Qing, but they knew Liang Yuan. They were shocked and wondered who Wu Bai was. Why did he let Liang Yuan, the prince, push the cart? The two security guards came to their senses and rushed over to help. After pushing the car to the door of the bar, Liang Yuan asked the security guard to find a power strip with a long enough cord to charge the car. Mr. Wu, Mr. Lin, please come in. Liang Yuan said with a nod. When he entered, he told the security guard, watch the car carefully. If someone scratches it, I will tear your heads off. The two security guards were startled and nodded repeatedly. Liang Yuan brought Wu Bai and Lin Qing to a private room. Mr. Wu, Mr. Lin, what would you two like to drink? I'll have someone prepare some. Liang Yuan asked with a flattering look on his face. Lin Qing looked at Wu Bai. I'll listen to you. Liang Yuan was shocked. What was Wu Bai's identity? How could a young master like Lin Qing fawn on him so much? Wu Bai thought for a moment and said, just beer. Liang Yuan hurriedly ordered someone to bring some wine. Wu Bai looked at Liang Yuan, pressed his hand, and said, sit down. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Liang Yuan sat down carefully, feeling uneasy, wondering what Wu Bai wanted him to do. Mr. Wu, what do you want me to do? Wu Bai said indifferently, help me find someone. Liang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was looking for someone, something he was good at. Excuse me, who are you looking for, Mr. Wu? Zhou Jinyuan, he should be in his 40s this year, not very tall, with dark skin, and a black mole the size of a soybean on his chin. Wu Bai paused, and said, that's all I know. Liang Yuan asked, is he from Jinjiang City? Wu Bai nodded slightly. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. As long as he is still in Jinjiang City, even if he hides in a rat hole, I will find him for you. Wu Bai took out his cell phone and said, tell me your card number. Liang Yuan was stunned for a moment, but didn't dare to ask more questions. He opened his wallet, took out his card, and read out his card number. After a while, Wu Bai put away his phone and said, I transferred 500,000 yuan to you as a reward for your hard work. After the matter is completed, I will give you another 500,000 yuan. Liang Yuan jumped up in shock and said in panic, Wu, Mr. Wu, this is unacceptable. How can I take your money? Wu Bai held his hand and asked Liang Yuan to sit down. Let's put it this way. You helped me find someone, so I'll pay you for your hard work. That's only natural. Besides, this 1 million was originally what he had blackmailed Liang Yuan with, and now he was just returning it to its original owner. Liang Yuan said timidly, Mr. Wu, it is my honor to help you. This money. Stop talking nonsense, just take it if it's given to you. Liang Yuan didn't dare to refuse any more. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Lin Qing asked curiously, Dr. Wu, what are you looking for Zhou Jinyuan for? Actually, there is no need to go through so much trouble. I can find him through someone. It's hard to find this person through formal channels. Tang Tang's mother was hit and killed by this person. Zhou Jinyuan fled afterwards and even the police couldn't find him at the time. Wu Bai paused, narrowed his eyes, and continued, that car accident was not an accident. Someone was behind it. I suspect that Zhou Jinyuan was hidden or silenced. Lin Qing finally understood why Wu Bai wanted to find this person. He suddenly thought of something and said, do you think the one who ordered Zhou Jinyuan was Li? Wu Bai coughed, and Lin Qing immediately kept silent. It's not that Wu Bai doesn't believe Liang Yuan, but the fewer people who know about this, the better. Liang Yuan, remember, this person may have changed his name. Liang Yuan nodded. Wu Bai said, find this person and control him secretly. Don't let anyone know. Also, find someone you can trust to do this and keep it secret. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. I understand. Liang Yuan assured, patting his chest. Wu Bai looked at him, his eyes suddenly became strange, and he said jokingly, if this is done well, I can cure your hidden disease. Liang Yuan's face turned red instantly, as if the biggest secret in his heart had been exposed. His smile was uglier than crying, Mr. Wu, I have some hidden illness. Lin Qing looked at Liang Yuan with interest, little rascal, what hidden disease do you have? Tell me and I'll be happy. I have to say, Lin Qing is quite a jerk. Liang Yuan felt so aggrieved that he wanted to cry. After all, he was the prince of the underworld, but in Lin Qing's mouth he became a little gangster. The key point was that he dared to be angry but not to speak out. I don't have any hidden illness. Mr. Wu was just joking. Bullshit. Lin Qing sneered, why do you think I call him Dr. Wu? His medical skills are unmatched. If he says you are sick, then you are definitely sick. Wu Bai looked playful and said, I'm telling you this, if you don't treat this disease, you'll have to be sisters with women for the rest of your life, and no matter how much kidney you eat, it won't make up for it. Oh my God, you can't lift it. Lin Qing shouted excitedly as if he had discovered a new world. Liang Yuan was so embarrassed that he almost found a hole to crawl into. He hurriedly explained, "No, it's just that I'm occasionally impotent." "That's not possible." Lin Qing had a wicked smile on his face. Liang Yuan was so embarrassed that he almost cried. This kind of thing was a great shame for a man. However, now that he had said it, he looked at Wu Bai with hope and asked, "Mr. Wu, can my condition really be cured? I've taken a lot of medicine, but it didn't work." "Of course, do your job well, and when you're done, I promise that you'll regain your manhood." Liang Yuan's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, Mr. Wu. Even if I have to turn Jinjiang City upside down, I will definitely find Zhou Jinyuan for you." Wu Bai nodded slightly. "Remember, don't touch women during this period, otherwise I can't cure you." Liang Yuan nodded. Lin Qing grinned wickedly and looked at Liang Yuan mischievously. Liang Yuan was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his feet. Wu Bai looked at Lin Qing. "You two big brothers, don't laugh at the second brother. If you don't know how to restrain yourself, you will end up like him." The smile on Lin Qing's face suddenly froze. This time it was Liang Yuan's turn to laugh secretly. "Laugh at me, sister. If you laugh again, I'll sew your mouth shut with needle and thread." Liang Yuan shrank his neck, pursed his lips tightly and dared not laugh any more. Lin Qing looked at Wu Bai with a flattering look on his face. "Dr. Wu, you have to help me with this matter. You are a miracle doctor. Is there any way for me to have sex with several women at night without losing my strength?" Wu Bai rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, "I am a miracle doctor, not a god." "Ah." Lin Qing was a little disappointed. "Then is there any way for me to regain my former glory?" Wu Bai said disdainfully, "Looking at your body, this has never been your specialty, so how can you be so masculine?" Lin Qing's face was filled with embarrassment. "Dr. Wu, please help me." Wu Bai smiled and said, "I'll write a prescription for you later. You gather all the herbs and I'll treat you. At least I can get you back to your former vitality." Lin Qing was filled with excitement. "Thank you, Dr. Wu. I don't know how to repay you. If I don't know how to repay you, I can just give you money. Is there anything more practical than this?" Wu Bai complained in his heart. Wu Bai stood up and said, "Okay, you two drink. Tang Tang is still at home, so I'll go back first. Isn't Dan Zhuang at your house helping you look after Tang Tang? If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. Come home with me to pick up your sister." Lin Qing said, "She said she wants to stay at your place tonight." "She is a girl, are you so confident in leaving her in my house?" Lin Qing laughed, and his laugh was a little strange. "Why should I worry about this? I'm not worried that she will suffer a loss, because I have never seen anyone who can take advantage of her. I am worried that you, Dr. Wu, will suffer a loss." Wu Bai was completely confused. "Dr. Wu, please don't be fooled by my sister's appearance. She has 2 faces." Wu Bai was confused and asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Is it that from the outside, my sister is gentle and kind, harmless to people and animals, like a little flower?" Wu Bai nodded slightly and asked curiously, "Isn't it?" Lin Qing smiled and said, "Then you don't know her other side. She is a genius with an IQ of nearly 200. She graduated from Stanford University's business school and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Many important decisions of the Lin Group were proposed by her. In addition, she is also proficient in Taekwondo, a female fighting technique. Once at a cocktail party, she kicked a drunken playboy who flirted with her and broke 3 of his ribs. To be honest, as a brother, I have been living in the shadow of my sister all these years." Wu Bai was stunned. He admitted that he had really made a mistake this time. Liang Yuan didn't care. What bullshit Taekwondo and women's fighting skills. The guy in front of him was a pervert who could poke a car door with his fingers. Wu Bai shook his head and laughed. "It's quite interesting, I really didn't see that." He had always thought that Lin Danzhuang was the kind of rich girl who never touched women's daily life. He had never expected that under her delicate appearance, she actually had such a tough side. The key point was that Lin Danzhuang's appearance was too deceptive. But these have nothing to do with him. Wu Bai shrugged and said, "Then you two drink. I'll go back first. Mr. Wu, I'll take you down." "No. Wu Bai waved his hand, opened the door and went out. Mr. Lin, I'll toast you a glass. Liang Yuan picked up the wine glass with a flattering look on his face. Lin Qing picked up the cup and clinked it with Liang Yuan's, but didn't drink. He looked through the glass at the beauties dancing wildly to the music in the dance floor below and sighed, there are so many beauties, but I have to drink with a grown man like you. It's too boring. How about we find some pretty ladies to accompany us for drinks? Liang Yuan shook his head like a rattle and said, Mr. Wu told me to stay away from women recently. Lin Qing's face was full of contempt, I'm different from you, I'm just a little weak, you're completely useless, I can still touch a woman. Liang Yuan had a smile on his face, but he was thinking MMP in his heart. Lin Qing took a sip of wine, his face full of boredom. Little punk, how about we find a few women to accompany us at the bar? Liang Yuan shook his head. You're just drinking with me. You can't do anything else. It's boring for two grown men like us to drink. Liang Yuan thought about it and immediately became interested. He said flatteringly, then I'll arrange it. What kind does young Master Lin like? Lin Qing said, I have only one request, long wavy hair. Liang Yuan has been hanging out in bars for many years, so he understood this sentence immediately. These are clearly 3 requirements. Wait a moment, Mr. Lin. I'll make the arrangements right away. Lin Qing nodded slightly with anticipation. Liang Yuan happily went to make arrangements. On the other side, Wu Bai returned home and found the lights in the living room were on, but Lin Dan Zhuang and Tang Tang were missing. I came to Tang Tang's room on the 2nd floor, pushed open the door and saw Lin Dan Zhuang holding Tang Tang and she had fallen asleep. This woman really doesn't treat herself as an outsider and even secretly wears his pajamas. Wu Bai stepped forward and prepared to cover them with the quilt, but inadvertently discovered that the pajamas Lin Dan Zhuang was wearing were too big and the neckline was too low, which made his blood boil. Wu Bai quickly looked away, gently covered them with the quilt, and then quietly left. But he didn't know what happened. That touch of spring lingered in his mind for a long time. Wu Bai smiled bitterly. He was not a lustful man and had never had a woman in Wuji continent. Without women in your heart, cultivate the natural god. However, I didn't expect that Lin Dan Zhuang looked slim and well endowed. Wu Bai went to the bathroom and took a cold shower to suppress the heat in his heart. Then, he entered into a state of cultivation. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Talent is important, but hard work is equally important. The next morning, Wu Bai woke up early, went to the roof, breathed in and out facing the rising sun for a while, and then started to make breakfast. Breakfast was just ready and Wu Bai was about to call Lin Dan Zhuang and Tang Tang to get up, but unexpectedly they just came down from upstairs. I was just about to wake you up, come and have breakfast. Tang Tang ran over and opened her little arms, Daddy, give me a hug. Wu Bai picked her up and kissed her on the little face. Tang Tang also gave Wu Bai a kiss on the face, leaving a lot of saliva, and said in a baby voice, Dad, when did you come back last night? Tang Tang was already asleep when Dad came back. I wanted to wait for my dad, but my sister's story was so good that I fell asleep accidentally. Wu Bai smiled. How could she fall asleep when it sounded so good? This little girl couldn't even lie. Lin Dan Zhuang came over and sat down, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't bring pajamas when I came, so I wore your pajamas. It doesn't matter. As Wu Bai spoke, he glanced at Lin Dan Zhuang. No matter how he looked at her, this woman didn't look like what Lin Qing said. She was clearly a harmless little white flower. By the way, Wu Bai, Tang Tang is 3.5 years old. It's time for her to go to kindergarten. Have you found a suitable school? If not, I can help recommend a few. When she heard that she could go to kindergarten, Tang Tang's gem-like eyes lit up and her face was full of hope. Tang Tang, do you want to go to kindergarten? I do. Tang Tang said in a baby voice. Wu Bai smiled and said, Okay, Dad will find a good kindergarten for you soon. After saying that, she looked at Lin Dan Zhuang and said, I really don't know much about kindergartens. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Miss Lin. No trouble, leave it to me. I'll send you the information later, and then you can choose one. Wu Bai nodded slightly, thank you. Let's eat. Wow, this is so cute. I can't bear to eat it. Lin Danzhuang said as she looked at the fried egg in the shape of a heart. Sister, Tangtang's fried eggs are also very cute. Lin Danzhuang pinched her little face. Tang is even cuter. Tangtang's happy big eyes curved into crescents. After dinner, Wu Bai had just finished cleaning up when the phone rang. It was Lin Qing calling. Dr. Wu, I heard that Li Zhengming is going to participate in an auction for a piece of land today. Are you interested in going to take a look? Wu Bai's eyes flickered. Do you know who owns that piece of land? Hee hee, it's from my Lin group. Lin Qing let out a wicked laugh. Wu Bai also laughed and said, where are you? I'll go find you. Let's meet at the entrance of Hongyuan Shopping Mall. Wu Bai hummed and hung up the call. Lin Danzhuang said, is he my brother? Wu Bai smiled and nodded. Lin Danzhuang joked, it's rare for him to get up so early. He will only be so attentive when he is doing something for you. Wu Bai smiled and said, Li Zhengming is going to bid for a piece of land, and that piece of land happens to belong to your Lin group. I know that piece of land. The asking price of that piece of land is 100 million yuan. Ling Tian Group can currently mobilize more than 500 million yuan. Wu Bai was a little surprised. You know all this. It seems that this woman is really not simple. She actually knows all the business secrets like this. Lin Danzhuang smiled slightly and said, I'll tell you a secret. We originally planned to use that piece of land to build a residential community, but because there is a historical museum and some historical landmark buildings nearby, if we build a residential community, we will have to install water pipes, which will damage the surrounding roadbed, so the government did not approve it at all. Of course we have kept this news secret, and no one knows about it. That piece of land is now a hot potato, and whoever gets it will suffer. Wu Baizing was also a business genius, otherwise he would not have been able to turn Ling Tian Group into a company with a market value of billions in just a few years. He was not surprised by the somewhat unethical operation of the Lin Group. In business, all businessmen are dishonest. Thanks. Lin Danzhuang waved her little fist and said, come on, defeat the bad guys. Wu Bai was amused by her cute action. You go ahead, I'll leave the sugar to me. Thank you for your help. Lin Danzhuang raised 2 fingers mischievously, 2 meals as compensation. Wu Bai smiled and said, deal. Tang, Dad is going to be out for a while. Can I stay with you? Wu Bai looked at Tang and said. Tang pouted unhappily. That's what her father said last night, but her father still hadn't come back until she fell asleep. Wu Bai picked her up and kissed her pink face. Daddy will take you to the playground tomorrow, okay? Yes. After taking care of Tang, Wu Bai took the car keys and went out. But it came back in less than 3 minutes. He had charged his car for a while in the bar last night, but it ran out of battery when he got home, and he had forgotten to charge it. What's wrong? Lin Danzhuang asked. Wu Bai smiled bitterly. My car is out of battery, I guess I have to take a taxi. Go ahead and drive my car, the white Audi at the door. Is that your car? Lin Danzhuang nodded and gave the car keys to Wu Bai. Thanks. Lin Danzhuang and Lin Qing are siblings, but their tastes are very different. Lin Qing is flamboyant and likes to drive a sports car, while Lin Danzhuang's car is very low-key. This is an Audi A8, which is also a luxury car, but it is low-key, luxurious and not ostentatious. However, when Wu Bai got in the car, he discovered something different about this car. This car has definitely been modified at great expense. The body and glass are bulletproof, and the interior has been modified to the best. The exterior is low-key, but the interior is extremely luxurious. Wu Bai started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out. Wow, the horsepower must have been modified. It seems that Lin Qing was right. Under Lin Danzhuang's gentle and quiet appearance, there is another face. When Wu Bai arrived at Hongyuan Shopping Mall, Lin Qing had already arrived. Lin Qing was stunned when he saw Wu Bai driving Lin Danzhuang's car. You actually drove my sister's car? Wu Bai was confused and said, my car ran out of battery, so Miss Lin gave me her car. What happened? Lin Qing's voice was so shocked that it rose 8 degrees. She asked you to open it. Wu Bai nodded in confusion, not understanding why Lin Qing was so shocked. Oh my God, the sun is rising from the west. It's unbelievable that my sister would let you drive her car. Lin Qing muttered to himself in shock. Wu Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. Any questions? This is a big problem. Lin Qing paused and continued. This car was designed and modified by my sister herself, so she never allows anyone to touch it, not even my mom and dad. I begged her many times, but my sister refused. Let me tell you this. My sister would never let anyone touch this car. But not only did she let you touch it, she also let you drive it. It's incredible. Wu Bai was stunned. He really didn't know this. Lin Qing looked at Wu Bai and begged, Dr. Wu, drive my car and let me try this one. The horsepower of this car has been modified, and it has more power than my sports car. Wu Bai was about to agree when his cell phone vibrated. He took it out and opened it, and was startled. It's not that I don't want to, but your sister doesn't want to. As Wu Bai spoke, he picked up his phone to show Lin Qing. On it was a message from Lin Danzhuang, which read, You are not allowed to let my brother drive my car. Wu Bai was surprised that this message came at such a coincidence. Could it be that Lin Danzhuang also knew physiognomy, or did she have the ability to predict the future? Lin Qing's face was filled with disappointment, and he muttered, That's too much. I'm her brother. Lin Qing muttered to himself, and suddenly looked at Wu Bai with a suspicious look in his eyes. Wu Bai was surprised and asked, What's wrong? Dr. Wu, you are not in love with my sister, are you? Wu Bai almost choked on his own saliva and said unhappily, Are you seriously ill? Miss Lin and I have only met a few times and we are already in love. It's hard to say, what if it's love at first sight? Last night, that beautiful lady said she fell in love with me as soon as she saw me. I have such damn charm. Lin Qing touched his face narcissistically. All love at first sight is just lust. Also, if the beautiful lady didn't know that you were driving a sports car worth hundreds of millions, didn't know that you were the eldest son of the Lin family, and she said she fell in love with you the first time she saw you, then I can only suspect that you blinded her. Lin Qing laughed awkwardly and said awkwardly, There is still true love in the world. In a place like a bar, sincerity is not as important as red money, and feelings are just a sexual need. Wu Bai shook his head helplessly. Looking for true love in a bar full of lights, wine, and smoke, Lin Qing is truly a unique scorpion daddy. Then, Wu Bai changed the subject and asked, When does the auction start? Lin Qing glanced at his watch and said, There's still half an hour left. It's almost time. Let's go. Dr. Wu, you drive and follow me. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Wanda Building one after the other. Lin Qing brought Wu Bai directly to the monitoring room. Lin Qing smiled and said, The person in charge here is my friend. The surveillance footage shows what's happening at the auction. I've arranged a few people, and as long as Li Jingming opens his mouth, they will drive up the price to the highest. Wu Bai looked at Lin Qing in surprise. He had originally planned to go in person and raise the price so that Li Jingming could take over the land at the highest price. He didn't expect that Lin Qing had already arranged everything. Lin Qing scratched his head, Dr. Wu, don't look at me like that. This was all arranged by my sister. I am just an executor. Originally, my sister arranged these people just to drive up the price so that our Lin Group's land can be auctioned at a good price. Now, we can let them discuss Li Jingming. Wu Bai's eyes flickered slightly, and he felt that Lin Danzhuang was not simple. Hey, this grandson of Li Jingming really acts like a real person. If I didn't know his true face, I would be fooled by him. Lin Qing looked at the surveillance footage of Li Jingming, who was shaking hands and greeting someone in a humble and polite manner. Wu Bai narrowed his eyes to hide the coldness in them. He was deceived by Li Jingming's face back then. Lin Qing asked the staff to leave and he operated the surveillance camera himself. Dr. Wu, the auction is about to begin. Wu Bai nodded slightly. A man in his 30s, dressed in business attire, walked onto the stage with a professional smile on his face. He was today's auctioneer. There were about 40 or 50 people in the audience. The auction started on time. This time, a total of 5 plots of land were auctioned, and the land belonging to the Lin Group was the last one. Wu Bai didn't pay much attention to the first 4 plots of land. It was not until the Lin Group's land was about to be auctioned that Wu Bai sat up straight. In the surveillance footage, Li Jingming also sat up straight. Li Jingming looked very confident, and it seemed that he was determined to get the Lin Group's territory. Before he entered the market, he spent a lot of money to find out that the asking price of the land owned by the Lin Group was 100 million, and the transaction price would not exceed 300 million. Little did he know that the news, which he suddenly learned before entering the venue, was leaked to him by someone on purpose. The number 5 lot is being auctioned now. The information and procedures for this lot are very complete. The minimum price for this lot is 100 million, and each bid must not be less than 5 million. The auctioneer opened a folder and projected the information of lot number 5 onto the large screen behind him, showing it to everyone to ensure that all the procedures for the land were complete. Now, the auction begins. Before the auctioneer finished speaking, a thin, middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who looked like a successful person, couldn't wait to shout, 100 million. 105 million. 110 million. 115 million. Suddenly, several people started raising the price. Li Jingming turned around and looked at the people who were bidding with disdain in his eyes, as if he didn't take these people seriously. Wu Bai smiled and said, "These few people are the ones you arranged, right?" Lin Qing grinned and nodded. 150 million. Li Jingming spoke up, and his move shocked the whole audience, raising the price from 115 million to 150 million. Everyone's eyes were on Li Jingming. Li Jingming had a smile on his face and looked calm. He really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Lin Qing sneered, "Grandson, there will be a time for you to cry." Then, he issued a command through the Bluetooth headset, saying, "Nineth can be refunded, 17th will increase the price. Each seat on site is numbered." The middle-aged man who was bidding number 9 was filled with anger. He hung his head helplessly and withdrew from the bidding. Number 9 was the first to bid. Li Jingming saw all of the reactions and he sneered. Wu Bai raised his lips slightly, "This guy is good at acting." Lin Qing chuckled and said, "They are all professionals." At this moment, when Li Jingming felt that he had won, number 17 suddenly raised the price and shouted, 180 million. Li Jingming suddenly looked back with a cold look in his eyes. At this moment, bidder number 5, who was sitting next to Li Jingming, raised his sign, 200 million. Li Jingming looked at the bidder number 5 next to him, his face gloomy, and said with a fake smile, "Boss Zhang, can your small company come up with 200 million? Mr. Zhang's name is Zhang Yao. He owns a small construction company, but his total assets are less than 100 million yuan. He used to have business dealings with Ling Tian Group." Li Jingming didn't expect that Zhang Yao, a small-time figure, would jump out and get involved. Zhang Yao sneered and said, "Don't bother Mr. Li to worry about that." Li Jingming's eyes were cold and he grinned, "I'm afraid that even if Mr. Zhang takes the photo, he won't be able to come up with so much money, and it will be embarrassing." The person who was lost was also Zhang Yao's. "What does it have to do with you, Li Jingming?" Li Jingming snorted coldly, "You want to play, I'll play with you." After that, he raised the sign in his hand and shouted, 210 million. Lin Qing's men were about to raise their placards, but Zhang Yao was quicker than them and raised his placard first, shouting, 230 million. After shouting, he did not forget to look at Li Jingming provocatively. Li Jingming's face turned pale, the corners of his mouth twitched, he was very angry, and roared, 250 million. Then, he looked at Zhang Yao and said, "You are not worthy enough to play with me." Zhang Yao sneered disdainfully and shouted, 280 million. Wu Bai raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, "Did you arrange this person as well?" Lin Qing shook his head and said, "No, I haven't seen it." Wu Bai was slightly stunned. This person was obviously going against Li Jingming. He thought it was someone arranged by Lin Qing, but he didn't expect it to be the case. The people arranged by Lin Qing were a little confused and at a loss. Wu Bai stared at Li Jingming, whose facial features were slightly distorted in the video, and said indifferently, "Let your people shout out 300 million. Lin Qing looked back at Wu Bai, "If we ask for 300 million and Li Jingming doesn't follow, we'll be in trouble. Go ahead and shout, Li Jingming will follow. Wu Bai said confidently. He knew Li Jingming. He was a self-willed and arrogant man who thought he had planned everything and would never lose. Lin Qing nodded and ordered, "Number 17, shout out 300 million. In the video, number 17 held up a sign and shouted, 300 million. Li Jingming's eyes were burning with fire. He turned around and looked at number 17, grinning, "Do you have the strength to play with me? I'll pay you 350 million. There was an uproar at the scene. Li Jingming raised the price too much. Anyone else is bidding? Is there anyone else bidding more than 350 million? The auctioneer yelled at the top of his lungs. However, this piece of land is worth at most 300 million, and it has already exceeded this price, so no matter what the auctioneer shouted, no one said anything. The auctioneer shouted, 350 million first time. After a while, he was sure that no one would raise the price, so he shouted, 350 million for the second time. Li Jingming looked at Zhang Yao next to him with disdain and sneered, "Why are you scared? You want to argue with me, but you don't even know how much you weigh." Zhang Yao stared at Li Jingming angrily and roared, "Li Jingming, I won't let you succeed." The auctioneer was about to drop the third hammer. The third hammer would make the final decision. As long as this hammer fell, the land would belong to Li Jingming. But at this moment, Zhang Yao shouted, 380 million. There was an uproar at the scene again. The auctioneer shouted excitedly, "This gentleman has 380 million. Is there any higher bid than this? Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" Li Jingming looked at Zhang Yao with a ferocious face, as if he wanted to eat someone. Zhang Yao stared at Li Jingming angrily and said with a fierce smile, "Li Jingming, even if I lose everything I have, I will not let you get this." In the monitoring room, Lin Qing turned around and looked at Wu Bai and asked, "Dr. Wu, should we continue shouting?" Wu Bai smiled slyly, "Add more fuel to the fire and raise it to 400 million. Lin Qing was a little worried because the land was already priced too high. But out of trust in Wu Bai, he asked number 17 to bid again. Just as Li Jingming and Zhang Yao were arguing, number 17 raised his sign and shouted, 400 million. This sudden price increase not only shocked everyone present, but also angered Li Jingming. Li Jingming's eyes were red. He stood up suddenly and roared, 450 million, I want this piece of land. No one can take it away from me. Lin Qing looked at Wu Bai with admiration, "Dr. Wu, you are really smart. This guy really raised the price. Should we bid again?" Wu Bai stared at Zhang Yao in the surveillance screen. When Li Jingming shouted out 450 million, Zhang Yao's eyes were full of cunning, and it was a smile of triumph. No need to shout anymore. Li Jingming is running out of funds. If we continue to shout, we will most likely get stuck. Also, check this person out. There must be someone behind him directing him. Wu Bai pointed at Zhang Yao on the video screen and said. Lin Qing nodded and said, "Leave it to me." At the scene, Li Jingming looked at number 17 and said provocatively, "Shout, keep shouting, why are you scared?" Number 17 lowered his head, looking resigned to his fate. Li Jingming looked at Zhang Yao again, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why didn't you shout any more? Are you mute?" Zhang Yao slowly stood up, stared at Li Jingming, and suddenly laughed, "Mr. Li is really rich. You spent 450 million to buy a piece of land worth no more than 300 million. I don't know what you are so proud of." After Zhang Yao finished speaking, he sneered disdainfully, turned around and left. Everyone was whispering. Li Jingming suddenly woke up. Staring at Zhang Yao's back, he felt that he had been tricked, but he was unwilling to admit it. "Zhang Yao, I won't let you go." Li Jingming's face was ferocious and his eyes were as sinister as a poisonous snake. "Congratulations to this gentleman for winning lot number 5. The auctioneer shouted, and the third hammer settled the deal. But Li Jingming was not happy at all. He felt that everyone was laughing at him, which made him furious. In the monitoring room, Wu Bai looked at the helpless and furious Li Jingming on the screen, raised his lips slightly, and said, "The show is over, let's go." Lin Qing looked at Li Jingming on the screen, sneered, then stood up and followed Wu Bai out of the monitoring room. The two came outside, and Wu Bai smiled and said, "Thank you for today. Lin Qing said cheerfully, Dr. Wu, you are too polite to say that. You saved my parents and my sister's lives. This is nothing compared to the kindness you have shown to our Lin family. Dr. Wu, it's time for lunch. Let's go eat something. Can your sister cook? Lin Qing was stunned and said, if dark cuisine is counted, she can barely be considered as someone who can cook. Then come home with me. I don't want my daughter's stomach to suffer. Lin Qing's eyes lit up, great. Dr. Wu, the food you cook is better than those in 5-star hotels outside. Lin Qing, get in the car first and don't show up. Wu Bai suddenly said that he saw Li Jingming coming out. Lin Qing nodded, got in the car immediately, and drove to a distance to wait for Wu Bai. Li Jingming had a gloomy face and walked to his car with his head down. Just as he was about to get in, he felt something in his heart and looked up. When he saw Wu Bai, he was stunned. Li Jingming looked at Wu Bai, and his eyes instantly became sinister. Why are you here? Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled faintly, are you surprised? Li Jingming was indeed a little surprised. He had just been plotted against and spent a large amount of money to buy a piece of land, and now Wu Bai appeared here, which made him feel uneasy. If I hadn't come, how could I have seen you spend a fortune on a useless piece of land? Li Jingming's heart skipped a beat and he asked coldly, what do you mean? Wu Bai said slowly, Li Jingming, I'm here to tell you that the game of cat and mouse has begun. Li Jingming sneered disdainfully, cat playing with mouse. You don't mean to say that you are the cat, do you? Wu Bai smiled and said nothing. Li Jingming grinned and said, Wu Bai, do you know what I hate most about you? It's that you always look like you have won. I want you to have a taste of failure. Look at what you look like now, a pitiful stray dog. Everything you once had belongs to me now. What do you have to play with me? What I regret most now is that when I knew you were still alive, I should have killed you and put an end to your troubles forever. Wu Bai's expression did not change, and he said calmly, Li Jingming, let me tell you now, I will take back everything I have lost. Moreover, I will not make the same mistake as you. I will send you to the 18th level of hell, and you will never be able to be reborn. Li Jingming laughed wildly, do you have that ability? You are nothing right now. Wu Bai suddenly laughed strangely, at least I am a normal man, and you are a useless person. Li Jingming's face suddenly changed and he looked at Wu Bai with an uncertain expression. Wu Bai mocked, don't hide it. It's hard to even pee now, right? If a man can't get an erection, is he still a man? When Wu Bai first met Li Jingming at the gate of Linqi County, he secretly did something to him, causing him to lose his male function. Li Jingming stared at Wu Bai, his facial features distorted and ferocious. A few days ago, he found that he felt a strong burning pain when he urinated, and then he was horrified to find that he had no reaction when facing women. Li Jingming was frightened at the time and secretly went to the hospital for a checkup, but nothing was found. In the past few days, he could hardly feel the existence of his thing, let alone the reaction. But every time he went to the bathroom, the burning and stinging sensation made him feel so painful that he wanted to die. But he had never told anyone about this, so how did Wu Bai know about it? Li Jingming looked at Wu Bai and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Wu Bai's eyes were dull and emotionless, and he said, Li Jingming, I will make you pay back what you owe me 100-fold or 1,000-fold. After saying that, he sneered, turned around and got into the car. The car suddenly stopped when passing by Li Jingming. Wu Bai lowered the window, looked at him teasingly, and said, if you don't raise your hand, it will be sunny. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Li Jingming's eyes were filled with hatred like a poisonous snake. With a click, he bit his back teeth to pieces in anger. Hiss! But after 3 seconds, his expression turned into pain. He covered his cheek and jumped up and down, tears coming out of his eyes in pain. Wu Bai and Lin Qing returned home. Dad. Tang Tang, who was playing with Lin Dan Huang, saw Wu Bai coming back, and immediately ran over with her short legs and opened her arms for Wu Bai to hug her. Wu Bai leaned over and picked her up, do you miss your dad? I do. Tang Tang said in a baby voice, and did not forget to kiss Wu Bai on the face, leaving a circle of saliva marks. Sugar. Lin Qing came over and touched her little head. Hello, Uncle Lin Qing. Lin Qing smiled happily, How come this child is so sensible? Seeing this makes me want to have a child. Dr. Wu, how can you give birth to a child as beautiful and cute as Tang Tang? Is there any formula? Or is there any unique posture? Wu Bai glared at him unhappily. This guy was talking without restraint. If you want to have children, you have to get married first. Ah. Lin Qing scratched his head and laughed dryly. Forget it then. He would never be willing to give up the entire forest for a tree. Lin Dan Zhuang poured a glass of water and brought it to Wu Bai. Have a drink. Thank you. Wu Bai was actually a little thirsty, so he took the drink and drank it all in a few gulps. Still drinking. Wu Bai shook his head. Lin Qing stared and said sourly, "What's wrong? Didn't you see your brother? Why didn't you pour me a glass of water?" Lin Dan Zhuang smiled brightly and said, "If you want to drink, pour it yourself." Lin Qing complained, "I am your brother, aren't you being too partial to me?" Lin Dan Zhuang rolled her eyes and ignored him. Lin Qing's eyes flickered slightly, his face full of suspicion. I wonder what he was thinking about. Lin Dan Zhuang walked over and took Tang Tang from Wu Bai's hands. "You just came back, you must have worked hard, take a rest." Without waiting for Wu Bai to speak, she continued to ask, "The land has been handed over to Li Zhengming, what are you going to do next?" Wu Bai's eyes flickered, and he smiled and said, "Li Zhengming doesn't have much money now. I guess it's not even enough to pay the employees. Wait until your father cuts off all of Li Zhengming's sources of funds. Then the fun will officially begin." Lin Dan Zhuang smiled and said, "It seems that you already have an idea." Wu Bai smiled and nodded slightly. Wu Bai suddenly looked at Lin Dan Zhuang and asked, "Do you know someone named Zhang Yao?" Lin Dan Zhuang smiled coquettishly, "It seems you have guessed it." Lin Qing was completely confused. "What do you mean? Did you arrange that Zhang Yao as well?" "Yes, I arranged it." Lin Dan Zhuang admitted generously, "Only by angering Li Zhengming and making him lose his mind, will she spend a large amount of money to buy that piece of land. I've studied Li Zhengming. He's a proud and arrogant person. But the few people we arranged before are not enough to make him lose his mind. But Zhang Yao can. Zhang Yao has a very beautiful daughter. His company used to have business dealings with Ling Tian Group. As time went by, Zhang Yao's daughter fell in love with Li Zhengming and became pregnant with Li Zhengming's child. But Li Zhengming was just playing around and didn't want to take responsibility. In the end, for some unknown reason, the child was aborted and Zhang Yao's daughter suffered from severe depression and committed suicide. Fortunately, she was saved in the end. But Zhang Yao completely hated Li Zhengming and even beat him in public. Wu Bai nodded slightly and said, "Li Zhengming is narrow-minded. He can't just pretend nothing happened when he was beaten. That's why they were particularly jealous when they met." Lin Dan Zhuang nodded slightly. "I found Zhang Yao and just told him that I wanted to deal with Li Zhengming, and he agreed without any hesitation." Lin Qing said angrily, "This grandson is really a beast. I can't stand it anymore. If I have the chance, I will definitely beat him to a pulp." Wu Bai glanced at Lin Qing, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Although Lin Qing was also a rich kid and a bit of a playboy, he had a very positive outlook and hated evil. "Don't worry, Li Zhengming won't have a good ending. If he just wanted Li Zhengming to die, that would be too easy. Wu Bai had a million ways to make him die without anyone knowing. But just killing him would be too easy for this bastard." Wu Bai wanted to return to Li Zhengming the pain he had endured 1,000 times. "Okay, let's not talk about this person for now. It makes me sick. I think everyone must be hungry. I'll go make dinner." Wu Bai pinched Tongtong's pink little face and walked into the kitchen with a smile. Lin Qing glanced in the direction of the kitchen, then looked at Lin Dan Zhuang. "Dan Zhuang, tell me the truth. Do you like Wu Bai?" Lin Dan Zhuang was slightly startled, her pretty face slightly reddened, but she quickly concealed it and asked naturally, "Why do you ask? Did he say anything to you?" "That's not the case. It's just that I think your attitude towards Wu Bai is very abnormal." "Why is it abnormal?" Lin Qing thought for a moment and said, "You actually lent your car to Wu Bai Kai." Lin Dan Zhuang was about to speak, but Lin Qing said first, "Don't tell me that his car ran out of battery. I won't believe it." I'm not going to use that excuse. I want to say, it's my car, I can give it to whoever I want, what's the problem with that? He was speechless. What Lin Dan Zhuang said made sense. No, I almost got fooled by you. Even my parents and I are not allowed to touch your car, and you let Wu Bai drive it. This is very abnormal. I think you are abnormal. Lin Dan Zhuang held Tang Tang on her lap, glanced at Lin Qing and said, "Brother, you are not young anymore, isn't it time to get married?" Lin Qing was startled. "Stop talking about other things here and don't change the subject." Lin Dan Zhuang sighed helplessly and smiled faintly. "Okay. I admit that I do have a good impression of him." Lin Qing was stunned. "How many times have you met?" "You have to think about this matter carefully. Although Dr. Wu is very handsome and capable, this kind of thing is not a joke. You must be cautious. If you really like Wu Bai, you must first be prepared to be a good mother." Lin Dan Zhuang suddenly laughed and looked down at Tang Tang. "Tang Tang, do you like me?" Tang Tang said in a baby voice, "I like it." Lin Dan Zhuang looked at Lin Qing. "Look, Tang Tang likes me, and I like her too, that's enough." "You think too simply." Lin Qing shook his head. "Anyway, think it over carefully. I can tell you that you may like him, but you can't easily give yourself to Wu Bai." "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Danzhuang's pretty face flushed and she stared at him. Lin Qing scratched his head. "Okay. Anyway, you have been very opinionated since you were a child. I will keep this a secret from your parents. We will talk about it later. You play with Tang Tang, I'm going to learn from him. Dr. Wu's cooking skills are really great, I have to learn a few tricks and then go back to learn how to cook." Lin Qing came to the kitchen where Wu Bai was cooking. He took out his cell phone and turned on the recording function. Wu Bai looked back at him and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm learning from others," Lin Qing said. "Does this guy have any misunderstanding about the word steal?" "You want to learn how to cook, I can teach you." "Really?" Lin Qing was a little excited. He put away his phone and walked forward to watch. "What's there to hide?" Wu Bai laughed and added seasoning while teaching Lin Qing. After a few minutes, Lin Qing lost interest. "It feels like what you teach is useless." Wu Bai glanced at him and said seriously, "Don't talk about yourself like that. I mean, what you teach is pretty much the same as what any other chef would teach. But why are the dishes you cook so delicious?" Wu Baixin said, "That's because I have spent thousands of years studying cooking, so I can make the most delicious dishes in the simplest way. Cooking requires taking it step by step. Nothing can be done overnight." Lin Qing asked curiously, "If I want to reach your level, how long will it take?" Wu Bai said, "How old do you think you can live to?" Lin Qing was slightly startled, then said, "We Lin family members are quite long-lived. I can at least live to be 80 or 90 years old." "Then you have no chance of reaching my level, because your life is too short." Lin Qing was deeply shocked and said with a wry smile, "Then I'd better just sit back and wait for death." After saying that, he went out dejectedly. Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and shook his head helplessly. What he said was all true. Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. While Wu Bai was happily preparing lunch, Li Jingming returned to the company. Li Jingming returned to the office with a dark face and pressed the call button. "Secretary Song, bring me a cup of coffee." After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Li Jingming said casually. But the person who came in was not Secretary Song, but Yi Jingshu. After Wu Bai got into trouble, Li Jingming forged documents, swallowed up Wu Bai's shares, and became the chairman of the board. Yi Jingshu held the 10% of shares given to her by Wu Bai and became the general manager. Yi Jingshu came forward with the coffee, placed it in front of Li Jingming, and said softly, "You don't look very well, what's wrong? Didn't you take the photo of that piece of land?" Li Jingming suppressed his emotions and said with a smile, "I took a picture of it." "Then why do you still look so depressed? Are you too tired?" Li Jingming stood up, walked over and held Yi Jingshu's hand, and said gently, "Jingshu, I'm scared." Yi Jingshu was slightly startled. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid Wu Bai will snatch you away." "You know what? I ran into Wu Bai again today. He challenged me and told me that the game of cat and mouse has begun. He is the cat and I am the mouse. Yi Jingshu's eyes were complicated and her expression became gloomy. She gently broke free from Li Jingming's hand and said calmly, "Don't let your imagination run wild. We are already engaged. Wu Bai is just a stranger to me now." "Stranger? Are you kidding me? Ever since Wu Bai got into trouble, I have been pursuing you for several years, but until now, you have not let me touch you. Do you really think I don't know what you are thinking?" Li Jingming was furious. "Bitch, if I wasn't afraid that you would give Wu Bai 10% of your shares, giving him the opportunity to enter the Ling Tian group. If your Yi family wasn't still of some use to me, I would have raped you a long time ago. Why are you pretending to be innocent with me?" Li Jingming's heart was full of resentment, but his face showed endless tenderness. The term two-faced was simply tailor-made for him. His eyes flickered slightly, and he was thinking about how to cheat Yi Jingshu out of the 10% of the shares. If she transferred or sold the shares to Wu Bai, it would be troublesome. Li Jingming knew Wu Bai very well. Wu Bai was a man who was good at creating miracles. The fact that he was able to grow Ling Tian from a small company into a large group with a market value of billions was enough to prove his ability and power. Therefore, we must never give Wu Bai a chance to fight back, otherwise, a spark in Wu Bai's hands will start a prairie fire. Li Jingming knew Wu Bai, so he was very wary of him. If 10% of Yi Jingshu's shares fell into Wu Bai's hands, then he would definitely be able to shake the entire Ling Tian group with this 10% of shares. Moreover, although he had been nepotistic in recent years and had replaced most of Wu Bai's former confidants, there were still a few particularly capable people that he was reluctant to replace. These people had followed Wu Bai to build his empire, and there was no guarantee that they would not turn against him when Wu Bai returned. "Jingshu, I'm really scared. I'm afraid that Wu Bai will snatch you away," Li Jingming said affectionately. Yi Jingshu was somewhat touched. After all, Li Jingming had been very good to her in the past few years. "Jingming, don't let your imagination run wild. We are already engaged. No matter what happens, I will always stand by you." Li Jingming's face was full of emotion. "Jingshu, you are so nice." A hint of awkwardness flashed across Yi Jingshu's face. She didn't know why she was not moved when the same love words came from Li Jingming's mouth. Instead, she felt a little uncomfortable. "Jingming, is there no possibility for us to make peace with Wu Bai?" Li Jingming's eyes flashed with sinister intent, and he shook his head and said, "Impossible, you know Wu Bai's character. That year, when we were climbing the mountain, he slipped and fell off the cliff. He thought I pushed him down, but the fact is that I was trying to hold him and save him." Yi Jingshu's eyes were dim. When she learned that Wu Bai fell off the cliff, she looked for him like crazy, but Wu Bai was nowhere to be found, alive or dead. Until one day, Li Jingming told her that Wu Bai was found. She was very happy and excited, but when she saw Wu Bai, she found that he was limping and disabled. At that moment she backed off. She could not accept that her future lover was a disabled person. More than a year later, she mustered up the courage to meet Wu Bai, but at that time he was already with a very simple woman, and they had a child. At that moment, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. She found a perfect excuse for her selfishness, saying that Wu Bai had betrayed their relationship, and the guilt in her heart disappeared. Li Jingming felt that he had laid the groundwork for the event, so he said, "Jingshu, I'm just worried that you feel guilty about Wu Bai, so I'm going to give you the 10% of shares." Boom boom. Li Jingming was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door before he could finish his words. Li Jingming cursed in his heart and said sternly, "Come in." A well-dressed middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit walked in, followed by a woman of average appearance in a professional suit. These two people are the company's capable people. The man is the marketing manager Yuan Zheng, and the woman is the investment manager Qiu Yanan. Yuan Zheng came in, without much politeness, frowned and said, "Director Li, President Yi, something happened." Li Jingming's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly asked, "What happened? Tell me slowly, don't be anxious." Yuan Zheng said in a deep voice, "Several companies that cooperated with us suddenly unilaterally announced the termination of cooperation. Now the 3 communities we developed are in need of money, and they suddenly terminated the cooperation. Those developers got the news and were worried that they would not get paid, so all construction sites stopped." "What? Li Jingming's voice rose 8 octaves, his face full of shock. The 3 high-end residential communities under development are the group's most important projects now. Most of the company's money has been invested in these projects. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. Yi Jingshu was also shocked. What's going on? Why did they suddenly end their cooperation? Qiu Yanan said, I called to ask, but when the other party heard that I was from Lingtian Group, he hung up the phone immediately and didn't give me a chance to ask. How could this happen? Yi Jingshu began to panic. These projects were jointly invested and developed by Lingtian Group, her Yi family, and Chuangfeng Group in the early stage, and the partners came in later. Now the project is halfway through, and the partners suddenly withdraw their investment. If they can't find funds, the money they invested in the early stage will be wasted, which is billions. Li Jingming had a bad feeling in his heart. He immediately took out his cell phone and started calling those partners. But no one answered the phone. He could only call the other company. Hello. I'm Li Jingming from Lingtian Group. Please transfer me to Director Liu. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu is out of the country. The other party didn't even give Li Jingming a chance to speak and just hung up the phone. Li Jingming's face was gloomy, and he made another phone call. Hello, I'm Li Jingming from Lingtian Group. Please transfer me to your Director Zhang. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang is not here. After saying that, he hung up the phone neatly. Asshole! Li Jingming roared and smashed his phone to pieces. Qiu Yanan said, Mr. Li, how about I go to these companies in person to find out the situation? Li Jingming roared, they don't even answer my calls. If you go there, you might not even be able to get through their front door. There must be someone behind the scenes, otherwise these people wouldn't have terminated their cooperation at the same time and disappeared collectively. Let the legal department send them a lawyer's letter. As long as there is a contract, they can't play tricks on me. Yuan Jing said, Mr. Li, I have already inquired at the lawyer's department before coming here. Lawsuits like this are the most difficult to fight. They can afford it, but Lingtian Group cannot. Waste, all of them are waste. What's the point of keeping them? I might as well keep a dog. Li Jingming was like a mad dog, furious. Yi Jingshu frowned slightly, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. She suddenly thought of Wu Bai. When Lingtian Group was just starting out, it also encountered a similar situation, but Wu Bai remained calm and collected, and after working hard for several days, he managed to make a beautiful comeback. It's no use getting angry now. These companies disappeared collectively. It was clearly a plan. The most important thing now is not to stop the construction site. As long as the community is built, we can turn things around. Let's calculate how much money the company has. Satisfy the contractors first and let them start work first. Yuan Jing said, I just contacted the contractor and calculated that if we want to start the work, we need to spend at least 200 million yuan now. Yi Jingshu said, there is enough money in the company's account. Transfer the money to them first and let them start working. We will figure out the rest later. There is no money in the account. Li Jingming said with a dark face. What? Yi Jingshu looked at him with a frown. Li Jingming said dejectedly, the piece of land I bought today cost me 450 million. Yi Jingshu was completely stunned. That plot of land was priced at 100 million, and the transaction price was no more than 300 million. Why did you spend so much money? Li Jingming suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were red, and he roared, it was Wu Bai. He wouldn't appear there for no reason. He wouldn't say those things to me for no reason. It must be him who did it. Wu Bai. Yuan Jing and Qiu Yanan are very familiar with this name. When Lingtian Group was founded, they followed Wu Bai and made great contributions to the growth of Lingtian Group. The two looked at each other, unable to hide their shock. Isn't Wu Bai dead? They admired Wu Bai very much, and when Li Jingming announced that Wu Bai was in trouble, they were sad for a long time. Yuan Jing asked tentatively, Mr. Li, who is Wu Bai you are talking about? Li Jingming glanced at him sinisterly. Yes, you are the Wu Bai you are thinking of. He is not dead, he is still alive. Yuan Jing and Qiu Yanan opened their mouths wide in shock. Yi Jingshu said, Manager Yuan, Manager Chiu, I will explain this to you later. You can leave first. The two nodded and went out. Manager Yuan, I can't figure it out. A few years ago, Mr. Li said that Wu Bai was dead. Why is he alive now? Yuan Jing shook his head slightly, and said thoughtfully, I don't think this matter is that simple. Chiu Yanan said, Mr. Li just said that those partners suddenly terminated their cooperation with us. It was all Wu Bai's fault. It seems that something happened that year that we don't know about. Ling Tian Group was created by Wu Bai. If it weren't for a big grudge, he wouldn't deal with Ling Tian Group. Yuan Jing narrowed his eyes and sneered, who was the biggest beneficiary when Wu Bai disappeared? Of course it's Director Li. Not only did he get Wu Bai's shares, he also got together with General Manager Yi. That's right. What Director Li did was very immoral. Yuan Jing interrupted Chiu Yanan and paused before continuing, I'm afraid Wu Bai is not targeting Ling Tian Group, but Li Zhengming. Chiu Yanan smiled and said, it seems that Director Li is in trouble. You and I both know Wu Bai's ability. But Director Li has been pretty good to us in the past few years. If. No ifs. Yuan Jing interrupted her again and said, he treated us well because we were still useful and it was difficult for ordinary people to replace us. He showed no mercy to any of the old friends who came in with us back then. I have been with Ling Tian Group since the day it was founded. If Wu Bai had led us, Ling Tian Group would have soared to the sky long ago, and would not have been standing still for several years. If I didn't have a big family to support, I would have left after Wu Bai's accident. After Yuan Jing finished speaking, he smiled bitterly, shook his head, turned around and walked away, cursing, this damn life doesn't allow me to be willful. Chiu Yanan was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. Who doesn't stay because of the pressure of life? In the office, Yi Jingshu looked at Li Zhengming with displeasure, now we are surrounded by enemies on all sides. If we are not careful, Ling Tian Group will become a thing of the past. How do you plan to solve the current dilemma? Li Zhengming's face turned pale and his eyes were sinister. Don't worry. I will find a way. I will never lose to Wu Bai. Yi Jingshu frowned and said, you keep saying that all this is Wu Bai's doing, but do you have any evidence? Li Zhengming said fiercely, except for him, I can't think of anyone else. Only Wu Bai has a reason to deal with us. Yi Jingshu sighed deeply and said, I have a way to solve the current dilemma. What is it? Sell the piece of land you bid for this morning at a low price, exchange it for money, and start the construction site first. Li Zhengming's eyes flickered, and he said angrily, but that piece of land is less than 300 million. Which idiot would spend 450 million to buy it? After Li Zhengming finished speaking, he was stunned. Wasn't he the idiot? Yi Jingshu said, I'm talking about selling at a low price. Even if we only sell it at half the price, it will be enough for us to catch up for a few days. You have to know that if the construction site stops working for one day, it will be an irreparable loss for us. We lost more than 200 million on that piece of land, but if those 3 high-end residential areas are built, we will make more than 200 million, but several 200 million. Li Zhengming clenched his fists and nodded unwillingly. Just as Yi Jingshu was about to say something, her phone vibrated. She picked up the phone and took a look. It was a message from an unfamiliar number. It said, 5 o'clock, left bank coffee. This is a matter of life and death for the Yi family. Come alone. See you there. Yi Jingshu couldn't help but frown, wondering who the other person could be. But since it concerns the survival of the Yi family, she has to be cautious. However, the other party made an appointment in a cafe, a public place, so I shouldn't be in danger. Yi Jingshu decided to meet this person. What's wrong? Li Zhengming noticed that Yi Jingshu looked strange and asked casually. It's okay. Yi Jingshu chose to hide it. In Linqi County, at Wu Bai's home, Lin Qing hung up the phone, burped in a very ungraceful manner, and leaned back in his chair with a look of satisfaction on his face. Dr. Wu, I feel like if I come here a few more times for free meals, my weight will go up quickly. Wu Bai smiled and said, no, I have specially matched them. The calories from the things you eat will cancel each other out. You won't gain weight if you exercise a little. So magical. Lin Qing sat up straight and said happily, then I'll have another bowl. Lin Qing filled his bowl with rice and ate while mumbling, "It's really delicious. Just thinking about how we are all so full, while Li Jingming's grandson is probably so depressed that even drinking cold water can make his teeth ache, I feel so happy." Wu Bai looked at him. "Is it related to the call you just received?" Dr. Wu is indeed a god, he guessed it right. "I just received a call that several companies cooperating with Ling Tian Group unilaterally announced the termination of cooperation, and those bosses collectively disappeared. I guess Li Jingming's face is uglier than if his parents died, hee hee." Wu Bai raised his lips slightly and said in a good mood, "I owe Director Lin a big favor for this matter." Several companies cooperating with Ling Tian Group collectively announced the unilateral termination of cooperation. Only Lin Xiangrong had the ability to do so. Lin Qing ate his food in big mouthfuls and said vaguely, "I really want to see the expression on Li Jingming's grandson's face now. It must be very interesting. You two can chat. I have something to do this afternoon, so I'll leave first." Lin Danzhuang said suddenly. "Tang Tang, sister will come to see you after she finishes her work, okay?" "Yeah." Tang Tang nodded obediently. "Sister, Tang Tang will miss you. You must remember to come and play with Tang Tang." Tang Tang reluctantly sent Lin Danzhuang all the way to the door, and only came back after watching Lin Danzhuang's car drive away. Lin Qing looked at Wu Bai and said with a smile, "Dr. Wu, have you ever thought about finding a mother for Tang Tang?" Wu Bai was slightly stunned. He had never thought about this question. "Tang Tang is still young now, you can take care of her. But when she grows up, even if you are her father, it will be inconvenient sometimes, and there will still need to be a woman in the family." Wu Bai nodded slightly. What Lin Qing said made sense. He smiled and said, "Take your time. This is not like buying vegetables. You can't just pay for it. It depends on fate." Lin Qing was about to ask Wu Bai how he felt about his sister, but before he could ask, Wu Bai said, "Mr. Lin, I have something to trouble you with." Lin Qing said, "What's the matter, tell me? Which is the largest company cooperating with Ling Tian Group now?" Lin Qing thought for a while and said, "If we talk about the largest company, it would be Huali Group." Huali, Wu Bai narrowed his eyes and said after a while, "The chairman of Huali Group should be Fei Wenhai, right?" Lin Qing asked in surprise, "Do you know Fei Wenhai?" "I've met him a few times before." Lin Qing shook his head and said, "Fei Wenhai is no longer in charge of the matter. He has handed over Huali Group to his son Fei Yan." The corners of Wu Bai's mouth twitched slightly. This name sounded a bit awkward and too unrefined. Lin Qing said, "Do you want to see Fei Yan? I can help you make an appointment." Wu Bai nodded slightly, "Do it secretly, don't let others notice it." "Understood. Don't worry, I'll do the job." Wu Bai raised his lips slightly and asked, "Are you full?" Lin Qing nodded. Wu Bai started to clean the table. Lin Qing pretended to be dead. "Dr. Wu, I'm full. I won't help you. Go to the living room and play with Tang Tang." Lin Qing ran to play with Tang Tang happily, muttering, "A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. This guy, after eating, he scolds the cook. He is such a jerk." Wu Bai packed up his things, then took out a pen and paper and started writing on the dining table. After a while, he came to the living room and handed what he had written to Lin Qing. "What is this?" Lin Qing took it curiously. Wu Bai smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, don't you want to regain your masculinity? Get these herbs and I'll help you heal." Lin Qing's eyes lit up, and he carefully put the piece of paper close to his body, then stood up and said, "Dr. Wu, I won't bother you anymore. I'll help you make an appointment with Fei Yan as soon as possible." Wu Bai smiled strangely and nodded slightly. Did he know that this guy was in a hurry to find medicine? Lin Qing left happily. "Dad, do you think Tang Tang's painting is good-looking?" Tang Tang held up the painting she drew and showed it to Wu Bai. Lin Danzhuang gave Tang Tang a box of watercolor pens of various colors. Tang Tang likes to paint when she has nothing to do. Wu Bai took it and looked at it. He was a little surprised. He originally thought that Tang Tang was just scribbling, but he didn't expect that the painting was so realistic. There were flowers, trees, the sun, birds, and 3 people holding hands on it. "Tang Tang, is this Daddy?" "Yes." "The little person in the middle must be Tang Tang, right?" Dad is so smart. Wu Bai pointed at the person on the right and asked, "Who is this?" "It's my sister. This is the picture that my sister taught Tang Tang to draw." It turned out that it was Lin Danzhuang who taught him. He thought Tang Tang learned it by herself. "Dad, my sister said she wants to go to the amusement park with Tang Tang tomorrow." Wu Bai was slightly startled, then he held her on his lap and pinched her little face. "Okay. Tang Tang, do you like your sister very much?" "Well, Tang Tang likes her sister, and Tang Tang likes her dad the most." Wu Bai was smiling widely. "Dad, can you watch cartoons with me?" "Yeah." Tang Tang nodded happily. After leaving the company, Yi Jingshu went directly to Left Bank Coffee. As soon as she walked in, a waiter came forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Yi?" Yi Jingshu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Miss Yi, please follow me. Your friends are waiting for you in the box." Yi Jingshu followed the waiter to the door of the box, and the waiter knocked on the door. "Come in." Yi Jingshu pushed the door open and walked in. The box was very elegant, and a woman was sitting by the window drinking coffee gracefully. "Why is it you?" Yi Jingshu was a little surprised that the person who asked her out was actually the daughter of the Lin family. Lin Danzhuang smiled faintly and said, "Why can't it be me? I have nothing to say to you." Yi Jingshu turned around and wanted to leave. That night at the hotel entrance, this woman had threatened her. And she did it to protect Wu Bai, which made her very uncomfortable. "Once we leave this door, the Yi family will never be able to gain a foothold in Jinjiang City. Miss Yi, you must think it through." Lin Danzhuang looked calm and said calmly. Yi Jingshu paused and looked back at Lin Danzhuang. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Danzhuang's eyes were sharp and her aura was strong, completely different from her delicate and gentle appearance in front of Wu Bai. "Threatening you honestly, you are not worthy of being threatened by me. I am just telling you a fact. If I want, a small Yi family will become history in 3 days." Yi Jingshu clenched her teeth and stared at Lin Danzhuang. "Did Wu Bai ask you to come?" "He doesn't know." Lin Danzhuang put down the coffee cup in her hand, leaned back in her chair, and said with a slightly sarcastic look in her eyes, "Miss Yi, don't think too much, because Wu Bai has never mentioned you in his life." Yi Jingshu felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Lin Danzhuang said, "Miss Yi, please sit down." Yi Jingshu gritted her teeth, walked to the chair opposite Lin Danzhuang with her head held high and sat down. "The Irish coffee here is good. I suggest Miss Yi try it." Yi Jingshu snorted coldly. Irish coffee has another nickname, called Lover's Tears. She knew that Lin Danzhuang did it on purpose. Did she want to see her cry because of Wu Bai's self-blame? She would never do that. She looked at the waiter. "Give me a cappuccino, half milk and half sugar." "Okay, wait a moment." The waiter went out and closed the door. Yi Jingshu looked at Lin Danzhuang and said, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Danzhuang stirred the coffee with a spoon, forming a small vortex on the surface, and said indifferently, "I know you have 10 of Lingtian Group's shares. Name a price and I'll take it." Yi Jingshu was slightly startled, then sneered and said, "Not for sale." Lin Danzhuang sneered and said disdainfully, "I am just informing you, not asking for your opinion. Lingtian Group originally belonged to Wu Bai, and the 10 of the shares were also given to you by Wu Bai. Isn't it hot in your hand? Li Jingming murdered Wu Bai and took over his Lingtian Group. You were Wu Bai's woman, but what did you do? You turned around and threw yourself into the arms of a murderer. Yi Jingshu, as a woman, I look down on you." Yi Jingshu's face was full of resentment. She opened her mouth but found herself unable to refute. "Why, did I say something wrong?" Lin Danzhuang looked disdainful. "The reason I can talk to you today is entirely because of Wu Bai's face. Otherwise, your Yi family's small company would have been wiped out by now. The Yi Group is similar to the Lingtian Group, with a market value of several billion. But in front of a behemoth like the Lin Group, it is indeed just a small company. Ms. Yi, if you don't believe me, let's take a gamble. In 3 days, I can get the Yi Group removed from Jinjiang City. Do you believe it?" Yi Jingshu looked at Lin Danzhuang's confident eyes and turned her head away in embarrassment. She didn't dare to gamble. "I knew you wouldn't dare, even though we haven't met many times. But for a woman like you, I can see through your true nature at a glance. You can't bear to give up your current luxurious life. If the Yi family falls, you will be nothing. Yi Jingshu was full of resentment, but she didn't know how to refute. Compared with Lin Danzhuang, her aura was too weak and she was completely suppressed. Lin Danzhuang looked at Yi Jingshu with contempt and sneered, "Miss Yi, don't blame me for speaking harshly. The key is that you did something too ugly. It's not what you said at all. Wu Bai fell off the cliff by himself. This incident has nothing to do with Jingming," Yi Jingshu said in a sharp voice. "If I didn't think you were unworthy, I would really want to throw this cup of coffee on your face. You can actually say such shameless words. Yi Jingshu, you are more selfish and shameless than I thought. After all these years, I don't believe that you didn't know that Wu Bai fell off the cliff because Li Jingming pushed him down. I can guess why you did this with my eyes closed. If what I guessed is true, Wu Bai fell off the cliff, and you knew he was still alive. But when you found out that Wu Bai had become a cripple, you selfishly abandoned him and turned to Li Jingming's arms. You two, this pair of dogs and bitches, took over Wu Bai's company and lived a life of luxury, right?" Lin Danzhuang's eyes were sharp, and every word she said was as sharp as a knife. With every word she spoke, Yi Jingshu's face turned paler. Because what Lin Danzhuang said was almost true, even though Yi Jingshu herself didn't want to admit it. Lin Danzhuang looked at her with contempt. "I feel sick if I say one more word to you. I'm giving you two choices now. First, sell me your 10 stake and use the money to continue living your life of luxury. Second, the Yi Group goes bankrupt and you go out to beg for food. Don't think that without the Yi Group, you still have the Ling Tian Group to rely on. I advise you to give up this idea. Wu Bai has already made a move, and he will take the Ling Tian Group back personally. As for Li Jingming, his end will be 10 times worse than Wu Bai's back then. Call me when you've made up your mind. I hope you can reject me, so that I can legitimately let you and Li Jingming become a pair of star-crossed lovers." After Lin Danzhuang finished speaking, she stood up and left, leaving Yi Jingshu, with a pale face, alone in a daze. Wu Bai really didn't know that Lin Danzhuang would go to find Yi Jingshu. He is watching cartoons with Tang Tang. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Wu Bai didn't even look at it and picked it up. "Mr. Wu, it's me, Liang Yuan." Wu Bai subconsciously sat up straight. "Is there any progress?" Liang Yuan said, "Mr. Wu is indeed very good at predicting things. I have found the person you want. Where are you? I'll come find you now. I'd better let me pick up Mr. Wu. This place is not easy to find." Wu Bai hummed and hung up the phone. But soon, Wu Bai started to have a headache again. Liang Yuan said that the place was hard to find and it was definitely not a good place and not suitable for Tang Tang to go, but it was still early and he couldn't leave Tang Tang alone at home. After thinking about it, Wu Bai couldn't think of a good solution. "It seems that I can only take Tang Tang with me and let her play in the car for a while." About half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Tang Tang thought it was Lin Danzhuang, so she ran over to open the door. When she saw it was Liang Yuan, she burst into tears and turned around and ran back. "Dad, there are bad guys, there are bad guys." Last time Liang Yuan brought a woman, that woman broke off the rabbit ears on the car. Tang Tang remembered Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan was also startled, his face full of embarrassment. He didn't know whether to go in or leave. He stood frozen at the door, not knowing what to do. He was even a little frightened, and he scared Wu Bai's daughter to tears. There was no guarantee that Wu Bai would not come after him. Wu Bai hurried over and picked up Tang Tang, turned to look at Liang Yuan who was standing stiffly at the door, and shook his head helplessly. "Don't cry, Tang Tang. This uncle is not a bad person. He broke off the rabbit ears because he knew he was wrong. He came to apologize to us." Liang Yuan hurriedly said, Yes, Tang Tang, I'm here to apologize. It was uncle who was wrong last time. I'm sorry." Tang Tang wiped her tears, pursed her lips, glanced at Liang Yuan, then quickly turned her head back, still very scared. Wu Bai smiled and comforted, "Tang Tang, you are a good child if you know your mistakes and correct them. This uncle has already apologized, so let's forgive him, okay?" Yes, uncle already knows he was wrong. "Tang Tang, can you please forgive uncle?" Liang Yuan smiled and tried to make himself look more amiable. Tang Tang, let's just forgive Uncle, okay? Tang Tang pursed her lips and looked at Liang Yuan. Tang Tang forgives you. The little thing looked so pitiful, weak and helpless that it made Wu Bai laugh. Liang Yuan was so happy that he was like a bastard. His mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Thank you Tang Tang for your forgiveness. Uncle will bring you delicious food and buy you toys next time I come. Liang Yuan, what are you doing here? Liang Yuan had just finished speaking when he heard a voice behind him. He turned around subconsciously and saw a tall, beautiful woman walking towards him. He felt that she looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Are you Miss Lin Danzhuang? Liang Yuan remembered that he had seen Lin Danzhuang from afar at a cocktail party. However, the two were not on the same level, so he didn't dare to step forward and say hello. Lin Danzhuang nodded slightly. Are you here to look for Wu Bai? Liang Yuan nodded. Lin Danzhuang walked past Liang Yuan and went straight in. Elder sister. When Tang Tang saw Lin Danzhuang, she immediately smiled and waved her little hands. Lin Danzhuang saw the traces of tears on Tang Tang's little face, so she stepped forward to grab Tang Tang from Wu Bai's arms and helped her wipe away her tears. Who bullied my Tang Tang? Tell me, and I will help you deal with him. Lin Danzhuang said this, but her eyes were looking at Wu Bai. Wu Bai smiled bitterly. Don't look at me. She was frightened by Liang Yuan. Wu Bai recounted what happened last time. Lin Danzhuang looked at Liang Yuan unkindly. Forget it this time, but if you dare to bully Tang Tang again, don't blame me for being rude. Liang Yuan smiled and nodded repeatedly. He was surprised that Lin Danzhuang treated Wu Bai's house as her own and had a close relationship with Wu Bai's daughter. The relationship between these two people must be complicated. Don't be afraid, Tang Tang. With your sister here, no bad guy dares to bully you. Tang Tang nodded her head and kissed Lin Danzhuang on the face affectionately. Lin Danzhuang's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, and she also kissed Tang Tang on the face. Why is Miss Lin here? Wu Bai asked curiously. Lin Danzhuang had just left in the afternoon and came back in just a few hours. Lin Danzhuang looked at him with displeasure. Why, you're not welcome, then I'll leave. No, just asking casually. Wu Bai smiled bitterly. Lin Danzhuang said, I have to accompany Tang Tang to the amusement park tomorrow, so I will stay here tonight. It will be more convenient tomorrow and I won't have to run around. By the way, you must have something to do, right? Wu Bai nodded. Go ahead, leave the sugar to me. Thanks. Wu Bai said gratefully. Lin Danzhuang really helped him a lot. Tang Tang, you play with your sister. Daddy is going out for a while and will be back soon, okay? Goodbye, Dad. Tang Tang waved her little hand. Wu Bai suddenly felt a little jealous. Tang Tang seemed to be getting closer and closer to Lin Danzhuang, and he became dispensable. He felt very uncomfortable. You may be jealous, but you still have to do things. Liang Yuan drove Wu Bai all the way to the northern suburbs and finally stopped in front of a small factory called Tianheng Plastic Factory. Liang Yuan honked the horn a few times. There was a small door on the big vermilion iron gate. A bald strongman opened the small door and walked out. He was wearing a crooked gray security uniform. The security guard took a look at the license plate number and forced a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Liang, you are here. Open the door. Liang Yuan said. The security guard opened the door and Liang Yuan walked straight in. After the car stopped, Liang Yuan got out quickly and ran to the passenger seat to help Wu Bai open the door. Wu Bai got out of the car and looked around. The factory was not big, only a few hundred square meters. There was a factory building directly in front of him, and abandoned machines were piled up in the corners around the walls, almost buried by weeds. Mr. Wu, this way please. Liang Yuan led the way and took Wu Bai into the factory. The machines are neatly arranged inside, but none of them are running, which shows that these machines are just decorations. In the dome, a few light bulbs emitted a dim light. As I walked further inside, I saw a few people along the way. They all had fierce eyes and their work clothes were crooked and baggy. It was obvious that they were not serious workers. When they arrived at the deepest part of the factory, several tall and strong men with fleshy faces were playing cards. When they saw Liang Yuan, they hurriedly stood up, nodded and bowed to greet him. Liang Yuan asked, "Where is the person you were asked to watch?" A sturdy man pointed to a small room not far away, which should be a tool room or something like that, and said respectfully, "Mr. Liang, there's someone inside." "Mr. Wu, this way please." Liang Yuan brought Wu Bai to the door of the small house. "Open the door." A strong man came forward and opened the door. Wu Bai walked in. The room was not big, about 10 square meters. The floor was black with oil stains. There were 2 rows of wooden shelves around it, all filled with machine parts. A dark-skinned middle-aged man in his 40s huddled in the corner in horror. Liang Yuan stepped forward, grabbed the man's hair, dragged him over, forced him to raise his head, and said respectfully, "Mr. Wu, do you think this is the person?" Wu Bai had only seen Zhou Jinyuan's photo before. He looked at him carefully for a while and nodded slightly. Although 2 or 3 years had passed, he still recognized him at a glance. This person was Zhou Jinyuan. "Zhou Jinyuan, do you know me?" Zhou Jinyuan trembled, looked up at Wu Bai, and then shook his head. I don't know you. Why are you arresting me? I tell you, this is illegal." Bang. Liang Yuan swung his fist and slapped him. "You bastard, do you want to die? Just answer whatever Mr. Wu asks you. Don't talk nonsense if he doesn't ask, or I'll kill you." Zhou Jinyuan's face was filled with horror and he was shaking like a sieve. Wu Bai looked at him and said indifferently, "Zhou Jinyuan, if you answer my questions honestly, I can give you a chance to live. If you don't, I will bury you alive. 2 years ago, on March 17th, you hit and killed a woman with your car. Do you remember?" Zhou Jinyuan shook his head desperately. "I don't know what you are talking about. You have found the wrong person. My name is not Zhou Jinyuan, my name is Zhou Wei." "You really have found the wrong person." Liang Yuan hurriedly said, "Mr. Wu, I have checked it out. It is true as you said. This grandson has changed his name and surname over the years, married and had children. But I am sure that he was indeed called Zhou Jinyuan before." Wu Bai nodded slightly. "I know, he is Zhou Jinyuan, you are right. But this kid is not honest. Mr. Wu, give me 5 minutes, and I promise that this grandson will explain his entire ancestry." Wu Bai nodded slightly. Liang Yuan grabbed Zhou Jinyuan's hair with one hand and pinched his cheeks fiercely with the other hand, grinning, "Grandson, now that you are here, I am not afraid that you will not tell the truth." Then, he looked at the several strong men at the door and said, "You guys, take good care of this grandson, just don't kill him. Don't worry, Mr. Liang. I promise to make him tell me what color his shit was yesterday." Liang Yuan glanced at Wu Bai, then angrily said to the burly men, "Don't say dirty words in front of Mr. Wu, or I'll cut off your tongues." Several strong men shrank their necks in fear and nodded repeatedly. Liang Yuan waved his hand, and several strong men carried Zhou Jinyuan out like a chicken and brought them behind a machine. Then, there was the sound of fists and kicks, accompanied by Zhou Jinyuan's shrill screams. After a long time, Zhou Jinyuan's screams became weaker and weaker. A strongman came over, shrank his head, and whispered, "Mr. Liang, this grandson is very stubborn. He won't say anything even if you beat him to death. I'm afraid if I beat him again, he will die." Liang Yuan looked angry. He wanted to show off in front of Wu Bai, but he ended up losing face. "Waste, what's the use of you?" Wu Bai waved his hand and said indifferently, "Bring him here." The sturdy man looked at Liang Yuan, asking for his opinion. Liang Yuan was furious and kicked the burly man fiercely. "What are you still standing there for here? Mr. Wu has the final say." The sturdy man ran behind the machine in a panic, picked up Zhou Jinyuan and threw him on the ground. Zhou Jinyuan's nose and face were swollen, his mouth was full of blood, and he kept groaning in pain. Wu Bai looked at him expressionlessly and said calmly, "I admire you as a man. If you can handle it, I will let you go and forgive you for what happened." Wu Bai slowly raised his hand, and his fingers were as sharp as knives, with true energy constantly flowing out of his fingertips. Liang Yuan and several strong men were stunned. Wu Bai flicked his fingers, and several streams of true energy transformed into strong winds and shot into Zhou Jinyuan's body. Ah! Suddenly, Zhou Jinyuan let out a miserable howl. His eyes bulged, and veins on his forehead, temples, and neck bulged as high as a finger, as if they were about to explode. His facial features were twisted together, looking hideous and terrifying. He screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. Zhou Jinyuan only felt that his tendons and bones seemed to be broken one by one, and the pain went through his bones. He felt so painful that he wanted to die. His whole body was twisted into a strange posture, like a ghost. Liang Yuan and several strong men were so frightened that their souls left their bodies. Just by watching, they were so frightened that their hands and feet were cold and their whole bodies were chilled. "Kill me. Please, kill me." Zhou Jinyuan's voice was hoarse as he screamed in pain. Wu Bai looked at him expressionlessly, his eyes dull and without a trace of emotion. I'll tell you everything." Zhou Jinyuan roared with a trembling voice. A sneer appeared on Wu Bai's lips. Even gods would surrender if their bones were broken, let alone Zhou Jinyuan. Wu Bai flicked his fingers and a stream of energy penetrated into Zhou Jinyuan's brows. Zhou Jinyuan gradually calmed down, and his whole body looked like he had been fished out of the water. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and he was breathing heavily, lying on the ground like a jar of mud. Liang Yuan and several strong men felt their scalps tingling and their hands and feet were cold. What on earth was the energy that Wu Bai's fingertips emitted? It was beyond their understanding that it could cause such pain to a person. Wu Bai squatted down, looked at Zhou Jinyuan, who looked like a puddle of mud, and asked calmly, "Are you Zhou Jinyuan?" "Yes, I am Zhou Jinyuan." "Who asked you to hit and kill that woman more than 2 years ago?" Zhou Jinyuan trembled and said, "Yes, it was Li Zhengming. He gave me 500,000 yuan and asked me to kill that woman. My mother is sick and needs money, and I was forced to do it. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." Wu Bai's eyes were cold, and he said sternly, "So, I have to praise you as a filial son. Your mother is seriously ill and needs money, so you can use other people's lives to exchange for money. What qualifications do you have to deprive an innocent life?" Wu Bai clenched his fists, anger surging in his heart. He really wanted to crush this man to death. "Zhou Jinyuan, I'll give you a chance to live. I'll identify Li Zhengming when I need you. I'm telling you, the woman you killed was my wife. If you don't want your wife and children to get into trouble, you should know how to choose. Please, don't hurt my wife and children. I am willing to identify Li Zhengming." Zhou Jinyuan chose to betray Li Zhengming without any hesitation. He changed his name and surname, and got married in his 40s, which was considered a late-born child. Li Zhengming was not comparable to his wife and children. Wu Bai said coldly, "As long as you cooperate obediently, I guarantee that your wife and children will be safe. If you dare to play tricks, I guarantee that they will die miserably. Please, don't hurt them. They are innocent. I am the guilty one. I will do whatever you want me to do." Wu Bai was so angry that he kicked Zhou Jinyuan several meters away with a bang. "Your wife and children are innocent, but what about my wife Zhou Jinyuan? Do you know how much I want to kill you now?" Wu Bai roared. He was really worried that he would not be able to control himself and would just strangle Zhou Jinyuan to death. "Liang Yuan, keep an eye on him." Liang Yuan bowed and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Wu." Wu Bai glanced at Zhou Jinyuan sharply, then turned and walked outside. "Keep an eye on him. If anything happens, you will be held responsible." After Liang Yuan finished giving the order, he trotted to catch up with Wu Bai. He turned his head to look at Wu Bai from time to time, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Wu Bai said indifferently, "Just tell me what you want to say." "Mr. Wu, since he admitted that he was the murderer of your wife, I think it's a life for a life. Just be Zhou Jinyuan. Don't worry, he still has some use." Liang Yuan nodded, and then said, "Mr. Wu, I will take you back first." Wu Bai hummed calmly. On the way back, Wu Bai received a call from Lin Qing, saying that he had made an appointment with Fei Yan to meet at Caesar Hotel at 8 o'clock in the evening. This Lin Qing is really efficient. Wu Bai hung up the call, looked at Liang Yuan who was driving, and said, "Liang Yuan, do you have a loan sharking business?" Liang Yuan's expression froze, and he didn't know how to answer. "What's wrong? As the prince of the underworld, you wouldn't have failed to develop this business, right?" Liang Yuan laughed dryly and said cautiously, Mr. Wu, this is illegal. Don't joke with me, tell me the truth. Liang Yuan shuddered and nodded hurriedly. I dare not deceive Mr. Wu, it is true. Okay, let's go to Caesar Hotel instead. Come with me to meet someone. I have a business deal to introduce to you. Liang Yuan didn't understand why it was so impressive, but since Wu Bai didn't say anything, he didn't dare to ask, so he turned around and drove towards the Caesar Hotel. Caesar Hotel is one of the best hotels in Jinjiang City. When Wu Bai and Liang Yuan arrived, Lin Qing and Fei Yan had already arrived. In order to conceal their tracks, Lin Qing and Fei Yan waited for him in the box. Dr. Wu, you are here. Seeing Wu Bai and Liang Yuan pushing the door open, Lin Qing hurriedly stood up and went to greet them. Fei Yan was shocked. He looked at Wu Bai and guessed Wu Bai's identity in his heart. He could actually make Lin Qing, the top young master in Jinjiang City, so respectful to him. It was obvious that Wu Bai's identity must be extraordinary. What shocked him even more was that Liang Yuan, the prince of the underworld, also followed this man respectfully, not daring to step beyond his reach. Dr. Wu, let me introduce you. This is Fei Yan. Lin Qing introduced. Wu Bai stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, Wu Bai. Fei Yan did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly stretched out his hand to shake hands with Wu Bai. Hello, Mr. Wu. Wu Bai looked at Liang Yuan. Mr. Fei, let me introduce you, this is Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan said respectfully, Mr. Wu, we know each other. Fei Yan also smiled and nodded in agreement. Wu Bai was slightly startled, then smiled and said, since we know each other, I won't introduce myself to you. Since we are all acquaintances, sit down and chat. After they sat down, Lin Qing attentively poured Wu Bai a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. This scene made Fei Yan even more curious about Wu Bai's identity. Fei Yan asked, I wonder why Mr. Wu asked young Master Lin to meet me. Wu Bai smiled and said, it's actually very simple. Just do me a favor and act as a broker. Broker. Fei Yan was a little confused. A broker is a middleman or introducer. Wu Bai smiled and said, Mr. Fei's Huali Group is Ling Tian Group's largest partner, right? Fei Yan glanced at Lin Qing and said with a smile, not anymore. Lin Qing said, Mr. Fei, there is no need to hide anything in front of Divine Dr. Wu. We at the Lin Group ask you to terminate the cooperation with Ling Tian Group. It was actually Divine Dr. Wu's idea. We are just the executor. Fei Yan opened his mouth in shock, because this matter was made by Lin Xiangrong himself. Does this mean that even Lin Xiangrong is working for Wu Bai? Lin Xiangrong has a pivotal position in the entire Jinjiang City, and he dares to work for Wu Bai. Who on earth is this Wu Bai? Wu Bai looked at Fei Yan and said with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Fei is willing to help me. Fei Yan thought about it for a while. Even a giant like the Lin family was working for Wu Bai. He was just a broker, which was harmless. He hurriedly said, of course there is no problem. I just don't know what Mr. Wu wants me to do. It's simple. Go find Li Jingming and ask him to borrow a loan from Liang Yuan at high interest rates. Fei Yan's heart skipped a beat. He was a smart man and soon understood Wu Bai's purpose. He was going to deal with Li Jingming. But what he didn't understand was that with the power of the Lin family, it would be easy to deal with Li Jingming, so why go to so much trouble? Wu Bai paused and continued, your companies have terminated their cooperation with Ling Tian Group. Ling Tian Group's capital chain has been broken and it has reached the end of its rope. Their only way to survive now is the piece of land that Li Jingming bid for this morning. If we sell the land at a low price, Ling Tian Group will still have a chance to survive. But I don't want to give this man another chance to breathe. I want to watch him fall into despair and collapse bit by bit. Master Fei, please help spread the word. It is impossible to build a residential community on the land owned by Li Jingming because it involves the foundation of the surrounding historical buildings. The government will not approve it at all. Fei Yan was stunned. Wu Bai was going to send Li Jingming to hell, where he would never be reborn. Lin Qing looked at Fei Yan and said with a smile, what Divine Dr. Wu said is right. The piece of land that Li Jingming bought today is a useless piece of wasteland. Because that piece of land belongs to my Lin Group. Fei Yan was dumbfounded. How did Li Jingming offend Wu Bai? This was to kill him. Wu Bai said indifferently, Li Jingming can't come up with the money now. If he wants to get through the difficulties, there are only two ways. First, borrow money from the bank, but the bank's approval is too troublesome and he doesn't have time to wait. Second, he is to borrow high-interest loans to solve the immediate emergency. It would be hard for him to believe an ordinary person. But Master Fei is the largest partner of Ling Tian Group. If you tempt him, Li Jingming will definitely be fooled. As for why you terminated the cooperation with Ling Tian Group, when Li Jingming asks, I think it won't be difficult for you to find a reasonable excuse. Next, you introduce Liang Yuan to Li Jingming. Li Jingming is in urgent need of money, so he will lend it to you. Fei Yan felt a chill in his heart. Wu Bai's plan was meticulous, one thing after another, and Li Jingming was finished. This person is too scary, we cannot be his enemy. Fei Yan thought with fear in his heart. Since we can't be enemies, let's be friends. If we can't beat them, then join them. Fei Yan smiled and nodded, I'm happy to serve Mr. Wu. Wu Bai didn't put on airs and said with a smile, thank you, I owe you a favor, you can always ask for it back at any time. Mr. Fei, I'm waiting for your good news. Liang Yuan, this matter is not difficult for you, right? Liang Yuan nodded hurriedly, it's not difficult, Mr. Wu, don't worry, I will cooperate with Master Fei. If he succeeds in this, he might be able to make a lot of money, otherwise how can it be called usury? Wu Bai stood up and said with a smile, then you guys discuss it, I'll leave first. Lin Qing hurriedly said, Dr. Wu, I'll arrange for someone to serve the food. Can you eat first and then go home? No need, Miss Lin and Tang Tang are still at home, I'm worried they're hungry, you guys eat. Dr. Wu, are you going home to cook? Then I'll go back with you. Wu Bai said unhappily, just stay here and come to my house for dinner tomorrow. Lin Qing smiled and nodded repeatedly. Wu Bai waved his hand, turned and left. After Wu Bai left, Lin Qing ordered the dishes to be served. Soon, the table was filled with delicious food. Everyone must be hungry, let's eat first. Lin Qing was the first to pick up the chopsticks, but after taking just one bite, he threw them down and complained, this is too disgusting, like chewing wax, hard to swallow, what the hell? Fei Yan and Liang Yuan looked at Lin Qing in confusion. Fei Yan said jokingly, Mr. Lin, you are too picky. This is a 5-star hotel. The food here shouldn't be as bad as you say, right? You know nothing. Lin Qing rolled his eyes, paused and said, you have never eaten the food cooked by divine Dr. Wu. It is so delicious. Let me tell you this, you are eating the food cooked by divine Dr. Wu while your father is being executed. You don't feel any pain at all. The two of them were speechless. What a crappy metaphor. Lin Qing felt that his analogy was really accurate, otherwise these two guys would not be able to understand how delicious the food Wu Bai cooked was. Baboon, let me tell you, you earned a favor from Dr. Wu, and you made a fortune. Baboon. The corners of Fei Yan's mouth twitched. If he could afford to offend Lin Qing, he would have wanted to imprint his size 43 feet on his size 38 face. By the way, who exactly is Mr. Wu? Lin Qing thought for a moment and said, he is a miracle doctor, a miracle cook, and a god. In short, he is omnipotent. Fei Yan opened his mouth, looking confused. I think Mr. Wu is a devil and a monster. After Liang Yuan finished speaking, he looked behind him furtively, as if he was afraid that Wu Bai would suddenly appear behind him. Fei Yan was stunned, his mouth opened so wide that he looked like a baboon. Lin Qing said mysteriously, I will tell you something, and you will know whether divine Dr. Wu is a god or not. Then he told him how Wu Bai stopped his parents from getting in the car and then they had a car accident on the road. After hearing this, Liang Yuan and Fei Yan were completely dumbfounded, their eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. Seeing the expressions of the two, Lin Qing said proudly, how is it? Now you know how powerful Dr. Wu is, right? Fei Yan swallowed hard, this was too unbelievable, it sounded like a myth. Liang Yuan said stealthily, I'll tell you something too, but you must not spread it. Mr. Wu asked me to help him find someone, and young Master Lin knew about this. The person was found, and my people almost beat him to death, but he refused to give in. Mr. Wu flicked his fingers in the air, and I saw several streams of energy flying into the man's body. Then the man rolled on the ground in pain, his whole body twisted into a weird position, like a twisted dough stick. It was so scary. He died within 10 seconds. Liang Yuan was still wary of Fei Yan, so he just mentioned the person instead of Zhou Jinyuan's name. Fei Yan shuddered. Although this story sounded like a fairy tale, Liang Yuan and Lin Qing had no reason to lie to him. Besides, if Wu Bai didn't have any skills, would these two people be so attentive to him? Fei Yan felt a sense of fear towards Wu Bai. Is this man a god or a devil? Liang Yuan whispered, actually, there's something even scarier, but Mr. Wu won't let me tell you. Otherwise, I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Lin Qing grabbed a few peanuts and threw them at him, cursing, what are you showing off? It's as if you and Divine Dr. Wu have a better relationship than Divine Dr. Wu and I do. When Divine Dr. Wu and I met, you didn't even know where you were. Liang Yuan shrank his neck, not daring to confront Lin Qing head-on, and muttered, we've known Mr. Wu for about the same time, right? What are you mumbling about? Liang Yuan hurriedly shook his head, nothing, nothing. Let's drink. He really couldn't afford to offend this young master Lin Qing. If it were an ordinary person, he would have pinned him to the ground long ago. On the other side, Wu Baicai returned home. He didn't drive, but took a taxi back. However, the taxi was not allowed to enter the community, so it took him more than 10 minutes to get home. When I opened the door and went in, Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang were still awake. Dad. Seeing Wu Bai coming back, Tang Tang ran over to greet him quickly with her short legs. Wu Bai felt warm in his heart. He liked this kind of life. He leaned over to pick up Tang Tang and kissed her little face. He accidentally saw the messy snack bags on the coffee table and smiled bitterly, is this your dinner? Lin Danzhuang was a little embarrassed. I can't cook, and I'm afraid the takeout is not clean, so I dare not give it to Tang Tang. I can only eat some snacks to fill my stomach and wait for you to come back. Wu Bai shook his head helplessly, Tang Tang, are you hungry? Yeah. Sister is hungry too. Then Dad will make you something delicious. Wu Bai handed the candy to Lin Danzhuang and turned into the kitchen. Lin Danzhuang's face was full of happiness. She liked this warm life. The next day, early morning. Wu Bai woke up from his practice and went to the rooftop as usual to practice facing the rising sun for a while, then went downstairs to cook. After Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang got up, the three of them finished their breakfast. Wu Bai cleaned up the dishes, took a short rest, and then went out. He promised Tang Tang that he would take her to the amusement park today. Because his car was too small to seat 3 people, he drove Lin Danzhuang's car. Wu Bai was driving, while Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang were sitting in the back seat. Tang Tang was so happy along the way, it was her first time to an amusement park. In the past, it was great to have a full meal, let alone go to the amusement park. Wu Bai looked at Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang playing in the back row, with a slight smile on his face. After arriving at the entrance of the amusement park and parking the car, Wu Bai went to buy a ticket. He thought there wouldn't be many people because they came early, but he forgot that today was Saturday, so there were really a lot of people. Wu Bai waited in line for a long time before he bought the ticket. When he came back, he saw Tang Tang holding a pleasant goat balloon in her hand. Dad, does it look good? My sister bought it for me. It's like Tang Tang is offering a treasure. Wu Bai smiled and said, it looks good. He walked over and picked up Tang Tang, let's go in. Sister, hurry up and follow me, or you'll get lost. Tang Tang waved her little hands, afraid that Lin Danzhuang would get lost. Wu Bai smiled. Check tickets and enter. Tang Tang opened her big eyes and looked around curiously, staring at the amusement facilities. Wu Bai felt filled with guilt. This was the first time he brought Tang Tang to the amusement park. He felt unworthy of being a father. Tang Tang, which one do you want to play? Tell Daddy. Tang Tang hesitated for a long time and said distressedly, Tang Tang, I don't know. There are so many fun things here, and she wants to play with them all, but she doesn't know where to start. Lin Danzhuang suggested, let's play the carousel first, get used to it, and then try something else. Okay, Okay. Tang Tang danced happily. Then wait a minute, I'll go buy the tickets. Wu Bai gave Tang Tang to Lin Dan Zhuang and went to queue up to buy 2 tickets. After returning, Lin Dan Zhuang found that there were only 2 tickets and asked curiously, why did you only buy 2? You guys go ahead and play, Tang Tang. I'm a grown man, so forget it, but don't go up there and crush them. That would be too embarrassing. Lin Dan Zhuang chuckled, how could that be? The carousel is very sturdy. Not to mention you alone, 3 or 5 people can hold it up. Forget it, you two go play, I'll wait for you outside. Even though this thing could withstand him, Wu Bai still felt a little reluctant about a grown man playing with it. Lin Dan Zhuang said, okay then. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and said, you are responsible for taking pictures of me and Tang Tang. No problem. Wu Bai accepted it happily. Lin Dan Zhuang brought Tang Tang in and held her as she sat on a unicorn-shaped wooden horse. The carousel began to spin slowly. Dad. When turning to Wu Bai, Tang Tang waved her little hands excitedly at Wu Bai. Wu Bai also smiled and waved. Don't forget to take a picture of us. Lin Dan Zhuang shouted. If she hadn't reminded him, Wu Bai would have almost forgotten and hurriedly picked up his phone to take pictures of them. Yeah. Lin Dan Zhuang makes the scissors hand gesture. Wu Bai was slightly stunned. It turned out that the action was selective in people. Most people would look a bit old-fashioned in this pose, but Lin Dan Zhuang looked pure and lovely in it. Tang Tang also imitated Lin Dan Zhuang and stretched out her white and tender little fingers. Yeah. Tang Tang, let's give Dad a heart together. Lin Dan Zhuang taught Tang Tang how to make a heart-shaped gesture. Dad, make a heart shape with my hands. Tang Tang clumsily made a heart shape with her thumb and index finger, but the action looked like she was pinching something. Wu Bai smiled and took out his cell phone to save all these beautiful moments. Wu Bai was full of laughter and joy, but at the same time, Li Jingming was filled with worry. Today is Saturday and all the company employees are on vacation, but Li Jingming still came to the company and sat in the office in a daze. You bastards, you are all a bunch of ungrateful wolves. When you were making money, you treated me like your own father, but when something happened to me, you all ran away faster than mad dogs. Li Jingming's eyes were red and he cursed angrily. Several partners suddenly terminated their cooperation. In order to find funds, he had not slept since yesterday and made countless phone calls, trying to find new partners. But those who used to call him Boss Li and were as close to him as a brother now avoided him as soon as they heard he was calling. The circle in Jinjiang City is so small that everyone will know about the slightest disturbance. Ling Tian Group is now in trouble, with no funds and surrounded by enemies. Those profit-seeking businessmen naturally avoid it. Li Jingming's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. It would be fine for others, but Yi Jingshu's father and Chen Li found him last night and fell out with him on the spot. Several residential communities that were being developed were jointly invested by them, and all 3 companies had invested a large amount of money. Now that something like this has happened, there is a lack of follow-up funds. Yi Jingshu's father, Chen Li, realized that something was wrong and wanted to get the money back. Last night, Yi Jingshu's father Yi Kaiming and Chen Li made a fuss at his house for most of the night. Li Jingming finally realized what it meant that the business world is like a battlefield, and when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Go to hell, you bastards. I won't fall. If you want to cross the river and destroy the bridge, I won't let you do that. Li Jingming angrily slammed the table to vent his anger. Just then, his cell phone rang. Li Jingming took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After answering the call, he angrily said in an impatient tone, "Hello, who is this? Boss Li is so angry. It seems that I called at a wrong time." Li Jingming was slightly startled, and felt that the voice was a little familiar. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "Mr. Li is really a forgetful person. I am Fei Yan." Li Jingming stood up suddenly, his eyes blazing with anger. Fei Yan was his biggest financial sponsor, but he suddenly unilaterally terminated the contract. He tried to find him several times, but Fei Yan avoided him. He never thought that he would dare to call him. Mr. Fei called, "Are you here to laugh at me?" Fei Yan smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that Director Li has a deep grudge against me." Li Jingming said angrily in his heart, I have more than just resentment towards you, I wish I could kill you. Of course, no matter how stupid he was, he would not say this to my face. He said in a deep voice, Boss Fei, is there something you want to talk to me about? My main purpose of calling is to apologize to Mr. Li. In fact, I am really in trouble. Mr. Li still remembers the Fenghe real estate that I invested in years ago. Li Jingming knew about this. Fei Yan invested almost half of his net worth in Fenghe real estate. Mr. Li, to be honest, Fenghe real estate has gone bankrupt. That bastard Li Wentao ran away with the money. I am in the same situation as you now, with no funds. I am trying to find ways to raise money. I didn't terminate the cooperation intentionally, I just really have no money. How so? Li Jingming seemed concerned, but in fact, he was smiling so hard that crow's feet appeared. He suddenly felt much better and even a little gloating. People are like this. They dislike you being poor and are afraid of you being rich. When they are in trouble, they hope that others are worse off than themselves. This is human nature. At this time, Li Jingming fully demonstrated the evil in human nature. Boss Li, I've been so depressed these past few days that my hair has been falling out. Fortunately, the problem has been solved and I can breathe a sigh of relief for now. Fei Yan said with a wry smile. Li Jingming pricked up his ears instantly, his eyes flickering. He knew that Fei Yan had invested several billion in Fenghe real estate, which was a huge sum of money. He hurriedly asked, Congratulations, Mr. Fei, but how did you come up with such a large sum of money? Fei Yan was hesitant and vague, and he avoided talking about other things, but he didn't say how to solve the funding problem, which made Li Jingming scratch his head in anxiety. Mr. Fei, you. Before Li Jingming could finish his words, Fei Yan interrupted him and asked, Boss Li, I heard that you got the land on Nanping Road. Li Jingming nodded. The market value of that piece of land was only 300 million, and he spent 450 million to get it. He didn't want to say more about such an embarrassing thing. Fei Yan's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees, Mr. Li, why didn't you tell me before? Don't you know that the land is a wasteland? Li Jingming's nerves tensed up immediately, and he asked hurriedly, Boss Fei, what do you mean by this? Fei Yan said, the location of that piece of land is indeed very good, but it is surrounded by historical buildings and museums. Once it is started, it will damage the surrounding foundations, and the government will not approve it. Many people know about this. Hasn't Mr. Li heard about it? Li Jingming was completely stunned, his head was buzzing, and he asked hurriedly, is this information accurate? Absolutely. Li Jingming's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. So, he spent 450 million to buy a useless piece of land. Li Jingming suddenly remembered that when he bought the land, he met Wu Bai, who congratulated him on buying a useless piece of land. He didn't think much about it at the time, because Wu Bai knew that the land was useless. Even Wu Bai knew about it, but he only realized it later. Li Jingming suddenly felt like a big fool, a jumping clown. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he almost vomited blood. It's over, it's all over. He had originally wanted to sell this land to solve his urgent problem, but no one would buy this land now. Li Jingming's eyes were dull and his face looked deathly pale. Mr. Li, are you still listening? Li Jingming pulled himself together. He wanted to know how Fei Yan solved the funding problem. Now, with only funding, he still had a chance to turn things around. Boss Fei, do you really need my help now? Fei Yan said hurriedly, I really have no money, so I just solved my own problem. I really don't have any spare money. Boss Fei, I'm not asking you to invest money, I just want to know how you solved the funding problem. Help me, I will reward you handsomely in the future. Fei Yan hesitated for a while and said, it's not that I can't tell you. I borrowed the money from Liang Yuan, and although the interest rate is a bit higher than the bank, I could get the money right away. Moreover, as long as the company is still there, I won't have to worry about not being able to pay it back. Li Jingming's eyes lit up. Fei Yan was right. As long as the company was there, there would be no worries about not being able to pay it back. If he could borrow money from Liang Yuan and the 3 high-end residential communities he was developing were successfully completed, he would definitely make a fortune. No matter how high the interest rate was, it would not be able to keep up with the speed at which he could make money. Li Jingming seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and said anxiously, "Boss Fei, I am not familiar with young Master Liang. I wonder if Boss Fei can introduce him to me. You must help me this time." Fei Yan was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone. Just when Li Jingming's heartbeat was disordered, he finally said, "Okay, I'll contact Mr. Li for him. Wait for my call." "Thank you, Mr. Fei. You are my lifesaver. I will never forget your kindness. I will wait for your good news." Fei Yan said a few polite words and hung up the phone. At the amusement park, Wu Bai and Lin Danzhuang had already played several games with Tang Tang. Tang Tang kept laughing like a silver bell. She was really happy today and her laughter never stopped. They are now preparing to ride the powered train. When passing by the bathroom, Lin Danzhuang asked Wu Bai to wait a moment while she went to the bathroom. Wu Bai and Tang Tang were waiting there. Just then, Wu Bai's cell phone rang. He held Tang Tang in one hand and answered the phone with the other. "Mr. Wu, I'm Fei Yan." Wu Bai smiled and said, "Master Fei, do you have any good news for me?" Mr. Wu is indeed very good at predicting things. Li Jingming has taken the bait. Wu Bai raised his lips slightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Strike while the iron is hot. After the work is done, I will treat Master Fei to a meal." After talking to Fei Yan for a few words, Wu Bai hung up the call and then called Liang Yuan again. "Liang Yuan, Li Jingming has taken the bait. You can borrow the money, but you need something as collateral. Li Jingming controls 90% of Ling Tian Group's shares. His tolerance is within 45%. Remember not to exceed this number." He knew Li Jingming. If it exceeded 45%, he would lose his absolute voice in Ling Tian Group, and Li Jingming would definitely not agree. Dad. He stole my balloon." Tang Tang suddenly shouted anxiously. Wu Bai turned around and saw a chubby, dark-skinned boy in his teens snatching the pleasant goat balloon from Tang Tang's hand while he was on the phone. Seeing Wu Bai looking at him, the little boy was not afraid. Instead, he stuck out his tongue, rolled his eyes, and made faces at Wu Bai, looking very smug. It's obvious that this is a naughty child who lacks the punishment of society. That's it for now. Wu Bai hung up the call and looked at the little boy. "Give me the balloon." Unexpectedly, the little boy made a face at Wu Bai, put the balloon on the ground, jumped on it with both feet, and stomped on it to burst it. After that, he ran to a fat woman who was heavily made up, wearing gold and silver jewelry, and had a vulgar face not far away, and continued to make faces at Wu Bai. When Tang Tang saw her beloved balloon being stepped on and burst, her little mouth pouted and she burst into tears. Wu Bai hurriedly picked her up and said, "Tang Tang, don't cry. Daddy will buy you another one, okay?" Daddy will ask him to apologize to Tang Tang. Wu Bai walked over with Tang Tang in his arms and said to the fat woman, "Your child stole my daughter's balloon and stepped on it and it burst. Ask him to apologize to my daughter." The fat woman looked at Wu Bai with disdain and shouted, "He's just a child. You're an adult now, why are you fussing with a child? It's just a broken balloon. If you step on it, it will burst. What's the big deal?" Wu Bai frowned. It turned out that behind every naughty child there is a naughty parent. The boy hid behind the fat woman, making faces and looking very smug. Wu Bai said coldly, "You did something wrong and you are still so righteous. Is it so difficult to apologize? Isn't it just a broken balloon? Why make such a fuss? You're an adult, and you're picking on a child. You really have no manners at all," the fat woman said with disdain. Wu Bai was so angry that he laughed. A person who escaped the quality-oriented education was actually said to have no quality. Wu Bai's eyes narrowed, and he said sternly, "If you do something wrong, it's only natural to apologize, but you're making a fuss here. No wonder you raised such a naughty child. If you don't discipline him now, no one will pamper him when he enters society. Who do you think you are? It's none of your business how I discipline my child. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for making such a fuss over a broken balloon? Besides, who saw my baby snatching your daughter's balloon? Maybe you broke it yourself, and you wrongly accused my baby." the woman yelled loudly, with a crooked mouth and face, like a real shrew. Wu Bai knew that there was no point in talking to such a shrew, so he looked at the boy and shouted, "Apologize to my daughter." The boy was frightened and quickly hid behind the fat woman. The fat woman protected the boy and shouted at Wu Bai, "What's the matter? Do you still want to hit someone? Try hitting someone." Wu Bai's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the woman's ugly face with disgust. He didn't hit women, but in his opinion, a shrew was no longer a woman, so he waved his hand and prepared to slap the shrew to teach her a lesson. Just then, a short man with glasses and thinning hair ran over. "What's going on?" The fat woman yelled, "Husband, this man bullied our baby and wanted to beat me." The man rolled his eyes and looked at Wu Bai with disdain. "Just give it a try. If you touch my wife and children, I guarantee you won't be able to survive in Jinjiang City." Wu Bai's eyes were cold. As the old saying goes, people from the same family stick together. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked as well. Your kid stole my daughter's balloon and stepped on it. I just asked him to apologize. Your family really opened my eyes. You just said that I can't survive in Jinjiang City. I'm curious, who are you?" The man raised his head, his face full of arrogance, and said proudly, "Boy, do you know the Lin Group? I am the manager of the Human Resources Department of the Lin Group. If you offend me, I will make you pay for it." Wu Bai was slightly startled. "What's wrong?" Lin Danzhuang came out of the bathroom, walked over and asked, "Why are you crying, Tang Tang?" Seeing Tang Tang in tears, Lin Danzhuang hurriedly hugged her and said, "Tell me, who bullied Tang Tang?" Tang Tang wiped her tears aggrievedly and sobbed, "The balloon that my sister bought for me was snatched away by him and even broken, woo woo." As she was speaking, Tang Tang started crying again out of grievance. "Don't cry, Tang Tang. Sister will ask him to apologize to Tang Tang. Sister will buy you another one later, okay?" While Lin Danzhuang was comforting Tang Tang, she looked at the fat woman and her husband and said, "Take good care of your child and make him apologize." The fat woman rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "What are you apologizing for? You guys are so persistent about a broken balloon. You really have no manners at all. You want my baby to apologize? No way." After saying that, he looked at the boy and said, "Baby, stay away from people like them in the future. We don't want to play with them." The boy was protected by his parents and became proud again. He stuck out his tongue and made faces at Lin Danzhuang. Lin Danzhuang's pretty face darkened and she sneered, "It's true that the top beam is crooked and the bottom beam is crooked. You are a family of unreasonable people. Seeing the way you are, I can already foresee what your children will be like when they grow up. They will definitely be a cancer of society." "Who are you talking about? You are the cancer of society. Do you have any shame? He is just a child. If you curse him like this, I will tear your mouth apart." Lin Danzhuang's face turned blue with anger. She had never seen such a shameless person before. Wu Bai shook his head and said, "It seems that the Lin Group's vision in recruiting people is not good. What kind of people did they recruit? Boy, you dare to insult the Lin Group. I think you don't want to live anymore." The men glared at Wu Bai and roared. Lin Danzhuang was slightly startled and looked at the men, "Are you from the Lin Group?" The men looked at Lin Danzhuang with a proud face and said proudly, "Why, are you scared? Let me tell you, I am the manager of the Human Resources Department of the Lin Group. Apologize to us quickly, otherwise I will make you pay for it." Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, feeling really anxious about this guy's IQ. Lin Danzhuang's pretty face was filled with anger. She didn't expect that such a person would be the Human Resources Manager of her Lin Group. She took out her cell phone, made a call, looked at the men and asked casually, "What's your name?" The men said with disdain, "What? You want to call someone to deal with me? My name is Zhang Guangyao, you can call anyone you want, I'll see who dares to touch me." At this time, the other end of the phone was connected, and Lin Danzhuang said angrily, "Now, immediately, fire Zhang Guangyao, the manager of the Human Resources Department. Then check carefully to see if he has any evidence of corruption or bribery." Zhang Guangyao was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of disdain and he said sarcastically, "Oh, you are pretending quite well. Do you think you are our chairman? Hubby, what's the point of talking to people like this? It's just a waste of our time. Looking at them, I guess they don't even know what the Lin Group does. The fat woman said disdainfully. Zhang Guangyao was about to speak when his cell phone rang. He glanced at the number and his expression suddenly became flattering. After answering the call, he nodded and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen, what can I do for you?" "Zhang Guangyao, do you want to die? How did you offend the eldest lady? I am here to inform you that you are fired. Moreover, your eldest lady has ordered an investigation into you, so you'd better have a clean record, otherwise you'll end up in jail." There was a roar on the other end of the phone, and then he hung up. Zhang Guangyao was completely stunned, his eyes were dull. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Lin Danzhuang, his face full of disbelief, and asked in a trembling voice, You are the eldest daughter of the Lin Group." Lin Danzhuang looked at him coldly. "Hubby, what are you talking about? What young lady? She's more like a young lady, I think." Zhang Guangyao's face turned pale with fright. He turned around and slapped the fat woman hard in the face. The slap was so powerful that it made the fat woman stagger a few steps and knocked down the boy hiding behind her. Then she fell down herself and sat on the boy. The fat woman weighed at least 200 pounds, and she almost sent the boy away when she sat down. The boy cried out in pain. The fat woman seemed stupid, or she didn't expect Zhang Guangyao to hit her. Her eyes were dull, half of her face was red and swollen, and she even forgot to get up from the boy. After a while, the fat woman seemed to come to her senses. She covered her face, pointed at Zhang Guangyao and screamed at the top of her lungs, "You dare to hit me! You bastard, you dare to hit me! I will never let you go." There were a lot of people around, and when they saw the ugly appearance of the fat woman, they frowned and pointed. Lin Danzhuang's pretty face was filled with anger as she said in a cold voice, "Zhang Guangyao, I hope your background is clean and I won't find out anything. Otherwise, you can just wait to spend the rest of your life in jail." Zhang Guangyao's face turned pale, as if he had lost his parents. How could his bottom be clean if he sat in such a position? It would definitely be confirmed if checked. Besides, if the eldest daughter of the Lin Group wants to deal with him, it doesn't matter whether there is evidence or not. "Miss, I was wrong. I am blind and I can't recognize the real master. Please have mercy on me and let me go." When Zhang Guangyao thought about going to jail, he was so terrified that he begged desperately. Lin Danzhuang looked at him expressionlessly and said indifferently, "As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked. Your son's behavior can tell your own virtue. I really can't find a reason to let you go. Miss, please give me another chance. I apologize to this little girl." I'm sorry. Lin Danzhuang sneered, "Zhang Guangyao, if I were not the eldest daughter of the Lin Group, would you still apologize? Not all apologies can be exchanged for a never mind. After saying that, he looked at Wu Bai and said, "Let's go." Wu Bai nodded slightly. "Tang Tang, can I take you to buy balloons? Let's buy a beautiful sheep this time." "Good." Tang Tang nodded her little head, pursed her lips, still feeling sorry for her pleasant goat balloon. Miss. Please give me another chance. I beg you." Zhang Guangyao was still begging. However, Lin Danzhuang didn't even have time to pay attention to him. Zhang Guangyao looked at Lin Danzhuang who was walking away, his face ashen. He heard his wife's noisy cursing in his ears, and he immediately became furious. He walked over and kicked the fat woman in the face. The fat woman was kicked to the ground, her mouth full of blood, 2 of her teeth were kicked out, and she burst into tears. "Cry, and you'll be satisfied if I cry to death. It's all because of you that you spoiled this bastard. I've lost my job and may even go to jail. Are you satisfied?" Zhang Guangyao roared with red eyes and rushed forward to punch and kick the fat woman, making her scream for help. The people around were all gloating, pointing and talking, and no one came forward to help. At first, Zhang Guangyao only beat the fat woman, but later he beat the naughty child as well. For a while, there were ghosts crying and wolves howling, and chaos reigned. On the other side, Lin Danzhuang took Tang Tang to the place where balloons were sold, bought Tang Tang a Mianjiang balloon, and bought her an ice cream, which made Tang Tang smile. Tang Tang, we agreed that you can only eat a little bit. If you eat too much, you will have diarrhea. Yeah. Tang Tang nodded obediently and licked the ice cream. Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Lin Danzhuang was very good at coaxing children. You never go to the company. Lin Danzhuang was stunned for a moment, then she understood and said proudly, I go to the company very rarely. Besides, there are a lot of people like Zhang Guangyao in the Lin group. They are not qualified to see me. Wu Bai chuckled. Lin Danzhuang was quite cute when she was being arrogant. Okay, Tang Tang, you can't eat any more. Lin Danzhuang reminded. Tang Tang reluctantly gave the ice cream to Wu Bai. Daddy, eat it. Wu Bai took it and took a bite with a smile. Let's go ride the power train. Tang Tang raised her hand and cheered, seemingly forgetting all the unpleasantness that had just occurred. Wu Bai and Lin Danzhuang played with Tang Tang until the afternoon. Tang Tang was tired from playing and fell asleep in Lin Danzhuang's arms when she came out of the playground. Let me hold you. Wu Bai saw that Lin Danzhuang was having some difficulty holding him. No, Tang Tang isn't heavy, don't wake her up. Just as Lin Danzhuang finished speaking, her cell phone rang. Wu Bai smiled and said, let me hold her, you answer the phone. Then be gentle and don't wake Tang Tang up. As he said that, he handed the candy to Wu Bai gently. Then he took out his cell phone and looked at it, saying, I'll take a call. Lin Danzhuang took her cell phone and walked aside to answer the call. He came back not long after and said apologetically, I have something to do. You can drive my car back. It's okay, I'll just take Tang Tang to a taxi, you just go about your business, thank you so much for today, Tang Tang is very happy. Lin Danzhuang looked at him with a bit of resentment in her eyes, do we need to be so polite to each other? Wu Bai was slightly startled. Actually, he was not stupid. How could he not see what Lin Danzhuang was thinking? But he didn't have the heart to think about it now. Thank you still needs to be said. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Thank you for accompanying Tang Tang to the amusement park today. I used to be a jerk and treated Tang Tang very badly. This is her first time to the amusement park. Lin Danzhuang looked at Tang Tang distressedly, and then said, I like Tang Tang, and Tang Tang likes me too, so there is no need to say thank you. By the way, I have selected several good kindergartens. I will send you the information when I get home tonight. You can choose one. Thanks. Lin Danzhuang looked at him dissatisfiedly, besides thank you, can you say anything else? Wu Bai thought about it and said seriously, thank you very much. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around angrily and left with heavy steps. Wu Bai shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Wu Bai took Tang Tang back home in a taxi. Tang Tang looked really tired from playing and didn't wake up during the whole journey. Wu Bai put Tang Tang on the bed, covered her with a summer quilt, then went downstairs to start cooking. At this time, Lin Danzhuang came to Left Bank Coffee. When she arrived at the box, Yi Jingshu was already waiting for her. The call she received before was from Yi Jingshu. Lin Danzhuang walked over and sat down, looking at Yi Jingshu. Yi Jingshu avoided Lin Danzhuang's gaze and said, I've thought it through. I can sell you 10% of my shares in Ling Tian Group. Lin Danzhuang sneered, I'm afraid you haven't figured it out, but you are in urgent need of money. Yi Group and Ling Tian Group have jointly invested in the development and invested a lot of money in the early stage. Now the funds are cut off. If you don't find a way, I'm afraid you will soon be unable to support it like Ling Tian Group. Besides, you are well aware of the current situation of Ling Tian Group. It is under attack from all sides, and the shares in your hands are now worth almost nothing. I don't think Li Jingming knows that you transferred the shares to me. Yi Jingshu could never stand up straight in front of Lin Danzhuang because her aura was too weak. She retorted, these are my shares. I am free to do what I want with them. Why should I tell him? Lin Danzhuang sneered and said disdainfully, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is in line with your selfish character. Just like when you saw Wu Bai lame, you chose to abandon him and turned to Li Jingming's arms. Yi Jingshu gritted her teeth and said angrily, I didn't come here today to listen to your scolding. I have brought the share transfer letter. I have calculated that the market value of Ling Tian Group is 4 billion, and the 10% of shares in my hand are worth 400 million. Let's exchange the money and the goods. Lin Danzhuang burst out laughing and looked at Yi Jingshu with disdain. Miss Yi, I think you are crazy about money, right? Yi Jingshu suppressed her anger and said, Ms. Lin, what do you mean by that? Lin Danzhuang sneered and said disdainfully, the Ling Tian Group is now surrounded by enemies and is about to collapse. If it can't find funds, it will have to close down. Do you think the 10% of shares in your hands are still worth so much money? So how much do you want to pay? Lin Danzhuang slowly stretched out 4 slender, white fingers as white as jade onions. Yi Jingshu was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, even if Ling Tian Group is in trouble now, the 10% of the shares in my hand cannot be worth only 40 million. You're wrong. Lin Danzhuang leaned forward slightly, full of aggression, and sneered, it's 4 million. You. Yi Jingshu's face turned blue with anger, and she stood up suddenly, are you humiliating me? It seems that Miss Lin is not sincere at all. In this case, goodbye. Then you should keep the pile of waste paper in your hand. You can bury it with Ye's group later. Lin Danzhuang looked leisurely and spoke calmly. Yi Jingshu paused and looked back at her, Ms. Lin, please don't go too far. Lin Danzhuang sneered, if you have the ability, you can also bully me. Yi Jingshu was shaking with anger. Yi Jingshu, if it weren't for Wu Bai, you wouldn't even be qualified to face me. If I want to shut down the Yi Group, it would be effortless. And you, I can let you continue to live a life of luxury, or I can let you go out to beg for food, or make money by selling your body. In fact, I look down on you from the bottom of my heart. It's right to want to live a good life, but your methods are too cruel. You easily abandon your lover. People like you don't deserve to be loved or respected. Yi Jingshu, I'm telling you, as soon as you walk out of this door, the shares in your hands will become worthless pieces of paper, and the Yi Group will disappear from Jinjiang City within 3 days. Yi Jingshu stared at Lin Danzhuang intently, her fingertips trembling constantly. She didn't dare to doubt Lin Danzhuang's words. The Lin Group was too huge. Compared with the Lin Group, the Yi Group was too small. She didn't want to give in, but the situation was beyond her control. Yi Jingshu has always had a high opinion of herself, thinking that she is beautiful and capable, but when facing Lin Danzhuang, she feels completely powerless. Wu Bai doesn't know you're doing this, right? Lin Danzhuang looked at her with an indifferent expression and did not comment. Yi Jingshu gritted her teeth and said, I don't understand why the daughter of the Lin Group would lower herself to do this for Wu Bai. The key is that Wu Bai doesn't even know that you may not even get a thank you. Is it worth it? Lin Danzhuang's expression turned serious and she said, what may be poison to you may be honey to me. Wu Bai is just a guarantee for your luxurious life, wealth and glory. When one day he is no longer useful, you can abandon him without hesitation. But for me, he is worth it. Yi Jingshu, you are not only selfish, but also short-sighted. You only care about money and will never see other shining points in Wu Bai. You will never know how outstanding he is. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Wu Bai. Yi Jingshu was so angry that her hands and feet were cold and she couldn't utter a word. She slapped the contract on the table and said, I've already signed it. You just need to sign your name and the contract will take effect. The 10% of the shares will be yours. Lin Danzhuang said indifferently, in an hour, 4 million will be transferred to your account. Yi Jingshu, I hope you will never appear in front of Wu Bai again. If you dare to hurt him even a little bit again, I will make you pay 10 times as much as I paid for him. After saying that, Lin Danzhuang stood up and left with the contract. Yi Jingshu was left with a dull face and complicated eyes. I don't know what she was thinking. Wu Bai prepared the meal and went to Tongtong's room to call her to get up and eat. The little guy has slept for almost 2 hours. If he sleeps any longer, he won't be able to fall asleep at night. Tang Tang sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked around in confusion. Hey, Dad, is this our home? Wu Bai laughed, are you confused from sleep? You don't even recognize your own room. But Tang Tang is clearly at the playground. Wu Bai touched her little head and said with a smile, you fell asleep at the playground. Oh, how could I fall asleep? Tang Tang said with a face full of self-blame. Wu Bai picked her up and went to the bathroom to wash her face. Tang Tang, if you like to go to the amusement park, Daddy will take you there next time. Dad is so nice. Mwah. Tang Tang kissed Wu Bai on the face affectionately. Tang Tang, are you hungry? Let's go eat. Wu Bai came downstairs holding Tang Tang. Tang Tang looked around. Dad, where's my sister? My sister went back to her home. Tang Tang pouted and said in a baby voice, when will sister come? Tang Tang misses sister. Wu Bai was speechless. This little brat was only a few days old, but he was so clingy to Lin Dan Zhuang. Wu Bai put her on the chair and said with a smile, sister will come to see Tang Tang after she finishes her work. Come and eat. Before he could finish his words, the doorbell rang. Wow, my sister is here. Tang Tang quickly climbed down from the stool and ran towards the door with her short legs. Wu Bai laughed. Lin Dan Zhuang definitely couldn't come because she had something to do, so Tang Tang was destined to be disappointed. Tang Tang opened the door with great effort, opened her arms, and shouted excitedly, sister. Tang Tang knew it was my sister who came. Lin Dan Zhuang leaned over, picked up Tang Tang, and kissed her on the face. Tang Tang, do you miss your sister? Just now, Daddy said that my sister has gone home, and Tang Tang was so sad. Lin Dan Zhuang smiled brightly, you clever little girl, you have such a sweet mouth. Wu Bai was a little surprised. He didn't expect it was really Lin Dan Zhuang. Lin Dan Zhuang came over holding Tang Tang and looked at the dishes on the table. It seems that I came at the right time. Wu Bai went into the kitchen and got a set of bowls and chopsticks for Lin Dan Zhuang. Have you finished your work? Wu Bai asked. Lin Dan Zhuang nodded and put the contract in front of Wu Bai. This is for you, don't be too touched. What's this? Wu Bai picked it up curiously and opened it, and was immediately stunned. He didn't expect that this was actually 10% of Ling Tian Group's shares. When he saw Yi Jingshu's signature on it, his eyes narrowed slightly. While Lin Dan Zhuang was picking up some food for Tang Tang, she said, why, are you so happy that you're silly? Sign your name, and the 10% of the shares will be yours. Wu Bai came back to his senses and looked at Lin Dan Zhuang. You went to see Yi Jingshu. Lin Dan Zhuang nodded and said, sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just wanted to give you a surprise after things are settled. To be honest, Wu Bai was touched again. He couldn't remember how long it had been since someone treated him so well. It cost a lot of money, didn't it? He knew Yi Jingshu well. Given her personality, she would not easily give up the 10% stake. Lin Dan Zhuang must have offered a price that Yi Jingshu could not refuse. Lin Dan Zhuang smiled lightly and slowly stretched out 4 fingers and shook them. Wu Bai was slightly startled and asked, 400 million. According to the market value of Ling Tian Group, this 10% stake is about 400 million. Lin Dan Zhuang shook her head and smiled faintly. Guess again. Wu Bai pondered and said, could it be 40 million? Impossible. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. It's 4 million. Wu Bai was shocked and blurted out, that's impossible. I know Yi Jingshu. She will never agree to 4 million. Lin Dan Zhuang said proudly, it's impossible for others. But you seem to have forgotten that I am the eldest daughter of the Lin Group. Yi Jingshu has no choice. Not to mention 4 million, even if it's for 40 cents, she has to transfer the contract to me. Because, compared with 10% of the shares and the entire Yi Group, it is not difficult to decide which is more important. Wu Bai was stunned for a while, then shook his head and laughed. He didn't blame Lin Dan Zhuang for using her identity to force Yi Jingshu. If he had such an identity, he would do the same. A strong background is also part of strength. Wu Bai pushed the contract in front of Lin Dan Zhuang. The smile on Lin Dan Zhuang's face froze, and she asked carefully, are you angry? Wu Bai was slightly startled, then smiled and said, why should I be angry? What do you mean by that? Wu Bai said seriously, you took this share back from Yi Jingshu, so it should have been yours. But I did this for you. Besides, these shares originally belonged to you. Wu Bai smiled and said seriously, this gift is too expensive, I can't accept it. Lin Dan Zhuang's face darkened and her eyes lost their luster. She had gone to great lengths to get this 10% stake just to give Wu Bai a surprise. She was hurt by Wu Bai's refusal. Wu Bai looked at her. Ms. Lin, are you interested in being my partner? Lin Danzhuang was startled and asked curiously, what do you mean? When I take back Ling Tian Group, are you willing to be a shareholder of Ling Tian Group? Run it with me. Lin Danzhuang was so smart that she immediately understood what Wu Bai meant. Her eyes immediately regained their luster, her beautiful eyes moved around, she nodded repeatedly, and said with a smile, I do. Wu Bai smiled and said, well, from now on you will be a shareholder of Ling Tian Group. I own 90% and you own 10%, and we will run the business together. Yeah. Lin Danzhuang smiled like a flower. So, keep this equity transfer letter. It will be used as a voucher for future dividends. Lin Danzhuang smiled and nodded. Hurry up and eat, the food will get cold soon. To be honest, Wu Bai was really moved by Lin Danzhuang. After dinner, Lin Danzhuang played with Tang Tang in the living room while Wu Bai cleaned up in the kitchen. Liang Yuan should have a result tonight. Wu Bai was thinking as he was packing up. In a private room on the second floor of the Sutao bar, Liang Yuan was sitting with his legs crossed, looking nonchalant. Sitting opposite were Fei Yan and Li Zhengming. Fei Yan said, Mr. Liang, this is the situation. Mr. Li has indeed encountered difficulties. Can you please help me? Li Zhengming nodded repeatedly with a flattering look on his face. Liang Yuan took a sip from his wine glass and said with a smile, borrowing money, easy. I wonder how much Mr. Li plans to borrow. Li Zhengming hurriedly said, I want to borrow 300 million. Don't worry, Mr. Liang. I know the rules. I promise to pay you back with interest within 1 month. 300 million is not a small amount. Liang Yuanqiu narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Li Zhengming hurriedly said, Mr. Liang, don't worry. I, Li Zhengming, keep my word. I promise to return the principal and interest to you within a month. I dare not owe you money even if I owe you money, right? Li Zhengming plans to borrow 300 million from Liang Yuan now, start the construction site first, and then go to the bank for a loan. 1 month will be enough. Liang Yuan looked at him with evil eyes. 300 million is not impossible. But Mr. Li, do you know that the interest rate here is a bit high? I understand. Mr. Fei has already told me. Liang Xiao said, since it was President Fei who introduced me, I have to give you this face. However, I have to say this in advance. I can lend you 300 million, but you have to pay me back 330 million within 1 month. Li Zhengming didn't expect the interest rate to be so high, it was simply robbing money. But he finally gritted his teeth and nodded. He was now penniless, and he couldn't get so much money except from Liang Yuan, so he would just accept a higher interest rate. Once the bank loan is approved and those communities are completed, he will be able to earn at least 10 billion. So, 30 million is not a lot. Okay, everything is up to Master Liang. Li Zhengming nodded and said, what does Director Li plan to use as collateral? Li Zhengming asked in surprise, you still need to mortgage. Liang Yuan's face darkened. Didn't you say you knew the rules? It seems you don't know anything. Are you kidding me? That's 300 million. Why should I trust you without collateral? Just based on your empty words. If you don't have the money to pay me back, I won't even have anywhere to cry. Li Zhengming looked embarrassed and at a loss. Fei Yan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Liang, calm down. This is indeed my fault. I forgot to tell Mr. Li. After that, he said to Li Zhengming, Mr. Li, it is indeed necessary to mortgage it. This is 300 million, which is not a small amount. Boss Fei, you also mortgaged it. Fei Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. Who else would be willing to lend me money? Nowadays, bank loans require collateral, not to mention usury. What did you use as collateral? Fei Yan was a little embarrassed, as if he couldn't speak. He was silent for a while before he smiled bitterly and said, you and I are brothers in the same boat, so I won't hide it from you. I used 30% of the shares of Huali Group as collateral. Li Zhengming opened his mouth wide, his face full of shock. Fei Yan said, Mr. Li, this is what I think. If the company goes bankrupt, those shares will be worthless. But with this money, the company is alive and well. When the time comes, just pay back the money and get the shares back. Li Jingming whispered, have you ever thought about this? This is 30% of the shares. What if he doesn't return it to you? Don't worry about this. I had a friend whose company ran into trouble before, and he also borrowed money from Liang Yuan by using his shares as collateral. In the end, the company survived, and he returned the money to Liang Yuan with interest, and he returned the shares to my friend on the spot. How else do you think I found Liang Yuan to borrow money? He was introduced by my friend. Liang Yuan is a good person and very trustworthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be so successful in the underworld. Of course, this is up to you to decide. Li Jingming's eyes kept flickering and he was hesitant. After all, this was not a trivial matter. But right now Ling Tian Group really needs money to turn around, and the key is that apart from Liang Yuan, he can't find any other way to make money. Li Jingming made up his mind and decided to use shares as collateral. Huali Group was much larger than Ling Tian Group. Fei Yan was not worried about using 30% of the shares as collateral, so what did he have to be afraid of? Mr. Liang, I'm using my shares as collateral, just like Mr. Fei. Liang Yuan looked at Li Jingming and suddenly laughed disdainfully. Li Jingming was laughed at for no apparent reason and looked completely bewildered. Liang Yuan stopped laughing and said sarcastically, Boss Li, are you kidding me? Ling Tian Group is now surrounded by enemies and is about to collapse. Your so-called shares are almost like waste paper. What use do I have for them? Li Jingming was stunned. Now it's not a question of whether he is willing to use his shares as collateral, and Liang Yuan doesn't even think highly of Ling Tian Group's shares. But now, apart from the shares in Ling Tian Group, he has nothing valuable to mortgage. Liang Yuan sneered and said, change the collateral. Li Jingming thought for a long time, shook his head slowly, and said, Mr. Liang, please help me. I have nothing to mortgage except the shares I have. Is that so? Liang Yuan drank the wine in the glass, threw the glass on the table, stood up and looked at Li Jingming. In that case, you should go borrow money from others. Li Jingming suddenly became anxious and said hastily, Mr. Liang, let's discuss it again. Please help me. He really needs the money now. Liang Yuan sneered, this is 300 million, not $3. How can I help you if you don't have collateral? If you take the money and run away, where can I find you? Mr. Li, I think you should think of other solutions. Li Jingming looked dejected. If there was any other way, he wouldn't have to borrow usury. He begged, Mr. Liang, I promise I won't run away. Please help me. I will never forget your kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. You are repaying your sister. Mr. Wu was so good to you in the past, but you still killed him. You are just a dog that can never be tamed. Liang Yuan despised him in his heart. Mr. Li, business should be fair and reasonable. You want me to lend you 300 million without any words. Do you think this is reasonable? Li Jingming looked to Fei Yan for help, hoping that Fei Yan could say a few good words for him. Fei Yan sighed, Mr. Liang, this is not the first day we have dealt with each other. What do you think of me? It's okay, otherwise I wouldn't lend you the money. Fei Yan said, then I will be the guarantor for Mr. Li. I trust Mr. Li. With the shares he holds and my guarantee, I wonder if Mr. Liang can help and lend him the money. Li Jingming was surprised. He didn't expect Fei Yan to guarantee him. However, he didn't feel grateful. Fei Yan did it voluntarily, and he didn't ask him to guarantee. Liang Yuan sat down again, and Fei Yan quickly signaled Li Jingming to pour wine for Liang Yuan. Li Jingming filled the wine glass and held it in front of Liang Yuan with both hands, with a flattering look on his face. Liang Yuan took the wine glass, his eyes flickered slightly, and after thinking for a long time, he said, okay, Mr. Fei and I are old friends, and I trust him. I have to give him this face. I'll lend him the money. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Li Jingming's face was full of gratitude. Mr. Liang, how many shares do you think would be appropriate for me to pledge? Li Jingming was already panicking at this time and was completely led by the nose. Liang Yuan looked at him, How many shares of Ling Tian Group do you hold? 90%. Liang Yuan frowned and said, then use 44%. This way you will still be the largest shareholder and Ling Tian Group will still be yours. Is that okay? If not, forget it. Li Jingming thought that this way he would still have 46% of the shares and he would still be the largest shareholder. Besides, he had no choice now, so he nodded and said, okay, everything is up to young Master Liang. Liang Yuan nodded, then prepare the equity transfer documents and come to me tomorrow. I will give you the money then. But let's be clear, within 1 month, you have to return the money to me and I will return the shares to you. Mr. Li, you can ask around. I, Liang Yuan, am the one who keeps my promises. I hope you are the same. If you dare to run away with the money, you should know who I, Liang Yuan, am. Don't blame me for going too far when the time comes. Li Jingming nodded repeatedly. Then, Liang Yuan looked at Mr. Fei and said, Mr. Fei, although we are friends, you are the one who guaranteed the money. If he can't pay it back, you will be held responsible. That's right. Fei Yan nodded repeatedly. Liang Yuan stood up again and said, that's it. There are 2 girls waiting for me over there. I won't accompany you. Please do as you please. When you come to my place, all your expenses tonight will be on me. Fei Yan stood up hurriedly, Mr. Liang, please go ahead. Mr. Liang, take care. Li Jingming said with a nod. After Liang Yuan left, Li Jingming said worriedly, Boss Fei, is Liang Yuan really reliable? What if he doesn't return our shares? Don't worry. Didn't I tell you? Several of my friends have borrowed money from Liang Yuan, and when they paid back the money, Liang Yuan readily returned the mortgaged items. Liang Yuan is a gangster. He has no interest in our company. Besides, the most important thing in this business is integrity. If he didn't keep his word, he wouldn't be here today. Besides, do you think I'm a reckless person? If I didn't trust Liang Yuan's character, would I be able to use 30% of Huali Group's shares as collateral? Fei Yan patted his shoulder to comfort him. Li Jingming nodded repeatedly when he heard this, thinking that what Fei Yan said made sense. After all, the shares of Huali Group were much more valuable than those of Ling Tian Group. He felt relieved. Come on, Mr. Fei, I'll toast you a glass. Thank you so much this time. As soon as Liang Yuan left the house, Wu Bai called him. Wu Bai received Liang Yuan's call, listened carefully to what he said, nodded with satisfaction, and said, you played hard to get, very well done. Li Jingming is now desperate and desperate. Liang Yuan is his only lifeline. In addition, Liang Yuan is playing hard to get, so it is inevitable that Li Jingming will take the bait. Mr. Wu, I think the results will be out tomorrow. Wu Bai smiled and said, thank you for your hard work. I'll be waiting for your good news. The two chatted briefly and then hung up the call. Lin Danzhuang, who was playing with Tang Tang, turned her head and looked at him. Why, Li Jingming took the bait. Did you hear that? Lin Danzhuang said arrogantly, do I need to listen to this? I can guess your plan. Wu Bai walked over and sat down opposite her, and asked with interest, is my plan so easy to see through? Is it difficult? Lin Danzhuang asked back. Then, she laughed and said, you could have killed Li Jingming directly. But you chose not to do that. You put Li Jingming on the fire and roasted him slowly, making him suffer every minute and every second, and then sent him to hell in the end. Wu Bai's eyes were dull, and he said in a deep voice, back then, he made me fall from heaven to hell. Now, if I don't make him pay me back 10-fold or 100-fold, I will be sorry for all the suffering, offenses, and losses I have endured. I'm not a saint. I can't forget my grudges with a smile. On the contrary, I'm a person who will never give up. Are you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Lin Danzhuang smiled lightly and said, since he is an enemy, why should we show mercy? That would be disrespectful to the enemy and irresponsible to ourselves. Life is so short, as long as you are worthy of the people around you and your own conscience, that's enough. As for the rest, don't think too much, it would be so tiring to live like that. Wu Bai looked at her in surprise. He found that Lin Danzhuang's ideas were, not to say exactly the same as his, but highly similar. Lin Danzhuang smiled and said, in fact, I have analyzed Li Zhengming. He is shrewd but not smart. He has no overall view and gets flustered and loses his composure when things get tough. He is not worthy of being your opponent at all. Wu Bai smiled bitterly, but it was this person who sent me from heaven to hell. That's because you trusted him too much, and he took advantage of your kindness. As the saying goes, you don't have to worry about thieves stealing, but you have to worry about thieves thinking about it. It's hard to guard against a villain like Li Zhengming when you are completely relaxed. Wu Bai smiled bitterly, don't comfort me. At the beginning, my perspective on people was far inferior to yours now. Lin Danzhuang blinked mischievously, so I am so excellent in your heart. This woman, how come her style changes so quickly? Okay, it's getting late, go to bed early. Tang Tang held the large teddy bear that Lin Danzhuang gave her, raised her little face, and said in a baby voice, Daddy, Tang Tang wants to sleep with you. Wu Bai smiled gently and nodded slightly. Lin Danzhuang was immediately unwilling, you little heartless thing, you sleep with Daddy and let your sister sleep alone. Tang Tang was embarrassed. After thinking for a long time, she looked at Wu Bai and said, Dad, can my sister sleep with us? Lin Danzhuang's pretty face turned red. Although children speak without restraint, she was still a little shy. Wu Bai smiled and explained, Sister is a big child now, she can't sleep with Dad. Oh. Tang Tang pouted in disappointment and said, then my sister and I will sleep well. Dad always sleeps sitting up and never slept with Tang Tang. Wu Bai was slightly startled. Every time he coaxed Tang Tang to sleep before practicing, he didn't expect to be discovered by this little girl. Lin Danzhuang looked at Wu Bai curiously, sleeping while sitting. What kind of hobby is this? Wu Bai thought for a moment and said, actually, it's not sitting and sleeping, it's meditation. This allows me to relax my whole body. Oh. Lin Danzhuang didn't doubt it, picked up Tang Tang and said, come on, sister will take you to take a bath, and then go to bed. Sister, can you help Daddy wash the incense? Daddy cooks for us, he works so hard. She is really my sweet and caring little cotton-padded jacket. Lin Danzhuang's pretty face flushed, and she ran upstairs with Tang Tang, not even daring to look back. Wu Bai raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. The next day, morning. Wu Bai and Lin Danzhuang are choosing a kindergarten for Tang Tang. Lin Danzhuang listed the top 10 kindergartens in Jinjiang City, including their teaching staff, and prepared it in great detail. I think Tianyang Kindergarten is good. Both the facilities and the teachers are the best. I went to kindergarten here when I was a child. Lin Danzhuang suggested. Wu Bai felt that Tianyang Kindergarten was a bit too far away. It was more than 20 kilometers from home to the kindergarten. Lin Danzhuang said, let Tang Tang choose for herself. Wu Bai thought it was feasible. Tang Tang, which kindergarten do you like? The information prepared by Lin Danzhuang was very comprehensive, including photos of various kindergartens and a bird's-eye view. Dad, Sugar likes this. Tang Tang pointed at a picture with her little finger and said. There is no other reason, it's just because this kindergarten looks like a fantasy castle with pink walls. Wu Bai clicked on the picture and started browsing it. Ballet Kindergarten, I think it's good, the teachers are good, and it's close to home. Lin Danzhuang took a look and nodded, I think it's good too. This kindergarten was established not long ago, but it has risen very quickly. In just a few years, it has ranked among the top 5. This is enough to show that their teaching staff is very good. Okay, then this one. Wu Bai finally made the decision. Lin Danzhuang nodded and said with a smile, then I will arrange it. Thank you. I'll transfer the tuition and other things to you when the time comes. Lin Danzhuang rolled her eyes. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wu Bai walked over and opened the door, and found Lin Qing, Fei Yan, and Liang Yuan standing outside. Wu Bai was stunned, why are you three together? He knew that Lin Qing was busy with company matters all day yesterday, so why did he go with these two people? Lin Qing walked in and said with a smile, we just happened to meet on the road. Tang Tang, look what good things Uncle brought you. Lin Qing shook the Barbie doll in his hand. Uncle Lin Qing. Tang Tang happily opened her arms and let Lin Qing hug her. As a result, when Tang Tang saw Liang Yuan walking in, her face froze, and she turned her head and quickly hid in Lin Danzhuang's arms. Lin Qing's hands froze in midair, his face full of confusion. What was going on? Why was Tang Tang suddenly so afraid of him? Lin Qing examined himself and touched his face. There was nothing wrong. Lin Danzhuang smiled and said, Tang Tang is not afraid of you, she is afraid of Liang Yuan. Lin Qing looked back at Liang Yuan, walked over and grabbed his collar. You bastard, what did you do? You scared Tang Tang like this? Liang Yuan felt embarrassed and aggrieved. Wu Bai said, okay, it was just a small misunderstanding last time. Tang Tang was a little scared of Liang Yuan. It will be fine after a while. Lin Qing let go of Liang Yuan's collar and cursed, if you dare to bully Tang Tang again, I will beat you into a dog's brain. Faced with a top young master like Lin Qing, Liang Yuan could only put on a smile and admit defeat. Is this Mrs. Wu? Fei Yan looked at Lin Danzhuang and asked with a smile, envying Wu Bai's good fortune. At the same time, he was a little confused. He found that Lin Danzhuang looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Lin Danzhuang's pretty face flushed, and she felt a little shy and sweet in her heart. Wu Bai said, this is Miss Lin Danzhuang, Lin Qing's sister. Fei Yan suddenly realized what was going on. He said that Lin Danzhuang looked familiar to him. It turned out that she was the daughter of the Lin group. He hurriedly said, sorry. Miss Lin, please forgive me. Lin Danzhuang smiled and shook her head. Then she glanced at Wu Bai with a somewhat resentful look in her eyes. Was it necessary to explain it so clearly? Wu Bai said, come, sit down and talk. Wu Bai wanted to make tea, but Lin Danzhuang stood up and said, please sit down. I'll make tea. Fei Yan's eyes flashed slightly. It seemed that the relationship between Wu Bai and Lin Danzhuang was not simple. Lin Danzhuang acted like the hostess here. Lin Danzhuang made tea and brought it over to the table, then walked over to play with Tang Tang. Liang Yuan placed a share transfer document in front of Wu Bai and grinned, Mr. Wu, I have lived up to your trust. This is 44% of Ling Tian Group's shares. Li Jingming has already signed it. Once you sign it, the contract will take effect. Wu Bai picked up the contract, looked through it, and then said to Liang Yuan and Fei Yan, thank you for your hard work. Things are going much more smoothly than I thought. Liang Yuan hurriedly said, it is my honor to help Mr. Wu. It is not hard at all. Li Jingming's grandson still wants to play with Mr. Wu. He is not worthy. Fei Yan had not dealt with Wu Bai many times, and he had only met him twice this time. But he learned from Lin Qing and Liang Yuan that this person was very scary and could only be a friend, not an enemy. He was full of awe for Wu Bai. Mr. Wu, it was actually Li Jingming who was thrown into disarray. Coupled with young Master Liang's play of playing hard to get, he was completely confused and had no time to think carefully. Liang Yuan grinned and said, Boss Fei also cooperated well. If you hadn't been there to induce him, Li Jingming wouldn't have come to see me so early in the morning. Wu Bai held the contract with mixed feelings. After many twists and turns, the shares finally fell into his hands. Now, with this 44%, plus Lin Danzhuang's 10%, Li Jingming has completely lost his voice in Ling Tian Group. Wu Bai said, I owe you two a favor. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, you can come to me and I will never refuse. This promise will always be valid. Liang Yuan and Fei Yan don't know yet that Wu Bai's promise will save their lives in the future. Liang Yuan hesitated to speak. Wu Bai glanced at him and said with a smile, I will write you a prescription later. You can go and find the herbs according to what I wrote. I will cure your illness. Liang Yuan was embarrassed and grateful, and thanked him repeatedly, thank you, Mr. Wu. Liang Yuan, go ask Li Jingming for the money tomorrow. We agreed to pay within a month, so this day is also within a month. Liang Yuan grinned and said, I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Wu, I know what to do. Wu Bai patted his shoulder and said, don't worry about the rest. Even if Li Jingming doesn't have the money to pay you back, I will give you these. Mr. Wu, this won't do. How can I ask you to pay back the money Li Jingming owes me? Don't worry, Liang Yuan, may not have any other skills, but I am very good at debt collection. Wu Bai smiled and nodded slightly. Today is a happy day. Everyone stayed for lunch. Lin Qing said excitedly, why do you think I came here? Just to get a free meal. I won't leave even if you chase me away. Thank you, Mr. Wu. We will bother you then. Fei Yan said with a smile. Lin Qing said that Wu Bai's cooking was better than that of a 5-star hotel, so he and Liang Yuan had been thinking about this meal on the way here. Then you guys take a seat first, I'll go buy some food. Mr. Wu, I'll go with you and help you carry the vegetables. Liang Yuan stood up and said. Wu Bai nodded slightly. There is a supermarket in the community, which sells fresh vegetables and meat. Wu Bai and Liang Yuan bought the ingredients. There were many people today and many dishes, so it would take time. Wu Bai immediately tied on an apron and started cooking. Mr. Wu, is there anything I can help you with? Wu Bai glanced at him and asked, have you ever cooked before? Liang Yuan shook his head awkwardly. People like them just sit there and wait for everything to be provided for them. Okay. That's fine. Go to the living room and chat with them. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Wu. After Liang Yuan finished speaking, he covered his face and ran away. He could feel Wu Bai's disgust. Why, were you disliked by Dr. Wu? Lin Qing's face was full of teasing. Liang Yuan smiled awkwardly. Lin Qing waved his hand, it's okay, I've been disliked before. Liang Yuan said, it seems that I have to go back and learn how to cook. In the future, I can also help Mr. Wu pick vegetables or something. Lin Qing leaned back on the sofa and muttered, you're good at killing people, but forget about cooking. You're not cut out for it. As the saying goes, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. We are all gentlemen. Absurdity. Lin Danzhuang glared at him. So if you say so, Wu Bai is not a gentleman. Lin Qing laughed dryly, he is a god. Lin Danzhuang rolled her eyes, looking like she was hoping you'd know what's best for you. Lin Qing was very depressed. He found that his sister was not as close to him as before. He sighed deeply. It was really true that girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up. Wu Bai worked quickly and prepared a large table of dishes in just over an hour. Everyone, come over and have dinner. Wu Bai greeted. As they walked over, Liang Yuan looked at the table full of dishes and swallowed his saliva. It looks delicious and tasty. I just like the way you look like you have never seen the world. I have eaten this dish many times. Lin Qing pouted and boasted, but of course he did not forget to swallow his saliva secretly. He never got tired of the dishes cooked by Wu Bai. Wu Bai took off her apron and came over, saying, don't stand, sit down. It's a common meal, don't be disgusted. Lin Qing shouted, anyone who dares to dislike your cooking must be out of his mind. Wu Bai smiled and was about to sit down when he was suddenly stunned and said with some regret, I forgot to buy wine when I went to the supermarket just now. Wu Bai doesn't like drinking, so he never stores any alcohol at home. I have it in my car, I'll get it. Liang Yuan stood up and ran out, and came back soon with 2 bottles of good wine. Wu Bai took the cup and asked Lin Danzhuang, would you like to drink something? Lin Danzhuang shook her head and said, I have to take care of Tang Tang, so I won't drink. You can drink with everyone else. Wu Bai smiled gratefully. In fact, taking care of a child is quite hard. Thanks to Lin Danzhuang, he can feel so relaxed. Wu Bai poured 4 glasses of wine. Come, let me toast to everyone first. The 4 of them clinked their glasses and drank them all. Lin Qing looked at the dishes on the table eagerly, swallowed his saliva, and asked shyly, can I start eating? Wu Bai smiled and said, everyone, please eat. You're welcome. Lin Qing couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, pick up the food and stuff it into his mouth. Liang Yuan and Fei Yan were still rather reserved, but when they took the first bite, their eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, this is so delicious. I swear, this is definitely the most delicious dish I have ever eaten. Compared with Mr. Wu's dishes, the dishes in 5-star hotels are garbage. Liang Yuan said excitedly. Fei Yan nodded repeatedly in agreement, totally agreeing with Liang Yuan's words. It's amazing. These are just ordinary ingredients, how can they be made so delicious? Wu Bai laughed, it's not as exaggerated as you say. If you like it, eat more. Liang Yuan raised his hand, Mr. Wu, I swear, everything I said is true. If I tell a lie, I will be struck by lightning. Wu Bai burst out laughing. Okay, I believe you. You're really amazing, risking your life just to have a meal. Both the host and the guests were delighted at Wu Bai's place. At this time, Li Jingming was also very happy because he finally got the money. In the past few days, he had been unable to sleep or eat, and was filled with anger and unwillingness. All these emotions had put him on the brink of losing control and collapse. Now he finally got the money and solved his urgent problem. Yi Jingshu walked in, looked at him and said, the money has been paid to the contractors, and they promised to start work tomorrow. Good, great. Wu Bai, and those who are waiting to see me make a fool of myself, you are destined to be disappointed. No one can defeat me, Li Jingming. Li Jingming's eyes were ferocious and his expression was a little crazy, just like the moment when he pushed Wu Bai off the cliff. Yi Jingshu frowned, a hint of disgust flashed across her eyes, and asked, where did you get the money? Li Jingming didn't want to say that he borrowed the money from Liang Yuan by using his shares as collateral. He walked over, gently took Yi Jingshu's hand, and said with deep affection, I told you a long time ago that I am not someone who is easily defeated. Jingshu, I said before that I would let you live a good life, and I will keep my word. Yi Jingshu pulled her hand back without leaving a trace. She didn't know why. She always felt a kind of disgust when she saw Li Jingming, which she had never felt before. Is it because she believed Lin Danzhuang's words that Wu Bai was really pushed off the cliff by Li Jingming? Or has she never loved the man in front of her? Or maybe, because of the appearance of Wu Bai. Yi Jingshu herself couldn't explain it clearly, but now she felt a strong sense of disgust when she saw Li Jingming. Li Jingming was still immersed in the joy of solving the urgent problem, and did not notice that Yi Jingshu looked strange. He continued to say affectionately, Jingshu, when we get through this difficult time, we can get married, okay? Yi Jingshu said calmly, let's talk about it after we get through this difficult time. I have to go and get busy first. I need to communicate with those contractors again. These people are greedy for money. Don't make any more trouble. Li Jingming's face was full of tenderness, thank you dear, you have worked hard. Yi Jingshu smiled faintly, turned and left. The moment the office door closed, Li Jingming's face darkened and his eyes became sinister. He was not stupid and did not notice it before, but later he felt Yi Jingshu's coldness towards him. You stinky bitch, you really think you're a goddess? Wait until you marry me, and then I'll show you how I torture you. By then, your entire Yi group will be mine. Li Jingming said with a grim face. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Bai rarely went to the rooftop to practice facing the rising sun. He made breakfast, and after Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang finished eating, they went straight back to the room. After a while, Wu Bai came downstairs. Wow, Dad is so handsome. Tang Tang raised her little hands and cheered. Lin Danzhuang turned her head to look, and was also stunned, her pretty face slightly red. Wu Bai dressed up deliberately today. He has a tall figure and handsome features. At this time, he wore a white base, a light blue casual suit on the outside, and a pair of white sneakers on his feet. He gave people a refreshing, clean and handsome feeling. Are you going to Ling Tian Group? Wu Bai looked at Lin Danzhuang, smiled slightly and nodded. This woman is very smart and nothing can be hidden from her. Lin Danzhuang handed her car keys to Wu Bai, drive my car, your car is too cute and doesn't match your outfit. Thanks. Wu Bai took the key and said apologetically, then I'll trouble you, Tang Tang. Anything else you can say besides thank you? Lin Danzhuang's little face showed resentment in her complaints. Wu Bai smiled bitterly, and then said to Tang Tang, play with your sister, Dad will be back soon. Tang Tang nodded her head obediently. Anyway, she was used to her father going out at any time. Wu Bai went outside, but ran back in less than a minute. Lin Danzhuang asked curiously, what's wrong? Did you forget something? No, it's too hot. Wu Bai smiled bitterly. It was summer now and he was wearing such thick clothes. It was hot on the one hand, but the key was that he looked a bit stupid. He went back to the room and changed into a white casual shirt. Lin Dan Zhuang looked at Wu Bai, who was walking down, her beautiful eyes flickering. He was indeed the man she liked. He looked so handsome in whatever he wore. "Let's go." Wu Bai said goodbye and went out. Half an hour later, Wu Bai appeared downstairs of Ling Tian Group. The 17-story building was located and designed by him personally. Wu Bai had a complicated expression. He had waited for thousands of years to enter this building again. Perhaps, for people like Li Zhengming, it will only take 3 to 5 years. But for Wu Bai, he had waited too long. "Li Zhengming, here I come, are you ready to pay the price?" Wu Bai's eyes were cold as he walked towards the building. "Hello, please show me your ID." As soon as Wu Bai stepped through the gate, he was stopped by the security guard. "I don't have any ID." Wu Bai raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile. The two security guards looked at each other. "Is this guy here to cause trouble?" "This is Ling Tian Group. No entry without a certificate is allowed." Wu Bai said indifferently, "Don't stop me, Li Zhengming is not qualified to stop me." The two security guards were stunned. "Isn't Li Zhengming their boss?" "You are such a toad, yawning, you are so arrogant. You also called our chairman by his name. I advise you to get out of here quickly. This is not the place for you to make trouble, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Wu Bai said seriously, "I don't want to embarrass you, and I hope you don't embarrass me either." As he said this, he walked towards the elevator entrance. Damn it, where did this lunatic come from? How dare he act so arrogantly here without even asking where this place is? Two security guards stepped forward and grabbed Wu Bai's shoulders. Wu Bai did not stop, his shoulders shook, and his true energy swept through. The two security guards' hands were shaken away before they could touch Wu Bai, and their bones were almost broken. They groaned in pain and retreated repeatedly. The two security guards hugged their wrists and looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Seeing that Wu Bai was about to reach the elevator, the two security guards looked fierce and rushed forward at the same time, hitting Wu Bai's back hard with the rubber sticks in their hands. Wu Bai turned around suddenly, "Get lost." The sound was like thunder, and the air in front of them turned into sound waves and hit the two security guards. The two security guards were struck by lightning. The rubber sticks in their hands fell to the ground. They held their heads and wailed in pain. They felt as if their heads were splitting open. The pain was so severe that their vision went black and the agony was unbearable. This was the result of Wu Bai showing mercy, otherwise the sound waves from his roar would be enough to shock them into idiots. Wu Bai turned around and pressed the elevator button. Every Monday, all executives of Ling Tian Group hold a morning meeting. In the spacious and bright conference room, the executives of Ling Tian Group sat on both sides of the conference table. Li Zhengming sat alone in the upper seat. He likes the feeling of being high above and giving orders. Li Zhengming knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention, and said proudly, "A lot of things have happened in the company recently, and I think everyone has heard about it. There are a lot of rumors in the company, and some people even say that our Ling Tian Group is going to go bankrupt. But I tell you all, Ling Tian Group will not fall as long as I, Li Zhengming, am here. I have solved the funding problem, and all projects are running normally. So, I don't want to hear any more rumors in the company. Also, let me emphasize again, as long as I, Li Zhengming, am here, no problem will be a problem anymore, you." Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open, interrupting Li Zhengming's passionate and thrilling speech. Li Zhengming was furious and was about to lose his temper, but when he saw the person who walked in, he was stunned on the spot. Not only that, people like Yuan Zheng, Qiu Yanan and others stood up in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Also present were several old men who had followed Wu Bai to conquer the world in the past. Li Zhengming told them that Wu Bai fell off a cliff and died. And after several years, Wu Bai suddenly appeared. How could they not be shocked? Yuan Zheng, Qiu Yanan, they heard that Wu Bai was still alive. But when Wu Bai really appeared in front of them, the impact was so great that they couldn't recover for a long time. Those who didn't know Wu Bai also realized that the atmosphere was not right and quietly asked people around them about Wu Bai's identity. Li Zhengming didn't expect Wu Bai to suddenly appear here, and he was a little stunned for a moment. Yi Jingshu's eyes were complicated, and I wonder what she was thinking. Wu Bai, who let you in? Get out now. Li Jingming came back to his senses and yelled hysterically, no longer showing the momentum he had just shown when he was in charge of the country. He was full of fear of Wu Bai and would lose control of his emotions every time he faced Wu Bai. Wu Bai walked forward slowly, his lips slightly raised, and chuckled, Li Jingming, as my good brother, why do you feel so guilty when you see me? Are you afraid that the bad things you have done will be known to others? Wu Bai, this is my Ling Tian group, stop talking nonsense here. Security, security, where is he? Get him out. Li Jingming shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone looked at Li Jingming in surprise, not understanding why he was so excited and out of control. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and several security guards carrying rubber batons rushed in. Li Jingming roared, you rubbish, who told you to let him in? Get him out now. The security captain was frightened by Li Jingming's ferocious appearance. He waved his hand hastily and said, catch him. As he said this, he rushed towards Wu Bai, shouting, boy, don't resist, or you'll have something to worry about. The security captain has practiced boxing for several years. He is tall and has a face full of flesh, which makes him very intimidating to ordinary people. Yuan Jing saw something was wrong and said hurriedly, Mr. Li, Ling Tian Group used to belong to Mr. Wu. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? Yuan Jing. Li Jingming roared, looking at Yuan Jing with sinister eyes, what, you want to rebel? Don't forget who you are hanging out with. Who feeds you and pays you a salary? Yuan Jing frowned, Mr. Li, I make a living by my own ability, not by charity from anyone. Then I'm telling you now, you're fired. Li Jingming roared. Then, he yelled at the security guards, what are you still standing there for? Get this guy out. If he dares to resist, just break his hands and feet and throw him out. The security captain laughed grimly and looked at Wu Bai, boy, did you hear me? If you dare to resist, don't blame me for my fists. As he said that, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed Wu Bai's collar. Wu Bai sneered and moved as fast as lightning, pinching the opponent's wrist. With a click, the sharp sound of bone cracking made people feel cold all over. Ah, my hand is broken. The security captain screamed miserably. Go ahead, come on, kill him. Several security guards looked at each other, trembling with fear and not daring to step forward. Wow, he just crushed their captain's wrist with ease. This is too scary. Aren't they just asking for trouble if they go up there? You don't want to do this anymore, right? He's only one person, come on, I'll give 300,000 to whoever breaks his arm, and 500,000 to whoever breaks a leg. Li Jingming had a sinister look in his eyes and a ferocious face. 3 or 500,000 is not much for rich people, but for these security guards, it is a lot of money. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. The security guards' eyes were burning. They even forgot the horror of Wu Bai crushing their captain's wrist with his bare hands. The only thing on their minds was money. They screamed and waved rubber sticks, rushing towards Wu Bai one after another, fearing that they would be overtaken by others. Wu Bai's eyes were dull and there was a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly attacked, grabbed the security captain's neck with one hand, and threw him towards the security guard who was rushing over. Everyone was stunned. The security captain weighed at least 170 to 180 kilograms, but in Wu Bai's hands, he was as light as a feather. The security captain turned into a human cannonball and knocked the two security guards in front of him directly, causing them to fly out with screams and turn into rolling gourds. Swish. Wu Bai disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye like a ghost, leaving only the sharp sound of breaking through the air. He appeared in front of a security guard holding a rubber stick, and his fingers were like knives, transforming into a sharp light shooting out from his fingertips and flashing in the air. With a slight hiss sound, the rubber stick in the security guard's hand broke into two pieces, and the cut was smooth and flat. The security guard was holding a half-broken rubber stick, his whole face was terrified. Wu Bai's eyes were cold, and he threw a punch with great force. Bang! The fist hit the security guard's chest, and with a click, the entire chest collapsed. The man was shot backwards like a cannonball, knocking several security guards behind him away and rolling into a ball. The security guard who was knocked away by Wu Bai's punch had blood foaming from his mouth, his head tilted and he fainted. Everyone was afraid. Everyone's face turned pale with fright. All the security guards looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes were filled with fear. They had just been blinded by the money and only now came to their senses. They were terrified and shaking like a sieve. They keep retreating, they may earn the money but may not be able to spend it. Yuan Zheng and several other people who knew Wu Bai were shocked and dumbfounded. In their memories, Wu Bai was a gentle and weak scholar. When did he become so scary? Li Jingming stared at Wu Bai, jealousy, resentment, fear and other emotions intertwined on his face. Yi Jingshu covered her mouth, her eyes becoming more complicated. The current Wu Bai was completely different from the one she knew at the beginning. She suddenly remembered what Lin Dan Huang said to her, saying that she only had money in her eyes, and would never see the shining points in Wu Bai, and would never know how outstanding Wu Bai was. She suddenly felt a strong hatred in her heart. She had been with Wu Bai for so many years, why didn't she know that Wu Bai had such good skills? She felt that Wu Bai had deceived and concealed it from her. Wu Bai looked calm. He dealt with 7 or 8 security guards in an instant. To him, it was as easy as stepping on a stink bug. He turned slowly and looked at Li Jingming. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, like 2 sharp blades piercing straight out. Deng deng. Li Jingming felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. He felt cold all over and staggered backwards in fear. Wu Bai sneered, walked over and sat in the seat where Li Jingming had just sat, and said indifferently, "Things stolen are not yours after all, just like this position, you, Li Jingming, can't sit firmly. A pheasant is a pheasant, and it can't become a phoenix even if it lands on a phoenix tree." Li Jingming was filled with both shame and anger. This was Ling Tian Group, and he was actually scared half to death by just a look from Wu Bai. It was so embarrassing. "Wu Bai, get up. Is this your seat? I am the boss of Ling Tian Group. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of sitting here?" Li Jingming was hysterical and screaming in a weak voice. Wu Bai suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he fell backwards. However, Wu Bai suddenly stopped laughing and said sternly, "Li Jingming, I built Ling Tian Group by myself. You say you are the helmsman, but you are not qualified. I, Wu Bai, was blind and mistaken for a brother. But you pushed me off the cliff and took away everything from me. God has mercy on me and I was lucky enough to survive. I wanted to live a miserable life, but you were so vicious that you sent someone to hit my wife to death. Li Jingming, you owe me a debt, and today I will settle it with you one by one." The faces of the people present suddenly changed, and they looked at Li Jingming in shock. If what Wu Bai said was true, then Li Jingming was completely devoid of conscience. Li Jingming screamed hysterically, "Nonsense, nonsense, you have no evidence at all, I will sue you for defamation. I can prove that Ling Tian Group was built by Director Wu, and I was one of the first people to enter the company. At that time, Li Jingming was only the deputy director, and Director Wu was the real owner of Ling Tian Group." Yuan Zheng looked at everyone and spoke loudly. Li Jingming looked at Yuan Zheng with resentment, "You are no longer a member of Ling Tian Group. No one believes what you say. You were bribed by Wu Bai and deliberately slandered me. I can prove it, too." Qiu Yanin stood up, looked around at everyone, and said, "Back then, it was Director Wu who led us to grow Ling Tian Group from a small company to a big and strong one. One time, Li Jingming came back and told us that Director Wu fell off a cliff and died. Afterwards, he said that Mr. Wu left all the shares to him before he died." Qiu Yanin stared at Li Jingming, "You told us that Mr. Wu died, but Mr. Wu is still alive. How can you explain this?" Li Jingming's face was grim and he was speechless. "I can also prove that Mr. Wu is the owner of Ling Tian Group. I can prove it, too." Back then, all the old men who followed Wu Bai to conquer the world stood up. Li Jingming's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out of it. He suddenly felt an endless chill and was shivering with cold. "Yuan Zheng, Qiu Yanin, you are very good, I don't know what benefits Wu Bai gave you to make you slander me like this. I think I have been good to you, why do you help outsiders to frame me? You are all a bunch of ungrateful people who can never be fed. But I tell you, even if you say anything, without evidence, you are just making up stories. I am still the head of Ling Tian Group, and you can't do anything to me. But from now on, you are all fired. Li Jingming was like a mad dog, roaring crazily. Yuan Jing sneered disdainfully, "Don't scare me with this. I make a living by my ability, not by charity. If I didn't have feelings for Ling Tian Group, do you think I would stay? You are not a qualified manager at all. You are ambitious but incompetent, stubborn and self-righteous. Ling Tian Group's performance has not improved but declined over the years. You are a joke. Yuan Zheng, you're going too far. Mr. Li has been very good to you, and you should be grateful." "That's right. I believe Mr. Li is innocent and was framed. He is definitely not the kind of person you say he is. Mr. Li, I believe in you too." Several managers stood up to support Li Jingming. They are different from Yuan Zheng and others. They were all recruited by Li Jingming, and some of them are even Li Jingming's confidants. At this point, the scene was divided into three parts. Some people support Wu Bai. Some people support Li Jingming. As for the rest, they are all smart people and choose to remain neutral so as not to offend either side. With someone's support, Li Jingming became more confident. He stared at Wu Bai and grinned. "Wu Bai, do you think you can frame me by bribing them? You are dreaming. You will never win against me. I am the chairman of Ling Tian Group, and you are just a small-time person. What can you use to fight me?" Wu Bai looked at him quietly, as if he was looking at an idiot. "Really?" Wu Bai opened his mouth slowly, his eyes mocking, and said, "Li Jingming, I told you, I will settle all the debts you owe me one by one. I will make you pay me back 10-fold or 100-fold. Remember when I told you that the cat and mouse game had begun? Well, I'm telling you now. From now on, the game will begin the countdown until the end." Then, he looked at Yuan Zheng and said, "Turn on the screen projection." Yuan Jing walked over and turned on the screen projection without any hesitation. Wu Bai took out his mobile phone and projected the equity transfer document onto the huge screen. When everyone saw it clearly, there was an uproar. Li Jingming was completely stunned, his eyes were dull. "Impossible, this is fake, you forged it, don't try to fool me. Don't be fooled, this is fake." Li Jingming was like a mad dog, roaring hysterically. When Yi Jingshu saw the equity transfer document, she was struck by lightning and was completely stunned. She recognized Li Jingming's handwriting, and many people present recognized it. But how could Li Jingming transfer 44% of the shares to Wu Bai? This was the most confusing part for her, because in her opinion it was simply impossible. Wu Bai sneered, "Li Jingming, you forged the equity transfer document and took my shares for yourself. Is it because you have done this too many times that now you think it is fake? This equity transfer document has your autograph and fingerprints. If you don't believe it, it's easy to tell the authenticity by comparing it." Li Jingming's face turned pale and blue, and his lips kept trembling. Of course, he knew that the equity transfer document was real. But he couldn't figure out why it was in Wu Bai's hands. Suddenly, his eyes widened angrily. "I understand, this is all your plan, right? Wu Bai, you tricked me, you despicable villain." Wu Bai sneered and said indifferently, "Li Jingming, this thing originally belonged to me. I just temporarily deposited it with you. Do you really think it is yours? I've said before that stolen things are not yours after all. Even if you use all your tricks, you won't be able to keep them for long. They will eventually return to their owners. As for the despicable person you mentioned, I don't dare to be one. Because compared to a beast like you, the stray dogs on the street look more like human beings than you." Li Jingming's eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake, staring at Wu Bai. Yi Jingshu came back to her senses and asked sharply, "Li Jingming, what's going on? Why are these 44% of the shares in Wu Bai's hands?" The voice was sharp, representing Yi Jingshu's anger and panic at the moment. The 10% of shares in her hand were taken away by Lin Danzuang, and Lin Danzuang did it for Wu Bai. And now, Wu Bai once again owns 44% of Li Jingming's shares, which adds up to a total of 54%, making him the largest shareholder of Ling Tian Group. She knew that there was no place for her and Li Jingming in the Ling Tian Group now. Now that everything was settled, it was too late to say anything. Li Jingming glanced at Yi Jingshu, pointed at Wu Bai and shouted, "This is all a trap set by him. He tricked me." Yi Jingshu smiled bitterly, "It's too late to say anything now." Li Jingming stared at Wu Bai and roared, Liang Yuan is your man, and Fei Yan is also. Impossible, this is impossible. You have nothing, you are just a small person at the bottom, why would they listen to you? Wu Bai looked disdainful and said, Li Jingming, nothing is impossible in this world. The facts are in front of you. You lost, and you lost miserably. No, I didn't lose. I won't lose. You can never beat me. Li Jingming was like a mad dog, shouting and yelling. He has used all his tricks and schemes to get to his current position. He cannot and must not lose. Li Jingming couldn't stop shaking. He knew that if he lost, Wu Bai would not let him go and his end would be miserable. Wu Bai, even if you own 44% of the shares, I own 46%. I am still the largest shareholder of Lingtian Group, and I still have the final say in Lingtian Group. Wu Bai sneered disdainfully. Li Jingming, you see clearly. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and projected another share transfer document onto the huge screen. When everyone saw it clearly, they were stunned and subconsciously looked at Yi Jingshu. Li Jingming stared at the screen intently. His head buzzed as if struck by lightning. His vision went dark and he almost fainted. Wu Bai said indifferently, Missy has transferred her 10% of the shares to Miss Lin Dan Zhuang, and I am the full representative of Miss Lin Dan Zhuang and have the right to deal with this 10% of the shares at will. That means I now own 54% of Lingtian Group's shares, making me the largest shareholder of Lingtian Group. From now on, I have the final say in Lingtian Group. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded and speechless. Yuan Zheng and others were excited. Those who supported Li Jingming looked as pale as if they had lost their parents. Li Jingming turned his head stiffly and looked at Yi Jingshu, roaring, You. Li Jingming was so angry that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Yi Jingshu looked depressed and said bitterly, Yes, the shares I hold have been transferred to Miss Lin Dan Zhuang. You stinky bitch, you slut, how dare you hurt me? Li Jingming rushed forward like crazy and slapped Yi Jingshu in the face. With a loud slap, the crisp and loud sound of a slap echoed throughout the conference room. Everyone was stunned. Yi Jingshu covered her face and looked at Li Jingming in disbelief. You dare to hit me? I'm hitting you, bitch. You dare to sell your shares behind my back? You're trying to kill me. Li Jingming roared, his facial features looking ferocious and terrifying. Yi Jingshu covered her swollen cheeks, tears streaming down her face, and cried, That's my equity, I have the right to deal with it. Li Jingming, what qualifications do you have to hit me? Wu Bai watched the farce in front of him with an expressionless face. When Li Jingming hit Yi Jingshu, he could have easily stopped him, but he didn't do it because he was not that mean. In some ways, Yi Jingshu was more hateful and more chilling to his heart than Li Jingming. I see. Wu Bai is back, and your heart is wavering. You want to rekindle your old relationship with Wu Bai, right? Ha ha ha. Li Jingming laughed crazily, and said while laughing, Yi Jingshu, you know Wu Bai better than me. He doesn't tolerate any sand in his eyes. Do you think he will still accept you? You are just wishful thinking. Yi Jingshu trembled all over and looked at Wu Bai suddenly. When she saw Wu Bai's cold eyes, her heart ached. There was not even a trace of hatred in Wu Bai's eyes. The way he looked at her was more unfamiliar than looking at a stranger. Yi Jingshu cried even harder. She would rather Wu Bai hate her than completely ignore her. Wu Bai turned his head to look at Li Jingming and said indifferently, You lost, it's time to pay the price. I didn't lose. Li Jingming shouted, I still have 46% of the shares. I am still a shareholder of Lingtian Group. Wu Bai said indifferently, Do you still remember Zhou Jinyuan? By the way, he has changed his name to Zhou Wei and is now a guest at my place. Li Jingming's face turned pale in an instant. He pushed Wu Bai off the cliff. This was an unsolved case. Even if Wu Bai told the truth, there was no evidence. He was not worried at all. But Zhou Jinyuan was different. He sent Zhou Jinyuan to kill Wu Bai's wife. Now Zhou Jinyuan fell into Wu Bai's hands. This was a living witness and he could not escape. Li Jingming was trembling all over as if he had lost his parents. Endless fear enveloped him, making him pale. At this moment, he was really scared, and his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all trembling. Wu Bai said calmly, I called the police before coming here. Calculating the time, the police will be here in about 10 minutes. Li Jingming's body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His eyes were dull like an idiot, and he murmured, I can't go to jail. I am the chairman of Ling Tian Group, I have power and influence, I can't go to jail. Wu Bai looked at him and said expressionlessly, Li Jingming, I said that I will make you pay back 10-fold or 100-fold what you owe me. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I will make you stay in prison for the rest of your life, living a life worse than death, until you die of old age. Li Jingming's eyes were dull and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. No, I can't go to jail, I don't want to go to jail. Suddenly, Li Jingming jumped up and rushed outside like a mad dog. Wu Bai sat calmly in the chair, watching Li Jingming escape from the meeting room without any intention of stopping him. Everyone subconsciously looked at Wu Bai, only to see a sly smile on Wu Bai's lips. Everyone's heart suddenly jumped, it seemed that Wu Bai had a backup plan. But everyone is clear about one thing at this time, that is, Li Jingming is finished, and Wu Bai is now the real owner of Ling Tian Group. Those who had supported Li Jingming before now looked pale. Wu Bai knocked on the table and said indifferently, some of you here know me, and some don't. Let me introduce myself first. If you don't know, you might think Wu Bai is going to perform crosstalk. But no one could laugh. A new emperor appoints new ministers. They knew that the next step would decide their fate. My name is Wu Bai. From now on, I have the final say in Ling Tian Group. Now, I am announcing several personnel changes. The former general manager Yi Jingshu has been dismissed after the board of directors' decision. Her position will be temporarily taken over by Yuan Zheng. Although the occasion was not right, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. What do you mean by decided by the board of directors? It's obvious that you have the final say. Yi Jingshu's face turned pale and she bit her lips hard to stop herself from bursting into tears. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. If she had not been so selfish and greedy for fame and fortune, she would still be Wu Bai's favorite woman. But there are not so many ifs in this world, and there is no medicine for regret. If you are wrong, and it is useless even if you regret it to your heart's content. Yuan Jing couldn't stop smiling. He thought he was fired, but unexpectedly, things turned out to be bright. Besides, he liked to work with Wu Bai, who was a very qualified leader. However, what he didn't know was that he would soon be slapped in the face by his own idea. Wu Bai looked at him and said, General Manager Yuan, please deal with those whining bastards on the ground first. They are really annoying. Yuan Jing nodded and walked over to deal with the security guard on the ground. Wu Bai knocked on the table, and when everyone's eyes fell on him again, he looked at Qiu Yanan, smiled slightly and said, Qiu Yanan, as the deputy general manager, of course I have to trouble you to supervise the marketing department. Qiu Yanan smiled and nodded, thank you, Mr. Wu. Wu Bai looked at the middle-aged man who was the first to stand up to support Li Jingming, what is your position? The middle-aged man stood up hurriedly, smiling, and said flatteringly, Mr. Wu, I'm from the Human Resources Department. Okay, I got it. Go back and clean up the mess, then pack up and get out. Wu Bai waved his hand to interrupt him and said impatiently. Damn it, you support Li Jingming and think that I will forgive you if you just smile ingratiatingly. Are you dreaming? The middle-aged man's face froze and turned pale. He still wanted to struggle, Director Wu, I have a contract with the group, you can't. Bang. Wu Bai suddenly slapped the conference table, and the true energy in his palm surged. There was a sharp tearing sound, and the thick and hard conference table top was cracked by Wu Bai, leaving a crack more than 1 meter long. The people present were so frightened that their eyes widened. The middle-aged man was so frightened that he sat down on a chair, cold sweat on his forehead and his face was pale. Wu Bai looked at him with a smile, what did you just say that I can't do this? The middle-aged man shuddered, swallowed hard, and said tremblingly, I said I will pack up and leave immediately. Wu Bai showed a satisfied smile. Sometimes force is more effective than brainpower. Wu Bai looked at him, why don't you get out of here? The middle-aged man was so frightened that he trembled and ran away crawling. Wu Bai looked at the other people who had supported Li Jingming just now and said indifferently, are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal if you don't leave? These people looked pale and stood up tremblingly. They didn't dare to say a word and fled out of the meeting room in embarrassment. My goodness, he cracked the conference table with just a slap. If he hit them with the same slap, their bones would be smashed into pieces. Old Lu. Wu Bai looked at a middle-aged man with thinning hair and thick glasses. Which department are you in charge of now? Lu Jianyong, who had followed him to conquer the world, was a down-to-earth, hard-working, and capable person. Lu Jianyong stood up quickly and said, Director Wu, I am now in charge of the logistics department. Li Jingming, that bastard, actually let you manage the logistics department. He is such a loser. From now on, I'm afraid you will have to work hard. You will supervise the human resources department. When you find a suitable candidate, let someone else take charge of the logistics department. Lu Jianyong was excited. It's not hard, it's not hard. Thank you Mr. Wu for your trust. Wu Bai was about to continue speaking when his cell phone vibrated slightly. He took it out and took a look at it, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Mr. Yuan, Mr. Chiu, you guys have to work hard and summarize the management vacancies in each department for me, and then recruit people when necessary and promote suitable candidates. Of course, their abilities must be up to standard. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Mr. Yuan will be in charge of the company's affairs for the time being. Wu Bai finished speaking and walked towards the door in a hurry, leaving Yuan Zheng and the others staring at each other in bewilderment. Yi Jingshu suddenly stood up and ran outside. Wu Bai. Wu Bai was about to enter the elevator when he heard the voice. He turned around and looked at Yi Jingshu, saying indifferently, Miss Yi, is there something wrong? Yi Jingshu clenched her fists to cheer herself up, walked forward, bit her red lips, and said, Wu Bai, I'm sorry. Wu Bai smiled faintly and did not comment. It's too late to say sorry now. Wu Bai, actually I always knew you were alive, but you were disabled at that time, and I didn't have the courage to accept that my future husband was disabled. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can we start over? Wu Bai looked at her expressionlessly and said indifferently, Miss Yi, we will never meet again. Restart. There was a sneer on Wu Bai's lips. He didn't care and even disdained it. Wu Bai, I have followed you since college. Can't you give me another chance? I know I was wrong. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Yi Jingshu said with tears in her eyes. Wu Bai reached out and pressed the elevator button, saying calmly, I'm not a generous person. I don't have to say, it's okay, to anyone who says, I'm sorry. Miss Yi, you and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Once you've been unfaithful, you'll never be together again. From now on, we'll be well and I hope we won't see each other again in this life. Yi Jingshu burst into tears. She really regretted it. She cried and said, Wu Bai, please, I have never begged anyone before, but I beg you, give me another chance. Ms. Yi, the reason why I can still stand here and talk to you calmly is because I have no hatred for you, let alone love. For the sake of our acquaintance, I have reserved the last bit of dignity for you. Don't embarrass yourself. Wu Bai said calmly with his back to Yi Jingshu. At this moment, the elevator arrived. Wu Bai walked into the elevator without any hesitation and pressed the down button. The moment the elevator door closed, Yi Jingshu's face turned pale and she felt powerless, as if all her strength had been drained away. She fell to the ground, her face ashen. She regretted it so much. If she had had a bit of kindness at the beginning, even if she had secretly helped Wu Bai once, she would not have ended up like this today and become strangers. Wu Bai came to the outside of the building and drove away quickly. Everyone should be responsible for their past choices. Yi Jingshu gave up on him, and there was no possibility for them to get back together. It's not that Wu Bai's heart is as hard as a rock. If he really reconciled with Yi Jingshu, how could he be worthy of all the hardships and sufferings he had endured? Even he would look down on himself. Wu Bai gathered his thoughts and put Yi Jingshu out of his mind. She was an insignificant person and was not worthy of occupying his brain capacity. He now wants to end the feud between himself and Li Jingming. Li Jingming had just escaped from Ling Tian Group and had not had time to breathe a sigh of relief when a black business car that had been waiting for a long time stopped directly in front of him. Two muscular men wearing black vests got out of the car, picked up Li Jingming and put him into the car like a chicken, closed the door, and drove away. This scene happened so quickly, and the car body blocked the pedestrian's view, so no one noticed it at all. Li Jingming was so frightened that he was stunned. After coming to his senses, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Help! Kidnapping! Help!" A strongman took off his steaming socks neatly and stuffed them directly into Li Jingming's mouth, almost suffocating him to death. Then, his hands and feet were tied tightly, and a large sack was put over his head and feet, and the mouth of the sack was quickly tied up. Li Jingming was thrown at their feet, and the two sturdy men stepped on him with their big feet, making him unable to move. "Oh my God, it's been a long time since you washed your socks." The sturdy man driving the car almost vomited from the smoke. "Bullshit, I just put on new socks this morning, but my marten boots are a little stuffy, how come I didn't smell it?" The burly man who stuffed Li Jingming's mouth with a sock cursed and said that he didn't feel that his feet smelled at all. The burly man next to him quickly opened the car window a crack and said, "You have no sense of smell, right? Once you take off your shoes, my 20-year-old rhinitis will be cured. Then you have to thank me. Get lost." The sturdy man driving the car was stunned and wretched, and he also opened the window a crack and said, "I'm going to smoke a cigarette now, will the car explode? You two stop talking nonsense and take the person back quickly. Young Master Liang is still waiting." The car sped all the way to the northern suburbs and drove into a plastic factory workshop. Liang Yuan brought Wu Bai to this place before, and Zhou Jin Yuan was imprisoned here. A man covered in blood was hanging on the beam in the workshop. Liang Yuan was wearing a double-breasted vest, smoking a cigarette, and holding a bloody wooden stick in his hand, and he hit the hanged man hard. 3 strong men dragged Li Jingming, who was in a sack, over and threw him on the ground. "Mr. Liang, the person has been brought back." Liang Yuan handed the wooden stick in his hand to the subordinate next to him, spat out the cigarette butt in his mouth, and took the towel handed to him by another subordinate to wipe the blood off his hands. "Get him out. How could you treat Director Li like this?" A strongman untied the sack and dragged Li Jingming out. "Oh my God, what's that smell?" Could he have been so scared that he lost control of his bowels and bladder? When the sack was opened, a strong smell of pickled cabbage wafted into Liang Yuan's face, making him cover his nose and step back repeatedly. The sturdy man who stuffed Liang Yuan's mouth with a sock shrank his neck and whispered, "Mr. Liang, this guy kept yelling, and I had no choice but to take off my socks and stuff them in his mouth." The corners of Liang Yuan's mouth twitched fiercely for a few times, and he laughed and scolded, "Good fellow, your socks are comparable to biological weapons, so smelly." Li Jingming looked around and saw several burly men staring at him ferociously. He was almost scared to death on the spot. When he saw Liang Yuan, he made a whimpering sound because his mouth was blocked. Liang Yuan said, "Take the stuff out of his mouth." The sturdy man stepped forward and took his socks back from Li Jingming's mouth. Li Jingming retched for a while, and then started coughing violently, as if he had tuberculosis. While wiping the blood off his hands with a towel, Liang Yuan walked up to him, looked down at him and said, "Boss Li, it's time to pay back the money, right?" "Liang Yuan, stop pretending here. You and Wu Bai teamed up to deceive me. Don't think I don't know." Li Jingming roared loudly. Liang Yuan's face darkened. "Boss Li, I don't like what you said. Did I force you to borrow money with a knife? It's only natural to pay back a debt, but you are going to default on it. It doesn't matter. As long as I am here, no one has ever dared not to pay back my money." As he said that, he looked at his men not far away and shouted, "What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Keep going. If he can't pay the money today, you can pay the debt with your life." Several of Liang Yuan's men took sticks and hit the hung man hard. Li Jingming heard the sound and looked over, and saw the man who was hung up with his head drooping and blood flowing down his body. He was so frightened that his blood turned cold on the spot. "Mr. Liang, we agreed before that I would return the money to you with interest within a month. It's only been 1 day. You can't go back on your word." Liang Yuan laughed jokingly and said disdainfully, "Are you mentally ill? We agreed to do it within a month, so isn't 1 day within a month? Mr. Li, I am also a civilized person. I didn't mean to do this. But I heard that you have been kicked out of Lingtian Group and have become a homeless dog. I am really worried that you can't pay back the money, so I invited you in this way. If you pay back the money today, I'll send someone to escort you out. If you can't pay it back, even if I want to let you go, my brothers won't let me. Several sturdy men stared at Li Jingming with ferocious looks. Li Jingming was so frightened that he was trembling with fear. Mr. Liang, please give me a few days. I promise to return the money to you. Please. Liang Yuan sneered disdainfully, you are now a lost dog. I don't believe a single punctuation mark in your words. I am afraid that if I let you go, the first thing you will do is not to raise money for me, but to run away. Okay, now that you've come to my place, if you don't satisfy me, it's impossible for you to walk out of here in one piece. Perhaps you don't quite believe what I say, so let me prove it to you with some actual actions. You guys, greet Director Li properly. Two strong men came over and dragged Li Jingming away, leaving a trail of water on the ground. Li Jingming was scared to death. Liang Yuan said disdainfully, with your guts, you still dare to be an enemy of Mr. Wu. Your head must have been crushed by a woman's thighs. Li Jingming was so frightened that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all trembling. He begged for mercy desperately, Mr. Liang, please forgive me. Please, I promise to pay you back, please let me go. Let you go. Liang Yuan sneered, how can I explain to Mr. Wu if I let you go? How can I have the face to go to Mr. Wu's house for free meals in the future? People should not be too selfish, and should think more about others. The most important thing is that I still have to rely on Mr. Wu to regain my manliness. Liang Yuan thought to himself. Of course, he would not say such a shameful thing. Mr. Liang, this is illegal. You can't do this to me. Please forgive me, please. Li Jingming shouted in horror. Liang Yuan rolled his eyes and said, what did you say? Illegal. You are such a jerk. It is only natural to pay back debts. Why didn't you say it was illegal when you asked Zhou Jinyuan to hit Mr. Wu's wife to death? Now you are telling me this, are you begging for mercy or trying to scare me? Can you guys hurry up? Mr. Wu will be here soon. If things aren't done by then, I'll hold you responsible. Li Jingming was hung up. Looking at the sturdy men around him with fierce faces, he was trembling with fear. Mr. Liang, please forgive me, I beg you. I will pay you back with interest. Too noisy. Liang Yuan picked his ears, looking annoyed, and said to the burly men, where is your biological weapon? Shield his mouth. The sturdy man nodded, and this time he took off the two socks that were emitting white steam, walked over, pinched Li Jingming's mouth open, and stuffed them directly in. When the strongman took off his socks, the people around him stepped back with horror on their faces. The smell of the socks was too horrible. When they saw two socks stuffed into Li Jingming's mouth, they almost vomited. What are you still standing there for? Treat Mr. Li well and let him experience the special features of our place. Liang Yuan shouted. Li Jingming had a sock stuffed in his mouth, his stomach was churning with disgust, and he was making terrified whimpering sounds. Several strong men surrounded him and started beating him with sticks without any fancy moves. Li Jingming screamed in pain, but his mouth was blocked, so he could only make strange whimpering sounds. His whole body convulsed in pain, and the veins on his forehead, neck, and temples bulged as high as a finger. He lived a life of luxury and was beaten unconscious in just a few hits. Liang Yuan was very dissatisfied and frowned, saying, this is too useless. He can't stand being beaten at all. Wake him up and continue. A strongman brought over a half bucket of water and poured it on Li Jingming's face. Li Jingming woke up slowly. Several strong men nearby stepped forward and started beating him with sticks. After a few seconds, Li Jingming fainted again. Liang Yuan curled his lips with disdain, such a loser dares to offend Mr. Wu. I really don't know where he got the courage. Don't let him rest, continue. Wow. Half a bucket of cold water once again woke Li Jingming up. Several strong men around came forward and beat him with sticks. The next step is to knock him out, splash water on him to wake him up, knock him out again, splash water on him to wake him up again. Liang Yuan's men are very professional at beating people. They won't hurt your bones, but will make you suffer excruciating pain. Liang Yuan saw that it was almost time, so he waved his hand and said, put him down. Li Jingming was splashed awake, then put down and brought in front of Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan looked at him with a smile and said, Li Zhengming, are you satisfied with the special services here? There are more comfortable ones, do you want to try them? Li Zhengming collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, his whole body shaking like a sieve, his face full of horror. Mr. Liang, please forgive me. I will pay you back, I will definitely pay you back. Liang Yuan sneered, do you still have money? I still have 200 million in my overseas account. Li Zhengming said tremblingly that he was really scared. He knew that if he didn't pay today, he would be beaten to death. Liang Yuan was slightly startled, your grandson is really as cunning as a fox, and he even has private money. Then he asked someone to bring a laptop. Mr. Li, please. Li Zhengming was trembling all over, and he transferred the money to the account designated by Liang Yuan with trembling hands. Li Zhengming, there is still 130 million left. What are you going to use to pay it back? Please give me 3 days, Mr. Liang. Just 3 days, and I will pay you back. Liang Yuan frowned, are you kidding me? If I let you go now, you would have already run away. Where can I find you? Li Zhengming, you are not being honest. Someone, come and continue the fight. Li Zhengming was so frightened that he said in horror, Mr. Liang, Mr. Liang. I still have shares, I still have a house, a car, I will give them all to you. Please forgive me. Liang Yuan was happy and his face was full of smiles. What are you still standing there for? Help Director Li up and let him sit down. Several strong men rushed forward to help Li Zhengming up and brought a chair and a table. Liang Yuan placed the pre-drafted contract transfer document in front of Li Zhengming and said with a smile, I like dealing with smart people like Mr. Li. As he spoke, he handed the pen to Li Zhengming and considerately helped him open the ink box. After Li Zhengming signed the transfer contract, his face was ashen, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. He had no energy at all. He lost his equity, his savings, his house, and his car. He fell completely from heaven to hell. Just then, a strongman ran in and said, Mr. Liang, Mr. Wu is here. Then, Wu Bai walked in. Liang Xiao hurriedly stood up to greet him. Li Zhengming, who originally had a pale face, suddenly looked ferocious when he saw Wu Bai. Wu Bai, I knew it was you, I will kill you, I will kill you. Li Zhengming roared and tried to pounce, but a big man grabbed the back of his neck and pressed him on the table, unable to move. Mr. Wu, please take a seat. After Wu Bai sat down, Liang Yuan handed him the equity transfer document and said, Mr. Wu, it's all done. He is now a complete pauper. Wu Bai nodded and smiled, well done. Liang Yuan flattered, I did everything according to Mr. Wu's instructions. Mr. Wu took care of everything. Wu Bai smiled, and then looked at Li Zhengming with a playful look. Li Zhengming, how does it feel to fall from heaven to hell? Li Zhengming stared at Wu Bai, his eyes as cold as a venomous snake, and with endless resentment, he screamed sharply, I should have killed you completely at the beginning. I regret. I shouldn't have given you a chance to live. Wu Bai sneered, Li Zhengming, those who do evil will eventually perish. I told you that I will settle all the debts you owe me, one by one, and make you pay double. Wu Bai, I accept the fact that the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. If you have the guts, kill me. Li Zhengming screamed hysterically. Wu Bai laughed, but there was no warmth in his smile, killing you would be too easy for you. I said I would make you live a life worse than death to repay the debt you owe. Liang Yuan, ask them to bring Zhou Jinyuan out. Liang Yuan waved his hand, and 2 strong men went to pick up Zhou Jinyuan. Zhou Jinyuan's clothes were tattered, his beard was untidy, and his body was covered in blood. It seemed that he had suffered a lot. Wu Bai said indifferently, Zhou Jinyuan, do you know him? Zhou Jinyuan had already seen Li Zhengming and was shaking with fear. He did not expect that Li Zhengming had also been arrested. He said in a trembling voice, he knows me. He was the one who asked me to hit that woman to death. Zhou Jinyuan, you're a waste. I should have killed you to silence you. Li Zhengming roared. Wu Bai said calmly, Zhou Jinyuan, I will give you 2 choices now. First, turn yourself in and give up Li Zhengming, and I will ensure that your wife and children are safe. Second, if you refuse, I will capture your wife and children and bury them alive together, and let the three of you report to the underworld. Zhou Jinyuan was paralyzed with fear. He had killed someone, and if he turned himself in, he would die. Even ants would be greedy for life, and he did not want to die. Wu Bai said indifferently, "Is it difficult to choose? I will count to 3. If you don't make a choice, I will assume that you have chosen the second path. 1. 2. I'm going to turn myself in. Please don't hurt my wife and children. I'm going to turn myself in." Zhou Jinyuan chose to surrender himself, and Li Jingming completely collapsed. Wu Bai looked at Zhou Jinyuan with a dull look in his eyes. "Go and turn yourself in. I will ensure that your wife and children are safe and sound." In fact, even if Zhou Jinyuan did not surrender himself, he would not harm Zhou Jinyuan's wife and children, and would not bring disaster to his family. However, Zhou Jinyuan killed his wife, and although it was Li Jingming who instructed him to do so, he was not a saint and could not forgive him. Liang Yuan, send 2 people to watch him turn himself in. Liang Yuan nodded and winked at his 2 men. 2 strong men carried Zhou Jinyuan away. When Li Jingming thought about spending the rest of his life in prison, his whole body trembled and his face was filled with fear. "Wu Bai, kill me. Give me a quick death." Wu Bai's eyes were cold. "Don't dream. I said, killing you would be too easy for you. I will make you live a life worse than death." "Li Jingming, you can go now." Liang Yuan was shocked. He didn't expect Wu Bai to let Li Jingming go. Li Jingming was stunned and looked at Wu Bai in disbelief. You want to let me go?" Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth and nodded slightly. Li Jingming stared at Wu Bai intently. "You can't be so kind, what are you planning?" Wu Bai Xie smiled and said, "You are right. I want to see you being chased by the police like a dog running around in this city, like a rat crossing the street. Of course, you can also choose to be caught, or choose to commit suicide. Liang Yuan, send someone to drop him off in the city center." "Yes." Liang Yuan nodded and ordered 2 strong men to take Li Jingming away. After Li Jingming was taken away, Liang Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Wu, wouldn't it be better to hand him over to the police? I have a lot of brothers in prison. Just give them a call and I guarantee that he will live a life worse than death." Wu Bai smiled and said, "You will understand soon. Liang Yuan, send someone to follow him and make sure he can't leave Jinjiang City. I want to see him begging like a street rat, rummaging through trash cans, and living in fear all day long." Liang Yuan felt a chill on his back, and then he realized that Wu Bai was going to trample Li Jingming into the mud, turning him from a life of luxury into a rat eating leftovers in the gutter. "Don't worry, Mr. Wu, I understand." Liang Yuan nodded. Wu Bai said, "Calculate how much money Li Jingming still owes you, and I will make up for it for you." "Mr. Wu, this is not possible. In fact, the loss is not that much. Stop talking nonsense, let's get one thing straight. You're helping me with my work, and I can't ask you to do both the work and the money." Liang Yuan didn't dare to refuse, and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Wu." Wu Bai waved his hand. "I should be the one to say thank you. Go get a piece of paper." Liang Yuan sent someone to fetch a piece of paper. Wu Bai took a pen and wrote down a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs on it. Then he handed it to Liang Yuan. "Gather all the herbs on it and come to me." Liang Yuan was overjoyed. He knew that these medicinal herbs must be used to treat his illness. "Thank you, Mr. Wu." "Thank you, Mr. Wu. I'll send someone to look for him right away." Liang Yuan was very grateful. It was a great shame for a man to be impotent. Wu Bai nodded, said hello and left. When Wu Bai returned home, he found that Lin Dan Huang and Tang Tang were not there, and his cute little car was gone too. Wu Bai called Lin Dan Huang. "Hey, where are you guys?" "Wu Bai, have you finished your work?" Wu Bai hummed. "Tang Tang and I are at the zoo, do you want to come?" Wu Bai thought for a moment and said, "Then you wait for me." After hanging up the call, Wu Bai drove to the zoo. Arriving at the zoo, Wu Bai queued up to buy a ticket to enter. Today is not Sunday, but there are still quite a few people in the zoo. Wu Bai called Lin Dan Huang and asked where they were. Lin Dan Huang told him that she was taking Tang Tang to see the peacock. Wu Bai walked towards the peacock park. Run, the tiger is coming out. A tiger has killed someone. Run away. Dad, Mom, where are you? When Wu Bai was halfway there was suddenly a commotion in front of him. Frightened screams and cries continued to ring out, and a crowd of people was like a tide, all rushing towards him in panic. What's going on? Wu Bai grabbed a young man and asked him. The young man struggled a few times but failed to break free. He roared in panic, "Let me go, the tiger is out and has killed several people. Let me go quickly, don't hold me if you want to die." Wu Bai was stunned. A tiger ran out. He let the young man go, and the young man ran away cursing angrily. Wu Bai's face suddenly changed. Lin Dan Zhuang and Tang Tang were still inside. Before he could react, he was overwhelmed by the surging crowd. "Get out of the way!" Wu Bai shouted, his true energy surged, shaking away all the people around him, and rushed towards the Peacock Park. "Dad, Mom, where are you?" "Woo woo." People were so scared that they pushed out frantically. Many people were squeezed out, and the people behind them just stepped on them without any care. Many people were trampled and injured. In the crowd, a little girl about the same age as Tang Tang was separated from her parents by the crowd. She was scared and crying helplessly. "Daodu, Daodu." In the crowd, a young couple was trying desperately to squeeze back, shouting the little girl's name in panic, but they were not Wu Bai, and they were pushed further and further away, and the woman was crying in panic. Just then, the little girl was pushed down. She was too small and the people behind her were only concerned with escaping and didn't pay any attention. A middle-aged man didn't see the little girl and stepped on her. With so many people around, if no one rescued her, the little girl would have been trampled to death. Wu Bai happened to see it. He was worried about the safety of Lin Dan Zhuang and Tang Tang and was extremely anxious, but he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. At the critical moment, Wu Bai rushed over, his true energy surged, and the invisible force swept over, shaking away all the people around him and picking up the little girl. He held the little girl in his arms, caught up with her parents, and handed the little girl to them. "Thank you, thank you." The young couple cried with joy as they held their found child and kept thanking the couple. But Wu Bai didn't have time to listen to their thanks, he turned around and rushed into the park. The Peacock Park is at the innermost part, where there are green trees and vegetation everywhere, and there are various captive birds around, chirping non-stop. "Wow, look, sister, it's so beautiful." Lin Dan Zhuang and Tang Tang waited for a long time before they saw a peacock spread its tail. Tang Tang happily raised her hands and cheered. "Peacock, I'm Tang Tang, you're so beautiful." Lin Dan Zhuang smiled. At this moment, the chirping of birds around became noticeably faster. All the birds seemed to be frightened by something. They fluttered around in panic and bumped into the cage walls. The peacock that had just spread its tail also folded its tail and, like the other peacocks around it that were leisurely foraging for food, it ran around everywhere dragging its tail. Lin Dan Zhuang was slightly startled and felt uneasy. She felt something was not right. At this moment, Tang Tang, who was lying in her arms, shouted excitedly, "Sister, look at the big cat." Lin Dan Zhuang subconsciously looked back, but when she saw clearly the big cat that Tang Tang was talking about, the hair on her body stood up. How can this be a big cat? It is clearly a tiger. Lin Dan Zhuang also recognized that this was a Bengal tiger, the second largest tiger species in the world, second only to the Siberian tiger. This Bengal tiger is nearly 3 meters long, with hair as shiny as silk and strong limbs. It is an adult tiger. Lin Danzhuang's legs felt weak, her hands and feet were cold, and her nervous breathing even stagnated. She is a black belt in Taekwondo and is proficient in women's fighting techniques, but in front of such a ferocious beast, she can only become food. "Sister, the big cat is so beautiful." When they passed the tiger park just now, Lin Dan Zhuang told her that this was a big cat, and Tang Tang remembered it. Kelin Danzhuang's palms were sweating from nervousness, and she quickly covered Tang Tang's mouth. Fortunately, the tiger had not noticed them yet, perhaps because its attention was attracted by the chirping birds flying in front of it. Not far behind Lin Dan Zhuang was a thick old locust tree, so thick that 2 adults couldn't even hug it. She took Tang Tang with her and stepped back stiffly, trying to hide behind the tree. Crack! A crisp breaking sound was heard under Lin Danzhuang's feet. Lin Danzhuang was so scared that her heart almost jumped out. She was only 1 meter away from the tree behind her, but she accidentally stepped on a dead branch and broke it. She didn't dare move because the tiger had turned around and looked at her. Lin Danzhuang was so nervous that her whole body was stiff. She could see the fierce light in the tiger's brown and yellow eyes, the several centimeters long fangs in its mouth, the bright red blood around its mouth, and the mucus dripping from the corners of its mouth. Lin Danzhuang didn't know at this time that the bloodstains on the tiger's mouth were left by several people it had just bitten to death. Tigers that have tasted human blood are more brutal than usual, and such tigers are usually executed afterwards. The Bengal tiger was also looking at Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang, as if measuring the strength of both sides. Roar! Suddenly, the tiger opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound was like rolling thunder, shaking the ground slightly. Lin Danzhuang was so frightened that she turned around and ran away holding Tang Tang. The tiger roared again, and kicked out its 4 strong claws suddenly, leaping several meters, just like a typical hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. How could a person possibly outrun a tiger, not to mention that Lin Danzhuang was holding Tang Tang? The Bengal tiger quickly caught up with Lin Danzhuang, pounced on her, opened its bloody mouth and bit her head. Lin Danzhuang felt a chill on her back and looked back, just in time to see a bloody mouth. She was so scared that her soul flew away. She screamed, her body went limp and she fell to the ground holding Tang Tang. But because of this, she was lucky enough to avoid the tiger's pounce. The Bengal tiger leaped right over their heads. The huge tiger body turned around, showing a pounce posture, and an aggressive hoarse sound came from its throat. Tang Tang realized at this moment that this big cat was not cute at all. She was so scared that she started crying and huddled in Lin Danzhuang's arms. "Sister, I'm scared. I want my dad, I want my dad." "Don't be afraid, Tang Tang. Sister will protect you." Lin Danzhuang was so frightened that her hands and feet went limp and her body was shaking, but she did not forget to protect Tang Tang. She knew very well that if the tiger pounced again, she would not be so lucky to escape and would surely die. Roar! The tiger roared loudly, and the tiger let out a dull roar, arched its body, and pounced towards Lin Danzhuang. "It's over." Lin Danzhuang's face was full of resentment. She had never been in a relationship, had never gotten married, and had never expressed her feelings to Wu Bai, but she died just like that. She was so unwilling. Although she was unwilling, she still resolutely threw Tang Tang under her body, leaving her entire back to the Bengal tiger, and then waited for death helplessly. "How dare you, you beast!" Wu Bai followed the roar of the tiger and came here. As soon as he arrived, he saw the tiger pouncing towards Lin Danzhuang, and he was scared to death on the spot. Bang! Wu Bai's feet dug 2 holes in the ground, and he shot out like an arrow, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Faintly, a huge picture of life and death rose behind Wu Bai, and the black quickly swallowed the white. Wu Bai's speed increased dramatically, as fast as flowing light. Just when the tiger's bloody mouth was about to bite Lin Danzhuang's neck, Wu Bai crashed into it like a human cannonball without any fancy moves. Bang! The true essence exploded, and the energy swept through. The air within a few meters around was twisted wildly, and the grass leaves on the ground were blown up and then crushed into powder by the energy. The tiger rolled in the air and flew out, flying more than 10 meters before falling to the ground, making a big hole in the grass and rolling several times before stopping. Roar! The tiger turned over and let out a dull roar at Wu Bai, which was deafening. Wu Bai narrowed his eyes. He was worthy of being the king of beasts. His ability to withstand blows and his ferocity were shocking. The tiger also realized how terrifying Wu Bai was, and did not pounce on him immediately, but walked back and forth restlessly. Only then did Wu Bai realize that its left front paw was a little lame, probably caused by the collision just now. It seems that he overestimated the tiger's ability to withstand blows. Wu Bai moved his hands and feet, and his eyes opened and closed with a fierce light that was intimidating. Until now, he still has lingering fears. If he had arrived a few seconds later, Lin Danzhuang would have been killed. Bang! He made 2 holes on the ground under Wu Bai's feet and rushed towards the tiger like lightning. Roar! The tiger roared loudly, and it pounced towards Wu Bai, opening its bloody mouth and biting Wu Bai's head. Wu Bai snorted coldly. He threw a punch, the fist was enveloped by true energy and the fist force roared. Bang! This punch hit the tiger's jaw without any fancy moves, and the true energy surged in and out with force like a tide. A tiger weighing hundreds of pounds was knocked several meters high by Wu Bai's punch, and several fangs in its mouth were broken. Wu Bai leaped into the air, and his sharp whip kick made an ear-piercing sound through the air. Bang! There was a dull impact mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The tiger was swept more than 10 meters away by Wu Bai's powerful whip kick, and a big hole was smashed into the ground. The tiger roared in pain. Wu Bai rushed over like lightning, grabbed the two hind legs with both hands, circulated his true energy, and exerted force with his arms. Wu Bai actually swung the Bengal tiger up and then smashed it hard against the thick old locust tree next to him. Bang! The tiger's head hit the tree hard, causing the dead branches and leaves to fall like a waterfall. The tiger was badly injured, with blood gushing from its mouth and nose. It lay motionless on the ground, with only its belly still rising and falling slightly. He is worthy of being the king of beasts. He can't die even like this. Wu Bai's eyes were cold as he stepped forward, ready to kill it. Although this tiger is captive and not as ferocious as wild tigers, it has been stained with human blood and its animal nature has been completely aroused. It can no longer be kept. Stop, stop now. Wu Bai had just raised his foot, ready to kill the beast, when suddenly a harsh sound rang out. When Wu Bai heard the voice, he turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a white shirt, with sparse hair and glasses running towards him. In addition, there were two fully armed staff members holding tranquilizer guns following. The three of them looked shocked and unbelievable. Because they saw the horrible scene where Wu Bai swung the tiger and smashed it against the old locust tree. Is this still a human being? This male Bengal tiger weighs nearly 300 kilograms. Wu Bai did not look strong, but rather thin, yet he managed to cripple an adult Bengal tiger with his bare hands. The men with glasses observed the tiger on the ground and approached it cautiously. When he saw the tiger bleeding from its mouth and nose and dying, his face changed. He looked at Wu Bai, his eyes full of fear. The hostility in Wu Bai's eyes had not yet dissipated, and murderous intent was evident as he opened and closed his eyes. He looked at the men with glasses, and the men with glasses had a creepy feeling, as if Wu Bai was the real tiger, and the one on the ground was just a sick cat. The two fully armed men holding tranquilizer guns were frightened by Wu Bai's eyes and subconsciously raised their guns. A fierce light flashed in Wu Bai's eyes. Who are you? The man with glasses swallowed his saliva, forced a smile, and said, Sir, my name is Chu Jianming, and I'm the person in charge of this zoo. I'm really sorry, because the new temporary worker in the zoo is inexperienced, and I forgot to close the door of the tiger enclosure after feeding, and the tiger accidentally ran out. Temporary worker. Wu Bai frowned. The title of temporary worker is now synonymous with scapegoat. No matter where it is, as soon as something goes wrong, they push out temporary workers to shirk responsibility. Careless. Wu Bai sneered and said sternly, because of your carelessness, several lives were lost. My friend and my daughter almost died in the tiger's mouth. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Please calm down, sir. We will definitely make it up to you. Chu Jianming smiled apologetically and nodded his head. Compensation. So many people died. What are you going to give as compensation? Are you going to give them your life? Chu Jianming hurriedly said, Sir, we are really sorry. But it has already happened, and we will do our best to compensate the victims' relatives for their losses. Let me ask you, are you sure it was just a tiger that escaped? Chu Jianming's eyes flickered, and he said with a flattering smile, Don't worry, sir. Only one will come out. Wu Bai's eyes darkened, and he came to Chu Jianming in a flash, grabbed his neck and lifted him up in the air with one hand, and said sternly, Are you still lying at this time? Tell me, how many escaped? Two fully armed men holding tranquilizer guns nearby nervously raised their guns that they had just put down and pointed them at Wu Bai. Wu Bai grabbed Chu Jianming and swung his hand, knocking the tranquilizer guns out of their hands. Then he kicked them one by one, sending them flying several meters away. Wu Bai used his 5 fingers to pinch Chu Jianming's neck bones, causing them to crack. Chu Jianming was unable to breathe and his face turned purple. He swayed in Wu Bai's hands like a rag doll. How many tigers escaped? 3. Chu Jianming said with difficulty. Wu Bai's heart skipped a beat, and 3 of them suddenly ran out. When ordinary people encounter a tiger, they are completely powerless to resist and the only way out is death. Tigers are wild beasts after all. If the remaining 2 tigers run into the human settlements in the city, the consequences will be disastrous. Wu Bai threw Chu Jianming to the ground. Chu Jianming covered his neck and coughed violently, choking and causing tears and saliva to flow. Wu Bai looked at him and asked sternly, "Where are the other 2? Have you found them?" Chu Jianming coughed violently and shook his head. "Wu Bai, be careful." Suddenly, Lin Danzhuang screamed in horror. Wu Bai turned around and saw that the dying tiger actually raised its head and struggled to stand up. There was a murderous look in Wu Bai's eyes. He stepped forward and raised his foot to step hard on its neck. His true energy surged out, and with a click, he directly broke its neck. You dare to kill it, it's my young master's pet." When Chu Jianming saw Wu Bai kill the tiger, he screamed on the spot, but soon realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut up. Wu Bai narrowed his eyes, and he became more and more certain that the tiger's escape was not caused by the temporary workers' improper operation. As Chu Jianming said, there must be some hidden story. Dad. Before Wu Bai had time to think about it, Tang Tang came back to her senses from the shock and burst into tears. Wu Bai hurried over and helped Lin Danzhuang up. Unexpectedly, Lin Danzhuang threw herself into Wu Bai's arms, hugged his waist tightly, and burst into tears, with tears in her eyes. "Wow. I was so scared, I thought I was dead and would never see you again. I've never been in a relationship before." Wu Bai was a little confused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Afraid of death, is it because you have never been in love? Does it mean that you are no longer afraid of death if you have been in love? What kind of weird logic is this? However, he also knew that Lin Danzhuang was frightened, so he stroked her back and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid, it's okay, don't cry. Just cry, I'm crying. I was almost eaten by a tiger just now, why shouldn't I cry?" Wu Bai smiled bitterly. Is it okay to say comforting words about this kind of thing? I really didn't let her cry. He saw the scene where Lin Danzhuang held Tang Tang under her body in order to protect her, and his heart was filled with emotion and gratitude. Tang Tang opened her round eyes with tears on her face. She looked at Lin Danzhuang crying in Wu Bai's arms. Her expression was very conflicted. She thought in her heart, she should have cried in her father's arms, but her sister cried first and took her place. She had no place to cry. The key point is that Lin Danzhuang's crying made Tang Tang unable to cry anymore. "Don't cry, sister. Don't be afraid. Dad will protect us." Although Tang Tang was young, she knew that it was Lin Danzhuang who risked her life to protect her. She went forward, hugged Lin Danzhuang's legs, and comforted her in a baby voice. Tang Tang's comfort made Lin Danzhuang feel too embarrassed to cry anymore. Reluctantly, she stood up from Wu Bai's arms, leaned over to pick up Tang Tang, and said worriedly, "Are you scared, Tang Tang? Don't be afraid, it's okay, Dad is here, nothing will happen. Don't be afraid, sister. Dad will protect us." Tang Tang used her little hands clumsily to wipe away Lin Danzhuang's tears. Wu Bai said, "Let's leave here first. A total of 3 tigers have escaped, and there are still 2 that we haven't found." Lin Danzhuang leaned towards Wu Bai with some fear. She was really scared today. Wu Bai picked up Tang Tang and took Lin Danzhuang outside. The entire zoo was deserted as all the tourists had left. Wu Bai and the other 2 came to the exit and were about to go out when they heard someone shouting behind them, Sir, wait a moment, please wait a moment." Wu Bai turned around and saw Chu Jianming catching up with him, panting heavily and saying with a big smile on his face, "Sir, our young master wants to see you." "Your young master?" Wu Bai frowned, "Do I know him?" Chu Jianming flattered, "Sir, you probably don't know each other, but if we meet and become friends, wouldn't that mean we know each other?" "I'm busy. You better find a way to catch the other 2 tigers. If they hurt anyone again, you'll be in big trouble." After saying that, he prepared to leave with Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang. Sir, sir. Chu Jianming ran 2 steps quickly and caught up with Wu Bai. He smiled flatteringly and said, "It's not that you go for nothing. There are benefits." Wu Bai paused, narrowed his eyes, and asked playfully, "Oh, what's in it for me?" "Sir, you will know when you go there. I promise you will not be disappointed." Wu Bai said indifferently, not interested. Chu Jianming's face darkened slightly. "Sir, more friends mean more paths, fewer enemies mean fewer walls. You won't suffer any loss if you get to know my young master. In Jinjiang City, many people want to get to know my young master but don't have the chance." Wu Bai turned around suddenly, his eyes like knives, and asked sternly, "Are you threatening me?" Chu Jianming was startled and staggered back a few steps. "The man in front of me was a ruthless person who killed a tiger with his bare hands. Throughout history, only Wusong had done this. Of course, Wusong was just a fictional character, but the man in front of me was a real person. If this makes this gentleman angry, I'll give him a slap on the head, and it'll definitely explode." Chu Jianming felt uneasy, and nodded and said flatteringly, "No, no, absolutely not. I wouldn't dare threaten you even if I had 10 times the courage. I am just following orders. My young master just wants to make friends with you." Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and he developed a little interest in the young master that Chu Jianming mentioned. "Okay, I'll go with you. Lead the way." Chu Jianming's face was filled with ecstasy. He quickly bowed and said respectfully, "Sir, please follow me. I promise you will not be disappointed when you meet my young master." Wu Bai, holding Tang Tang and Lin Danzhuang, followed Chu Jianming to an office. Wu Bai looked up at the sign on the door, the principal's office. Chu Jianming went forward and knocked on the door. "Come in." A man's voice was heard from inside, but it was sharp and uncomfortable. Chu Jianming pushed open the door and invited Wu Bai and the other 2 in. Wu Bai looked around. The office was very large, but the decoration was a bit tacky. Behind the large mahogany desk, a young man with dyed white hair, earrings, and a feminine appearance, with his feet on the desk, playing with a sharp dagger in his hand, looking at Wu Bai and the other 2 with a frivolous look. Behind the young man stood 2 tall, muscular, and intimidating bodyguards. The young man's gaze finally stopped on Lin Danzhuang. His eyes wandered wantonly over her body, and an obscene smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Danzhuang's pretty face was slightly cold and her eyes were sharp. As long as she was not facing a tiger, she was not afraid of anyone. Wu Bai frowned, looked at the young man and said indifferently, "If you don't want your eyes, I don't mind donating them for you." The young man suddenly looked at Wu Bai, his eyes became sinister, but suddenly he laughed nervously, as expected of someone who can kill a Bengal tiger. "You speak arrogantly. However, this will not happen again. Because no one dares to speak like this in front of me. I don't know if you've ever heard of the saying that no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. I think a kitchen knife definitely can't do anything to you, but how about a gun?" As the young man spoke, he suddenly pulled out a pistol from under the table and pointed it at Wu Bai. Lin Danzhuang was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. She subconsciously wanted to stand in front of Wu Bai, but was pulled behind by Wu Bai. Wu Bai looked at the other person coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. He had already sentenced this man to death in his heart. He was doomed. The young man laughed strangely and said, "You can kill a Bengal tiger, but I wonder if you can block bullets." Wu Bai turned around and handed the candy to Lin Danzhuang, staring at her indifferently and said, "You can try." The young man stared at Wu Bai with cold eyes. Wu Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at him indifferently. Bullets posed no threat to him at all. "Ha ha ha." The young man suddenly laughed sharply, like a lunatic. He turned the gun and aimed it at the potted plant next to him. He pulled the trigger and a stream of water spurted out from the muzzle and hit the potted plant. The young man looked at Wu Bai, his face flushed with excitement, and laughed shrilly. "How is it, are you scared? Actually, this is a toy gun. It is illegal to carry a gun. I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I do something illegal? It's just a joke, don't mind it. I admire you very much, let's call each other friends. My name is Hao Yu, what's your name?" Wu Bai narrowed his eyes, hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Seeing Wu Bai didn't say anything, Hao Yu laughed shrilly. I like people with temper. As he said this, he snapped his fingers. A bodyguard behind Hao Yu took out a canvas bag from under the desk, placed it on the table and opened it, revealing the red banknotes inside. Hao Yu looked at Wu Bai and said, "Do you like it? It's all yours." Wu Bai estimated that although the money in the bag was not much, it was at least 200,000 yuan. "What do you want me to do?" Wu Bai asked calmly. "There is no free lunch in the world." Hao Yu said excitedly, "You are a smart person, and I like dealing with smart people. I will hold a press conference, and you will tell the media that only one tiger escaped and has been killed. The money will be yours." Lin Danzhuang said angrily, "So this is what you were thinking? You want us to lie to the media in order to shirk responsibility and cover up the facts? Have you ever thought about what the consequences will be if the 2 tigers that escaped are still not found and break into places where humans live?" Hao Yu smiled strangely and said, "This beautiful lady is really kind and considerate of others. Don't worry, we have organized people to hunt down the 2 missing tigers, and we should be able to catch them soon. Actually, I have no choice but to do this. I have invested a lot of money in this zoo. Once people know that there are still 2 tigers wandering around, the higher-ups will investigate, close the zoo, and impose fines. Do you know how much money I lose if I close the zoo for 1 day?" Lin Danzhuang's pretty face was filled with anger, and she said angrily, "Then do you know what kind of responsibility you will bear if a tiger injures someone again? It's a wild beast, and anyone who encounters it will surely die. Do you disregard other people's lives for the sake of money?" Hao Yu's face darkened slightly, and he stared at Lin Danzhuang with sinister eyes, saying in a gloomy tone, "This beautiful lady is really kind-hearted. I really admire her. But what does other people's lives have to do with you? Wouldn't it be good for you to take this money and live a good life?" Lin Danzhuang's pretty face was filled with anger and resentment. Wu Bai pulled her hand and shook his head gently at her. Then, he looked at Hao Yu and said with a smile, "Mr. Hao is right. Don't go against money in everything you do." Hao Yu's expression softened and he smiled, "This brother is the wisest one." Wu Bai walked forward with a smile, took the paper and pen on the table, wrote down his mobile phone number, and said with a smile, "Master Hao, my name is Wu Tian, just notify me when the press conference is held. I will take the money." When Wu Bai was about to take the canvas bag on the table, he was held down by Hao Yu. Wu Bai looked at him. "What does Hao Xiao mean by this?" Hao Yu said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Wu, this money is definitely for you. I just want to ask, do you want to make a lot of money?" Wu Bai's eyes flickered, and he said, "Of course I do. I think no one would dislike money." "Ha ha ha." Hao Yu laughed, paused and said, "You are quite skilled. Do you want to fight a black boxing match? I will give you 1 million if you win." "So many?" Wu Bai's face was full of interest. Hao Yu raised his head and said arrogantly, "This is still too little. As long as you can keep winning, I will give you endless money. Are you interested?" Wu Bai smiled widely, "Thank you, Mr. Hao, I'm very interested." "Okay, keep the phone open, I'll call you anytime." Hao Yu said, pushing the canvas bag in front of Wu Bai, "The money is yours." "Thank you, Mr. Hao. I'll wait for your call." Wu Bai hugged the canvas bag tightly in his arms and said excitedly. Hao Yu nodded proudly. "Master Hao, let's go first. I'll wait for your call." Hao Yu nodded. Wu Bai took Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang away. Chu Jianming looked at the closed office door and asked cautiously, "Master, can this person be trusted?" Hao Yu smiled confidently and said, "There is nothing in this world that money can't do." Then, Hao Yu muttered again, "That girl is pretty good." Chu Jianming said flatteringly, "Master, do you want someone to catch him back?" Hao Yu shook his head, "It's not the right time yet. This Wu Bai is still useful to me." On the way back, Wu Bai saw that Lin Danzhuang looked unhappy and asked with a smile, "Why, are you still angry with Hao Yu?" Lin Danzhuang said angrily, "I feel like he is a pervert, not a normal person. People die for money and birds die for food. He believes that money is the most important thing, so it's normal for him to do this. But you're right about one thing. This person has a paranoid personality and crazy behavior. He is indeed a pervert. Lin Dan Zhuang looked at Wu Bai. How are you going to deal with him? Wu Bai laughed and said, why should I deal with him? He just gave me over 200,000 yuan, I can't just throw him away the next moment. Don't give me that. You gave him a fake name because you didn't want him to find out your identity. When he pointed the gun at us, I saw the murderous intent in your eyes. I know you won't let him go. Wu Bai raised his lips slightly and joked, it's not good for women to be too smart, especially beautiful women. Lin Dan Zhuang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled sweetly and said, I'll take it as a compliment. Do you know this how you? Wu Bai asked. Lin Dan Zhuang shook her head, I haven't heard of it. Wu Bai thought about it, took out his cell phone and called Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan, help me check someone. Liang Yuan asked respectfully, who are you checking? How you? Liang Yuan was surprised and said, it turned out to be him. I know this person. Wu Bai was slightly startled. He didn't expect Liang Yuan to know this person. He said, tell me about his situation. Mr. Wu, let me tell you in person. By the way, I'll report to you about Li Zhengming. Okay, I'm on my way home, come over. Wu Bai hung up the phone, only to hear Lin Dan Zhuang muttering, this Liang Yuan is quite cunning. Why do you say that? Wu Bai asked curiously. Lin Dan Zhuang said, it's almost time for dinner, he's obviously here to eat for free. Wu Bai was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Not long after Wu Bai returned home, the doorbell rang. Is it Uncle Lin Qing? Tang Tang asked as she ran towards the door. Wu Bai smiled and said, it's your uncle Liang Yuan. Tang Tang ran to the door, but when she heard it was Liang Yuan, she was so scared that she ran back and hid in Lin Dan Zhuang's arms. Wu Bai stood up helplessly and walked towards the door, then turned back and said to Tang Tang, don't be afraid, your uncle Liang Yuan is not a bad person. He broke the rabbit's ears. Tang Tang hid in Lin Dan Zhuang's arms, pouting and said unhappily. Wu Bai smiled bitterly. This little girl is quite vindictive. It's up to her. Wu Bai opened the door and saw Liang Yuan carrying a lot of things. He was stunned and asked in surprise, did you empty them all? Liang Yuan was somewhat helpless and said, I just want to please your little princess and stop her from being afraid of me. Wu Bai laughed, come in. Liang Yuan came in, saw Tang Tang, and walked over with a smile on his face. Tang Tang, look what good things uncle brought you. He was fully prepared this time, bringing food, drinks and toys, as he didn't believe that he couldn't coax a child. Tang Tang's eyes lit up and she was obviously very moved. Liang Yuan put the things on the sofa and looked at Tang Tang. Tang Tang, I broke your bunny ears. Uncle apologizes to you. Please forgive me, okay? Tang Tang looked up at Lin Dan Zhuang and whispered, Sister, Tang Tang, do you want to forgive uncle? Lin Dan Zhuang laughed and kissed her smiling face. Tang Tang, you decide for yourself. Wu Bai felt a little sour. Tang Tang used to ask him about everything, but now she only asks Lin Dan Zhuang. It seems that he, as a father, is not important anymore. Liang Yuan smiled and said, Tang Tang, uncle really knows he is wrong, can you please forgive him? Tang Tang tilted her head and thought for a while. She looked at the pile of things Liang Yuan brought with her and asked in a low voice, are these all for Tang Tang? Liang Yuan smiled and nodded, yes, they are all for Tang Tang. Tang Tang looked up at Lin Dan Zhuang, then looked at Liang Yuan, and said in a baby voice, okay. Then Tang Tang will forgive you. Liang Yuan was overjoyed and stretched out his hand and said, thank you, Tang Tang. Then let's high-five, which means that Tang Tang really forgives uncle. Tang Tang hesitated for a moment, then stretched out her little hand and shook hands with Liang Yuan's big hand. Liang Yuan smiled happily and put all the things he brought in front of Tang Tang. Tang Tang happily picked up a princess doll and couldn't let it go. Lin Dan Zhuang pinched her little face and said with a smile, you little loser, I've bribed you with just this little thing. Tang Tang held up the princess doll and said in a soft and tender voice, Sister, this is for you. She is as beautiful as you. Lin Dan Zhuang was slightly startled, then she smiled brightly, her face full of emotion and happiness, and kissed Tang Tang's little face. sister thinks she is as pretty and cute as Tang Tang. Sister, Tang Tang, she is very beautiful and cute. Wu Bai's lips curled up slightly. He liked this warm feeling. Then, he said to Liang Yuan, come, sit here. Wu Bai looked at Liang Yuan and asked, do you know how you? Liang Yuan nodded slightly and said, did he offend you? Wu Bai nodded slightly and recounted what happened in the zoo today. Liang Yuan was stunned and couldn't close his mouth. Wu Bai actually killed a Bengal tiger with his bare hands. Is this still a human being? Mr. Wu, are you injured? Wu Bai shook his head. Liang Yuan said in a deep voice, this guy is a pervert. He does everything that ordinary people don't do. Pornography, gambling, drugs, forcing women into prostitution, human trafficking, all kinds of evil. The key is that this guy is very smart and does things without leaving any traces. It is difficult to catch him. A fierce light flashed in Wu Bai's eyes, and he said indifferently, he dares to do this, there must be a strong background behind him, right? Liang Yuan shook his head and said, Mr. Wu really guessed wrong. Hao Yu is the illegitimate son of Hao Wenchuan, the head of the Hao family. Although many people know about this, the Hao family does not recognize him. This guy must have been stimulated and changed his name to Hao Yu, which probably means that he is redundant. Wu Bai sneered, although the Hao family does not recognize him on the surface, they must have given him a lot of help behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a powerless illegitimate child dare to be so unscrupulous? Liang Yuan said, I don't know about this. This guy is a complete pervert, with a paranoid personality, like a mad dog. Once he sets his sights on you, he will fight to the death. I don't even want to bother with him. Hao family. Wu Bai's eyes flickered. Why haven't I heard of this family? The Hao family is considered an old family in Jinjiang City, but they are very low-key and are the type that makes a fortune quietly. The Hao family never accepts interviews or attends cocktail parties. They are so low-key that many people don't even remember this family. I noticed the Hao family because a few years ago, a friend of mine had a conflict with the Hao family. My friend's family was also quite powerful, almost as powerful as your Ling Tian group, Mr. Wu. But within just half a month, the company went bankrupt and the family was destroyed. Liang Yuan had a heavy expression and said with some resentment. Wu Bai frowned, from this we can see that the power of the Hao family is indeed terrifying. Liang Yuan nodded and said, Mr. Wu, the Hao family is low-key and mysterious. If possible, I hope Mr. Wu will not conflict with them. Are you worried that I'm no match for the Hao family? Liang Yuan smiled awkwardly, I know Mr. Wu is a godlike figure, but the Hao family is too mysterious and powerful. It would be best if we can avoid conflict. Wu Bai looked indifferent and sneered, Hao Yu, I've got you. If the Hao family dares to interfere, then there's no need for them to exist. Hao Yu is a paranoid person, a psychopath. If he is not eliminated, he will definitely bite me. The look in his eyes when he looks at Lin Dan Huang is full of greed and covetousness. Such a person must not be kept. Liang Yuan looked at Wu Bai's indifferent expression, and his expression became stern. He suddenly had a feeling that the Hao family was going to be in big trouble this time. Mr. Wu, what do you need me to do? Just tell me, I promise to do my best. Wu Bai smiled and said, not yet. I'll tell you when I need you. Liang Yuan nodded. Tell me how Li Jingming is doing. Liang Yuan smiled and said, Zhou Jinyuan turned himself in and gave away Li Jingming. The police are looking for him everywhere. This guy is like a street rat. He is hiding in a bridge hole. My people are keeping an eye on him. As Liang Yuan was speaking, his cell phone vibrated. He took it out and immediately burst into laughter. Wu Bai was about to ask, Liang Yuan took the initiative to hold the phone in front of Wu Bai, and said gloatingly, Mr. Wu, my people just sent it to me, please take a look. Wu Bai took the phone, clicked on the video, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. The video shows a few beggars surrounding Li Jingming and beating him up under a bridge. Li Jingming was dressed in tattered clothes and huddled up in a ball with his head in his hands. Wu Bai almost didn't recognize him. Wu Bai asked curiously, what's going on? Liang Yuan hurriedly said, the tunnels under the bridge are all owned by someone. Li Jingming must have occupied a beggar's tunnel, which is why he was beaten up. Wu Bai had a sneer on his lips. This was the result he wanted. Have your people keep a close eye on him. Li Jingming still has some brains. There's no guarantee that he isn't just acting and waiting for an opportunity to escape. Liang Yuan laughed and said, he is now just a street rat, penniless, where can he escape to? Do you really think he is penniless? Wu Bai narrowed his eyes, paused, and continued, I know Li Jingming. He is a bit smart. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. There is no guarantee that he has no tricks up his sleeve. Liang Yuan nodded and said, Mr. Wu is right. He would rather mortgage his shares to borrow money from me than touch his own savings. If it wasn't for his life, he would never have taken out the 200 million. Maybe this guy still has money. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. I will send someone to keep a close eye on him and make sure he can't escape from Jinjiang City. Wu Bai nodded slightly, returned the phone to Liang Yuan, and said casually, stay for dinner later. Liang Yuan immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly. He chose to tell Wu Bai all this in person just to get a free meal. Ever since he tasted Wu Bai's cooking, he always felt that eating out was like chewing wax and was hard to swallow. As Wu Bai entered the kitchen, the doorbell rang. Liang Yuan walked over and opened the door, and Lin Qing was standing outside. Lin Qing was originally full of flattery, but when he saw that it was Liang Yuan who opened the door, he was stunned for a moment, and then he said with disdain, why are you here? Liang Yuan laughed dryly, I'm here to report something to Mr. Wu. Lin Qing's face was full of disdain, why do you have to come to my house to talk about something? Don't think I don't know that you are here to eat for free. Liang Yuan's face was filled with embarrassment. Little rascal, don't try to be clever in front of me in the future. Also, don't go to Dr. Wu's house for no reason. Do you really think he's your chef? Isn't cooking tiring? Lin Qing walked in while scolding, sniffed and muttered, isn't cooking yet. It seems I'm here too early. Damn, you shameless bastard, aren't you here to eat for free? How dare you say that to me? Uncle Lin Qing. Tang Tang waved her hands happily. Lin Qing walked over, pinched her little face, saw a pile of things on the sofa, and asked curiously, did you go shopping today? These are given to Tang Tang by Liang Yuan. Lin Danzhuang said. Lin Qing picked up a bag of snacks and looked at it, then turned back to Liang Yuan and said, don't buy these junk foods in the future. Eating too much is not good for Tang Tang's health. Liang Yuan's face was full of aggrieved. These foods were all imported and he had specially selected them. Uncle Lin Qing, Tang Tang, I'm going to tell you a secret. Lin Qing smiled and leaned closer, what secret do you want to tell Uncle? Dad is so awesome, he beat the big cat. Tang Tang was too young after all, and her narrative ability was poor. She waved her little fists excitedly while speaking. Lin Qing didn't understand at all and subconsciously looked at Lin Danzhuang. Lin Danzhuang told Lin Qing in detail what happened in the zoo today. After hearing this, Lin Qing's eyes widened like cow eggs, his mouth opened with shock on his face. He swallowed and asked carefully, you said that Dr. Wu killed a Bengal tiger with his bare hands. Lin Danzhuang nodded. Oh my God. Lin Qing was extremely shocked. He finally understood what the big cat Tang Tang was talking about was. How could this be a big cat? It was a man-eating tiger. Is Dr. Wu really a human? He is so violent that he even killed a tiger. Is he the reincarnation of Wu Song? Lin Danzhuang rolled her eyes, shouldn't you first care about whether we are injured? You are definitely not injured. It is the tiger that is injured. Lin Danzhuang rolled her eyes. Her brother always had such weird thoughts. Liang Yuan walked over and said to Lin Qing, when I first heard what Mr. Wu said, I was as shocked as you. Lin Qing glared at him, am I shocked? Which eye of yours saw that I was shocked? Isn't it normal for Dr. Wu to kill a tiger? Even if he killed a dragon, I would think it's normal. Look at you, making a fuss out of nothing. You look like you have never seen the world. You were so shocked that you couldn't even close your mouth. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? You just know how to bully me. Liang Yuan thought aggrievedly. Lin Qing patted Liang Yuan on the shoulder and said disdainfully, "A real man should be able to remain calm even when facing a huge disaster. You little rascal, learn from me in the future and stop making a fuss over trivial matters. It's really embarrassing." Liang Yuan was angry but dared not say anything. He could only smile and nod repeatedly. Lin Qing walked into the kitchen with his hands behind his back, staring at Wu Bai who was cooking. Wu Bai turned his head and took a look, slightly startled. "When did you come?" When Lin Qing arrived, Wu Bai was in the kitchen and didn't know he was coming. Lin Qing said nothing, staring at Wu Bai. Wu Bai asked curiously, "Are you okay? Why are you looking at me like that? I heard you killed a tiger." Wu Bai's mouth twitched slightly. "Can you change the word? What do you mean by fuck to death? Would you tell me first?" Wu Bai nodded slightly. "That's a tiger, a Bengal tiger at that. How did you do that? Are you the reincarnation of Wu Song? Dr. Wu, you can't be a banished immortal who has come down to earth, right?" Lin Qing's face turned red with excitement, and he shouted so loudly that even people outside could hear him. Liang Yuan's face was full of disgust. Is this the composure to remain calm even when facing a catastrophe? Wu Bai laughed and scolded, "Can you be more normal? Go out first and don't disturb me while I'm cooking." Lin Qing was kicked out by Wu Bai. Half an hour later, Wu Bai prepared the meal and called everyone to come and eat. At the dinner table, Wu Bai suddenly asked Lin Qing, "Do you know the Hao family? What's so fake?" Lin Qing, who was eating hard, raised his head and asked back. Wu Bai sighed helplessly, "You should eat." "Oh." Lin Qing lowered his head obediently and stuffed the food into his mouth desperately, as if he was afraid that he would miss a bite. Lin Qing and Liang Yuan were like starving ghosts. They lowered their heads and ate desperately. If Lin Danzhuang hadn't shared some of the food with her and Tang Tang in advance, they would probably have starved. "Can you two eat better?" Lin Danzhuang said that she felt her brother was a little embarrassed. Lin Qing's mouth was full of food, and he said vaguely, "What do you know? Eating with relish is the greatest respect for Dr. Wu." The food on the table was quickly cleared out, with most of it going into Lin Qing and Liang Yuan's stomachs. Lin Qing burped rudely, looked at Wu Bai and said, "The Hao family you just mentioned, the head of the family is called Hao Wenchuan, right?" Wu Bai was slightly startled. It turned out that this guy understood what he said just now, but he was deliberately trying to deceive him in order to eat more bites of food. "This foodie," Wu Bai shook his head helplessly. "Do you know the Hao family?" Lin Qing shook his head. "I don't really understand. I'll go back and ask my dad. He should know." Wu Bai nodded. "Help me check this Hao family." "No problem, leave it to me." Lin Qing paused and asked in surprise, "That Hao Yu, could it be that Hao Wenchuan's illegitimate son?" Liang Yuan nodded, "It's him." Lin Qing looked at Wu Bai. "Are you going to touch him?" Wu Bai nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll go back tonight and ask my dad about the Hao family's situation." Lin Qing and Liang Yuan ate and drank their fill, rested for a while, and then found an excuse to slip away. Poor Wu Bai cleaned the kitchen alone. Late at night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Lin Danzhuang took Tang Tang to sleep. Wu Bai was practicing in the next room. Suddenly, he was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Wu Bai frowned and glanced at the caller ID. It was Liang Yuan calling. "If you call at this time, it must be something important." Wu Bai answered the phone. "Mr. Wu, Li Zhengming was kidnapped." Wu Bai was stunned for a moment and didn't react. He asked in surprise, "Who kidnapped him?" "I don't know. They were some very strong people. My people were no match for them at all. They knocked them down easily and took Li Zhengming away." Wu Bai was a little curious. Li Zhengming was just a rat crossing the street now. What was the point of kidnapping him? Where is the person who kidnapped Li Zhengming now? They were driving all the way north, and my people were chasing them. I was also on the road, and it looked like they were heading out of the city. "Liang Yuan, you must stop them before they leave Jinjiang City." "I'll be there right now. Keep in touch." Wu Bai hung up the phone, got up and went downstairs, took Lin Danzhuang's car keys and rushed out. Lin Danzhuang's car had been modified, and at this time the advantage of its powerful horsepower was reflected. Wu Bai stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared, and the car rushed out like a white lightning. If it was his car, Li Jingming would have left Jinjiang City before he even left the community. A black business car was speeding on the main road heading to the northern city area. Behind them, 3 off-road vehicles were following closely. It was already late at night and there was Northwest car on the road, so everyone was running as fast as they could. Yes, Mr. Liang, I understand. In the front SUV, a bald strongman hung up the phone and said to the driver, "Hurry up, young Master Liang said that we must stop the man." The bald guy is called Chen Bao, and everyone on the street calls him Brother Bao. He is one of Liang Yuan's confidants. The burly man driving the car nodded and stepped hard on the accelerator, as if he wanted to put his foot into the fuel tank. The engine roared, and the car rushed out suddenly, closing the distance with the commercial vehicle in front. The business car in front moved left and right, blocking the car behind from overtaking. "Damn it, I have such a bad temper, hit him!" Chen Bao yelled. The sturdy man driving the car had a look of excitement on his face. He stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed forward. With a bang, it hit the back of the commercial vehicle hard, leaving a large dent in the back and breaking the tail lights. The commercial vehicle rushed out crookedly and almost crashed into the ditch on the side of the road, but the driver of the commercial vehicle had good driving skills and the right front wheel fell into the ditch, but he drove it out and continued to drive wildly. Hit him to death!" Chen Bao shouted. The sturdy man driving the car looked like a fearless man. He stepped on the accelerator hard, and the car rushed forward and hit the back of the business car again. Because the car was going too fast, this time the business car was almost overturned. In the business car, the driver was in his 30s, with a flat head and looked very capable. He turned the steering wheel sharply to prevent the car from overturning. "Asshole!" Flathead cursed angrily. But just as he finished his words, there was a bang and the SUV behind him hit him again. Li Jingming's face was pale and full of fear. "These mad dogs are not done yet, stop the car." Sitting in the passenger seat was a muscular middle-aged man wearing a tight black t-shirt that perfectly outlined his bulging muscles. He had a gloomy face and roared. Pinto stepped on the brakes and slowly stopped the car on the side of the road. "Master, stay in the car. The rest of you, follow me out of the car and deal with these followers." In the business car, there were 2 other people besides the middle-aged man in the passenger seat and the flat-headed man driving the car. The 4 of them got off the car together. "Brother Leopard," they stopped the car. Chen Bao rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, I'm not blind. Get out of the car." As soon as Chen Bao got out of the car, people from the 2 cars behind him also got out. There were more than 10 people in total, and they surrounded him with baseball bats in their hands. The 4 people opposite stood in a row, looking coldly at Chen Bao and others. Chen Bao took the baseball bat handed over by his men, put it on his shoulder, and said with squinting eyes, "Brother, where are you from? You don't know the rules, you came to Jinjiang City to rob people, and you also injured our brothers. If you don't give an explanation today, don't think about letting this matter go peacefully." The 4 people opposite had cold faces and remained silent. The middle-aged man in a black t-shirt waved his hand, and the 4 people rushed towards Chen Bao and others. "Oh, you're really good at showing off." Chen Bao grinned, "Brothers, fight to the death." Chen Bao's men rushed forward waving baseball bats. One of Chen Bao's men swung a baseball bat and hit the middle-aged man opposite. Unexpectedly, the opponent lowered his body and the baseball bat flew over his head. He suddenly stood up and punched Chen Bao's men, who flew 2 meters away. They fell to the ground, screaming, and couldn't get up. The man with the flat head was also a ruthless character. He ducked to avoid the incoming baseball bat and threw one of Chen Bao's men over his shoulder with a fierce throw, knocking him dizzy and almost killing him. Chen Bao's eyes narrowed and he shouted sternly, "Be careful, brothers, this is a tough one." What it means is that these 4 people are tough and difficult to deal with. These 4 men were indeed powerful and skilled. They could defeat one of them with one move. Chen Bao's men were no match at all. In the blink of an eye, half of Chen Bao's men were killed. Chen Bao roared, stared at the middle-aged man in the black t-shirt, rushed forward, and swung the baseball bat in his hand towards the man's head. The middle-aged man did not dodge or evade. He kicked the baseball bat with a fierce whip kick, directly kicking the baseball bat out of Chen Bao's hand. Then he approached fiercely and punched Chen Bao in the face. With a crack, Chen Bao fell flying, his nose bridge was shattered, his head was buzzing, his vision went black, and he couldn't help wailing. In less than a minute, all the people brought by Chen Bao were lying on the ground. Except for his two subordinates, even Chen Bao himself was no match for them in one move. Chen Bao's two men were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they kept backing away. Just at this moment, the roar of an engine was heard and several dazzling lights shot over. It was Liang Yuan and his men who had arrived. Liang Yuan led his men out of the car and saw his men lying on the ground with a livid face. "Mr. Liang, you are very powerful. We are completely defenseless." Chen Bao covered his nose, blood gushing out from between his fingers, and said in pain. Liang Yuan looked coldly at the four people opposite him. "Who are you anyway?" The middle-aged man in a black t-shirt said in a deep voice, "These should be your people, right? I advise you not to ask for trouble. If you dare to follow us again, it will not be as simple as breaking your arms and legs. Leave the people you robbed behind, and you can go. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Jinjiang City." Liang Yuan paused, and continued in a stern voice, "Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you are good at fighting. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Even if you can beat 10 people, what about 100 or 1,000? I have plenty of people, are you afraid that you don't have the strength?" The flat-headed man stretched his neck and sneered, "Threat us? You can try. I'll beat as many as you can." The middle-aged man looked at Liang Yuan and said in a deep voice, "We must take those people away. I advise you again, don't meddle in other people's business, otherwise no one can save you." Liang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he said sternly, "It seems there is no point in talking. If I let you take the person away, how can I explain to Mr. Wu? How can I still stay in Jinjiang City?" Liang Yuan said this and waved his hand. More than a dozen men behind him clenched their sticks. As long as Liang Yuan gave the order, they would rush forward immediately. The flathead sneered disdainfully, "Just a bunch of you are not enough for me to fight alone." Liang Yuan knew that the people he brought might not be a match for these 4 people, but he had to keep Li Zhengming, otherwise he would not be able to explain to Wu Bai. "Superior!" Liang Yuan shouted. More than a dozen people were about to rush forward when suddenly a dull roar of an engine resounded through the night sky, and a white Audi was approaching rapidly at a terrifying speed. Everyone stopped subconsciously. The white Audi car was like a flash of white lightning in the dark night. It approached in the blink of an eye, did a beautiful drift, and stopped horizontally on the road. The car door opened and Wu Bai got out. Liang Yuan's eyes were filled with ecstasy, and he turned around to look at the 4 people opposite him. "Mr. Wu is here, you are dead." The young man with a flat head was full of disdain and sneered continuously. Wu Bai walked forward and looked at the person wailing on the ground, frowning slightly. Liang Yuan said, "Mr. Wu, these 4 people are extremely skilled. My people are no match for them at all." Wu Bai nodded, raised his eyes and looked at the 4 people opposite him, and said indifferently, "Who are you? Why did you kidnap Li Zhengming?" The middle-aged man looked sharp and said in a deep voice, "You are Wu Bai, right? Do you know me? You are not qualified for me to meet you. I have only heard of your name." The middle-aged man had an arrogant look on his face and a look of disdain, as if he didn't take Wu Bai seriously at all. "What arrogance are you using? How can you be so arrogant in front of Mr. Wu?" Liang Yuan scolded. In his heart, Wu Bai was like a god. How could he tolerate this man humiliating Wu Bai? The middle-aged man glanced at Liang Yuan coldly, then sneered disdainfully, as if he didn't take Liang Yuan seriously at all. Then, his eyes fell on Wu Bai and he said, "Wu Bai, be merciful when you can. Young Master Li has already been punished, there's no need to kill him, right?" Wu Bai narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The middle-aged man looked gloomy and said, "Wu Bai, we all know the grudge between you and Li Xiao. I know you have some abilities, but don't think of Jinjiang City as the whole world. The outside world is big, and there are some people you can't offend. I advise you to be sensible and don't make mistakes. Wu Bai narrowed his eyes to hide the fierceness in his eyes, and said indifferently, "It seems that reasoning with people like you is far less effective than taking action. Listen to me, no matter who you are, if I don't agree, Li Jingming will not be able to leave Jinjiang City," Wu Bai said as he stepped forward. The flat-headed monster laughed and said, "Haha, in a shabby place like Jinjiang City, the people are more arrogant than each other. Let me meet you." The flat-headed man stretched his arms and legs, pushed his feet hard on the ground, rushed towards Wu Bai, took a run-up, then jumped high and kicked Wu Bai in the chest. Wu Bai's eyes were dull, and he raised his toes. A baseball bat on the ground flew out with a whoosh, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bang! The flat-headed guy didn't even have time to react before he was hit hard in the face by a baseball bat. He let out a sharp scream and flew backwards, falling heavily on the road. He covered his face, wailing in pain, and rolled on the ground. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically and he hurried forward to check Pingta's injuries. "You don't know until you see it. It's shocking." The bridge of the flathead's nose was completely shattered, his cheekbones were cracked, and a terrible laceration appeared on his face, with skin and flesh torn, which was very scary. Wu Bai had a cold expression. He would never be foolish enough to be merciful to his enemies. Liang Yuan's face flushed with excitement, and he looked at Wu Bai's back with admiration. Liang Yuan's men, especially those who followed Qinbao first, opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. They had personally experienced the power of these four men. They didn't expect that in front of Wu Bai, Pingta was so vulnerable. The middle-aged man looked back at Wu Bai with sinister eyes and said coldly, "Wu Bai, you are a little too cruel." Wu Bai was stunned and looked at the other person like an idiot. "If you are not ruthless to your enemies, you are being irresponsible to yourself." "Idiot." Wu Bai spat out 2 words coldly. The middle-aged man was furious and roared, "Both of you come at me together, no mercy." The 2 men were not good-looking, but their temples were slightly bulging and their eyes were sharp. They looked at each other, then rushed towards Wu Bai quickly. One punched Wu Bai in the chest, and the other attacked Wu Bai's lower body and swept towards Wu Bai's legs. Their moves were fierce and their cooperation was tacit. Wu Bai sneered and threw a punch. The force of his punch was as powerful as rolling thunder, with astonishing power. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked out. Bang! The fists collided, the true energy burst out, and with a crack, the opponent's fist collapsed directly, the white bones pierced the flesh, and the 5 fingers were broken. At the same time, the 2 legs below collided with a dull knocking sound, accompanied by a sharp bone cracking sound. The opponent's leg was directly broken and the bones were shattered. Ah! Ah! The 2 opponents let out a shrill scream almost at the same time, one holding his fist and the other holding his leg, wailing in pain. Liang Yuan and the others' eyes widened with shock on their faces. Is Wu Bai a man of steel? Why did the other party suffer from broken bones and bruises after the collision, but he was not hurt at all? When the middle-aged man saw this scene, he stood up suddenly, his eyes narrowed fiercely. Wu Bai's skills were beyond his imagination, and he was also cruel and ruthless. The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Wu Bai walked towards him step by step. The middle-aged man's body was tense and his eyes were alert. Wu Bai said indifferently, "Take my punch. If you can take it, Li Jingming will be taken away. If you can't take it, tell me everything I want to know." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Bai appeared in front of the other person in the blink of an eye like a ghost. He threw a punch with astonishing force. The middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. It was such a terrifying speed that the strong wind from Wu Bai's fist blew in his face, scratching his cheek and causing pain. In desperation, the middle-aged man crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to block Wu Bai's punch. Bang! The fist hit his arms without any fancy moves. The middle-aged man only felt an unparalleled terrifying force coming from Wu Bai's fist. With a snap, both arms broke, and the sharp sound of bone cracking made people feel cold all over. The middle-aged man let out a scream, and flew backwards like a cannonball, falling heavily more than 10 meters away, and rolled several times before stopping. Liang Yuan and others were dumbfounded, as if they had turned into stone sculptures and wooden carvings. Is this still a human being? breaking both arms of a man weighing nearly 200 kilograms with one punch and sending him flying more than 10 meters away is simply beyond human capabilities and subverts human cognition. Wu Bai's expression did not change at all. This was just a normal operation for him. Moreover, he had shown mercy, otherwise it would not only be his arms that were broken, but his chest would also collapse. Wu Bai walked over and looked down at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shaking with pain and looked at Wu Bai in horror. Wu Bai raised his lips slightly. "Now, am I qualified to let you know me?" The middle-aged man's face was full of horror, and he looked at Wu Bai as if he was looking at a devil. Wu Bai squatted down and said indifferently, "Next, you answer whatever I ask. If you tell a lie, you will never leave Jinjiang City alive." "Who are you?" The middle-aged man said in a trembling voice, "We are from the Li family in Tianyang City." Li family in Tianyang City. Wu Bai's eyes flickered slightly. Could the Li family in Tianyang City be related to Li Zhengming? He once remembered Li Zhengming saying that both his parents died when he was young. "Why did you take Li Zhengming away?" The middle-aged man trembled and said, "Because he is the illegitimate son of our master." Wu Bai was stunned. Has he recently committed illegitimate child? First it was Hao Yu, then Li Zhengming. Go on. The middle-aged man spoke tremblingly. It turned out that Li Zhengming was the result of a drunken mistake made by Li Honghai, the head of the Li family in Tianyang City, when he came to Jinjiang City on a business trip. Li Zhengming's mother was a hostess, and because of the huge disparity in their status, Li Zhengming and his mother had never been accepted by the Li family. Li Honghai then sent Li Zhengming to live in Jinjiang City. Finally, Li Zhengming's mother died of cancer. Li Zhengming vowed to do something to show the Li family. Even without the Li family, he, Li Zhengming, still lived well. But Li Zhengming was ambitious but incompetent, and he could never impress the Li family with his own abilities. That was why he tried to murder Wu Bai. Wu Bai could see that what the middle-aged man said was true, otherwise he would have suspected that this guy knew Hao Yu, or Li Zhengming's story and Hao Yu's story were exactly the same version. Go on. The middle-aged man endured the pain and said in a trembling voice, "Yesterday afternoon, the head of the family received a call for help from Li Xiao, and the head of the family sent us to Jinjiang City immediately to pick up Li Xiao. So, you know that Li Zhengming was trying to murder me." The middle-aged man nodded fearfully. "We just heard about it from the head of the family before we came here." Wu Bai stood up, looked down at the middle-aged man, and said lightly, "Go back and tell Li Honghai that he can't take Li Zhengming away. If he wants to try my method, come on, I'll wait for him. Also, remember this, I don't want to see you in Jinjiang City again. If there is a next time, it won't be as simple as breaking bones and tendons. By then, I will make you stay in Jinjiang City forever." The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly with horror on his face. Wu Bai turned around and looked at Liang Yuan. "Take the person back." Liang Yuan nodded, walked over and opened the door of the business car, but it didn't open. It turned out that it was locked from the inside. Liang Yuan picked up a baseball bat and smashed the car window. He opened the car door from the inside, looked at Li Zhengming, who was curled up and trembling, pulled him out by his hair, and slapped him twice. "You are really capable. You can call for help right under my nose. I can't help but admire you. Someone, take him back." Two strong men came forward and carried Li Zhengming away. Li Zhengming struggled desperately, but it was in vain. When passing Wu Bai, Li Zhengming screamed hysterically, "Wu Bai, if you have the guts, kill me. What's the point of torturing me?" Wu Bai sneered and said, "I told you that I will make your life worse than death. Killing you would be too easy for you. If you really want to die, just commit suicide. I will still respect you as a man." "Wu Bai, I was wrong. Please let me go. I really know I was wrong." Wu Bai's eyes were dull and emotionless, and he said indifferently, "You owe me, how can you just let it go with a simple, 'I made a mistake'? When did you become so naive?" Li Zhengming collapsed and screamed, "Wu Bai, you will be punished. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." The sturdy man who was holding Li Zhengming swung his palm and slapped him hard on the mouth, causing Li Zhengming's lips to turn outward and his mouth to be full of blood. He could no longer shout. Liang Yuan ran over and asked respectfully, "Mr. Wu, how do we deal with Li Zhengming?" It's the same as always. Find a place to drop it off and send someone to watch it. Yes. Liang Yuan nodded respectfully, then waved at the two strong men. Two strong men threw Li Jingming into the car and drove away. Wu Bai said, Liang Yuan, quickly send someone to send the injured brother to the hospital. Chen Bao was the most seriously injured, with his nose bridge shattered. Wu Bai walked over, squatted in front of Chen Bao, and said, I'll give you a simple treatment first. It can only relieve your pain. You still have to go to the hospital. As he spoke, he raised his hand and brushed it across Chen Bao's face, with true energy flowing in his palm. Chen Bao only felt a gentle breath drilling into his pores, and the piercing pain was immediately relieved a lot. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide in shock. After a while, Wu Bai withdrew his hand and said, send him to the hospital quickly. With his current level of cultivation, he is not able to reconnect broken bones, he can only relieve Chen Bao's pain. Soon, all the injured on the ground were taken into the car and sent to the hospital. Wu Bai glanced at the middle-aged men and others, then said to Liang Yuan, let everyone retreat. It was almost dawn when Wu Bai returned home. He tiptoed back to the room, afraid of waking up Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang. He felt like he had only been practicing for a while when the day dawned. I went to the rooftop, breathed in the morning light for a while, came down to wash up, and then started to make breakfast. Breakfast was just ready when Lin Danzhuang came down on time carrying Tang Tang. Lin Danzhuang opened her mouth and yawned delicately, complaining, it's all your fault. You woke us up because we were greedy. Can this be blamed on him? You went out last night. Wu Bai was slightly startled, how do you know? My car keys were originally on the shoe cabinet, but now they are on the coffee table. This woman is so meticulous and has the potential to be a detective. I'm really worried about your future boyfriend. Lin Danzhuang smiled and said, what are you worried about? With your keen observation skills, it would be hard for your boyfriend to do something bad behind your back without being discovered. Lin Danzhuang looked straight at Wu Bai, I believe you won't do anything bad behind my back. This is a naked confession. Wu Bai was caught off guard and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Lin Danzhuang's bright eyes dimmed a little, and she forced a smile and said, don't just stand there, Tang Tang and I are hungry, let's eat quickly. Wu Bai saw Lin Danzhuang's disappointment, sighed slightly, helped her fill a bowl of porridge and handed it to her, saying casually, no. What? Lin Danzhuang was a little stunned and didn't react for a moment. Nothing, let's eat. Wu Bai looked a little embarrassed. Lin Danzhuang thought for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Her beautiful eyes moved and she looked at Wu Bai with a silly smile. She understood. She asked Wu Bai if he would do something bad behind her back, and Wu Bai said no. A hint of pink appeared on Lin Danzhuang's pretty face, a little shy and a little excited. Wu Bai awkwardly avoided Lin Danzhuang's fiery gaze and said awkwardly, let's eat quickly. Lin Danzhuang chuckled, are you blushing? Wu Bai said with a straight face, I went up there to bask in the sun for a while and got tanned. Lin Danzhuang lowered her head and smiled sweetly. At this moment, Wu Bai's cell phone suddenly rang, which relieved his embarrassment. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Wu Bai answered the call and said hello. Is that Wu Tian? The voice on the other end of the phone was slightly sharp. Wu Bai immediately understood who the other person was. The one who called him Wu Tian must be Hao Yu, and only he could make such an unpleasant sound. Wu Bai said, it's me. Wu Tian, I have called a press conference at Kaiyuan building at 11 a.m. and I need your help. Wu Bai raised his lips slightly, okay, I will be there on time. After hanging up the call, Wu Bai's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Hao Yu was a complete scumbag. It would not be unfair for such a person to die 100 times. Lin Danzhuang smiled and said, go and do your own thing. After dinner, I'll take Tang Tang to ballet kindergarten. I've made an appointment with the teacher there to take Tang Tang there for a field trip today. Wu Bai apologized, thank you, I really trouble you. If you say thank you to me again, I won't come to your house again. Tang Tang raised her head abruptly and looked at Lin Danzhuang pitifully, sister won't leave. Tang Tang doesn't want sister to leave. Sister is teasing your dad, don't worry, Tang Tang, sister will always be with you and watch you grow up. Lin Dan Xuang touched her little head and comforted her. Tang Tang stretched out her little hand and said in a baby voice, then let's stamp it. Lin Dan Xuang was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and stretched out her hand, pressing it against Tang Tang's little hand. Pin it down, we'll never change for 100 years, whoever changes will be a puppy. Tang Tang was relieved and smiled happily. Wu Bai sighed. Tang Tang is becoming more and more dependent on Lin Dan Xuang. Perhaps she has already regarded Lin Dan Xuang as her mother in her heart. This child lost her mother's love since childhood, and I was a scumbag in the past. She has suffered so much. It seems that it's time to give Tang Tang a complete family. He looked at Lin Dan Xuang, smiled and said, okay, I promise you, I won't say thank you anymore in the future. At around 10 o'clock, Lin Dan Xuang took Tang Tang to kindergarten. She drove away Wu Bai's cute little car, but the key point was that Tang Tang liked it so much that she left her car to Wu Bai. Before leaving, Lin Dan Xuang reminded, how you has a paranoid personality, you should be careful. If anything happens, remember to call me. Wu Bai raised the corners of his mouth slightly, which sounded very much like a wife's advice to her husband. At 10:30, Wu Bai also went out and drove to Kaiyuan building. Chu Jianming was already waiting at the door. Seeing Wu Bai getting off the car, he hurried over and said with a flattering smile, Mr. Wu, you are finally here. The media are already here, waiting for you. Wu Bai said indifferently, then let's go in. Mr. Wu, wait a minute. Chu Jianming smiled and said, when we meet the media reporters later, Mr. Wu, you know what to say, right? Wu Bai raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered, are you teaching me how to do things? I dare not. Chu Jianming waved his hands repeatedly, smiling flatteringly, it's just that this matter has become too big. If it is not handled properly or if a wrong word is said, my young master will be in big trouble. I know what to say. Lead the way. Chu Jianming turned around, nodded and bowed, leading the way. This person seemed to be born with the potential to be a lackey. When he spoke, he always nodded and bowed with a fawning smile on his face. Chu Jianming took Wu Bai to the 7th floor, to the backstage of a banquet hall of about 300 to 400 square meters. Master, Mr. Wu is here. How you was still in the same bad state, dressed like a gentleman, with his legs crossed on the table, a glass of red wine in one hand and a big cigar in the other. Seeing Wu Bai coming in, he took a deep puff of cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, pointed to the chair next to him, squinted his eyes and said, sit down. Wu Bai smiled and walked over to sit down. How you stared at Wu Bai intently and said sharply, your name is not Wu Tian. Wu Bai didn't look surprised, he knew How you would definitely investigate him. How you grinned and said, I sent people to investigate you. There are indeed a few people named Wu Tian in Jinjiang City, but none of them matches your name. Wu Bai said calmly, which 2 words are you looking for? Kotian Wu, the Tian in Tiendi, is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. The Tian in my name means addition. My father gave me this name so that I could add offspring to the Wu family and continue the descendants. Mr. Hao, go check it out again. How you stared at Wu Bai intently, are you telling the truth? Master Hao has great powers. If I were lying, you would know it by just checking. How you suddenly laughed nervously, ha 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 ha, it turns out I got the word wrong, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Wu Tian, do you know what to say when you face the media later? If not, let old Chu teach you. Wu Bai chuckled and said, no need, I know what to say. That's good. After this is done, I will help you make a lot of money. Then I would like to thank Mr. Hao first. At this time, Chu Jianming flattered, Master Hao, it's almost time. Those reporters are getting impatient. Hao Yu nodded, handed the wine glass and cigar in his hand to the bodyguard behind him, stood up, looked at Wu Bai and said, let's go. When a few people came out from the backstage, a large number of reporters had already gathered in the banquet hall. Seeing the few people, reporters surrounded them and rushed to take pictures. Mr. Hao, what do you want to say about this incident of a tiger escaping and injuring people? Excuse me, a tiger escaped and killed several people. What measures did you take? Excuse me, where is the tiger that hurt people now? Reporters were talking at once, vying to ask questions. The few security guards on the scene couldn't stop them at all. Seeing this, Chu Jianming shouted, "Everyone, please listen to me. Please go back to your seats and sit down. All your questions will be answered today. Regarding this incident, we will definitely be open and fair and give everyone a satisfactory explanation. We will never hide anything or shirk responsibility." With the help of security guards, the reporter returned to his position. Hao Yu, Wu Bai, and Chu Jianming came to the table on the stage. Each of them had a prepared microphone in front of them. Hao Yu picked up the microphone and said loudly, "Hello, media friends, I am Hao Yu, the owner of this zoo. I would like to apologize to everyone now. We are really sorry for the negligence in our work, which has caused harm to everyone and occupied public resources." Hao Yu looked sincere and bowed deeply to the reporters below. Wu Bai couldn't help sneering in his heart. He really acted like a decent human being. Hao Yu continued, "I want to talk about the cause and effect of this incident. The cause of the incident was that our new temporary workers in the Tiger Park lacked experience and were careless at work. They forgot to close the door of the Tiger Park, which led to the tigers escaping, and this heartbreaking incident happened. I am not shirking responsibility or putting the blame on temporary workers. But it is true. Even if they are temporary workers, we also have an unshirkable responsibility. We were negligent in taking precautions and did not strengthen the training of our employees. I am sorry." A short female reporter wearing glasses raised her hand. Hao Yu said, "Excuse me." The female reporter asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Hao, after such a tragic incident, what measures did you take afterwards?" "Thank you for the question from this media friend. This is exactly what I will tell you next." Hao Yu paused and continued, "After the incident, we immediately sent the injured to the hospital for treatment. In addition, we urgently evacuated tourists to prevent further injuries. At the same time, our staff in the park immediately launched a search for the tiger." The female reporter continued, "Then may I ask if the tiger has been found?" "After the incident, we found the tiger as soon as possible and shot it dead." At this time, a young male reporter in his 30s raised his hand. Hao Yu said, "What questions does this journalist friend have?" The male reporter stood up and asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Hao, this incident has caused such a bad impact and caused heavy casualties. How do you plan to solve it in the future? None of us wants to see this happen, and we will actively cooperate with the relevant departments in their investigation. We deeply apologize to the victim's family and are willing to compensate them. Although money cannot bring the dead back to life, it can be a comfort to the victim's family." Hao Yu said with a sad face. At this time, a thin, dark-skinned male reporter stood up and asked, "Mr. Hao, we want to know, was the tiger really shot dead?" Hao Yu was stunned for a moment, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, but he concealed it well. Wu Bai's eyes flashed slightly, and he looked at the two reporters in the crowd who had asked questions earlier, and he immediately understood. I'm afraid these two reporters were arranged by Hao Yu, so the questions they asked seemed important, but in fact they were just superficial questions and they didn't go into the details at all. The reporter behind him did not raise his hand and asked a direct question, which made Hao Yu stunned for a moment and feel angry. Hao Yu paused, looked at the reporter who asked the question, and said, "I can guarantee that the tiger that hurt people has been shot dead. Mr. Wu next to me was the last person to see the tiger, and he also saw the tiger being shot dead with his own eyes." Wu Bai stood up slowly, his lips slightly raised and his eyes strange. "Dear media friends, I can testify that the tiger is indeed dead." Wu Bai stood up and spoke loudly. A smile appeared on Hao Yu's face, and he felt that Wu Bai was very sensible. All the reporters' eyes were focused on Wu Bai, and their cameras were clicking as they took pictures. But suddenly, Wu Bai changed the subject and said loudly again, "It wasn't just one tiger that escaped from the tiger park, but 3. That is to say, there are still 2 tigers that have not been found. Where are they wandering? Whether it is in the wilderness or where humans live, we don't know. So, I hope all media friends will spread the word and remind the people of Jinjiang City to be more careful when traveling." The 2 tigers had stained human blood, and their animal nature was completely aroused, so they were very ferocious. As soon as Wu Bai finished speaking, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone was stunned by the news. It turned out that it was not just one tiger that escaped, but 3, and now the whereabouts of 2 of them were still unknown. This is a tiger, not a mouse or a cat, but a wild beast that eats people. If it breaks into an area where humans live, the consequences will be disastrous. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. Chu Jianming opened his mouth in shock. He didn't expect Wu Bai would choose to tell the truth at this time. With so many media outlets involved, one could imagine how big a fuss this would become. For a moment, his vision went dark and he almost fainted. Hao Yu's smile froze on his face. After a while, his face became so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it, and his eyes were as sinister as a poisonous snake. Mr. Hao, is it true, as Mr. Wu said, that 3 tigers escaped and 2 have not been found, but you chose to conceal it? Excuse me, why did you do this? It's a man-eating beast. Aren't you worried that the tiger will hurt someone again? The scene was in chaos, with reporters rushing to ask questions. Hao Yu looked as if his parents had died. He looked at Wu Bai coldly and shouted, "He is talking nonsense. Don't believe him. A tiger just ran out. It's not what he said. Please believe me." After saying that, he yelled at Wu Bai, "Tell me, why did you frame me?" Wu Bai sneered and said indifferently, "Master Hao, please stop acting. Your acting skills are too poor." Then, Wu Bai looked at the reporters below and said, "I did witness a tiger being killed. Because I was the one who killed him." Wu Bai added in his heart. However, it is a fact that 3 tigers escaped, and the whereabouts of 2 tigers are still unknown. They are very likely to appear in places where humans live, causing irreversible consequences. Don't you want to know why Hao Yu chose to conceal it? In fact, it's very simple. It's for money, in order to deal with the investigation from above. Because if the park is closed for 1 day, it will lose a lot of money. So, he chose to conceal it and shirk responsibility. The most important thing is that those 3 tigers are not ordinary tigers, but Hao Yu's personal pets. As for why they ran away, do you really think it was the fault of a temporary worker? The scene suddenly became chaotic again. Everyone stared at Hao Yu angrily. Because if these 2 missing tigers break into places where humans live, they may harm them or their relatives. If a person encounters a tiger, he will surely die. It's scary to think about it. At the same time, the entire Xinjiang city was shocked. Because there were a lot of live broadcasts at the scene, what happened here spread quickly. For a time, everyone felt in danger. No one can guarantee that he or she will not be the unlucky one. If he or she happens to encounter the 2 missing tigers, he or she may become an innocent soul in the tiger's mouth. The people of the entire Xinjiang city were gritting their teeth and cursing Hao Yu, and the forestry department and other government departments were alarmed. The 2 tigers are on the run. If they injure someone again, no one will be responsible. Hao Yu's facial features were distorted, and he stared at Wu Bai with ferocious eyes. "Why do you want to hurt me?" Wu Bai said indifferently, "You shouldn't point a gun at me, nor should you threaten me, and you shouldn't think about my friends. Besides, I'm telling the truth. You don't take human life seriously for money, but I can't do that. You are a beast, and I'm not." My goodness. The reporters at the scene and the audience in front of the TV were completely furious. This Hao Yu actually had a gun. Hao Yu looked as if he wanted to eat Wu Bai. He screamed sharply, "You are talking nonsense. You are slandering me. I will sue you for defamation." Wu Bai sneered disdainfully, "You think of the law now. How can you forget the existence of the law when you are taking human lives lightly? If you want to sue me, I'll be waiting for you. I am Wu Bai, the chairman of Lingtian Group. I am willing to take responsibility for what I just said. Tigers don't recognize humans. If you encounter one, don't even think about running away, because that way you can die with some dignity. Finally, I wish you all good luck." Wu Bai finally added fuel to the fire, then dropped the microphone in a cool manner and made a grand exit. Hao Yu is finished. The matter has become so serious that even the Hao family cannot save him. Hao Yu's facial features were distorted and ferocious. Wu Bai, it turned out that the 2 names he said before were both fake. Hao Yu engraved this name deeply in his heart, and he would definitely take revenge. Of course, before taking revenge on others, he has to protect himself first. He knows that it will be difficult for him to get away with it this time. Reporters swarmed in and even the security guards couldn't stop them. Microphones were thrust in front of Hao Yu, some wanting to shove them into his mouth or in his face. They questioned him angrily. Hao Yu's eyes went dark and he collapsed. When Wu Bai came out, several police cars just stopped and a group of policemen rushed into the building. Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. They must be coming for Hao Yu. Hao Yu was surrounded by reporters. Chu Jianming, several security guards, and Hao Yu's bodyguards tried several times to get him out. Chu Jianming answered the phone, his face pale, and said in panic, "Master, the police are here." Wu Bai, I'm going to kill you. I swear, I'm going to kill your whole family." Hao Yu was like a mad dog, roaring crazily. Chu Jianming ordered several bodyguards, "Take the young master out through the back door. This is such a big thing, the people of the whole city are watching. Once he is caught by the police, Hao Yu will never be able to turn things around. Now he can only stay out of the limelight for the time being, so that he can live a peaceful life." In the spacious and bright office of the Lin Group, Lin Xiangrong and his son were sitting around a desk, staring at a computer. The press conference was playing on the screen. "Well done. It will be hard for Hao Yu to turn things around this time," Lin Qing said excitedly. Lin Xiangrong nodded slightly. Although Dr. Wu is young, he is experienced. To deal with an enemy, you have to defeat him with one move and not give him a chance to fight back. By the way, has your sister been hanging out with divine Dr. Wu a lot lately? Lin Qing was stunned. His father changed the subject so quickly that he was confused for a moment. Lin Qing thought for a moment and said, "Dr. Wu saved Dan Zhuang, so it's only natural for Dan Zhuang to express her gratitude." Lin Xiangrong narrowed his eyes. "It's just to express gratitude, not some other emotion." "Well, Dad, you should ask Dan Zhuang in person. I have some work to do, so I'll go get busy first." Lin Qing couldn't help but turn around and run away. Lin Xiangrong looked at the fleeing Lin Qing with a look of understanding on his face, and whispered, "Girls cannot be kept when they grow up. It seems that this juicy cabbage of our Lin family is going to be eaten by a pig. Adieu, adieu." On the way home, Wu Bai sneezed several times for no apparent reason. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Which bastard is scolding me from behind? It must be that scumbag Hao Yu." Just then, Liang Yuan called. "Mr. Wu, you are so awesome. That bastard Hao Yu won't be able to turn things around this time." On the other end of the phone, Liang Yuan said excitedly. Wu Bai smiled and said, "How is Li Jingming?" "I was just about to tell you. We found a place to drop off Li Jingming last night, and he seems to have become a different person." Wu Bai was slightly startled. "What do you mean?" "He must have been extremely hungry last night, so he stole food from an old beggar, drove him away, and occupied his bridge tunnel." "Old beggar, food? Can beggars keep food from the previous night?" Liang Yuan didn't say anything for a long time. It seemed that he was confused by Wu Bai's strange focus. "Anything else?" Wu Bai asked. Liang Yuan came back to his senses and said hurriedly, "Finally, the old beggar brought back a few younger beggars." Li Jingming saw that something was wrong and ran away. He ended up sleeping in a corner of a small alley on Nanping Road for the whole night. Wu Bai raised his lips slightly and said, "Tell your people to keep a close eye on him, and let him wander around Jinjiang City like a stray dog. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. I won't let him live too comfortably. Just now, someone felt sorry for him and threw him $5, but my people snatched it away." Wu Bai laughed out loud, feeling indescribably happy in his heart. This was truly the journey from heaven to hell. Li Jingming was once a wealthy man with billions of assets, but now even $5 is being robbed. This contrast is enough to make a person completely collapse. The two chatted for a while and ended the call. When Wu Bai returned home, Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang had already returned. "Dad." Tang Tang ran over with her short legs and opened her arms for Wu Bai to hug her. Wu Bai leaned over and picked her up, kissed her little face, and asked, "Tang Tang, how do you feel about going to kindergarten today?" "The kindergarten is so beautiful. There are so many big toys and many children as old as Tang Tang." Tang Tang said excitedly. "Does Tang Tang like that kindergarten?" "I like it. Tang Tang can go to kindergarten tomorrow. Tang Tang said, slipping down from Wu Bai's arms, pulling him to the sofa, and picking up a small school bag with cartoon patterns on it. Dad, look, this is the small school bag my sister bought for me. Isn't it beautiful? Yeah, very beautiful, as beautiful as Tang Tang. Tang Tang's eyes curved into crescents with joy. She clumsily took out a pencil case from her school bag and said excitedly, Dad, this is also bought for me by my sister. There are many beautiful pencils in it. Then did you thank your sister? Thank you, Tang Tang, I thank you several times. Lin Dan Zhuang came over and said apologetically, I saw that Tang Tang really liked that kindergarten. You were at the press conference at that time, so I made the decision privately. The admission procedures have been completed, and Tang Tang can go to the kindergarten tomorrow. Wu Bai was about to say thank you, but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. He had promised not to say thank you again. You are more attentive than a father like me, so let's send Tang Tang to kindergarten together tomorrow. Lin Dan Zhuang smiled sweetly and nodded. By the way, I watched the video of the reception. You were too careless this time. Huh? What do you mean? Wu Bai asked puzzledly. Lin Dan Zhuang said, I found out that Hao Yu was not arrested. He had already escaped before the police arrived at the scene. Wu Bai was shocked, this is impossible. I saw the police go in when I came down. He escaped through the back door. Wu Bai slapped his head. He had overlooked this point and said with a wry smile, I was careless. I should have asked Liang Yuan to arrange a few people at the back door. Lin Dan Zhuang comforted him, it doesn't matter, actually. Hao Yu is notorious now, and the police are hunting him down, so he can only hide here and there. I'm just worried that he'll get desperate and do something crazy. You revealed your identity at the reception. It won't be difficult for Hao Yu to find Tang Tang. Tang Tang will go to kindergarten tomorrow. Hao Yu has an extreme personality to begin with, and now she hates you even more. I'm worried that she will do something to Tang Tang. But don't worry, I will ask the kindergarten teachers to be careful. In addition, I will send a few skilled bodyguards to secretly protect Tang Tang. Also, when Tang Tang gets out of school, we must pick her up in advance and not give Hao Yu any chance. Wu Bai nodded slightly, feeling very grateful. Lin Dan Zhuang impressed him again. She was meticulous, organized, and her ability to handle things was unmatched by ordinary people. You should also pay attention to your safety. You should have seen how much Hao Yu is greedy for you. Lin Dan Zhuang waved her fist and said proudly, if he dares to come, I promise to beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy. I'm a good fighter. Wu Bai smiled. There are only thieves who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as a thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Offense is the best defense. I have to deal with Hao Yu before he makes a move. This man is paranoid and a mad dog. We can't wait until he opens his mouth to bite people before we take action. Wu Bai took out his cell phone and called Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan, Hao Yu escaped. Ah. Judging from Liang Yuan's reaction, he obviously didn't know about this. From this we can see that Lin Dan Zhuang is not only capable but also well informed. I was careless and let Hao Yu escape from the back door of Kaiyuan building. Now get your people to look for Hao Yu and make sure to find him. Liang Yuan said, Mr. Wu, I think this matter is very serious. Please stay at home, I will come to you, can we talk in person? Wu Bai looked at Lin Dan Zhuang helplessly. Lin Dan Zhuang rolled her eyes. What do you mean by face-to-face discussion? It's almost time for dinner. It's obvious that he wants to eat for free. Wu Bai smiled and said, I'm at home, come over. Hey, I'll be there soon. Lin Dan Zhuang joked, it is said that if you want to conquer a man, you must first conquer his stomach. So far, you are the only one who has done it. What nonsense. I'm not interested in men. Lin Dan Zhuang chuckled, it's almost time for dinner. I guess my brother will be here soon. As soon as Lin Dan Zhuang finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Wu Bai walked over and opened the door, and sure enough, Lin Dan Zhuang was right, Lin Qing was standing outside. As expected, Lin Dan Zhuang understands her brother well. Uncle Lin Qing. Tang Tang ran over and pulled Lin Qing to look at her school bag and pencil case. Uncle Lin Qing, these are all bought by my sister. Are they pretty? Beautiful, Tang Tang, is she going to kindergarten? Yes. Tang Tang said happily. Lin Dan Zhuang came over and said jokingly, brother, you really treat Wu Bai as your personal chef. He comes to eat for free at mealtime. Lin Qing was immediately unhappy. Girl, I'm your brother, how can I be like you? Besides, I'm not here to eat for free this time, but I'm here with important news. What important news? Lin Qing said, my father asked me something just now. What's the matter? Lin Dan Zhuang asked curiously. My father asked me why you haven't been home lately. Are you with Dr. Wu? Fortunately, I was smart and helped you fool him. Isn't this news worth a meal? Lin Dan Zhuang said calmly, why do you want to fool Dad? I have indeed been with Wu Bai these days. Ah. Lin Qing was dumbfounded and asked in surprise, you two are together? Lin Dan Zhuang's pretty face blushed slightly and she blinked, haven't we been together these past few days? What I'm asking is. Don't ask anything. Just come and eat for free. Why are you making up so many excuses? Lin Dan Zhuang certainly knew what Lin Qing was going to ask, but she and Wu Bai were still in the ambiguous stage and had not confirmed that they were together, so she interrupted Lin Qing and changed the subject. Lin Qing smiled awkwardly. He was indeed here to eat for free. His sister was always very opinionated, so he didn't need to worry about such things. Of course, he can't be too blatant when coming to eat for free. He has to find a reason, right? He has to save face too. Lin Dan Zhuang thought for a while and asked, what's Dad's reaction? Dad, you don't understand. Emotions are never shown on your face, so how can I tell? Lin Qing said, and suddenly a sly smile appeared on his face, but when I left the house, I heard Dad mutter a few words. What? Lin Qing imitated Lin Xiangrong, shook his head, and said helplessly, girls cannot be kept when they grow up. It seems that this juicy cabbage of our Lin family is going to be eaten by a pig. Lin Danzhuang's pretty face turned red, a little shy. This shows that her father does not object to her dating Wu Bai. Wu Bai's mouth twitched a few times, and he thought to himself, this old man is quite mean, how come he is a pig? Is there any pig as good-looking as him? Ahem. Wu Bai was somewhat embarrassed and coughed, I'm going to cook. After saying that, he rushed into the kitchen. Lin Dan Zhuang raised her thin lips slightly. Wu Bai did not refute, which meant that he had her in his heart. This discovery made her feel a little excited. Why are you smiling so happily? Lin Dan Zhuang turned her head to look at Lin Qing, who was grinning foolishly. She was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Lin Qing said excitedly, it's quite satisfying to think that Dr. Wu, a godlike figure, will call me brother-in-law in the future. Lin Dan Zhuang rolled her eyes. At this time, the doorbell rang. Lin Qing subconsciously walked over and opened the door. After finding that it was Liang Yuan, he closed the door with a bang. Liang Yuan stood outside the door, looking confused. Lin Qing turned around and saw Lin Dan Zhuang looking at him in surprise. He shrugged and said with a smile, a rag collector. Lin Dan Zhuang smiled unhappily and said, I know it's Liang Yuan. Wu Bai asked him to come here to discuss something. Let him in quickly. Brother, don't bully Liang Yuan all the time. This little rascal is quite entertaining. I can't help but want to bully him when I see him. Lin Qing walked over with a sly smile, opened the door, looked at Liang Yuan and said, so it's you. I thought you were a rag collector. I was wrong just now. Come in. The corners of Liang Yuan's mouth twitched violently a few times. He was angry but dared not say anything, his face full of grievance. Liang Yuan was holding a few toys in his hands, which were for Tang Tang. Tang Tang, look what good things Uncle brought you. Tang Tang already has a lot of toys, but when she saw the one in Liang Yuan's hand, her big eyes still lit up. Children like toys, just like men always think other people's wives are better. They want to play with those they have never played with before. Thank you, Uncle Liang Yuan. Tang Tang said in a baby voice. She had already been conquered by Liang Yuan's sugar-coated bullets. Tang Tang plucked up her courage and took Liang Yuan's hand to show him her small school bag and pencil case. Liang Yuan smiled happily. The little princess was finally not afraid of him anymore. In fact, children have very pure minds. They think that whoever treats them well is a good person. Liang Yuan played with Tang Tang for a while, then came to the kitchen. He didn't want to stay in the living room and be bullied by Lin Qing. Wu Bai was cooking. He turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, "Are you here?" Liang Yuan nodded. Wu Bai's casual tone made him very excited, which meant that Wu Bai did not treat him as an outsider. "Mr. Wu, I have asked someone to find Hao Yu. Don't worry, as long as he is in Jinjiang City, I will find him for you even if he hides in a rat hole." Wu Bai looked at him with a half-smile. "Isn't this quite simple? Why do you have to say it to his face?" Liang Yuan smiled awkwardly and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Doesn't he have to find a reason to eat for free? Stop standing there and take out the dishes and set them out." "Yeah." Liang Yuan nodded. He was still okay with this. He picked up the bowl and chopsticks and went out happily. As a result, Liang Yuan came in again with bowls and chopsticks. Wu Bai was surprised and asked, "What's wrong? Are you planning to be a waiter and practice your serving skills here?" "Mr. Wu, someone is looking for you." "Looking for me?" Wu Bai was just wondering when Lin Danzuang came in holding Tang Tang and said, "The Hao family is here." Wu Bai narrowed his eyes and said helplessly, "It seems that we will have to delay our meal." As he said that, he turned off the fire, handed the spatula to Liang Yuan, and said, "The dish is ready, just serve it." Wu Bai took off his apron, walked out of the kitchen and came to the living room. On the sofa in the living room, an old man in his 50s, with a ruddy complexion and full of energy, sat there with great momentum. Two sturdy bodyguards dressed in black stood behind the old man like javelins. While Wu Bai was looking at the old man was also looking at Wu Bai. There was a flash of surprise in Wu Bai's eyes, because he felt a breath from the old man, which was similar to his true essence, but as pure and powerful as his true essence. Are there martial artists on Earth? This discovery surprised Wu Bai a little, but more excited. Because only with an opponent can one make progress, and practicing alone in silence is really boring. Wu Bai walked over and was about to sit down when he heard the old man suddenly yell, "Stand up." This sound, driven by air, was as loud as thunder, shaking the entire living room floor slightly. Lin Qing felt that the old man's voice was like thunder exploding in his ears, so deafening that his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Wu Bai's eyes darkened, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he slowly sat down. "I told you to stand up, didn't you listen?" The old man had a gloomy face and scolded angrily. Wu Bai's voice was a little cold, and he said indifferently, "It seems that you haven't figured out who is the master of this place. If you dare to bark again, I will make you unable to make a sound in your life." The old man laughed in anger, "How dare you? It seems you don't know who I am yet. I am Tao Jiang, the housekeeper of the Hao family." "Wu Bai, do you know your mistake?" Wu Bai sneered disdainfully and said playfully, "I thought he was some great person, but it turns out he's just a guard. No wonder he came to my house and barked." Tao Jiang was furious, his eyes were sinister, and he said coldly, "Do you know who you are talking to? If you were in another place, you would have been a corpse long ago." Wu Bai looked at him and said calmly, "If I wasn't afraid that your blood would stain my floor, you would already be a corpse." "Very good, you are really sharp-tongued. Sooner or later, I will pull out all your teeth." Tao Jiang's eyes were cold, and he said proudly, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I now order you to hold a press conference immediately to clarify Master Hao Yu's innocence. Otherwise, not only you, but also the people around you and your Ling Tian group will disappear." "Old dog, who are you threatening here?" Lin Qing was furious. A butler came to show off in front of Wu Bai and acted bossy. He took himself too seriously. Tao Jiang's eyes turned cold. He picked up the fruit knife from the fruit plate and swung it casually. The fruit knife turned into a cold light and shot towards Lin Qing. Tao Jiang didn't want to kill Lin Qing, he just wanted to teach him a lesson. This knife would only cause Lin Qing minor injuries. But Lin Qing was so frightened that his face turned pale and his hands and feet were cold. Wu Bai flicked his fingers and a stream of energy shot out. With a clang, it smashed the fruit knife into pieces in midair. Tao Jiang's face changed drastically and he looked at Wu Bai in surprise. Lin Qing came back to his senses, his face pale and extremely ugly, staring at Tao Jiang and roaring, "Old dog, you dare to attack me. Others are afraid of the Hao family, but my Lin group is not. This matter is not over." Tao Jiang's old face changed color again. He never thought that Lin Qing was actually from the Lin family. Wu Bai looked at Lin Qing and said, "Go to the kitchen. Don't come out unless I call you. Dr. Wu, please don't show mercy, help me beat him into a dog's head." Lin Qing said with an angry look on his face and turned to go to the kitchen. Wu Bai turned around, and his dull gaze suddenly became sharp and intimidating. Tao Jiang stared at Wu Bai. "I didn't expect that you are also a warrior, and you have cultivated inner energy. Internal breath is what people often call internal strength." Wu Bai's eyes were cold and fierce. His aura was rising steadily, and the air around him was distorted with Wu Bai's aura. Tao Jiang's old face changed drastically, and there was a burst of air rising from his body, and his clothes fluttered. But compared to Wu Bai's momentum, he was too weak. Facing the powerful Wu Bai, Tao Jiang's old face kept trembling. Wu Bai suddenly stood up, jumped over the coffee table and rushed towards Tao Jiang. He raised his hand and his true energy swept out like a tide. Boom. With a loud bang, the sofa under Tao Jiang's butt exploded directly, and Tao Jiang fell heavily to the ground, crushing the floor into several pieces. Tao Jiang's old face was completely filled with fear and pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that Wu Bai's palm was like a mountain falling on his head. He could not bear it at all. He didn't know how many bones in his body were crushed and some of his internal organs were displaced. So scary. Tao Jiang was shaking with fear. Wu Bai's terror was beyond his imagination. He had practiced martial arts since he was young, and had made some achievements in practicing the inner strength and mental skills passed down from his family. Since he had cultivated his inner energy, he had rarely been defeated. He did not expect that he would be defeated by a young man like Wu Bai today. Wu Bai's attack just now not only crippled Tao Jiang, but also knocked the two bodyguards he brought with him unconscious before they could even react, with blood gushing out of their mouths and noses. Wu Bai stepped forward, grabbed Tao Jiang by the neck and lifted him up. Tao Jiang had no idea how many bones were broken. When he was lifted up by Wu Bai, he was injured and was shaking in pain, with his facial features distorted. As the Hao family's dog, you should guard the house well. Remember, you are just an old dog, don't just run into other people's houses and bark. Do you know who the master is now? As Wu Bai spoke, he clenched his 5 fingers and pinched Tao Jiang's neck bones, causing them to crack and his eyeballs to bulge out. Tao Jiang was so frightened that he nodded desperately. Remember, a dog is a dog. Never try to show off in front of people. I know that Hao Yu is Hao Wenchuan's illegitimate son. Go back and tell Hao Wenchuan that Hao Yu is dead. If he interferes, there will be no need for the Hao family to exist. Wu Bai said coldly. Tao Jiang was shaking with fear and nodded desperately. Wu Bai suddenly let go, and Tao Jiang fell from midair. He covered his neck and breathed in fresh air desperately, looking like an old dog on the verge of death. Now that we have finished our business, let's talk about compensation. Wu Bai looked down at Tao Jiang and said, "You came to my house and broke so many things. Is it too much to ask you to pay for it?" Tao Jiang nodded in fear. He didn't dare to say a word. He knew very well that it would be effortless for Wu Bai to kill him. "Well, I'm a reasonable person, so I'll calculate it for you slowly." The sofa was shipped back from Italy. It took 10 masters a year to make it by hand. The original price was 10 million. But we've been using it for a while, so I'll give you a depreciated price of 5 million. Is that reasonable? Tao Jiang almost yelled, "What a lousy sofa. And 10 masters spent a year on it. That's bullshit." However, seeing Wu Bai's slightly narrowed eyes, he dared not say anything but gritted his teeth and nodded. Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It seemed that he guessed right. As the steward of the Hao family, he was still very rich. Very good. Now let's talk about the floor tiles. I hired someone to design each one of them. The patterns on them are unique in the world. When I bought them, each one cost 1.01 million. I'll round off the price and charge you 1 million per tile. You destroyed 10 tiles in total, so the total is 10 million. Isn't this a reasonable price? Tao Jiang was so angry that his teeth itched. Although he was scared to death, he couldn't help but said angrily, "You are asking for too much. What kind of broken tile is worth 1 million? Besides, there are not even 10 broken tiles." "What did you say?" Wu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, and his look became dangerous. Tao Jiang was so frightened that his heartbeat slowed down and he felt cold all over. "I, Wu Bai, have always been honest in doing business. If you think I'm asking for too much, then I won't do business with you. But you came to my house to show off your power, so I can't just do nothing, right? I'll just consider it as compensation for destroying your cultivation." Tao Jiang was so frightened that his hair stood on end and his hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. It took him more than 30 years to cultivate his inner energy. If it was destroyed, he would be living a life worse than death. "I'll pay for it." Tao Jiang gritted his teeth and admitted it. As the steward of the Hao family, money is not a problem for him. But if his cultivation is abolished, he will be completely finished, and he would be worse off dead than alive. Wu Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He was not surprised by Tao Jiang's choice. "Okay, let's continue the calculation. The coffee table is also broken. This coffee table is mine." Wu Bai thought about it and couldn't come up with a story. He said directly, "I'll give you 1 million. Tao Jiang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but the situation was stronger than him, so he could only accept it. Wu Bai continued, "Your blood has stained the carpet. This carpet is handmade from Bosnia. I'll give you 2 million. Also, the tea set is broken, so I'll give you a discount on this whole set. 1 million is reasonable, right?" Tao Jiang was shocked and angry, but he dared not say anything. He felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Wu Bai paused, and just when Tao Jiang thought he was done, Wu Bai continued, "Your roar just now shook the loose soil on my wall down. This is 100-year-old loose soil, which is considered a cultural relic. Is it reasonable to charge you 1 million? And our shock compensation and mental damage compensation?" Seeing Wu Bai getting more and more outrageous, Tao Jiang almost jumped up and fought with him. But after weighing the power of both sides, he finally persuaded himself to stop. Wu Bai finally finished the accounting. He looked at Tao Jiang and said seriously, "The total amount of things you destroyed must be 30 to 40 million. I am a kind person and I don't want to embarrass you. Just give me 30 million. Tao Jiang was shaking all over, firstly because of the pain from his injuries, and secondly because he was angry. Wu Bai was too shameless, saying that they polluted the air at home and charged them 2 million. If there was nothing left to blackmail, Wu Bai would probably have emptied him out. 30 million is enough to buy a new villa. Wu Bai took out his mobile phone, entered his bank card account number, and handed it to Tao Jiang. "Transfer the money quickly. Otherwise, you will be charged a detention fee later." Tao Jiang cursed Wu Bai's ancestors in his heart. But he still took the phone tremblingly and completed the transfer quickly. Otherwise, the price might not be the same in a while. Wu Bai took the phone and checked it. After confirming that it was correct, he smiled with satisfaction. Then, he flicked his fingers and 2 streams of energy flew out and penetrated into the eyebrows of the 2 unconscious bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards woke up slowly, groaned in pain, and felt like their heads were about to split open with a splitting headache. "Are you 2 awake? Did you sleep well?" Wu Bai looked at the 2 of them and asked jokingly. The 2 bodyguards turned their heads when they heard the sound, and were startled at first, then their faces were filled with horror. They haven't forgotten how they fainted. "You 2 pieces of trash, if you're not dead, come over here and help me up." Tao Jiang cursed angrily. He only dared to vent his anger on the 2 bodyguards. Wu Bai said calmly, "Don't bark in my house, I will charge you for noise later." Tao Jiang was filled with hatred, but he didn't dare to show it. The 2 bodyguards had painful looks on their faces and they struggled for a few seconds before getting up. They staggered over and helped Tao Jiang up. Wu Bai waved his hand and said in annoyance, "You can go now." Tao Zhang's face was distorted by the pain from his wounds, and he shouted in a low voice, "Let's go. Old dog, you are welcome to visit us often," Wu Bai said with a sneer. Tao Jiang didn't dare to say a word and left as if he was escaping. "What do you mean by, come as a guest often? It's obvious that they welcome him to come and give money often." Wu Bai got up and went to the kitchen. Lin Danzhuang asked worriedly, "There was such a big noise just now, are you okay?" She originally wanted to go out and take a look, but Wu Bai said that they couldn't go out unless he told them. Wu Bai chuckled and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. Dr. Wu, did you help me beat that old dog into a pig's head?" Wu Bai shook his head, "No." Lin Qing was a little disappointed. Wu Bai smiled slightly, but the old dog broke a few bones. Lin Qing's eyes lit up, and he immediately laughed heartily. Liang Yuan said with a flattering face, "In front of Mr. Wu, even a tiger is not good enough, so what waves can an old dog make?" Lin Qing waved his hand and slapped Liang Yuan on the back of his head, sneering, "Flattering can't change the fact that you ruined the dish made by Dr. Wu." Liang Yuan covered the back of his head, his face full of embarrassment, and smiled foolishly. Lin Qing pulled Liang Yuan away, revealing a plate of black food behind Liang Yuan. "Dr. Wu, look at the good things he has done." Wu Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and looked at Liang Yuan, who was full of shame. "I asked you to serve the food, how did you end up like this?" "Mr. Wu, I'm sorry." Liang Yuan hung his head, his face full of guilt. Lin Qing said, "You have already prepared this dish, but this guy insisted on frying it a few times like you did, and the result is like this." He shook his head helplessly. "Okay, you guys go out first." "Mr. Wu, I'm really sorry." Liang Yuan's face was full of shame and self-blame. Wu Bai smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just a dish, just redo it. You guys go out and wait for a while, the meal will be ready soon." After a few people went out, Wu Bai continued to cook. Lin Qing and his companions came to the living room and were stunned when they saw the sofa broken into several pieces and the cracked floor tiles. How did this happen?" Lin Qing murmured. "We just heard a loud noise, it must be because of this." "Nonsense, do you even need to tell me that?" Lin Qing glared at Liang Yuan unhappily. "What I mean is, how did the sofa break into several pieces and the floor tiles shatter into several pieces?" Liang Yuan glanced at the kitchen and whispered, "Could it be that Mr. Wu slapped him like this?" "Nonsense, this is obviously caused by a bomb." Liang Yuan reminded in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, the bomb explosion made it look charred, that's not the case." "That makes sense." Lin Qing nodded, paused and continued, "Since it's not a bomb, then according to my guess, this was created by Dr. Wu's palm strike. Mr. Lin is Mr. Lin, his analysis makes sense." Lin Qing said proudly, "Nonsense, otherwise how can I be young Master Lin and you be a little punk?" The corners of Liang Yuan's mouth twitched a few times, and he comforted himself in his heart not to bother with the idiot, because he would get beaten if he did. Lin Danzhuang took out her cell phone and called the property management, asking them to send someone to replace the broken floor tiles first. As for the sofa, she could only wait until the floor tiles were replaced before going to the furniture store again. Tang Tang opened her big, bright black eyes and looked at the broken sofa and cracked floor tiles, but the next second she seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes turned red, her mouth pursed, and she burst into tears. Lin Danzhuang, Lin Qing, and Liang Yuan were all startled. Even Wu Bai was startled and rushed out of the kitchen with a spatula. Tang Tang was crying so sadly, he thought she was in danger. Lin Danzhuang came back to her senses, her face full of worry, and hurriedly asked, "Tang Tang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Wu Bai was also very worried, and hurried forward to use his skills to check Tang Tang, but he did not find anything abnormal with her body. "Tang Tang, tell Daddy, what's wrong with you?" Tang Tang cried very sadly and sobbed, "Dad, Tang Tang's school bag is broken, and her pencil case is also broken, woo-woo." Wu Bai turned his head to look at the debris on the ground, and suddenly slapped his forehead, saying to himself, "I forgot to calculate the money for the school bag and pencil case." Tang Tang's small school bag was originally placed on the sofa. The palm wind tore the sofa into pieces, and also tore the school bag. The pieces were mixed together, and he didn't notice it. It was a huge loss. Even the loose soil on the wall was charged 2 million. If he had discovered it earlier, he would have charged 5 million for the school bags, pencil cases and other items. Tao Jiang, old dog, you owe me 5 million, I'll keep this in mind for you first. Wu Bai said silently in his heart. Lin Dan Zhuang breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that only the school bag was destroyed. She thought Tang Tang was not feeling well. Tang Tang, be good, don't cry. Sister will take you to buy a more beautiful one this afternoon, okay? Tang Tang pouted her lips in grievance and said with a crying voice, okay. Tang Tang, be good and don't cry. You won't be beautiful if you cry anymore. Lin Dan Zhuang helped wipe the tears from her little face. Wu Bai suddenly turned around and rushed to the kitchen. He was cooking just now, and when he heard Tang Tang crying, he rushed out and forgot to turn off the fire. Sure enough, when he ran into the kitchen, the food in the pot was already emitting black smoke. Wu Bai was helpless. This was the second time that the fish-flavored pork shreds had been ruined. The first time was because Liang Yuan was careless. This was the second time, and it was also a dark dish. Tang Tang and Lin Dan Zhuang both liked this dish of shredded pork with fish flavor, so Wu Bai had to make it again. Wu Bai cooked very quickly and soon finished 4 dishes and a soup. It was already past mealtime and everyone was hungry. Plus, with Lin Qing and Liang Yuan being the starving ghosts, Wu Bai had to cook for an hour and eat for 10 minutes. Lin Qing and Liang Yuan were lazy, cunning, and greedy. After finishing their meal, they wiped their mouths and ran away when they found a chance. Wu Bai was cleaning the kitchen when Lin Dan Zhuang came to the kitchen door and said with a faint smile, I'm going to take Tang Tang to buy a school bag this afternoon. Do you want to come with me? Wu Bai smiled bitterly and apologized, I'm afraid not. I have to go to the company. It has been 2 or 3 days since Li Zhengming was kicked out of Ling Tian Group. He has been busy and has no time to go to the company. Yuan Zheng has already made several phone calls. The company's personnel appointments and the many messes left by Li Zhengming are waiting for him to deal with. Most importantly, the company's 3 most important projects had been suspended for several days, and they were losing a lot of money every day. So he had to find funds to restart the projects. Lin Dan Zhuang was a little disappointed and said, well, you go about your business. If you need any help, just tell me. I may not be able to help you with other things, but I can still help you with business matters. Wu Bai smiled and nodded. He knew Lin Dan Zhuang's abilities and that she was a business genius. Then Tang Tang and I will leave. Wu Bai nodded slightly and warned, be careful, Hao Yu has not been found yet. Remember to call me if anything happens. Lin Dan Zhuang smiled and nodded, then took Tang Tang to buy a school bag. Wu Bai cleaned up the kitchen and went to the company. Mr. Wu, you are finally here. You fired a group of senior executives last time. We promoted several capable people from below and recruited a few from outside. Find an opportunity to interview them. Also, we can't delay those projects any longer. If we stop working for 1 day, we will lose a lot of money. So, we have to find funds as soon as possible. I have made appointments with several bank executives. Please find time to meet with them. As soon as Wu Bai arrived at the company, he met Yuan Zheng. Yuan Zheng kept chattering like an old woman, not even giving Wu Bai a chance to speak. While Yuan Zheng was taking a breath, Wu Bai smiled bitterly and said, let's go to my office first. The two came to the office and Wu Bai was a little surprised. This was originally Li Zhengming's office, but now it was his, but the furnishings and layout inside had changed. Yuan Zheng said respectfully, Mr. Wu, these are arranged according to your previous preferences. Do you think there is anything you want to change? I will ask someone to do it immediately. It's rare that you can still remember my preferences. I think it's great, let's leave it like this. Wu Bai was a little moved, patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Wu Bai walked over and sat down, pointing to the chair opposite the desk and said with a smile, sit down. Mr. Yuan, have you forgotten your identity? Yuan Zheng was startled, his face changed slightly, and he asked cautiously, did I do something wrong? Nonsense, you are the general manager now, not the department manager. Things like recruiting and promoting talents, you can just make the decision, there is no need for me to do it myself, right? Yuan Jing was confused and said, "But these things happened before." Yuan Jing stopped what he was about to say in time. He knew that Wu Bai didn't want to hear Li Jingming's name. Wu Bai smiled and said, "You mean to say that Li Jingming was personally in charge of these things before, right?" Yuan Jing nodded. Wu Bai sneered, "So, he is destined to be a loser." As the saying goes, the superiors work with their bodies, the middle ones work with their brains, and the inferior ones work with their strength. If a chairman manages everything and does everything himself, what will the managers and employees do? If their time is taken up by such trivial matters, how can they have time to consider the future development of the company? Mr. Yuan, you can decide on this kind of thing yourself from now on. No need to ask me. Also, the heads of the banks you made appointments with are gone. I'll take care of the funding issue. Yuan Jing was somewhat touched. This was Wu Bai's trust in him. Yes, Mr. Wu, I know what to do next time. Wu Bai nodded slightly. This is what it means when a superior is willing to work hard for others. As long as you give enough respect to a talented and good person, he will be willing to work for you. A gentleman will die for his friend. Yuan Jing is an old man who followed him to build his empire, and he is a trustworthy person. Wu Bai said, "I have made an appointment with Lin Qing, the young master of the Lin Group, and Fei Yan of the Huali Group. They should be here soon. I believe the funding issue can be finalized today. Now that the funds are in place, you should worry about the start of construction." Yuan Jing was shocked. "Mr. Wu, were you talking about the Lin Group?" Wu Bai nodded slightly. Yuan Jing's face was filled with joy. The Lin Group was one of the largest financial groups in Jinjiang City. If Ling Tian Group could get on board the Lin Group, its future development would surely soar. "Mr. Wu is awesome," Yuan Jing said in his heart. "Mr. Wu, you should take a rest. I'll go to the door to greet them." Wu Bai waved his hand. "No need, they can come up on their own." The corner of Yuan Jing's mouth twitched. That's the young master of the Lin Group. Is it okay to let him come up on his own? "Boss Wu, I'd better go and greet him." Wu Bai shook his head helplessly. "Okay." After Yuan Jing left, Wu Bai came to the huge French window, looked at the hustle and bustle of traffic below, and sighed slightly. Back then, he also stood here, full of vigor and energy, and vowed to make Ling Tian Group a large conglomerate like the Lin Group. The past is still vivid in his mind, but looking back, everything has changed and people have changed, which makes Wu Bai sigh. Suddenly, he frowned and his expression became serious. He suddenly felt palpitations and felt uneasy, as if something was going to happen. Wu Bai really wanted to trust his intuition. The palpitations he had just felt told him that something bad was bound to happen. He frowned slightly and wondered what could go wrong. But before he could figure it out, there was a knock on the door, interrupting his thoughts. "Come in," Wu Bai said. The door opened, and Yuan Jing walked in with Lin Qing and Fei Yan. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Lin, and Mr. Fei are here." Lin Qing looked at Wu Bai's office curiously and grinned. "Not bad, it's well organized. But why don't you get yourself a secretary?" Lin Qing and Wu Bai were very familiar with each other, so naturally they didn't beat around the bush when talking. Besides, Wu Bai might soon become his brother-in-law. They would be one family from now on, so there would be no need to talk behind each other's backs. Wu Bai smiled and said, "It was Li Jingming before. I don't trust his secretary. I haven't had time to find a new secretary yet. Let's talk about it later. There's no rush." Yuan Jing was shocked. He could see that Lin Qing and Wu Bai seemed to be very familiar with each other and had a good relationship. Fei Yan was not that familiar with Wu Bai, so he stepped forward and said with a smile, "Mr. Wu has taken it back to the company, and I haven't had time to congratulate you yet. That bastard Li Jingming left me with a mess, and I'm having a headache. There's really nothing to congratulate him on." Wu Bai said, pointing to the chair opposite him, "Sit down and talk slowly." Yuan Jing's eyes flickered. Fei Yan was Ling Tian Group's largest partner at the beginning, but he suddenly terminated the contract unilaterally. Now he is so close to Wu Bai. It seems that everything that happened was controlled by Wu Bai behind the scenes. Being on good terms with the young master of the Lin Group and having a close relationship with Fei Yan, it seemed inevitable that Li Jingming would lose. Compared to Wu Bai, Li Jingming was not even a little bit inferior in terms of ability or means. Yuan Jing quietly retreated and personally made 3 cups of tea and brought them in. Wu Bai motioned for Yuan Jing to sit down as well, and then said, "Mr. Fei, I would like to invite you to continue our previous cooperation. What do you think?" Fei Yan is also a seasoned businessman. When Wu Bai called him, he guessed the purpose of Wu Bai calling him. The previous projects with Ling Tian Group were all very good, and they would definitely make a lot of money. Especially since Wu Bai had a close relationship with the Lin family, being able to connect with the Lin family would be of great benefit to Huali's future development. Fei Yan smiled and said, "This is a profitable project. Mr. Wu is willing to take me along, so of course I am willing to do it." Wu Bai smiled and stretched out his hand, happy cooperation. Fei Yan stood up in a hurry, shook hands with Wu Bai, and said with a smile, "Happy cooperation. Mr. Fei, please discuss the details of the cooperation with Mr. Yuan." Fei Yan smiled and nodded. Wu Bai looked at Lin Qing. "Mr. Lin, are you interested in participating?" Lin Qing scratched his head and said depressedly, "I would like to, but someone won't let me." Wu Bai was a little surprised and asked curiously, "Who? Who else could it be?" "My sister." Lin Qing said helplessly, "My sister said that these projects don't make much money to begin with. If our Lin group gets involved, you'll make even less money. So, he asked me to lend you the money in my personal name, but I can't get involved in Ling Tian Group's projects." Wu Bai was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Then, a warm current surged in his heart. This woman was always thinking about him. He asked Lin Qing to join the group because the loser Li Jingming had emptied the Ling Tian Group and he really couldn't come up with any money. If Lin Qing joins the partnership, for example, and invests 1 billion, he will get at least 1.5 billion when the project is completed. But if he lends money to himself in his personal name, he only needs to pay back 1 billion when the time comes. Lin Danzhuang is clearly giving money to herself. Lin Danzhuang was so nice to him that Wu Bai felt a little embarrassed. Wu Bai is a person who doesn't want to owe anyone anything, but Lin Danzhuang is the daughter of the Lin Group and has everything she needs. He feels powerless to repay her. However, now is not the time to be pretentious, he really needs this money to revitalize the company. After thinking for a while, he accepted Lin Danzhuang's kindness. "Then I'll borrow 2 billion. Lin Qing said without hesitation, "No problem, I will transfer the money as soon as possible." Yuan Jing was a little confused. What exactly was the relationship between the Lin Group and Wu Bai? This was a great opportunity to make money, but not only did they not make the money, they also unconditionally lent money to Wu Bai to make money. This is clearly giving away money. Yuan Jing was extremely shocked. What the company lacked most now was funds, but he didn't expect Wu Bai to solve the problem so easily. "Thank you," Wu Bai said gratefully. Lin Qing smiled and said, "Dr. Wu, do we still need to say thank you to each other? If you really want to thank me, let me go to your house for dinner tonight, hee hee." Wu Bai smiled and said, "No problem. Mr. Fei, come along too." Fei Yan's face was all smiles. After tasting Wu Bai's cooking at his house last time, everything he ate when he went back home felt like chewing wax and was hard to swallow. He has lost a lot of weight in the past few days. "Then I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Wu." Yuan Jing was confused. "Isn't it just a meal? Why is he so excited?" Wu Bai frowned slightly. The uneasy feeling in his heart not only did not dissipate, but became stronger and stronger, making him uneasy. Lin Qing was in front of him, so the problem was not with him. Could it be that Lin Danzhuang and Tang Tang were in danger? "You 3 can chat first. I'll make a call." Wu Bai walked to the side and called Lin Danzhuang, and the call was connected quickly. Lin Danzhuang told him that she had just bought a school bag and pencil case for Tang Tang and was preparing to go home. Wu Bai raised his eyebrows slightly, it seemed that he had guessed wrong. Could something happen to Liang Yuan? Wu Bai called Liang Yuan again. Liang Yuan said excitedly, "Mr. Wu, I have just found all the herbs you asked me to find, and I was just about to call you. Come to my house for dinner tonight." Liang Yuan agreed excitedly. After hanging up the call, Wu Bai frowned. Everyone around him was fine, so why did his anxiety grow stronger and stronger? Just when Wu Bai was puzzled, at the same time, in a spacious room somewhere, a terrible scene was happening. A neurotic man pressed a young woman's head tightly into the bathtub. The woman struggled desperately, splashing water everywhere. The man's eyes were red with excitement and he laughed wildly. His perverted and crazy look was chilling. Gradually, the woman's resistance became weaker and weaker, until finally she became limp and motionless. She was drowned to death. If you can't even serve a man, what use do I have for you? Go to hell, bitch. The man let go of his hand and looked at the corpse floating in the bathtub, roaring like a pervert. Someone come. The men shouted sharply. The bathroom door opened and two muscular male bodyguards walked in. Deal with her. The two bodyguards nodded calmly. It seemed they were no longer surprised by such things. This crazy and perverted man is none other than Hao Yu, whom both the black and white worlds are looking for. Hao Yu walked out of the bathroom naked, and the phone in the room rang at the right time. Hao Yu walked over and answered the phone. I don't know what the other party said. Hao Yu seemed to have taken stimulants. His facial features were distorted with excitement, and he shouted sharply, "Catch her for me, you must catch her."